make amends. Ayy, time to get the win. Ayy, flexing on you boys, working out again. 10 out of 10, dub yet again.
I can't be star, you are, get out my way. I gotta win, act like I'm not the one on the top. We been it before, you know what I did. I'm on my job, I'm doing my thing. I flex on you boys, I do it again. They said whatever, and I don't do talking, you used to score. I'm going in, I can't be star, you are, get out my way. I gotta win, act like I'm not the one on the top. We been it before, you know what I did. I'm on my job, I'm doing my thing. I flex on you boys, I do it again. They said whatever, and I don't do talking, you used to score. I'm going in, yeah. I gotta win, yeah. Heard you be talking a lot, I'm here, so say it again. They sound crazy, I agree with that notion. Come through like train, look on my motion. I came from the gutter, why you playing around, you don't know. Everybody thirst that I know, eating granny one around with a Draco. Haters look at me like, oh no, so my teeth look like a bitch snow cone. My bitch truck messing up the ozone, if you ride my way, better hold on. I can't be star, you are, get out my way. I gotta win, act like I'm not the one on the top. We been it before, you know what I did. I'm on my job, I'm doing my thing. I flex on you boys, I do it again. They said whatever, and I don't do talking, you used to score. I'm going in, I can't be star, you are, get out my way. I gotta win, act like I'm not the one on the top. We been it before, you know what I did. I'm on my job, I'm doing my thing. I flex on you boys, I do it again. They said whatever, and I don't do talking, you used to score. I'm going in.
Got your money on, coming to kill, but you gotta put down a meal just to make a bill. Cause I'm never the underdog. Who you gonna believe? I got the proof, shouting the truth from the top of the roof. I got the receipts. Who you got your money on? Coming to kill, but you gotta put down a meal just to make a bill. Cause I'm never the underdog. Who you gonna believe? I got the proof, shouting the truth from the top of the roof. I got the receipts. Got your money on, coming to kill, but you gotta put down a meal just to make a bill. Cause I'm never the underdog. Who you gonna believe? I got the proof, shouting the truth from the top of the roof. I got the receipts. Who you got your money on? Coming to kill, but you gotta put down a meal just to make a bill. Cause I'm never the underdog. Who you gonna believe? I got the proof, shouting the truth from the top of the roof. I got the receipts.
Hey, get out the way, get out the way. Hey, get out the way, get out the way. I'm going in, I'm making plays. So get out the way, get out the way. Hey, get out the way, get out the way. Hey, get out the way, get out the way. I'm going in, I'm making plays. So get out the way,
Get out the way,
get out the way.
hey. I got the drive on lock. Place when I move top key, there ain't no defeat. There's ice in my veins and chasing my feet in the faith. For whoever sliding the pen, I had days when I ain't had nothing to give. I made ways for me and the team to come up. Gotta chase the glory before it appears. That's when the glory appears. Game time, hang time. Who been the plug of the power? Ayy, came with a charge in my alley. Ooh, charge it again like it's credit. Your team crowd need to edit. Yeah, I see face synthetic. Hold up, ooh, that's dead. Need a minute, need a plan to revive. Let's glitch, I press it. And they say what I say. They got like 20 moves and like 100 problems. I'm James with the step back, throw that shot up. I don't miss often. No look, I had to boss up, get the post up when it's OT. When I'm home team, need that gold ring where that way go on me.
Get out the way, get out the way. Hey, get out the way.
I cannot lose with the pen game. In my membrane, I'm a big chain, you a small dog. Let me kick game, cause I'm harder than Iron or Iron Man. I got those hammer I use when I spit it. Can't nobody tell me I'm lesser than Thanos when snapping. I'm strange, doc, I'm in the end game, in the rent pay. They know I had to learn to hustle in the 6th grade. Life is a lover of space, but never a time. She sends you that girl crazy. Better be with me, you're kinda for me. I can set this place up like a horror story. Ain't this rapping, ain't nothing I'm teaching with y'all in my classroom. It's a Montessori with your problem. My team only prepping for winning speeches, losing ain't an option. We got circumstances, know that some of us can't return empty-handed. We don't play the bargain if the whole team getting one shot, then it's time to get it, watch the news. I got little homies trying to win the game, cause he try to get his little brother some shoes. Hey, get out the way.
Get out the way. Hey, get out the way. Get out the way. I'm going in. I'm making plays. So get out the way. Get out the way. Hey, get out the way. Get out the way. Hey, get out the way. Get out the way. I'm going in. I'm making plays. So get out the way. Get out the way. Hey, get out the way. Y'all saw me down, but them numbers finna run up. Bet I win. Bet I win. Yeah, I'm on the come up. Y'all saw me down, but them numbers finna run up. Bet I win. Bet I win.
Bet I might put on my back, bet I'ma rack up my racks. Better go straight to the boo, better go hard to the max. Bet I'ma come with the knock, you scared to get off on my block. This can I might come at you loosely, I'm killing them sound like a Fuji. I'ma just have them like, oh my god, so hard they call up the cops. You cannot walk in my shoes, you cannot fill up my socks. You don't know half of the truth, you ain't got half of the plot. But telling us lies, but I'm surprised they mimicking all of that God. I'm so authentic, oh, society I call me a menace, whoa. But this is just the beginning. Oh, I was broke for the record, no Guinness. Whoa, y'all little suckers so strange to me. Y'all don't really wanna play games with me. Y'all lovers never been the same to me. They don't go win cause I came to eat. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I'm on the come up. Y'all saw me down, but them numbers finna run up. Bet I win. Bet I win. Yeah, I'm on the come up. Y'all saw me down, but them numbers finna run up. Bet I win. Bet I win. Ooh, yeah, I need my respect. I need every zero we agree to on my check. Ooh, nah, please don't tell me that. Please don't turn me in the dark night right off the bat. Ayy, 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 ayy. Young Bruce Wayne and Balmain. Why you so impressed? This designer not my calling. You got all them zeros, but you still don't feel you balling. I look in the mirror, I see winner, I'm not falling. Looking for me, you know I'm mad, you know I'm slack. I go to the max, look at my wall, trophies and flags. You want a nab, making me laugh. Ooh, I could get that all to you, and still won't make you feel like you ain't about to lose. Yeah, I'm on the come up. Y'all saw me down, but them numbers finna run up. Bet I win. Bet I win. Yeah, I'm on the come up. Y'all saw me down, but them numbers finna run up. Bet I win. Bet I win. Yeah, I'm on the come up. Y'all saw me down, but them.
Get is clean.
cannot ever be stopped. Put that on everything. You gon' remember the name, remember the date. Look at the gameplay, made it mine as a name change. Ain't a game that I can't save, only win-win, that's a landscape. I cannot be stopped, I'm like a savage. Shooting for your spot, I gotta have it. Hey, glory in my veins, I'm like an addict. See me Hall of Fame, I'm not your average. I'm on your neck, hey, give me respect. Hey, hey, I'm on your neck, give me respect. Hey, hey, I'm on your neck, hey, give me respect. Hey, hey, I'm on your neck, give me respect. Hey, hey, hey.
Yeah, the bag and put a meal up. Yeah, they gas me, don't need to fill up. Yeah, my Uncle Rich's Uncle Phil was. Yeah, they hate to love me, yeah, that's real love. Yeah, went to Buffalo to get my bills up. Yeah, when I'm gone they miss me like a free throw. Yeah, I've been wildin' since Ben Wallace. Yeah, I'm hard body, man, I've been solid. Yeah, winning ship, champagne poppin'. Yeah, I manifested, I've been body. Yeah, in the center of it like Theo Riley. Yeah, Shaq Diesel ballin' been a habit.
Been body, man, I've been body. 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 Been body, yeah, I've been body. Been body, man, I've been body. Been by that, man, I'm talking been. If I shoot my shot, then it's going in. Never fold, man, I never been. Been solid like O'Neal. Nail in the coffin, that's overkill. Might shoot the 3, I might windmill. Might walk him down like I'm Holyfield. On a new level, let's be for real. I'm about to max out a new deal. Working my wrist like I'm Shuttlesworth. Get it and shoot it like Lou Will. Snatch your heart, I know it hurts. I got the skills to pay the bill. Coach, I just caught a body. I really don't feel bad about it. I thought that I told you we bought it. I thought that I told you we bought it. I thought that I told you we bought it. I thought that I told you we bought it. Been body, man, I've been body. 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 Been body, yeah, I've been body. Been body, man, I've been body. Get it, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Ballin', ballin', yeah, I'm ballin', it's nothing, nothing. I do it often, I walk it like I talk it. You better guard me, I'm ballin', ballin', yeah, I'm ballin', 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 yeah, I'm ballin', it's nothing. I do it often, I walk it like I talk it. You better guard me, I'm ballin', 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 ballin' straight out the womb. Natural, it's true. Really got something to prove. I am a beast, so I holler at the moon. Doing what I gotta do. They try to stop it, I hit them with moves. If you go against my game, the only option is to lose. I would never ever lie, man. Swear to God, it's the truth. Pull up on you like a driveway. Let it fly from the roof. Really having it my way. This ain't really nothing new. One of a kind, they didn't make two. I got it all, they don't have a clue.
You really do have a crop of great North American teams. I think you can be very excited as an NA fan.
The confidence from TENS is elite.
Oh, man. Team on his back, baby! Bang will do it, the ace for 100 Thieves.
Tata
5 kills and ace. EU huge with the Red Bull clutch. Celsius wants all the smoke in the world.
Welcome to the NA VCT Stage 2 Open Qualifiers. We got quarters and semis today. Today, 2 teams will qualify for the Challenger Stage 2 main event. Super exciting stuff. I'm Jackie Jing, and I'm with a Evil Cat and Tanner. I was going to say an Evil Cat, and then I was like, no, it is a Evil Cat. Here. Gotta get it right. We don't do grammar here, no. But Mimi, I'm super excited to be working with you for the first time. Yay!
Yeah, it's going to be super exciting. You know, we're back at Challengers. Just got to see you off in Iceland. I guess we get a couple extra lands in there. Now back here for some prime NA gameplay.
Yeah, I am super jet lagged, but really excited to be with y'all. And Tanner, I'm always bothering you in Discord. Thank you for always being so friendly and kind to me. Really excited to be working with you again, too.
Yeah, of course. Like Mimi said, awesome to kind of see you really get to, I feel like the first time we worked together was your debut, and now it's just onward and upward from here. And, you know, that's part of the gig, right? We always got to be picking each other's brains to make sure that we can deliver the best content.
You know, I love this community. Y'all are great. Sending you lots of love, but really hyped for day 3. So cannot wait to dive into that. But let's talk about yesterday's action. I'm not going to lie, y'all. It was some wild, bizarre matches. Mimi, which one stuck out to you?
I think Sentinels versus Crew was the one that was definitely sticking out, because I think a lot of people expected Sentinels. Oh, it's the big guys in town. They should stomp a little team like a Crew, especially considering they just yoinked a player from a Crew. But a Crew has some really prime NA talent, and they put up an impeccable fight. I think that Sentinels letting split through that map ban pool was a pretty questionable choice, and then they bring out a composition that double duelist. Sentinels is always a team that will sometimes just disrespect the meta, play into their own advantages, and that can work for them. That can also work against them, and while they did come out on top, proving their supremacy in that one, a Crew, I mean, these newer teams, these tier 2 teams, they're here to play.
Tanner, I mean, TSM versus 100 Thieves. It was really weird. Yeah. Those 2 matches, it was a roller coaster ride. We saw stompings and then barn burners, but that one in particular was very, very, very wild to me.
Yeah, I feel like outside of the Sentinels, the Crew, that kind of feels like the only one that's, I don't want to say notable to talk about, but everything that went as expected for the most part. Then we get to 100 Thieves TSM, and now we're getting this new look at TSM, new look at 100 Thieves. And the one thing that stood out to me is 100 Thieves, they shored up their split. It's a map that they love to pick, and hey, they looked great on it. But obviously, as you get a little bit deeper, you know, Breeze, it didn't quite go their way. They got a little bit of karma on that one.
Yeah, well, yesterday was a ton of fun, but let's start talking about today. And Mimi, talk to me about the schedule.
Yeah, so we kind of got through our single elimination phase of the format. Now we're into the double elim. Everyone that made it through to the round of 32 now has 2 chances. You can lose one, still be within the tournament, but this is where competition gets really tight, right? Because we've already worked our way through the round of 32, round of 16. Now we have our qualifying matches. Some of these teams in the upper bracket, they still have a shot, right? If they do lose on out, but you'd love to be able to work your way through the upper bracket. 2 matches would be all it takes for some of our teams here.
And Tanner, obviously we are really excited for this upper quarterfinal version 1 versus Evil Geniuses, but we're streaming some other great matches today too.
Yes, we're basically, it's kind of a blast from the past, except for that Nerd Street D. But as you work your way down the list, you're kind of looking at what we saw in the round robins and or playoffs from stage 1. A lot of the same names making it the same amount of distance, and you just have that much more to go. I think notable, though, for that very last one, Gen G and Sonics, is that's the lower bracket that's being streamed over there. So somebody's going home in that matchup.
Yeah, Knights versus NRG as well. Those are 2 teams that were both within our main event last time. They're going to be facing very early in towards this qualification. Both teams making some changes, trying to find their place to hopefully make a slot back on in. Will definitely be an exciting one to see who survives in that upper bracket.
Yeah, excited to check in on those other matches, but we're covering a very specific match and we're going to jump right into it. So, version 1 versus Evil Geniuses. So, let's talk about Evil Geniuses first. No one has taken a map off of Evil Geniuses yet. They're storming through the qualifier. Just one close map with Dark Zero that went 15-13 on Breeze. Mimi, Calm is now in the IGL role. We were talking earlier, this is really going to be a test of his leadership today.
Yeah, it really is going to be. Evil Geniuses, obviously, they made it into the main event in towards Stage 1 and then had a pretty rough go of things, losing out on the majority of their matches there, falling out pretty early on. So the organization decides to make a change, and their choice is to put someone new in towards that leadership role. Calm, he was previously playing with a crew, that crew squad that's not the current one we're seeing, but it's the one that went absolutely insane in the offseason before Stage 1. I think like a 22-map win streak throughout a lot of the Tier 2 tournaments, playing some really respectable opponents. His leadership pushed that team into their position, into the forefront of Tier 2. Now he has an opportunity on a squad with some really high quality, just individual players, with players that have already been working together in a group in that core of Jaw, Reformed, and Boostio. And then you're also bringing Apoth, another NA talent, coming up from, I believe, previously playing with the Renegades, now an opportunity here on EG.
Yeah, and with this Evil Geniuses squad, although they haven't been tested, this is going to be their first real test being undefeated thus far. But they've had some pretty interesting changes to where everybody's playing on this roster, and they're making it work. I think that speaks volumes, and we'll get to see it if they can do it against version 1.
Yeah, I want to talk about version 1 a little bit more. So they had a really strong Stage 1. They had a 21-map winning streak at one point, but playoffs did not go great for them, to say the least. Tanner, they're really determined to make their mark to Stage 2, though.
Yeah, they have to, I feel. They are widely considered to be one of the top teams, if not, maybe say top 3, top 4 pretty consistently. And like you said, they're winning all the way throughout. They get upset against LG in the playoffs, and it just looks so uncharacteristic. And although they've got this one little change that's kind of squeezed its way on through to this roster, I think the fans out there, Valorant fans alone, not even necessarily version 1 fans, need to see an absolute stomping. They need to return to Stage 1, version 1 here in Stage 2.
In version 1, they were a meta setter throughout Stage 1 here. They were one of the teams that was the very first to introduce themselves into those triple flash compositions, moving away from Sova. It's something that practically everyone in North America is doing. They were early adopters of the Breach. I put them up there with Cloud9 in 2 of what could have been our best teams in North America, but of course, that panned out. OpTic and Guard making their way through instead. Now version 1 have to prove that it was not a fluke, or excuse me, that it was a fluke, that they bombed out of the playoffs, that form that they showed in the groups is the version 1 that we should expect. But there's an extra kind of issue in that they've lost out on Whippy. Whippy was probably one of the players I would consider to be a top-level Sentinel, if not one of the best Sentinels that we have here in North America. He was playing the Chamber, he was playing the Killjoy. Now, unfortunately, I believe just due to some visa issues, he can't play here for the qualifiers of Stage 1. So, a big name in North American Valorant, Wardell, is stepping into the picture. But I think, well, it's proof for V1 to show us something new. It's also proof for Wardell, because he was on that TSM squad for so long. Constant roster changes. The team was built around him, and they never really found success. Now that he's a free agent, now that he's moved away from that TSM squad, he has to prove to us that he was not the issue on TSM, that he can live up to the name that he holds, because we know that this guy's a ridiculous individual player. But how can he succeed in a team that wasn't built from the ground up around his playstyle?
Yeah, and it's a little interesting, right? Because Whippy, like you said, an incredible Sentinel player through and through, top to bottom, playing just about everything. Wardell has been playing Sentinel, but it's kind of just been Chamber only, Sage on some of these maps. So it's not, although it seems like a 1-for-1, it's not necessarily a 1-for-1. And I think now they're having to try and find ways to make sure that they can help Wardell feel as comfortable as possible, which could be something that EG takes advantage of.
Okay, Mimi, Tanner, we are ready to move into the map selection process. We are putting that information up on the screen very quickly. So what are we expecting? Mimi, you go first.
Sure, so taking a look at the bans here, V1, get rid of Split. That's been a map that they're pretty uncomfortable with playing consistently, and EG will get rid of Icebox. Neither of these super surprising whatsoever. EG will elect to float that Fracture all the way deeper in towards the pool, which will actually be picked by V1. That's interesting, because in previous stages, we would know EG to sometimes ban away that map in Fracture, and we knew V1 to be one of the best possible teams on that map. I think that's also one of those maps where you can work really well to integrate that Chamber of Wardell in 1-for-1, because if my memory serves, it was Whippy playing that role and playing a similar aggressive style on that map. Bind, however, the first one that we'll be heading to, this is one that version 1 has kind of had some back and forth success with. As of late, they've been running kind of a weird double duelist comp flashless. It's never a composition that I've been a fan of, and it feels kind of dissident to the style of them constantly adopting that Breach, but they have faith. They're trying to enable their individuals, setting these duelists up for success and hoping for the best on a map that has been pretty solid for EG thus far.
Tanner, what are you thinking about the map bans and picks?
I kind of basically Mimi does my job for me. Mimi's just so darn good at just spitting out. She does it to perfection. It's clear, it's concise. I think I will say for Evil Geniuses, they have to get the leg up here because Fracture historically has been great for version 1. And then we just saw Ascent yesterday against Complexity, and that was after a rough Haven. The next 2 maps for version 1 were statement maps. I think 13-4, 13-6, and Ascent was one of them.
Okay, so for the rest of the day, Tanner's just going to be like, yeah, so what Mimi said.
Ditto. That's all. That's my analysis.
Oh, man. Okay, Mimi, Tanner, fantastic pre-show so far. We do have more ahead of us, though, but we're going to take a quick break. So everyone watching at home, do not go anywhere. We'll be back in a flash.
I've been going hard in the paint. I've been in the gym every day. Whole lot of wins on the way. Bossed up, feeling like I can't lose. Pulling up and I don't hesitate. Gotta make a move, make a play. We don't fall off, levitate. Bossed up, feeling like I can't lose.
I can't lose. Higher power, make sure that couldn't happen. Flashing the way I flick the wrist, you think I broke it on the basket. Ask them, they'll tell you I sent that boy home on a mattress.
Hello. Welcome back, everybody. It's Jackie, Mimi, and Tanner, everyone, and we are super excited for the day ahead of us. Cannot wait to get into this series, but, we got to talk about the pressure being on. Obviously, these teams, they do not want to drop down into the lower bracket. That is just such a difficult path, Tanner.
Yeah, and this series, although the qualification isn't on the line right here, just gets you one step closer, right? It gets you away from playing that extra series down in the lowers. And you talked about pressure. I feel in this matchup specifically, Evil Geniuses should have very little pressure, I think, measured to what version 1 is going to be feeling as a whole. This team has so much to do, and they've always kind of been run through the ringer with Whippy being out, Jammy's being in, now Wardell being in, whatever it may be. They have so much to prove, and Evil Geniuses, I mean, I feel like a lot of people weren't expecting them to do what they did in Stage 1. It's probably that same sentiment as we're moving on forward, so I think they can play with I don't know, I guess just open minds. They can sit back and they don't have to be as stressed. They don't have to be this little ball of stress. They can, loosen up the shoulders a bit.
They might be feeling loose, but I think I think there's an added element of stress. And in that, how do you prep for a team in version 1 that has played very little with their new player into the mix in Wardell? They could have completely changed setups. It's been quite a while considering how early V1 dropped out of the playoffs. They have had a couple months here, or just over a month, to be able to prepare, to be able to figure out what their new compositions are going to be looking like, if they're going to pivot any of these agents. And I think that Bind is a prime example. I talked before the break that previously they were running this double duelist setup. I expect them to change that. I'd expect Wardell to pick up the chamber. Tanner, you were talking about maybe he'll switch on over to that Sage. I mean, there are lots of options in what they could do with this composition, and I'm afraid for Evil Geniuses, while this map has been stellar for them in this new form with these new players coming into the mix, are they going to be ready for V1, who very well could have a curveball to throw out here?
Tanner, talk to me about the mindsets for both of these teams right now. I mean, we are in the Open Qualifiers. There's obviously got to be nerves.
Oh, absolutely. I think the nerves that you're feeling in this one are amplified because winning in this first qualifier means so much, right? You make your way through, you're 4 of 8 that have now qualified, and you have an extra couple weeks to not only work out or iron out the wrinkles that you had in this open qualifier as a team, but then start to get ready for what's next, right? That big patch 4.8 or 08 rather, with the jet changes, the Sova changes, Fade being there. Once we get towards that main event, that stuff is going to be on the table. It's going to be on the plate in front of these players. And you lose here, you don't have a whole lot of time to scrim things up on the newest patch, because you still have to make sure that things are prim and proper for next week, which is going to be on this older patch.
Okay, and I believe that we are ready to move into our agent select. We're going to get that information up on the screens. Mimi, any compositions that you're anticipating right now?
Wardell, where is he going? Chamber or Sage? Those would be my expectations and where he's switching. And early on, we'll start pretty much the same of what we'd expect. Xander going into that Brimstone. Effie's on the Breach. That's a change, and this is a bigger one as well. They're moving far away from that double duelist composition. They're pulling out that double flash comp that I was talking about, was something that version 1 pioneered last stage, and Wardell will be locking in the Chamber. This is pretty much what I expected. It's notable that Zelsis is that one playing into the Raze. He'll normally be that Raze player. Penny oftentimes their duelist on the Jet, but he flexes on over to the Initiator on this map. On the other side, for EG, they're pretty much sticking to their gun standard.
Yeah, it's exactly what we know from this double controller setup, and Calm is a problem. They have to find a way. It's probably going to be the trademark every single time, but if at the start of every single round, Calm is throwing that same setup out towards the A site, and he is constantly going to be pressuring that. If you give up too much to Calm, you're quickly going to be in your rotation, sure, back towards the A site when EG are looking to hit it, but Calm's already going to have that U-Haul control. He's going to be stopping those players from rotating from that defender-sided spawn. So you have to find a way to mitigate this Viper that is anything but a snake and really does become a rat here on this map.
Okay, well, our teams are ready to go. Tanner and Mimi, take it away. Version 1 versus Evil Geniuses.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Jackie. Super excited to hop into this one. For version 1 and EG, two teams that we had in towards our main event for stage 1, two teams with big expectations. And I think especially for Wardell, sure, oftentimes when you're a substitute coming in, the expectations are low. But this guy has a name. He has a brand. People expect a lot out of him. He's playing his signature role. I'm excited to see what he can get done.
Yeah, I mean, I think you painted that picture perfectly. The weight that's on Wardell's shoulders added into the weight that's on version 1 shoulders, and well, we all get to see it culminate here in map number 1, the pick of Evil Geniuses. So they'll be starting on the attacking side with pistols in hands, and you already see it Calm with that Viper setup.
Yeah, look at the side of Showers over on A here. This double initiator setup. They're going to try and go quickly, claim this space. EG is also looking to contest, but it's kind of a delay setup. Wait for contact on that Raze. Stun. Zelsis can use his nade to zone and then push forward. However, Evil Geniuses, it doesn't look like they want to test the setup. Instead, they'll head out towards B. That's where Wardell is, but instantly shut on down. Great shots by Boostio with still a minute 20 on the clock and a man advantage. EG has options abound.
Yep, options abound, and the one directly in front of them, that in the B side, it's open for business if they're going to do their due diligence to clear that one out as Calm. Calm does the Calm thing. He creeps all the way up, and we'll see how much space this flank can actually take away and how much value it actually gets as he gets past the trademark, thanks to Wardell being already taken down. The Trailblazer now looking to open up the site. Nobody here quite yet for Boostio, but just around the corner and elbow, 2 players waiting.
And look at that setup. The lurk wall just covers the trademark that version 1 is normally placing there. So they have no idea that Calm is that deep because that smoke did cover a piece of utility. Calm, however, doesn't want the surprise. Instead, he just wants to buy time. Pops down the molly, retreats. This is the safer play when you have the man advantage already. They can get this plant on down, play in the post. However, the issue is version 1 plentiful utility off that double initiator.
Do have heaps of utility. FB's still full. Going to be armorless. And, well, Xander, unfortunately, not going to find his way into the fight. He's taken down early. And Evil Geniuses nearly making this one a clean sweep. But it's Penny and Zelsis to finally answer back with the Ghost and the Paint Shells. And we find ourselves even here in the pistol as Apoth plays just atop the box out towards short. They're trying to play the high-low. Apoth going to trade it out. Penny has his back turn. Was expecting a player up towards heaven. But instead, Apoth, now with 75 HP, spots the shoulder of the Sky, and Penny gonna look to play around the spike, and the shots will land. It's a huge round for Penny.
That is massive to find a 4K for this man. Let's think, first of all, how that started for Evil Geniuses. Everything was working. You take down Wardell over towards B long. So much space to play with. V1 is completely faked on out. A lurkin towards A. They had all the space. They had everything working for them. But version 1 turn around, and they use the power of these 2 flash agents to turn the tide completely. The discipline to not use utility early there, even after losing Wardell for V1, is so good, because then they have a stun. Combo that up with a nade in towards U-Haul. You can take down Com off of that. The aftershock to clear out Reformed, and Penny got a little lost in the sauce for a moment in a 1v1. He was just feeling it.
That's one that Apoth absolutely wishing he could have back there, was shooting at Penny with his back turned, and even with that spike plant, a couple of kills going the way of Evil Geniuses. They're going to hang on to what they have in way of economy. So we see armorless on the majority. Boostio, the only one. Repurchase some of those light shields. We'll see what he can get done with the trusty Headhunter when he's going to have to wait for the stun to subside. Xander down some Sky Smokes, just trying to delay. Showers controller, Showers contention seems to be out of the name of the game, and a nice teleport to get away. Meanwhile, out towards B-Long, Wardell starting to do Wardell thing.
So my biggest question coming into this series for version 1 was, how are they setting up Wardell? And the early indications seem like they are giving him quite a bit of freedom. He's playing that position over towards B, and he's set up in a similar style to how he played on TSM. Walking up a lot, using that rendezvous, taking those risks. He's a confident player, and he's a skilled player, so is able to do that. On top of getting that kills, he also placed a trademark towards Long, which gives information, but now things go a little astray. Com takes down Penny unsuspecting. A site is open, and the Classics might even find more. Celsius has been caught. Effie's needs to do something big here. He's trying to stand, and with no ammo left, he can't deliver another. 2v2 though, and the weapon's still in hand for V1.
A Sheriff and a Spectre to work with here as that spike gets planted. This Marshall going to be all that Wardell needs. Instead, it's Xander to swing the corner and take down the Brimstone, standing atop the spike. And now Com, who really opened things up, creeping all the way up into U-Haul. He went unspotted. And he found a kill with the Classic. He's got the Spectre in hand, and they're wary of where this Viper might be playing. No util available, so Com is going to have to take the fights. He's healthy in way of HP. The armor, that is a miss, and it's a tap on the spike. Now he's going to look to peek. Xander actually walking away for a second. Wardell comes off. Things get a little dicey, but the defuse scooped up in version 1 with the round.
Another very risky round there by V1. Credit to Com for being able to consistently find these lurks. It feels so obvious because every Viper has been doing this for like the last 900 years. Throw down the lurk wall, lurking towards U-Haul. Still finds value though. There wasn't a trademark place this time, and it was just kind of a matter of timing. Wardell had made contact over towards B. That pulls Penny off his face, and he's just not quite ready on that angle. Still, Evie's finding these kills on the site, keeping things even, and crucially buying time for the remaining 2 members of version 1, meant that they stayed alive in that round. However, they're taking a risk in this one, reinvesting. They lose here, the money's going to be in a pretty tight spot.
Launching smoke.
A few members down to 0 or just about 0s and want to get aggressive out towards B-Long. Orb assumed. Penny will now have the Seekers online and one more flash to play with, but it's Boostio on the opposite end. When do we see the Operator come online for this guy? Pay attention to see if it happens on the attacking side. And this is one of the changes, right? Boostio to Sentinel, but it's Chamber, so it's not really a Sentinel. Giacomo rocking the Duelist now for the squad as we get him here. Paint shells into Hookah, and nothing else to be had.
Nice spam there onto Effie. He's knocked down to 12 HP, but that damage is still unconfirmed. Do EG want to commit this? With another Sky Smoke placed, 20 more seconds of delay towards Long. They're probably just going to be forced to wait here. Composition for V1 has so much delay, and that's built around Wardell's utility and Xander's utility. Notice what Penny and Effie's have left. Both of them still have 2 flashes. Effie still has his stun available. Like, in towards the late round, version 1 is keeping EG accountable. They'll be able to retake no matter how much time they buy. And talk of time, we're down to 30 seconds. This probably has to just be a straight-up hit towards B.
Even if you teleport, there's still resistance on the opposite side of the map on that A side. As Penny to find the first. Giacomo down, flashes out of the Sky Smoke. Penny on the swing, but it's Boostio and Reformed to open up the site. But there's one more waiting inside the tube. Effie's going to be taken down. And Wardell, he pushes through the halls. He falls as well. And you said this round was so important for version 1 as they reinvested into it. And now it's all up to Celsius, and he's got nothing. Boostio goes huge with 3.
Oh no, version 1. I feel like they had the setup at a macro level. They played that round in a really good way, buying so much delay, had the read that it was going to be a hit over towards B, but Penny's flashes, he pops him a little too close in, so there was a player tucked there towards the cubby that was never blinded and finds the punish onto both him and Xander across the way. When this crossfire was dismantled and Boostio was going, it felt at that point the round was all but unwinnable for version 1, and like you said, Tanner, they forced into that. They took the risk. Now they're going to be punished. Sure, it was a great start for V1, but their money is going to find itself in a pretty weird spot here. However, they're aiming to get Wardell his tour de force online. EG realizes that. They send Jaw to try and shut it on down, but Wardell just better. And hey, he doesn't need the orb anymore. Got a kill, has the tour de force.
Able to get back away from safety out towards B long, get healed up, and that's basically the position that they wanted to be in, minus a kill, and well, they're there with one player the lead. So now a lot of weight on Wardell's shoulders here in this round, unless that trusty Stinger and Sheriff combo can get a whole lot done for Zelsis and Xander. Meanwhile, Evil Geniuses creeping their way up a short. Sheriff backside for Xander. Golden Showers just going to play that triple box for now, and here come the strength in numbers. They're rotating everybody on over, but the Sky Smokes still cut the vision. Wardell's going to have to go aggressive through the smoke. Delayed for just a second as the Aftershock goes out and over the top. The paint shells to follow, and the util's been used. The teleporter, it's available, and there's still 50 seconds.
We have time here. They just want to try to down out as much utility as possible, but Wardell has an angle, finds a shot onto Comp.
This feels like, okay, guys, the only weapon that they might have is right here on this site. Maybe we want to go elsewhere, as Wardell will find another. Xander going to hop into the kill feed, and it's a thrifty round for version 1.
But it's like also a Prime Gaming Floss at the same time. No one died in that one. How does no one die? They fight out towards long. The goal there was to get Wardell the tour de force, and that was red. EG sent a force. They flash forward, blast pack. They try and bait the timing. They play that right, but Wardell just decimates them. And with that tour de force online, I mean, whew, that was a very tough one to be losing for EG. They have a built-up loss fund, so they'll still be able to purchase into the round, but that never should have been version 1's.
No, that shouldn't, and that's, I mean, 2 rounds, you look back on them and say, this is a round that we wish we had back, right? That pistol round for Apoth, not able to close out the kill onto Penny. That one there, we're quite honestly looking at a different game, but this is what we have for us. Orbital Strike queued up. This is the bomb bot. It'll clear things out towards mid, but there was already some inkling they're looking to play this way, and I'm wondering at what point, although it's a little different now that we're pressuring towards Hookah for Evil Geniuses and not necessarily towards Long, but at what point does it change up? Because the game plan has been, hey, Calm, what can you get done at A? If anything, we go A. If not, we look to hit B, and version 1 are playing that perfectly.
And these same setups are looking so good. They have the fault line to stun down Long, wait for that breach, or the Brim Smoke, excuse me, to come on up. Wardell gets in, gets out. Now he has more information as well. That trademark was plopped on down. Another one of these rounds where EG is running it close on the time, but Wardell swings dry, loses out to Boost Steal. This will pull rotations towards B, but it was all part of a fake. EG they double back in towards this A site, but have they waited too long? Xander back on the scene, but denied.
Finally, a couple of big kills going the way of Evil Geniuses, but they just have to try and hold the site down now. With 3v5s, that spike will be planted. Boostio still tour de force in hand as Calm playing the long con, headed all the way around. All 3 defenders coming from the top side of the map and make it 2 defenders. Jogmo finds a second kill on the round. It's Penny to fall to paint shells. Buy some space, buy some time, and this is looking pretty unwinnable, and Jogmo is trying to be that tool that makes it so.
Yeah, if he's will just want to fall back in this one. 3K in the bank account, so money, but not too much to spare. He'll have his ult up into the next round if he can play for an orb at some point, so staying alive, a pretty good reward. EG, though, well done to fake that on out. I was getting a little antsy because of how close they were playing that time. However, they realized that the primary source of information for V1 towards Long is just the peaks from Wardell. Sure, there's utility to set him up, but if you can catch the timing right, be closer than he expects, you can take him on down, take that as a pivot over towards the A site. Solid mid-rounding. Good to see that out of the new IGL for Evil Geniuses.
Now with that, I would imagine the information that we've garnered from watching that round, version 1 have that same idea from playing that round, and I'm wondering how much it changes up. Wardell now has the operator in hand as they look to just play safe, not give anything over to Evil Geniuses, and look to play off that util that he has been using here out towards the B site. Yeah, that is true.
It's Wardell. I mean, we expect this guy to just, like, on TSM, his strategy was literally just take a walk with the operator every round and see what he can get done. And in this one, he's up top and off angle, train towards short. This is the right spot, but Reformed should flash him off the line. Moves around, doesn't quite get the shot. Still, no punishment as he falls away. And Xander still holding towards Showers. If Xander can hold on to this space, that could be huge. The showstopper, though, trades onto Wardell. And Xander, now he's pinched in a bit of trouble here.
He's got some time, although the Incendiary seems to have just subsided, and Boostio, well, he's welcoming inside. The Sky Smoke will take Xander down in one. Spike planted out towards this side. This time, though, the defenders, they're here, and they're here fast. Celsius to be first on the take, takes down Revolt. It's done there, and after flash on the dead, Johnny's alive. FaZe continues to try and fight for the squad as he trades out the kill, and inside showers, Boostio falls, and it's all up to Calm. The Rolling Thunder, he has to send the snake bite early. He doesn't get tagged up on this. Are they ready for the fight? No, they're not. FaZe falls. Penny has to do it again, and his HP's looking just about the same. The clock is ticking as Calm will jump atop the box. The flash goes behind it. It flashes Penny, and he still gets the kill.
That's ridiculous. Same circumstance. Penny does it again. Calm thought he had that round in the bag. Held on tight. Lineups available to Rolling Thunder. It missed. Everything was working there for Calm. But in the 1v1, he doesn't win it. And Penny, 7 and 3. I mean, I think that we kind of forgot about Penny a lot. Like ahead of stage 1, so many people forgot about him. The very first Iceland tournament, this guy was absolutely nuts, and he showed back to that form when we got in towards stage 1. Now in the qualifiers, he's keeping that up, and he's even flexing onto different roles. He doesn't just have to be playing the Jet. He'll perform just as well on the Sky and win things out for V1.
And I think that Sky pick is the reason why people forget, or at the very least, we don't talk too much about it, because we're not expecting a whole lot, right? Hey, you're our Jet duelist. Go crazy. Sky has so much util to play with, so much to work with, and Penny is doing it absolutely beautifully. As this time, early information. Rendezvous for Boostio, though, so it's only going to be 3 remaining out towards B long. It's discontinuous. Guiding Light for Guiding Light. Trailblazer used, fault line going out. Now the boom bot's traded, so heaps of util used out towards the B side in just over a minute here on round 7. And version 1, they're getting antsy. Celsius wants to get aggressive, but he runs right into Boostio, and it doesn't go Celsius' way. Now the 2 players on the site, the Seekers online, running them down. Nice flash. Trying to slow things down. Orbital striking to force Boostio to hop on out, and there's no way out from that one. A flash to sneak away. And Penny, I almost said he survives, but does he? Barely 25 HP as he walks away, but everybody corralled in halls.
Yeah, that they are, but still, look at the utility left. Effie's has a stun, Xander's has a molly to zone. However, the ult has come out there going quickly in this one. Wardell, though, finds a shot. That pit's still up, and that could be the pivotal change in this round. Jaw, well, the Seekers were going for him. He's hidden in this corner. Does he get cleared? Absolutely not. Jaw, he grabs 2. Now it's just Wardell left alone. It's an operator going into a pit. That's a practically unwinnable situation, and Wardell, he'll soon realize, falls back in this one and concedes a 3rd to Evil Geniuses.
Oh boy, they start to shore it up. Evil Geniuses letting the small things get away from them to lose the rounds. We saw one previously. We saw one in the pistol. And whoop, do they give this one up? Okay, knives out. Nice classic shots there from Jagomo. 3 kills on the round once more. Working towards that showstopper, which we saw a huge tool in taking sites a couple of rounds prior. Yeah, now it's starting to, I feel, comfortability. Now we're seeing Evil Geniuses feel a bit more comfortable on this map and taking that space. I would even say in fighting for that space and not necessarily waiting for version 1 to do too much in way of giving it to them. We saw so much out towards long, and version 1 refused to give that up again. This time it's in towards Hookah, and Evil Geniuses are there to receive.
Amy, though, will immediately call for the tactical pause on V1. They're realizing that some of these rounds they probably shouldn't are slipping away. They can steal rounds, but so too can Evil Geniuses. And in that one, I mean, the main setup was just the punishment on the aggression. V1 has all this utility, but we've still seen a few moments where individuals are walking up, maybe not fully supported. Celsius was alone in towards Hookah. We saw that round where Wardell was completely alone, swinging out towards long, maybe just pumping the brakes here, slowing down a little bit, trying to build more of a reliance on towards that operator of Wardell. I think is actually a really good call, because once you have that op up, you have a tertiary piece of information on top of your phase checks and on top of Penny's birds. So if you can just have Wardell locking things down towards long, making himself a nuisance with that big weapon, then maybe you can find yourself in a bit better places. The money in this round, though, will not quite allow it. They're giving Wardell a hero rifle. Do they commit to that play? It would be a really interesting choice, but I wouldn't hate it because he will have, or at least will likely have, that Tour de Force in towards the next round. However, he elects against it. Too high risk a play.
Yeah, one thing that I really enjoy seeing, and you mentioned it there, right?
Pushing it short. Wait for this aggression.
Uh-oh. Ooh, it's getting crazy. They're ready for it, though. They're expecting something off the back end of a timeout, and, well, they're getting everything that they could hope for. Giacomo, the only one to fall. Nice flash, gets just about everybody, but eventually Penny falls. He can't weasel his way out of this one. And Wardell, well, previously he would have had a hero rifle. This time, only going to have that shorty. after code. Damage now the name of the game, and I want to give a little love out there, field goal kickers and who might be in the chat, and the holders who might be in the chat, because that's kind of how I see these duelist and flex roles being, right? The flex role, that's your holder, and your duelist, that's your field goal kicker, right? You need your holder to really make things happen. You need it to be perfect, and Zels is walking up like that. There's nobody to support him. There's no flash behind it. There's no anything. He's just trying to kind of ego that space, and Evil Genius have now shown that they're going to punish that.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. I love football. I understood all of those references and
love
felt
football.
Really attuned to that one. Wardell, though, he will be shut down in this one. Not getting anything done. Can't think of a comparison to football. We move on. We go next. And so, too, will Version.
Touchdown.
Yeah. Wardell did save up for the off, though. So, all good. The weapon that was aforementioned will be available to him, and he'll have one in the next round as well, even if he does die with that weapon, as the Tour de Force is just around the corner. Celsius has Showstopper. Do they want to do something funny with that? Do they want to do something special with that? He's holding close in towards a short. This is a change from his normal position in towards Hookah, but I imagine they'll stay passive. Wait for the reaction off of that piece of utility. Maybe try and punish Calm if he goes for another one of those lurks, as he is set up for that yet again. However, that op is going to be reposted towards long. Birds are traded, but Wardell, post on the angle. Can Boostio win this? It would be such a good way to get things going. Wardell holding close. This duel could decide the round.
I mean, the jump peek, it was just so pretty, but it didn't matter. Wardell goes back to the angle, and Boostio falls. Giacomo trying to help his teammate out, and there's just nothing there for him.
Does he go through the smoke? This man is a psychopath. Okay, yeah, that's the punishment that should come on through. Wardell biting off more than he can chew, right into that push on the smoke. So we return 4v4, but look, this whole setup, they were waiting for Calm. They have the read that this man will eventually lurk in through short. He has been here practically every round. However, I'm not giving anything away just yet. Instead, EG reassessing. They still want to head their way towards B.
And there's always that. Cannot give up that defense just yet. Here comes the showstopper on the opposite side. It's Giacomo to find the first, but Xander battles back for one, a 2-for-1 on the B site, and the teleports. Oh, they're about to be received. They're not quite clearing the angle to do some damage. Fortunately, FB's gonna keep holding the 6. We get a showstopper in response on the site. Nothing to be had. A bit of damage inside 2. Reformed kind of in a tight spot. Giacomo spot noted as well. And Reformed now needs to battle back. They're low HP. But EG, they're no HP. And it's version 1 to reclaim a lead.
Version 1, what a round to hold on there. Wardell starts really strong, gets that pick out towards long, but then gets greedy. Bites off a little bit more than expected. Dies in that one. However, the reaction from V1 is really good. They stay strong, holding towards A. They don't fall off that play. They don't give space for another one of Calm's lurks. And then it's just kind of about staggering. Xander sacrifices his life to buy time and buy opportunity to force these players to stay on site for EG. To make that showstopper find even more value in way of the zoning. Well played in that 2 versus 2, but they haven't crippled EG's economy just yet. They still have money left in the bank, so they'll have another round here, another attempt, and they have some big ultimates to work with. The Seekers, especially for Reform, could be big, considering Evil Geniuses has been so hard set on playing these mid-rounds, on just trying to fight Wardell early on, and mid-rounding off of the result of that fight.
Oh, okay, never mind. I had a point here to make, but Wardell immediately silenced from the op in the last round of the Tour de Force. Here in this one, quickly, Giacomo going to take the site. Way of last pack incendiary. This time you can't push through it. I mean, we've seen some sloppy incendiaries, but for now it'll keep the defense at bay as that spike gets planted 4 alive on the defense, and they're all inside the halls. Meanwhile, the post plant, where the setup's going, right? Look at Calm. He's backing all the way away. He's probably got himself a nice little lineup for this one.
Yeah, that he does. Sun is already out, though, and this aftershock could be big. Their support, however, FE's claiming 2 to start the retake.
The aftershock kill is absolutely huge. The Rolling Thunder coming on through, and FB's, I mean, it's really taking the matters into his own hands. He's doing it all himself. He gets a kill. He tosses a util. He stuns the team before they take the site. He Rolling Thunders, gets a third. What can't FB's do?
He does it all, man. And I mean, it's not just him, it's the combination with Penny. Effie throws out the tsunami. You think you're running to higher ground if you're EG, but look who's there. A sniper holding the line. Penny had the operator trained on the angle that entire time and shuts it on down. EG, they thought they had the play. They thought, hey, kill Wardell, we win. Great idea, right? The force swing towards long was incredibly effective, but yet again, version 1, the double initiator comp in these retakes continues to save them.
Oh, man. Everybody really showing their true colors on this version 1 squad, from Wardell going down nice and early to Penny showing, hey, I'm a jet opera, I can do it here, to Effie showing why you bring that breach in. Although KO has also been making its way into the mix, we're seeing a lot more breach on a wide variety of maps. I think the other day we saw breach on Ascent versus KO on Ascent. And,
yeah.
Well, you're starting to see why. So everything, it's full circle for the side of version 1 as Evil Geniuses take their time out and look to go back to it. Seekers used in the round previous from Reformed. They still have the Tour de Force on a line for Boostio. And credits A-OK to buy around, it looks like, for everybody. 2 rounds from heading into that halftime break. Napoth close to the orbital strike as well. I'm wondering where that investment goes here for the Brimstone if they try and fight for one of these orbs. Or I guess
so
the orb
long.
out towards showers.
Yeah, it's been so long since we've seen a fight over towards showers, but now they will commit to it. No one from version 1 holding. As long as they have that long control and can lock down one side of the teleporter, they're actually really comfortable conceding this space, because when you have long control, the retake is incredibly potent. You have someone hold space outside of showers on the site, you can TP through, you can flank it. It's a really effective setup, and you see even there, Evil Geniuses is afraid of it. A player was holding for the TP. They're waiting for something funky to happen, and now that might just happen. The dog is coming down B long. That'll clear so much space. Version 1 should soon realize that this is bound to be a hit towards A, and you see the rotations coming. 2 players on their way. Is EG fast enough to circumvent this, or do they just cancel?
Still a minute on the clock, and well, positions revealed. Seekers from Penny going to show where this attack is headed. Orbital strike now. We'll see where this one.
Look at this, the Viper is over there, just able to destroy those Seekers. So now that might pull a rotation back, but does EG go too quickly in this one? The utility already punishing.
Yeah, the trap play was set up so perfect. We saw them setting up for this for so long. Finally, they get a bit of that value. This orbital strike, it gets a whole lot of nothing. It opened up some space, but a space that V1 had already taken. Now Boostio will make his way onto the site, but through the smoke he falls, and Xander gets payback inside the sky smoke. But now we find ourselves in the 1v1 once more. It's Calm, it's Penny. Penny has been good 2 out of 2 in situations like this, but he's not looking the right way this time around, and it's Calm to take it.
Nice work to Calm there. Finally a round that EG is able to win on out when it comes down to these close situations. And I think the way that round got going was off of Calm's denial of information. You saw the Seekers heading on out from that B site. He broke all 3 of them. And version 1, for just a moment there, they second-guessed themselves. It looked like they were starting to send a player back over towards that site because they expected more players off that Seeker positioning. However, they waited. They stayed on the site. They held down to fight. It was a valiant effort from players like FaZe. However, Calm just had better positioning in that 1v1. Now, final round of the half. Both sides with plentiful money and pretty good ult economy too. Xander, I'm watching out for how he uses his orbital strike.
Aftershock to delay. So really any information that Boombot just got is no information. Because Giacomo could not push directly behind it. So he's still going to have to try and clear his way through Hookah. Man, U-Haul and Hookah. Now, I don't know why that is so confusing.
It gets everyone, man.
Yeah, they're not even the same, man. I don't know why. That's so difficult. But that space has been reclaimed. And again, the same Calm, what can you get out towards A? If nothing, we'll hit B. If something, we'll hit A. And it's still on the table.
Yeah, these 4-1s have been working pretty well for Evil Geniuses, but V1 again reading into this. They leave a player to keep Calm accountable, to keep him out of that site. They have Wardell locking down the extremity and showers this round. They did actually concede that space out towards long, so a bit of a shift. EG have realized that. Now it looks like they just want to head towards B off of that information.
Flash now. Oh, here comes that orbital strike that you were talking about, and it gets so much value. Reformed goes down. The paint shells as well. Well, you heard the grenade. Calm. And well, speaking of Calm, what's he going to do for the squad? The spike is here, but so is Wardell, so is Xander. They've got the cross once Calm looks to get aggressive, and well, Xander's got the kill. 3 on the round for him. 7-5 is where we head on into the halftime break.
Switching sides.
version 1 just a step ahead as we find ourselves in towards the second half here of Fine. But it's Evil Genius's pick, and they tend to be a little stronger on that defensive side with Jaw and Boostio already fragging out to get things going. We'll have to see how this one concludes.
Yeah, now you got to come right onto him, right? It's no longer that attacking side. Defense, Boostio can post up somewhere aggressive or take a step back, have that operator, have that tour de force. And we saw him already warming up with it on the attacking side. And speaking of attacks, it's version 1 quick out towards B. Really no pressure out towards A either. It's all 5 this way. Xander going to make sure nobody pushes through Hookah for free behind that Viper utility. Fault line into the corner. Paint shells out and over the top. Here comes the snake bites. This is going to make these vandals. And well, everybody now getting cut down on the version 1 inside the cubby as he tucks away for just another second. He reloads and he can't control the spray as Evil Genius is looking to take this round away from version 1. 4 players still alive. And on the other side, it's only Xander.
Double controller, double trouble. What a shutdown there. Sky Smoke's going up. Version 1 was already at that point committed. They didn't want to cancel because the player was already out, but then the molly completely staggers. Calm is spamming off of that, and just the amount of damage done is so big combined. Now Xander, very tough spot. Apop, healthy the off angle. He utterly does not expect it, and Evil Geniuses pull a really big round there. 6-7 now. Supposing nothing gets weird in this anti-eco, they're looking to tie us up.
Yeah, that's 7-5 half, man. Near even.
The dog killed him at first. Like, I think it did actually inflict the damage, so then the molly finished it on off. That util combo was just so pretty.
Yeah, and a Sky Smoke in front of it, so you're completely blurred until you get to the other side, and you are ticking it down and vulnerable, my friend. And on the opposite side, no plants, nothing really version 1 to get going in that pistol round. So they're sitting on classics with high hopes, I will say, as they fight for the shower's control. Paint shells out. Ooh, Boostio put in a tough spot, forced to use that rendezvous to safety, but damage traded back, and well, it's not what you want to give up here if you're version 1, because you don't have a whole lot of health.
No, not that much to work with in this one. Sky Smoke's deployed. Version 1 will look to wait this time, playing a little bit more patient. I think the play here is to try and just wait for those to dissipate. Hope Wardell can get something done. He's playing forward with the Headhunter, but Boostio expects this. Holding an angle with the Marshall.
Here.
On this, Praetor will find a body shot on to Zelsis. Boostio, good for another. Now FaZe is fighting with the Klacken. Well, the damage has been dealt. There's one more lower HP member, and there he is.
No way!
Oh my God, FaZe. 3 kills on the round. He's got the spike in hand. Oh, he's reloading. He's got now the position to calm. And look at the util he's got available.
Why is this winnable? How is this winnable, Tanner? This would be just an atrocity if Evil Geniuses let this slip them by. And FaZe, 2 flashes. Aftershock to work with. Does he fight forward? The dog's already coming for him. Oh, that would have been the play. He knew exactly where this guy was going to try and kill with the Aftershock, but instead, he's patient. He's in towards elbow and looks to use these flashes.
The dink on a calm. Now a tough spot, though. Only 40 HP, and he's got to push through a snake bite. To the other side, stun just about available, and both players look in this direction. Now Calm gonna hop onto the spike, and it's the healthy member of Reformed to take down FaZe and tie us up.
That round was way too scary. Evil Geniuses, man, like, they try and hold the line there, but FaZe just so impressive with the classic. Good use of his utility, too. However, they do keep everything under control. But now they're put into that tough spot that we saw V1 in towards half number 1, where they lost practically everybody on towards their anti-eco round. Did they commit to the bonus and save, or did they reinvest on in? The decision seems to be to save, concede a round here, hope to have better economy in towards the next. Again, the goal of this one is just damage. Reform set up, flash forward, Apop will swing, and Zelsis is gone, so too is FaZe. How is Reform getting this done?
They spotted Apop moving behind the box as well, but I love a raise with a stinger in hand, and Jagamo able to make good on 1. A weapon retrieve, though. He's got a Vandal. He's going to try and take the angle, but Penny will equalize once more. Now Calm. Trusty Spectre, half shields, full HP. And on the flank, coming from the backside. And that spike gets planted. Oh, man. Penny and Wardell, they got the play for this one. They're going to plant for them back in halls, and that's where they'll assume their positions. Ooh, barrel spotted?
Oh, knows. He spots a setup. He can suspect at least one is towards the defender side. It's spawn. He spotted the Sky. I think he knows both are defender side. It's spawn.
Well, they both know that Calm is here. Poison Cloud gets a little crazy, a little sticky. When the hands are sweaty, beautiful flash, just no way out for Calm. Penny does it again, another 4K.
Is Penny playing, is he playing Jet? What's going, how is he getting this much value out of the Sky pick? Penny is by far been the standout player of this game thus far. The usage of utility utterly keeps that round alive. Reform started so incredibly strong in this one, finding value with the Spectre, but Penny swooping in, keeping that round alive, and even punishing the flank that was coming through from the side of EG. See a little alternate perspective there as Penny picks up a big win throughout. However, EG did save into that round. Now they'll have the reinvestment on in. They're getting close to some of these ults. This is their round to win.
That it is. Boostio moves on through, teleports to safety. Rendezvous now back in hand. Again, the approach from version 1, it's all 5 out towards this B site.
Yeah, that it is. Rolling Thunder available. I imagine they just pop that for FaZe. Go on towards that site. EG, I think they're ready for this. They're playing a bit more passive now. Push that onto the site. They're committed to this fight.
Boostio to find the first. Rolling Thunder. Gonna make things a little weird. Evil Geniuses scoop up a 2-for-1 on the defense, but they gotta continue fighting through as that spike is getting planted, and well, the positions, now they're being held. And it's the same thing we saw from version 1 on defense. Everybody rotating this way, all 4 coming from the defender-sided spawn.
But look at the utility that's left. FaZe has a stun, flashes to work with too.
Aftershock out, it's gonna make it tough. You gotta go forward, you gotta go backwards. More time, bot as Boostio falls. The blast pack's to get across, and Jogamo now gonna split things up as Penny going aggressive into elbow. Calm has a huge position and a huge kill. He needs some more, but both players go to fight for it. In version 1, they try to plant their feet and hang on, but they just can't do it. It's EG to tie us up.
Great retake there out of Evil Geniuses. V1 started so strong in denying that. I love the satchel micro for Zelsis, throwing those forward, zoning, trying to push them back in towards that stun, in towards that aftershock. But it was only a little bit of time. But still, there was about 20 seconds left to defend that spike, and just the double swing, the aggression out of Evil Geniuses, keep them going. Calm, even though he was shut down earlier in towards this round, conceding that space, he bought just enough time to set Jaw and Apoth up to win that one. That'll swing this economy battle now pretty heavily in towards the favor of Evil Geniuses. V1, just a hero rifle onto Wardell. They don't even commit to it.
And if EG get in any kind of trouble, look at the ults they have, right? Boostio, they're going to fight here, it seems, to grab an orb or a kill some way, somehow, hopefully picking one up with the Headhunter. The rest of the squad, they're just around the corner for him. The furthest person away is 2 pips, and that's Jogamo. We'll see if that showstopper is needed as the flash is out towards long. Gets the information. Speaking of showstoppers, no way! He walks away from that one. Reform doesn't die, and Calm is still backside. Trusty Spectre, good for 1.
Yeah, and look at that. Orbital Strike is available. That'll delay this plant. They might like to just go for the retake quickly off of that. Yeah, Boostio charging in, but he's whipping. Finds a shot in the end. Effie still, again, zoning with his utility. It gets awkward. It gets even, but now it's just Effie's left, and he still is yet to find a weapon. Just a classic to work with. He's spotted at least something on the ground, but it's still only a frenzy. Not the weapon you want for a 1 versus 3.
I mean, he did get 3 kills with the classic in the anti-eco. He should not have found those kills. This could be another situation. This time, though, less in way of utility. Only going to have the fault line available as Reform backed up to heal up Apoth.
They're giving him the space, though. Look, they have someone out towards long. They're expecting him to go for this TP play, and, well, he doesn't commit to the TP. Jaw is still there. Lock it on down. No one gets greedy on EG. They stay calm. They stay passive. They win the round.
Good damage, though, dealt by version 1. Both times we've seen them on kind of a lesser buy. They do manage to get something done. Somebody's doing something. I'm surprised that Zelsis did not get more with that showstopper. That right there, I mean, it opens up so much more for the round. If Reformed is dead, not only is that another player dead, but then Apoth never gets healed up. And that frenzy, I mean, it becomes an Odin, it feels like.
Yeah, it really does. There's definitely a chance at that one, but denied. It does come out here over towards B. A wide one here for Calm will cover both towards Hookah and over towards Long. This means you can have a bit less of a heavy presence on this side of the map. However, they do leave Boostio here, looking to see if he can find a shot with the Tour de Force. Version 1, their intentions are elsewhere, leaning over towards this A site now. Not really any big ults to work with in this round, I imagine. Just trying to create that space with Zelsis. Hope they can set Wardell up on a good angle with this attack sided off.
Oh, Penny just shy of information. Doesn't find the stun, so doesn't let him know. Now the flash will confirm that information, but a showstopper coming from Jogma will take down Wardell, and well, he's not going to get anything. Post it forward and through the smoke. Apoth goes to cut down two as Jogma was traded back, but favorable for Evil Geniuses thus far as Xander and Zelsis try to pick up the pieces. Xander going to go aggressive outside of a smoke of his own. Nobody there to answer back, and for now, V1 stabilized.
They do, but calm over towards heaven. If he can kill Xander, he could end this round. However, that dome might just be isolated. They're waiting. Buying time for the rotate to come on in. Buying time for Reform's flashes to recharge. I imagine once that flash is online, that's the go signal.
They're all linking up here. Headhunter in hand. Zelsis low HP now. No
Yes,
HP,
orbital
but
strike.
Got caught rotating in. Reformed. He's low HP. Xander with the big brain play. He pushed aggressive to triple box and caught all of them sleeping behind the truck.
Oh, it's so smart out of Xander. The patience. They wait. They realize that Evil Genius is going to stagnate for a moment, but that re-push in towards U-Haul. Booster does it dry. I think we were within 10 seconds of a flash coming back on up. They made the decision that that was too much time to wait. To try and just make that fight. And in getting that kill, that gave the opportunity to Xander to win things out for that 1 versus 2. Really tough one to slip away from EG, especially considering how well that started, right? Like, the flashes were great. They were fighting for front sight. Everything was working just until it wasn't. But no time for respite. V1, we know them for these faster-paced rounds, and they're looking to do the same again. They've identified A as a weakness. Will they commit to it? Patient. They just wanted that extremity control and to set Wardell up on the line early. Now they'll look to slow down for the rest of the map. Do they? Just go back into this one. Sky Smoke's already out.
Yep, they're going quick. Orbital strike as well. Xander awarded that one. Oh, but Calm. He's got the one-way smoke set up, but he's just on the other side. Surely somebody has to be suspecting of this play. Tap onto the spike. Calm gonna go. Smokes down. Spike down, and now they have to try and fight for this one. Is Penny gonna go on the swing? Instead, it's Celsius to find the kill. The snake bite just enough to force the Sky away. Now we look at ourselves a 4v4, and well, teleports to the opposite side.
And they do run back on in. And the game of timing looks like it might just favor version 1 in this one. Already out on the site, and now they have that op established in towards the post plant. But Util again, good for EG. They're trying to go quickly.
Wardell just struggling to find value with this operator in hand, and now he's even in a tighter spot, playing so close on these angles. Out towards elbow, misses again, and his team has fallen down around him. Finally, he'll find his mark, but Apoth already posted up, ready for the next swing, and instead it's going to be the incendiary to keep him stuck inside the elbow. Bulldog in hand, it's not going to be enough for FeS, and now Wardell has to do it all with 26 health, an operator in hand, and well, the running gun Spectre too strong as EG cross the double digits.
V1 is putting so much emphasis into investing this operator for Wardell, and on this attacking side, we've seen so little value come out of this, and that's not a discredit to Wardell. It's not like he's playing really terribly and missing every shot. It's that Evil Geniuses, they just have the utility to deny. They know how this guy is going to play. Sky smoke him off, followed up with the flash. V1 is a team that was kind of one of the most known teams in NA for their pace around the flashes, around the brimstone. They were quick to adapt, but now EG is playing an incredibly similar style and punishing version 1 as a result.
Now, a couple of big investments going the way of Wardell, and unfortunately, the return had not been there in the last couple of rounds. So we go into that version 1 timeout. We got to try and figure out how to deal with this defense. Giacomo and Bustio were fragging on the first half, and they did not slow down at all.
Yeah, they've not slowed down whatsoever. In this one, Jaw, he was such an impressive player throughout stage 1, but I feel like the team wasn't really built in the same way that it is now to set him up for success. A lot of the time, it was Bustio more in kind of that star position. It was only towards the later stages of the groups that Jaw started playing this. We had that one map where I think they lost the series, but they put him on Jet on Haven, and he thrived. They're giving him the space now to be that star, and he's stepping up to the occasion.
Yeah, the roster changes, bringing in Apoth and Calm, and Calm, I think, playing Sova on other maps, historically playing the Viper Sentinel, Reformed also playing that Sentinel role. Now Bustio, Duelist turned Sentinel, and this is not the Duelist turned Sentinel in way of, you know, Sage or Chamber. Also pulls out the Killjoy when it's needed, like when we go to maps like Ascent. So a lot of big changes, and we kind of highlighted that to start the day, right? It's impressive that they've not only gotten a couple new players, but different roles moving in and out, and everybody kind of, I guess, being like incredibly willing to flex to whatever the needs of the team are.
Yeah, you love to see that flexibility in squads with the meta so constantly changing, even with probably changes coming before the main event and the patch we're playing on now. You have to be ready to adapt. You have to be ready to do it quickly. The teams that can move fast will be able to succeed, and the teams that don't, they will fall short. Version 1, the buy is rough, but with Spectre, Wardell has a tour de force. They're trying to see if he can get something done towards A here.
And I mean, and with that call on the attacking side, look what EG do. They just back away. They give up nothing. Nice flash, though. Forces Jogamo back. And the Paint Shells actually finds one.
It's a big connection. Xander down now. It's kind of troublesome to even get this plant going on through. You see they're desperate for it. That's one of the big goals of this round for V1. But now Wardell in a position to succeed. He needs a big shot here. He needs to be the game changer.
That he does. Oh, as he creeps around, tries to spot things out towards Truck, still not given anything. Stunned up, though, for just a moment. Incendiary's calm goes up into heaven. Wardell will finally take him down on the kills. They're finally coming on through, but the numbers are still in vantage of Evil Geniuses. FBs and Penny's so low, and they're stuck on the inside, but the Rolling Thunder's there, but not everybody was tagged up. Basically, nobody was tagged up. It was only one. And at the end of the day, it's Evil Geniuses off the back end of version 1's timeout to take the round.
I talked about, EG moving a new player in towards that role of being the star, stepping Jaw up to a new position. But Boostio, he'll give you those rounds to remember why he was playing that primary duelist for so long for this team. I think the chamber role suits him really well. He can be a bit of a lurkier style. He can still find that impact with the operator, and, well, he does that big in this round. The util as well, this molly that was placed, they know where Wardell is. They know he's trapped. Incendiary goes on down. He's either forced to swing or die, and he just didn't hear the molly within all the chaos. Still, that was an eco. That was a lesser buy for V1. Now the money will come back on in, but suffice it to say, this is a must-win. No more timeouts. The money's on the edge. V1 has to take this if they want to be able to win this map.
In this round, feeling pretty do or die for version 1. And it starts off similar to rounds that we've seen prior, right? Everybody out towards B, not a whole lot of pressure on the A site, and Evil Geniuses, at the very least in this round, have a good read for it. 3 players standing tall here on B. Paint Shells out back site. Boostio and Reformed gonna play the cross. One in the cubby, one in the elbow. But with that noise, version 1 set their eyes elsewhere.
Seeker's available for Penny here. Again, they think that A is the weaker site, but EG, look at that reclear. Dog went out towards long. That'll pull rotations back. Sky Smoke to buy time. This is a story we've seen before, and thus far, V1 has been pretty unsuccessful in these circumstances, but with Seeker's out, they're going to go for it.
Fault line down, it's going to stun the defense here. Aftershock to try and clear things out as they look to push aggressive. Jogamo Paint Shells kill again, but Penny silences 2 kills as he clears out U-Haul and looks to open up the site for his squad. Calm still in heaven. Wardell going to plop down the rendezvous and look to make a teleport play, and it is out to safety. It's Penny. If Penny don't do it, it don't get done. 3, it's 4, he wants 5, and Xander will take it from him. But version 1, hang on. But Mimi, what? I mean, Penny has to do it all.
Yeah, man, that shouldn't be a round where Penny has to, basically counting it as an ace. If Xander wasn't there, Penny would have gotten that kill onto the unsuspecting final player. We need others to step up. I'd love to see a little bit more from Wardell. He's always good on the defensive side. We saw that. We expect that, but he's definitely been struggling a little bit more on this attack. However, you still got to give credit to V1. Even if Wardell's not finding those frags, he's helping to create that space. He's locking down those extremities. Everyone is doing their part, even if Penny is the one coming out on top of this kill feed. That round, though, doesn't feel replicable. You need something consistent. You need something new if you want to complete this comeback for V1. And AG, they'll call the tack early. Get Potter on into that conversation. Try and see if they can find a strat to end this.
That was a make or break round for the economy, and they only lost 1. So the bye coming to this one is going to be just as good for the side of version 1. I don't know if the take will be just as good. It's hard to ask Penny to give us 4 kills every single round, but I don't know. When he's backs against the wall, it delivers.
It definitely has been. 1 round this gap now. And AG, part of the conversation was what do we do with the economy? Because while they have been steamrolling and winning so many of these rounds, V1 has kept it very close. And now that money has certainly been punished. Reformed, we'll pull out the hero rifle here. Spectre for Jaw. No one else really has anything to work with. You think this will surely be V1's round, but EG has looked impressive on towards these ecos, especially if that timer gets tight. Apoth has the orbital strike. V1, I'm hoping that they're going to move a little bit more quickly. Give them time for a second chance, because we've seen some of these rounds where it's these late committals in towards A, where the utility practically gives them no room to play with.
An early guiding light into showers from Pennies that actually bought out the Trailblazer across the map. They wanted to fight back for that position, that being Evil Geniuses. So now we get the Trailblazer on the opposite side. Doesn't find a whole lot. Toxic Screen going to go up and cut the vision here. And I mean, you always have this teleporter play, sure, but because you don't know what's going on the A site, you just can never afford to just make that play blind. So they have to hit this B side, having no information elsewhere, and it's a lesser buy as the orbital strike comes out. And Giacomo again with the paint shells. It's 3 rounds in a row.
It's always
Penny. Here he comes. Again, if Penny doesn't do it, it will not get done, is what it seems, as Calm scoops one up with the shorty. But that might not be enough. Sky Smoke's down. A Frenzy and a golden gun in way of the Headhunter just on the other side. A 3v2, so the number's not too far out of reach, but version 1 just around the corner from 11.
I swear those Sky Smokes hit killer. No more flashes left. 20 seconds to delay towards defender-sided spawn, but it'll soon elapse. With that Brim wrapping in towards the elbow. This is the chance for EG. However, Busio shut down. It's always Penny, man. A 3K for this man. A 4K previous. Almost the ace. Penny is having a standout performance.
Now he's got himself the Seekers. One away from the orbital strike as well. Looks like they actually want to try and fight for this one. We'll see how much resistance they receive. A trademark outside the showers. Both actually set up here on the A side. And EG, they're calling the bluff. They're saying AB, AB. That's what's happening. They go A one round. They go B the next. We're expecting them to come back towards A, but this time it's a different look, right? 2 players out towards showers.
Yeah, the showers fight 2 on each side, but the stuns again. This breach has proven pivotal for the side of V1, but EG again, they'll pop down that same pit that we saw earlier in towards this game. Bird goes towards long. Does that call for Reform to rotate? For now, he's holding things down, staying slow in this one. I think Celsius maybe is thinking about trying to fake this one on out, but doesn't want to risk it. He'll retreat. This does look like it's bound to be an A hit. And Busio's in a position, he's greeting for information here, is hoping someone will show him anything, give an inkling of where this is heading. EG, they're getting jumpy. They suspect B. Someone's rotating back on over. The timing on this could be rough. Seekers are out, and V1's coming.
Yeah, a bit of the util already dealt with. Good flashes, though. Busio in a really tough spot. Oh, and he's just gets a little too greedy. Teleports to safety, so he's A-okay. And then finally, the orbital strike will open up this site, but still util to delay the plant for now. As another stun goes out, Giacomo, the smoke dissipates, and Penny will sit him down. It's been the Giacomo and Penny show here on Bind, with Penny out of the picture. With Giacomo out of the picture. What more can Penny get done? It's Calm. Calm's about to run into a very low HP Xander, and he is looking the wrong way. They're pinched here. A short, U-Haul, whatever it may be. Penny eventually falls. Nice swing from Reformed. He's going to be taken down a 1-for-1 as Zelsis fighting it out inside the U-Hauls here. He won't give it up as Zelsis finds another. He's the last one standing. It's 14 HP. This is to map point here for both of these teams. It's the paint shells out and over the top, and Calm is running out of time. But the paint shells miss. Calm has no time. He has to just stick it, and Zelsis can just challenge. Calm will find the kill, but version 1 will find the round.
Version 1 to map point here. EG, this was in the palm of their hands. This was their opportunity. They had the money in their favor. They had so much working in their favor, but version 1 shows such a good execute in that round. Orbital strike in towards the backline's utility to delay. Jaw swings alone. There was no one to support. He falls. And while that flank was good, sure, Calm, he circumvented the flank utility, popped down that orb, managed to do so, but just too little, too late. The time had already ticked. 9 on 0, and this economy, well, it's approaching that number as well. Judges, Spectres. This buy is tough. Busio, though, the tour de force could be the man to turn things around. However, he's not quite in the right position. Version 1 leaning towards B, with the spike heading back. It looks like they might want to contest showers, try and TP late round back, or just take a walk that direction.
And a reminder as we find ourselves in deep, deep water here on Bind. Evil Geniuses, their map pick, and the map that we kind of painted to be the one that they need to win to get the ball rolling on this series. The next two bode fairly well for version 1. The next one bodes incredibly well for version 1. So being able to take us to overtime is just the first step. Trailblazer for information. 2 players inside elbow, though, is Zelsis expecting this to be the case. He took down the dog. Calms there, calms down. Glass pack to try and keep him safe for just a moment. Now use it to get around the corner, and Zelsis survives. Penny reassumes the angle. Won't give it up just yet. Does not want to allow Reformed anything on the backstab. While this is happening on the site, though, both teams having to run literally across the map to get here.
Timing on this one could be big, but the retake from defender side, it's one. EG just want to go now. They're pushing into this one. APOP getting it done. A Judge of all things in the Spectre too. Reform wants to keep this alive now. One man, the new addition, Wardell, the substitute. That's a spike. You can get out of this one. A post plant that should be all but assured. However, there's utility to delay. Boostio has trademarks down. Is there even time to make your way safely to get this spike in place? He suspects it. Get rid of it. So plant that will come on through the 1v4 though. It'll be a massive challenge.
A massive challenge, and one is directly in front of him, jumping around. Boostio falls. The next one, low HP, but through the box.
No!
Wardell's got 3. He needs one more, but he won't get it. It's Giacomo instead, and we're headed to overtime.
Oh, EG, they keep it going. But how damn close does it have to be? A Judge sprinting from the defender spawn. Joe winning that no 1v1. It was a 1 versus 4. Never should have been anywhere near that close, but regardless, EG, they keep it going. Pressing it neck to neck, but now they have to play the attacking side. They struggled here. This was their slower half for sure. And V1, if they can keep up pace on their defense, they're in a good position. Maybe, just maybe, take this map. Still, anyone's game. It's too early to tell. It's overtime is a different beast.
Overtime is a different beast. The problem is now is Wardell is a different beast when he's on the defending side, and that's exactly where he gets to start here for version 1, and he is going absolute glass cannon with the operator.
Look at the change in setup, though. He's running the A setup. Teleport between A and B. He'll have faster rotations to be able to get to either of these sites if contact is made. The trade-off of that is he can't be quite aggressive. That might work towards him, though, because EG has a read that this man will so often be towards long. If he plays a new spot, takes a different risk, maybe he can get something more.
Yeah, this is, oh, he just fell off the angle. I was gonna say, this is absolutely huge. When they don't get anything long, they look to take that hookah control, and that's where Wardell was at. Instead, Penny, the one to get aggressive out towards long, and he's immediately punished. I don't even want to say aggressive. It was just as that smoke was going down, he gets his great popped, and that is a huge tool taken away from the defense.
I mean, such crisp shooting out of Boostio. 5v4 to play with now. EG do not want to let this one slip them by. V1, what's the reply? I'd love to see them re-push for information here. Maybe take towards showers. That seemed to be what they were thinking about initially. But with that orb going up, now they have to be cautious. Is Calm lurking? Is Calm pushing our direction? Doesn't seem so. So they head back towards this B site with the side of EG. Wardell is still here with an operator. And he's not been spotted yet. They do not know about this weapon. But it's set up with that teleport. It'll take him all the way towards A. He would be practically abandoning Xander if he takes a shot and teleports.
Flash to the top, both spotted by it. Boostio gonna be taken down. No TP just yet. Wardell goes good for 2, and Xander battles back. And EG just get cut down. Reformed, the last one alive here. A 1v1 directly on the site. The spike just behind him on the floor. And he's gonna look to go aggressive. He doesn't even want the spike. He doesn't have the time.
He doesn't realize.
Oh my goodness, the round is flubbed. They just have to push him now. He has to stick the plant, so the flash over the top, the plant to go down. Now he wants the kills, but there's too many targets. And version 1 somehow rally back to take the first round in OT.
That's heartbreaking. You really have to feel it for Reform there. I think he thought he had the spike. He didn't realize it was still on the floor behind him. The pressure in these close situations can sometimes lead to those little fractures, those little mistakes showing on through. And unfortunately, in this one, it means EG down a round that was looking so promising still. Defense, where they were better, and they're being let out by some incredibly strong performances. Jaw is almost upon 30 kills in this game. If he can get a similar performance with that rifle here, maybe EG can claw us back in towards another OT. But V1, they're back to the pace super fast towards long here.
Very fast. Reform trying to get out of dodge, but he gets tagged up by the fault line. Fortunately, Calm will keep him safe. Snakebite right at the entrance of Octagon here towards the B side, and inside the tube, that is where the Viper likes to play. We'll see if they're ready for this. Zelsis, Boombot backside. Another snakebite use, just looking to delay. Incendiary, that's going to start cooking, and Giacomo does it again. The paint shells kill, and look at the spikes on the wrong side of the wall.
Oh, this could get tough. Zelsis takes down Reform, and out in this close corner, Boostio spots out a man, takes one now off the Boombot. He'll swing, but it's a high-low setup. Version 1, keep this going. 3-on-3, EG now could be in a bit of trouble. Their rotation is late. They don't want to even contest for the spike, so it's recovered. Now V1, they can just rotate back towards A, but that has been realized. Path is heading over that direction. V1, though, they realize they have plenty of time. Want to make EG think, want to burn their minds out. See if they can get the better of this one. They double back in towards Hookah. They double back towards A. Those are really the options here. Either one, they'd have a 1 versus 1. The timing on this one. Calm on the swing, but he gets nothing done.
Absolute worst case scenario. Calm almost had the timing on 3 players. But speaking of timing, Apoth all the way around through showers.
Still trademarks. He's been spotted. That's so unfortunate. Wardell had set those up at the very beginning of the round. Now they know one's flanking. If they can get rid of him, or at least dissuade him, they have a Rolling Thunder to play with in towards the post plant.
And this is it for map number 1, quite possibly going the way of version 1. 1 player ahead in the way of FaZe, Penny, and Wardell, as they just have to let the spike blow. And Apoth and Giacomo, well, they got to find themselves at a fuse. Blast pack into U-Haul, flashing out over the top. Rolling Thunders there, gonna find the knockup on Apoth. He's not spotted just yet. No, yes he is, and who better than Penny to find the final frag on the round and put a nice little bow on top here on Bind.
Version 1, they barely play this map. Now with a new substitute in Wardell coming on in a renewed comp, they come to what is quite possibly the strongest map of Evil Geniuses, and they look really good in doing so. But let's not get too down in the dumps about EG, because for them, this is a team that was always struggling when facing this caliber of opponents in Challengers 1, and they put up a hell of a fight there. Being able to reply to the calling of V1, have the strats to match that pace of version 1. This is a team that is really tough to play against, and they did that job well.
Yeah, and I mean, a couple of rounds, right, where timing just escapes them. Calm, and most importantly, in that last one, they're just ready for him to push out through Hookah. The pistol round to start the game where Penny doesn't die and Penny does Penny things. That right there, I feel like that pistol round really set the precedence as to what Penny was about to do to this Evil Geniuses roster, and it took such Herculean efforts just to get a 2-round lead here in overtime for version 1. So like you said, Evil Geniuses, I mean, they're not going anywhere as we move into map number 2.
No, map number 2, that's what's queued up. The choice of version 1, Fracture, and another chat with Jackie just on the other side of this break.
Knock, knock, it's the Reaper. Soul snatching at my leisure. Non-proper, my feet up. About to pop off and then re-up. Alpha wolf, so I moonwalk. Spaced out on a moon rock. Rude boy with the rude talk, you can move on, it's my mood off. Crude, lawless, and too raw. Too hot to get booed off. Booed up with your new nut, so you old news and she new, bruh. I live to have killing sprees. Body count is infinity. Haters fading out fiscally, cause my company creates misery. Prep a battle, if you mess with I, then I'ma have to poke your other eye out. Blind with fury made the horror film me 7 billion individuals blind now. Fire in me never dying now. You could die down and get lined out. With the squad, we don't hide out. Wanna try out, you can find out. Like Freddy, I'm feeling like Eddie, I'm making them all so delirious. Delivering steady, I'm willing and ready, I'm not taking none of you serious. Make it rain as kingish. Loose lips sink kingships. Flow me that Freddy, I'm feeling like Eddie, I'm making them all so delirious. Lord have mercy, I don't though. They go high and I go low. I get high and fry bozos. Ain't no one like I, so I ride so low. Good God, I killed the big bad wolf. They talk the ish, I flip that bull. Want a problem like 6 like you'll get a lyrical assault by the click clack boom. Laugh in the face of destruction. Trapped in a state of dysfunction. Fashionably late to the function. Party don't stop till AK get to busting. Slide through, then I swerve. Cold steel in my nerves. A1 in my bloodstream. Well done when I serve. Drop all of your cheat codes. God mode with my game trick. No L's in my vocab. Boss talk is my language. Speak up and get boxed out. We want respect, not clout. Drop bombs and then ball out with no fallout. Now I'm talking about killing like Freddy, I'm feeling like Eddie, I'm making them all so delirious. Delivering steady, I'm willing and ready, I'm not taking none of you serious. Make it rain as kingish. Loose lips sink kingships. Flow me that Freddy, I'm feeling like Eddie, I'm making them all so delirious.
Welcome back, everyone. That map 1 was absolutely fire. I mean, Bind was insane. That went to overtime 14-12. Mimi, I got to talk to you about version 1's mental fortitude, their resiliency. I mean, I really thought EG had it, and then I was like, that.
Yeah, I mean, version 1 is the team that comes into this with it's such a level of experience with this core. These 4 players have been playing together at the highest level for a while. Obviously, even the core between that, like the core 3 players, all the way back to Iceland as a team. I think the most impressive part of it is that Xander, when he came into this roster, really young IGL. It's kind of his first real, like, big opportunity. Beyond that Sword team that he played with, where he's calling and Imi kind of helping to get him to a place where he's ready for that role. And he slotted in excellently for this team. They kind of called that pause late in towards the second half, had a few ideas, and I think they lost one of those early rounds. They rallied after that in such a big way. The executes on the attacking side, the mid-rounding, all of that was just kind of changed, and EG never really had an answer. It was just too little too late from them.
Yeah, and we talked about this a little bit coming in. We weren't too sure what Wardell was going to do the roster of version 1 with trying to figure out where he's comfortable. And it seems like, I mean, this has to be the comp, right? They're away from the double duelist. We weren't too sure what to expect out of Penny, no longer on the jet, but now in the sky. And the guy just delivered.
Yeah, it was an absolutely insane game out of Penny. And I want to talk about Wardell. I think if you watch this game, some people would obviously critique him for maybe not having the craziest of performances, but I think that he stepped up when he needed to. And I want to turn towards that defensive side, specifically the version 1 was playing on, the way he was locking down long. Well, he eventually got kind of denied from that space. There was enough rounds where he was finding success, finding stall to pull that favorable half towards V1, and maybe it's a little bit slow to get him fully integrated. For like one of the first few games that we're seeing with him on a new team, I'm in a good place. I'm feeling good about my Wardell stocks. I think that him being on a team where he doesn't have to be that main star, where he can kind of pull back into that chamber role, similarly to what he was doing towards the late stages of TSM, but with definitely a stronger team around him, I'm excited to see more.
Yeah, Wardell version 1, they looked in fantastic form. Tanner, version 1, they were calling a timeout, I think, around round 20, and they were down 9-10, and then they lost the next round. You know, I personally thought that was definitely discouraging, but what do you think that they were trying to address there, and how are they able to bounce back?
Yeah, definitely heartbreaking to take that timeout and then for it to go in favor of Evil Geniuses. I think that's kind of even a call that we made on it, is you took all this time to try and reassess, and you just got reassessed on. I think the biggest thing, the takeaway from the attacking side, I felt they were trying pretty hard to really introduce Wardell to the attacking side, say, hey man, we're going to give you an op and you just start pushing forward and get something done with it. And then eventually they kind of got away from that, and the rest of the team really started to do their part, right? Penny taking this space for not only the squad, but for himself, throwing out the flashes, finding kills. Zels is just blast packing in, and it was less of, okay, let's make Wardell comfortable, and more of, hey, as a core 4, let's do our thing, because we know that Wardell is going to be is going to supplement that in his own way.
I think giving that freedom to Wardell was definitely incredibly beneficial, but another player that was standout for me was Jaw throughout this series. He ended with 30 frags, and while they lost, I think the work he was doing on that raise was big. And it's a massive paradigm shift from the roles he was playing previously on Evil Geniuses, fully slotting in towards that duelist role. I think it's a very good decision from the leadership and the coaching staff over at EG. I think while they did lose this map, it was very close. They pushed a team like V1 to the limit, and that's still impressive considering how recently these changes were made in the EG camp.
All right, well, let's talk about Map 2 Fracture and just start looking ahead here. I mean, this is version 1's pick, so how do we think this could play out, Tanner?
I mean, this probably plays out in an absolute stomp, I would say. The only thing I'm a little wary about is I'm going back to the Wardell thing where he plays, I believe, the Sage on Fracture for version 1, which Sage is not a bad pick by any means. And it's also an agent where you can kind of take a step back. You can get some weird awkward angles. You could op if you wanted to, but it's definitely something a little more passive than we would expect out of Wardell. So I think this might be another one where it takes maybe the first few rounds to kind of figure out how version 1 want to play their game as 4, but then also allow, you know, Wardell to kind of be in the mix versus focusing heavily on, hey, let's make Wardell work for us.
I think that it was actually, it was Whippy previously who was playing the Sage when they were trying to implement that. Wardell has been playing the Chamber as of late. He's still slotting into this role. I think that is a very recent change, though, so not surprising that we were still kind of talking about that Sage pick. I think this actually continues to give that element of freedom that we were talking about for Wardell. I think that's a good thing. Continuing allowing him to make these plays, to walk up, make him feel comfortable. This is the role where he will feel comfortable, and I think that's a good thing for V1. EG has, like, no experience on this map, and I'm very scared for that.
Oh man, Tanner, I mean, do you have to agree with that? Actually, I think we're ready to get into Aiden Select, so we can talk about that a little bit later. But what are we thinking composition-wise? And Tanner, I'll put you in the hot seat for this one.
Man, again, for Evil Geniuses, it could honestly be really anything. I think what we're seeing is the most fitting. Boostio going to stay on that Chamber. Obviously, Calm is flexing the Sova and basically anything else that the team needs for the most part. And okay, yeah, I don't know where I saw this. What I saw could quite possibly have been wrong. I had just seen that Wardell was playing Sage, and maybe I thought it was Fracture and it was actually Split, but they do switch it up. So they like those results of Wardell there.
I think I did a little bit of lying. I had my wires crossed instead of you. But yeah, Wardell does slot into this role. I think the points you were making earlier were really strong about this kind of forcing a bit of a shift in his playstyle. But Wardell's not a stranger to the Sage. He played it back on TSM. It's a comfort role for him. He can still op. He can still get sneaky with those walls. I think the player I'm really looking at, though, is FaZe. He was so good with that breach in towards the first map of Bind. I think that's only going to get better, especially look towards their early rounds, the way he's combining with Celsius to take map control.
All right, well, Tanner and Mimi, we are ready for Map 2 Fracture, so let's see. Take it away.
I am so excited to be able to get straight on into this one on Fracture. Version 1, I think they were one of the best teams in towards that previous split in Stage 1 when playing on this map. And obviously they received that upset loss to a certain man named Brandon Dog from Luminosity. But this is their chance to prove that they are beyond that. They switch things up. Wardell now in, Whippy on out, but it is the same setup, the same composition. We'll have to see if it's that same result.
Yeah, I'm wondering too, because LG does bring something really cool and interesting to this map, and that being Moose still being able to, although role swapping, I think he plays the Viper on this map, or sometimes the Cypher, we've even seen it. Moose just plays around the map, which I think allowed for that upset.
But look at this. This is what I was talking about. V1 loves to try and go for their opening gambits when they're on that defensive side, but EG's doing the same. Stun ready. Calm will pop that off of contact. However, this wall, interesting. They get that down forward early. It's able to reinforce because the stun was timed with it. So now, hey, free ult orb for Jaw. Oh, they're going to wall over it. Oh, this could be massive.
And the paint shells at their feet could be massive. Wardell to find the first. They stay atop the wall, so Jawgamo not awarded the kill via paint shells, but instead Ghost. He tosses out another nade, and his team is just behind him across the map, though. Boostio still hanging out to make sure, and there's the wall. You can't get back. You have to go through the doors, and Jaw won't allow it. The last one is Celsius. Well, he's the last for a second. And hey, Boostio, welcome on in, man.
Yeah, welcome to the server. That round was utter chaos. Version 1, though, with that wall going over, they leave themselves no options. You're trapped. You have 2 walls behind you. It's going to take so much time to break that. So you have to take a fight on one front, and they did not win it on out. The discipline of Jaw to not overextend in that round 2 was big. Early paint shells, get 2 kills, renews that same ability. Throw another one on in, buy time, zone. Those were all his priorities, and he did incredibly well at it.
Now, not much space gained anyway, shape or form. So, not too many credits to work with coming into this. For Evil Geniuses, every agent on the side of version 1 is a walking alt orb. And Giacomo, he probably wants to round up a couple of those. Boostio gonna go out. The Marshal won't find anything there. Teleports to safety. Unscathed, still healthy on the chamber as he recalls. Wall goes up, and it seems like version 1 might be awarded the plant here.
Yeah, they're going to at very least get that. The question is, how much can they hold in towards this post? Obviously, the weapons are a little bit rough, but they have good utility. It's 2 slows for Wardell, and I was about to talk about Effie's utility, but he's been taken. Now the wall to zone, and this retake upon us.
And, I mean, what can you expect from, well, the chamber, which you put a lot on into this? Fortunately, Wardell, not the chamber this time, the Sage instead, will have a weapon in hand. Form pushes up, the spike gets diffused, and well, Wardell is on the wrong side of the smoke. He will eventually fall, and Giacomo, who's close to the showstopper, now has it online here in round 3.
Yeah, that he does. 5 and 2 to get things going. Plus a couple alt orbs recovered means this guy is in the right direction to be able to get that alt available. Over for version 1, getting the plant down, that was really their only goal in that round. They succeeded, deal a little bit of damage. EG will not elect to reinvest, so instead they'll just leave Boostio down on a Bucky? Okay, I was expecting just a Headhunter, and I think that's what he'll stick to. V1, though, do want to reassess towards A. They're trying a similar setup to Fan, but EG2, same emphasis. Put that wall on down, but it's instantly broken, and not too much gain. Jaw could be in a rough spot here.
Oh, Jaw in a really rough spot. Popped the ult. I don't know if that was enough to actually cost him the ultimate moving on into the next round, but for now, the Rays get a little too aggressive. Was about to get heaps of value, and unfortunately, the timing escapes him and he ends up getting none.
I think the timing was a little dissonant on the utility usage. I think that the intention there was to flash Showstopper, go off of that, but you saw the flash went a second after he died. Unfortunate there. Miscoordination from EG, and now they're suffering as a result. The final player here, Zone, stuck on the site, taken down by Xander. Good pinch by version 1, and now the site within their control. Wardell even atop this off angle, holding over towards the rope. This is going to be really tough to break for EG.
No reason not to. Just the bonus round, Headhunter or Boostio. Apoth just around the corner with the Spectre. We'll see if he's expecting Wardell to be up on the angle. Nelson, gonna bump him right into the crosshair of Wardell. It works out. The alley-oop and Zelsys.
Really hold things on there for the Prime Gaming flawless round. The satchel movement there was really good. Oh, I think, Anna, are you back with us? Back in the land of living?
I think so. Am I back with us?
Yeah, I don't know if you were just gone for me or gone for the folks at home. But all that regardless, this round started things off with a little bit of a disconnect in the utility usage there. Jaw obviously falling as a result. But then I just like some of the micro from Zelsys. I've loved seeing him slot more and more in towards this Raze role, doing a really good job at it. But of course, that was just the empty bonus round. Now EG have the real guns to work with. And they have an operator for Boostio. It'll post out towards a main. He has a breach to support. Duel. He spots out Boostio. Boostio's stunned up. Won't look to repeat until stun does subside. And now with him locked rather deep, this is a good bit of information for EG.
Trademark down. So the paranoia sets in. We saw previously in that round for version 1, all 5 through A main, and Reformed was actually caught out expecting there to be a crunch on the A site. And there just wasn't this time. Now, there is that paranoia setting in that somebody could be coming from that way, but those players have since moved their way back towards the B side, and they'll link up with the rest of the squad just underneath the sewers. And the wall has just subsided, so this right here, arcade push, it's quite possible. Heal comes out. Reformed backs away. Paint shells right at the feet of Giacomo. A really tough spot, but this was the low HP Reformed, and he still finds his first. Giacomo's got the spike at his feet.
So big. Showstopper, though, down below. It gets awkward, but Zelsys wins it out in the Raze versus Raze duel. That was the fight that EG could have won, could have turned this tide back towards them, but now they're locked out of this one completely. Stage wall, Sky Smoke, Molly on down. Boostio, though, with an angle if he can get a shot here onto Xander. If Xander gets greedy on the peak, that could maybe change the outcome.
Such a tough spot to be in, but nothing to clear him out as Calm pushes through. Xander does get aggressive, but now it's all up to Boostio. Headhunter out. 7 rounds to work with as a Wardell going to assume his position inside the tower, and just around the corner is Zelsis. I'm going to take a couple of quick shots. Unfortunately for Boostio, he's out of time, and, well, now he's out of HP. He'll fall. Zelsis, 3 kills on this round as well. 6 in the last 2, I believe. And version 1 tie us up in that economy. It's booming.
Yeah, interesting that you actually don't see anyone elect to pick up that operator that had fallen towards the ground. V1 is a team that likes to go fast on this map, so likely just preferring to stick to the rifles, stick to these executes that have been working ever so well for them. Great round there, out of Zelsis in particular, and holding on to that space towards Arcade. It was a one-fronted push from Evil Geniuses that they just didn't have the utility to make work. Now, this economy will not be too good whatsoever. A shorty over towards the nest, but dropped on down is Boostio. Let's see if he can do a little sugar zero infection.
Added teleport nice and early. Oh, and going over the wall was Apoth. He had the timing, unfortunately just didn't quite get the damage. Zelsis low, and we'll see if Boostio, he's giving up tower. Back out towards Arcade, and he picks up one. Wardell falls, and he picks up another. The Headhunter living up to its name as he wants more, and he might get more. He's got the tour de force online. Effie's the next up. And the next taken away by Boostio. Orbital Strike. Try and clear out this defense, but it's not going to find too much in the numbers in favor of EG. But the weapons for version 1, as Xander has to hold on all by his lonesome. He's healthy. He's got a rifle. He's got the 1v1. Reform's going to hop into the spike for just a second now. Going aggressive and up close and personal. Reform to clutch it out.
That is absurd that Reform manages to win that. It looked like it was all lined up. A silver platter for Xander, but the shot too good out of the Sheriff. Now the thrifty round for Evil Geniuses, but I don't even know how Boostio got the value he did. The Headhunter finds too. He just keeps sweeping back and forth across Arcade, and V1 was committed so deep in towards the site, was so distracted by the plays of Apoth that no one could really pinch, especially since the north side of the map was taken in towards that late round. No one could double back, and they all just walked straight in towards the headshot of Boostio. That is an incredibly tough round to lose for version 1, but EG, they're feeling good off of that.
Those are the rounds that were escaping Evil Geniuses on Bind, and now they're starting to go their ways. We get that same wall inside main. Paint shells this time out over the top, and it's going to force the rendezvous. So no teleport available to Penny for quite some time. Although the play is always just to take that wall down, put some pressure out towards main. And with that, Evil Geniuses are not afraid to really explore the rest of this map. They've been fighting for Dish while the players on the B side are fighting for their lives. Boostio, he doesn't actually get tagged up by the Rolling Thunder. He's able to hit that shot onto Wardell. He wants some more, and he'll get some more. Boostio is online, Mimi.
They're giving no love to the north side of the map. For EG, or excuse me, for version 1, we haven't really seen a round where they've cleared the space, and again, they get punished. EG claims that space. They walk up from Dish. They get another kill off of that, and now someone has to make a play. It's looking to be Penny, though. Walks forward, grabs one. Can he be cleared out of this position? Doesn't have to be. Teleported back, but behind a Sky Smoke. Effie's is alone. Gets the force, and so as usual to work with, though. Reform, though, takes down Penny, so it's just Effie's left, and Calm was always holding on the other side.
It's the exploration of the map. When you explore, you get experience, you find items, equipment, you level up a little bit, then you know you can play Fracture like it's an RPG. And unfortunately, by the time that version 1 are looking to fight, everything's been looted by Evil Geniuses. Everything's been taken, and mostly space. They loot the space here on Fracture, and yeah, we saw. I guess we got a little glimpse, and I'm going to have to start paying pretty strict attention to the way that version 1 are now starting to operate on this attacking side, because even on Bind, they were all just deathballing.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's what version 1 does. They love their hits together. They're an execute-heavy team. This has been the case for quite a while. I mean, if you think back to Stage 1, a very similar style of play, I think, is part of the reason that Luminosity managed to get the better of them. I think of quite a few rounds where they were on the attack side, really heavy over towards A main, similar to what we've seen, where they lack control over towards Bridge, and that's punished. Back then it was Luminosity. In this case, it's been Evil Geniuses, and Version 1, they'll have to figure that out. I'd love to see them just slow things down. It's tough to play a default on this map, but you really can. Try and maybe pull a fake towards B, punish the players pushing on that north side. It's very doable, and if they can just condition EG that space will never be given for free, as they actually were doing in some of these very early rounds, that could turn them better. I like that from Boostio also. Well, I think like you can kind of differentiate some players who play Chamber a lot versus those who've just picked it up in how they use the routing with those teleports, because it's only a 3-second cooldown on the TP for the rendezvous in the buy phase. So if you know exactly where you're going and you have like your run out planned out in your head, you can use those to good effect.
Get more out of your util. Segment from Evil Cat, Mimi Wormkrantz. Making it happen.
Rich control. Yeah. They did it. They got it. They placed down a trademark on one side. They create space. They were actually doing this in the early round. It was just like the 3 rounds that they actually conceded that space. That's where EG found the punish. Now EG realizes this space has been lost. Do they want to push somewhere else? Not yet. Instead, they're just posted up, waiting over towards A, leaving just a Soul Chamber in Boostio to lock down the fort at B.
And when we saw this play earlier, like you said, pushing out towards Dish and backing up, they all linked up on the top side of the map, conceding the bottom side of the map. So, two-pronged approach might be the name of the game. As Penny takes a shot, teleports to safety. Still nothing inside main. It's 4 members. Stacked up Dish. They want to make the hit. Ooh, out goes the slow. It's not going to slow anybody just yet. Orbital strike. Things about to get dicey here on the A side. Meanwhile, in A main, nobody wanting to give this one up just yet. Giacomo still fighting for this wall down. Nothing's happening. Finally going to jump on, but the defense is here. The spike, still a top drop. Penny got absolutely nothing. He's finally started to walk up towards the alt orb here in A main, and there's 10 seconds. Look at Boostio. He's ready for this one.
Yeah, that he is. If he just gets this kill, the round is all but over. There it is. Round's done. Version 1 do not leave themselves a second option. They do not leave themselves time, and they lose out as a result. Penny even just getting that wallbang, not managing to finish off the kill. That is a tough one to lose, especially considering we're coming straight off that tactical timeout again. Version 1 calling these, trying to find a new option, a new idea, and it doesn't work.
Fracture, a map that Version 1 once sat atop the throne as being one of, if not the best teams to play it here in North America. And 7 rounds in, they've looked anything but thus far. And sure, we've seen some heroism. Boostio having a good couple of rounds, and he's always scary, always terrifying with that operator in hand. They've yet to take that one away from him. As they go back to it, 4 players strong on one side. A lot of weight on the shoulders. Celsius on the top side of the map, but with the lesser buy, they're going to look to go quick. Slow down for just a second, then here's that operator. Boostio,
okay.
2 kills, man. This guy.
He's nuts, and he's looking to get more done. Apoth is still holding up towards the nest, but Xander does deny. That's something to work back in, and now the orbital strike is earned.
Strike up. Boostio up close and personal. Boostio! Any weapon. Give him any weapon, and he'll find a way to get some kills with it. But Xander, a weapon in hand, and a spike to protect. Incendiary available. Boombot can reveal the position. Orbital strike goes out, and Incendiary to follow. Now they need to try and run him down. The Incendiary actually doesn't land. He puts it on the wrong plant spot. Boostio gonna scoop up the ace. And EG, they just keep it moving on forward.
This man is ridiculous. It feels as though Chamber was built just for his playstyle. I mean, that kill on the player rushing through the smoke with the Spectre, being able to instantaneously trade onto his teammate, pick up the Headhunter, and continue to find value. It is absurd from Boostio. The amount of value he has found. Complete control, again, over this north side of the map. You lock things on down. You can rotate up towards heaven. So much space to play with for Boostio, and what was a good attempt from Xander, I think just not quite the knowledge of where that spike was planted or just missing out on the molly. Either way, utility goes astray. Round was very much unwinnable with Boostio holding that angle.
Seeming a bit discombobulated. Comms not as clear as they needed. That Incendiary, it lasts for a long time, and it absolutely cooks. Let's move into the next. Oof. I mean, Evil Genius is quick to take this space back once more, and they capitalize. First kill on Xander. Now he's got to IGL the squad from the bench.
Has to spike down too. So much utility and so much time is going to have to be committed to reclear the space, but Resurrection available. Wardell writes that wrong. We go back to a 5v5, but time has been ticking here. A minute left. They want to push towards this B site, but again, look, the rotation's on over. Reformed is in position here. So too is Apoth, and Breach in calm while he's still over towards the A site can support arranged with the utility. With all the talk of B, that's not even the destination. Version 1 instead electing to double back, but look at the trademark over towards Dish. They never broke that. That'll be early warning side. That'll call for rotations. Calm will be back here before the hit even comes through.
And you don't really have the time to make another decision, right? 30 seconds on the clock, the trademark to reveal. Once this gives them up, they have to just go, and that's the call. Rolling Thunder to open things up out towards Sand. Nobody directly onto the side. As Zelsa's going to get stunned up, but he assumes position. Spike now making its way here. Wardell going to go aggressive onto the wall to make sure they can't come from the spawn. And there's still a wall for main, so they're kind of corralled to come to this ropes area, but it's starting to work for now. Effie's the first to go. Penny trying to battle back in version 1, finally waking up a Reform. Might have something else to say about it, and I spoke too soon as Zelsis takes him down. It's Boostio who needs a 3K. There's one. Looking for the next. Through the slow orb he will go. Blast Pack gonna open up the door. Zelsis is gonna come through with the ult, and that will be enough, but had to invest the showstopper just to silence this chamber.
Of V1, they made the realization that re-aggressing in towards that late round was absolutely necessary. EG got a little antsy. They rotated away, and while they had that early information off of the trademark being broken, V1 was faster. Rolling Thunder in, Sun goes deep. You cannot elect to fight that. It would be suicide to swing through those smokes, and V1 then taking the fight towards Sands, having that late lurk from Penny. Pinch EG and shut them down. Still, the money's fantastic. Still, Boostio has an op. The issues that were present before, they're not gone just yet. V1 is not out of the woods.
Another win would put them in a tough spot, but even in an eco round, Boostio still has that tour de force online. So if EG lose this one, they're still going to be A-okay moving into the next until they get to that full loss bonus. Again, we fight for the space. EG quick to take it, though. Very deep. I mean, there's no contention immediately in this Dish position. They're pushing all the way up. They're getting these ult orbs for free, and this is everything. When your economy's starting to take a hit, you can get that ult back online for Zelsis. You can get another operator, a free one, in the hands of Boostio. And speaking of, Zelsis, he met his fate. Unfortunately, as Boostio takes down the Raze with the op again.
The wall is broken, so presence will have to be maintained here for the moment for Evil Geniuses. Where's the destination, though? For V1, there's a trademark in towards A main. That will reveal the intentions, but they instead look to push in towards Sand. Sight will likely be given on over to version 1, but with Dish control still for EG, this retake, it might not even have to come down to the retake. As long as they can hold space, apply pressure from Dish, this is going to be very difficult. V1 either has to fight for spawn or refight in for Dish.
30 seconds left.
And if you're version 1, you cannot give anything to Giacomo here. He's one away from that showstopper, and you know that's going to open things up for the squad. And he's going to be first to contact, quite possibly. No, it's Boostio instead. Wardell falls, and the rest of the team, they're out towards main. The spike is planted for him, but what do they have for it? Just the fault line to play with. Now they don't have Xander. It's Penny and Effie's to work hand in hand. The dynamic duo. There goes the fault line. There goes the rest of the utility, and it's all up to the rifles. The flashes come around the corners. They go unchecked, and Effie's picks up 2 huge kills, but the defuse is coming on through. They hop off for just a second. Now Penny needs to try and get back on and force the issue, but he just can't do it. Reformed, scared for a second, but Calm is there to bail him out, and the round goes the way of EG.
Version 1 was completely locked in towards the site there. They knew that they still had space over towards main, so that's where they elect to push for. I thought it would either be spawn or towards the drop that they would try and take those duels, but in doing so, Sky Smokes are up. That Brim is still alive. Apoth has 20 seconds of stall plus another 20 seconds on another smoke. You have to rely on a little bit of luck. Hope you can get something done with the spray through the smoke when that utility was already used initially on the execute. Very tough round to be losing there for version 1, but we talked about that economy, that it was kind of on the brink for EG. Now it's in a great place, and V1 instead pushed down towards his eco. Only 2 hero rifles to work with, but they have the right play and they have an opener too.
They do get stunned up, slowed down for just a second, and Apoth is there to equalize. Wardell will fall. They're going right on into the fight, and Apoth sprays them down. 2 targets up, 2 targets down. It's 3 on the round in version 1. They're forced to scramble, only 2 remaining. As Penny goes up and makes it just Effie's try and fight forward with his squad, and you were hoping to get something, and you got Giacomo, sure, but that's not a whole lot here for version 1.
It really isn't. FaZe has but one flash and aftershock to work with here. That Sun's on a recharge, but the time is working against him. 50 seconds left, and there's still that operator ever present on the other side of the map. He wants to push towards A here. Well, Busio should be able to shut him down, or at very least get information off of his trademarks. The decision seems to be wrap back around, hope you can get a sneaky kill here, double back in towards B. Gonna be difficult. None of these kills are being given away for free. Doubled up is Evil Geniuses in towards the nest, and just on the other side, Reformed has a crossfire as well.
And 2 of 3 are low. Comes to HP. The Sage spotted. Unfortunately, the flick not good enough. Reformed will take down FB's. Evil Geniuses will find themselves their 8th. And it was a lesser buy. It wasn't great for version 1, but this one doesn't seem to be a whole lot better. Light shields coming through for a few members. I mean, they got to dig deep for this one.
Busio is owning 18 and 5 thus far. That operator feels ever present within his hands. Version 1 yet to find a clear answer. What do they want to do with this round? Lean towards A again, maybe try and do something faster. Their pace is normally their friend. With this composition for EG, there is so much stall built into it. Busio has an op. Reformed has a wall. He has slows. Apop has his smokes, his molly. Normally, they're primed to break that Utilon down. Previously, you'd see a lot of teams running the KO on this map, and it would help with that, but you have no such in this one. It'll just have to be the fight, and already they're being pinched on in. The Tour de Force has flanked them. They're held in, and now the Rolling Thunder available.
Calm he's trying to calm to Reformed. Hey, man, you might get a little bit of friendly fire here. It doesn't matter, though. The rest of the squad able to help him out. Reformed still gets his. Giacomo gonna go killless here on the round as Penny tries to fight back. Tour de Force has got 3 more shots and 4 more enemies. One directly around the corner. That and Giacomo, and he peeks the wrong way as the door's still open. Effie's has to pick up 4 on the round. This is a very tall ask for any player on any server. Now it's 5 as the resurrection comes on through. The stun is perfect. The backstab's there. And it's the 9th round scooped up. A dominant half for Evil Geniuses. We'll see if they can keep it going right after this break.
Well, EG flip the script, 9-3, the lead that they find at the half. But version 1, they're known to be better on the defense, so maybe still a chance for this comeback.
Give us something, version 1. Make us believers. Show us why. Make sure that the fluke doesn't, well, I guess, doesn't keep happening. We want to make sure that that it was a fluke before. So it's kind of contradicting to what version 1 are looking for as a storyline. But here on Fracture, please, 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 so highly regarded. We need to see something. As for Evil Geniuses, keep doing what you're doing. As for Boostio, keep doing what you're doing. As we already get a different approach to the attacking side here for EG. Split across the B site, 3 on the top, 2 on the bottom, and it's Boostio coming up from Tree. First to contact here, pushing his way all the way up, Headhunter in hand, but immediately kills going back and forth. Zephy's in Reformed, hopped their way into the kill feed as Wardell, tucked in the corner behind his wall, will scoop up another, and Effie's is so darn good with the classic. He's unmatched. Now Jogamo, 24 HP, 6, and a Boomba right in his face. Okay, never mind.
Yep, it'll end. Just he sees that one. Good utility there from Zelsis to clean that on up. Version 1 knew what EG was doing there. They had an idea that it would be something towards A. They stack 3 players more heavily towards that side. And Kristen, they don't go for any early fight. They stay really passive. So EG feels safe in committing to that duel. But deep on the site was Wardell. He pops up an interesting wall there that kind of separates the site in two, gives these angles, this crossfire that's advantageous to version 1. So him and Effie's in conjunction managed to lock things on down. EG, no spike plant. They won't take the risk in forcing. This is looking like a version 1 fifth. Unless Boostio does something with the Headhunter again, which we shouldn't count out. 3 bullets would be 3 kills.
That is very true. That is... Well, that would be the Boostio way, and at least right in front of us on our screens. Penny just escaping the timing. They go back and forth. Headhunter for Headhunter, and it's Penny out on top. So able to stabilize here in the anti-eco round. Make sure the damage would be mitigated, or at the very least will be minimum. And it's Reformed who actually ends up doing the damage. You run out of shots. Penny, unfortunately, couldn't land the last few. Reformed finds himself in a decent spot. Healed up. Weapon in hand. Spike being planted. Here comes the take. Bold. It's the death ball. It's the death ball. It's a 1v3 every single time here for Evil Geniuses. They have no breathing room.
No, none to work with whatsoever. This whole team fighting together. Comsale live, though, gets one. How much more can he get done, though? 65 HP. The stun back online, and Aftershock, too, but I don't think the stun goes deep enough. And now an Aftershock against him, and Zelsis on the swing. V1, they take quite a bit of damage in that round. Probably more than they should have, but still, a round's a round. They take their fifth.
Yeah, that right there, it's one of them Pyrrhic victories. We're sure you won, but at what cost? We'll see how aggressive they're feeling coming into this bonus. And you talked about it in the break, right? Version 1, a very strong pistol team. I say right like chat knows. Chat unfortunately didn't get to hear it. Version 1, a strong pistol team. You pick up the pistol, you grab that anti-eco. Now we're looking at a 9-5. It's a different game. And this time, you don't have to figure out ways how to deathball your way around the map, right? You get to sit back and wait for Evil Geniuses to come to you and then take those fights. So we'll see what version 1 could get done with a full reinvestment.
Here's my big question on the side of V1. With a new player in the roster, in way of Wardell playing with them, who opts? You have, like, 2-3 players that can be potent with that weapon. Who's going to pick it up if they eventually get to that point? That's my question. We'll keep that in the back of our heads as we reassess to the round at hand, where Boostio is alone and could be in some trouble. Does he clear close up atop the wall? It's very awkward, but Effie's was there to support. Boostio goes down for nothing. This could get tough for EG, but Jaw, fast. He wants to keep this one going. A fight for Zelsis, a swing. The Spectre, the double, think and more. How does he get so much value? Zelsis for a double. And now only 2 players remaining, already revealed. And Effie's keeping them zoned on back. A flash to contain, a sky smoke to hold them in towards main. This round is looking like trouble.
And that's exactly what version 1 wanted, right? An early kill. Evil Genius say, hey, we got to start going here on the opposite side of the map. And they take the shortest route to the A site with the closest and tightest angles, that being through sand. And well, that's where the Spectres and the run and gun really gets heaps of value. That's exactly what we saw. And now the Vandals and Bulldog, well, Effie's hasn't quite gotten his piece of the pie. We'll see if he's thwarted the sweet. So, well, Wardell falls. But Penny able to close out the round. Version 1 with their 6th. Most importantly, they've got 3 in a row. They reset Evil Geniuses, and they reinvested. That was a must-win for them.
Yeah, absolutely. It was. Now, 3 rounds only this gap. EG, they will be on an eco this round. I'm really hoping they take attack off of this round, unless they pull it off, which would be wild, but not necessarily out of the picture. But if they do lose this round, I'm hoping for a tactical pause, a moment to reset. Don't let this momentum get away from you, because I'm having memories of Bind, where EG, it looked like the game was in their hand. V1, turn things around, pull like 4 rounds in a row, take it to OT, and win there. EG, though, Again, wanting to move quickly in this one. The stun good to contain, but Celsius just taking a duel now. That showstopper earn more. How much can he get done? Only 2. Might just be enough, though, as the remainder of these players were spotted on out, and the Sage wall still keeps them locked on in.
Yeah, and your question was answered, right? It's Wardell, the one with the op in hand, and I thought it was scary once he gets stunned up, but if they're going to put aggression out towards A main and push the op off, all Wardell has to do, back away, put that wall up, he's A-okay, and he can look over it if anybody is still trying to peek that way from main. So the Sage somehow, some way still works for Wardell with an op in hand, and unfortunately, this eco round looking like an eco round for Evil Geniuses. Apoth has got himself a weapon, so a lot of weight on his shoulders to try and get something done here. But it's a Headhunter, a Stinger, and a Sheriff. A couple of smokes still to work with. Lots of util here on the attacking side. Unfortunately, the defense, they're still postured up.
But Penny, he has that trademark. He'll reveal that chamber before the flank actually comes, and Penny can swing to support off Xander's contact.
Ooh, and that wall's a little slippery because Xander has the angle here. That's a wall you wish you could have back if you're reformed. Unfortunately, he's just stuck on the opposite side. Okay, Boostio. Oh, the Headhunter finally silenced Xander. Good on the swing, good on the kills. And reformed, again, kicking himself for that wall.
Oh, look at the coordination there. I was thinking, right, like he's waiting. Is someone going to smoke this for him? And yeah, Apoth did throw down a smoke, so that's how that lurk came to fruition. But it wasn't enough, really. At that point, your team is already dead. You're out on your own. It was a good idea, good play, but it won't get the job done. Now, tactical timeout. That's what I'm hoping for. Unless they just have an idea. They might know what they want to do and just send things straight on in. Tom does have that Rolling Thunder. I imagine that's what this play is predicated on. Apoth can also get himself the Orbital Strike early here if he wants.
Paint shells out and over the top. Wardell with the op. Just a little, barely anything given to him. And he takes the life and perform. Now Giacomo in a tough spot as he falls off the box. He's able to strafe the safety, and the Aftershock will force the op away. Meanwhile, the defense still sitting pretty. One player ahead. Just about everybody here on the B site to try and answer for this push. Across the map, though, it's Penny. Waiting to hear or see something. And Boostio now with the weight on his shoulders to try and open things up. A 1v1 directly here on the site. Making a 2v1 as a cross. It's about to be spotted. Boostio in a really tough spot. Backs away, tries to take the fight with the player that could be up top, and Penny wins it out. Now EG, they didn't take that timeout. They looked or seemed to have an idea, and it's already gone sour.
Yeah, that it has. Still this Rolling Thunder available. A stun as well onto Penny. Their player to follow this up in main. Yeah, Apoth will look to swing. If they kill Penny, this round could be big. He's stunned, but gets away. That rendezvous too good. And Celsius back to the smoke, takes down Calm. Spikes on the floor. They realize it. They are spraying for it. And everyone on the scene here for version 1.
Does seem to be planted though, so a couple extra credits is really all Evil Geniuses can hope for. Apoth would have to do something crazy. He's got the ult, sure, but no space, no time. Well, now no HP. Evil Geniuses, they concede yet another round. And a reminder, if you're just joining us, 9-3 is where we were at. Now 9-8 as version 1. Cap off that round with that Prime Gaming Flawless.
Yeah, and I mean, what a flawless to claim. EG, that was their buyback on in. That was where they had these big ideas, right? We're not going to take a pause. We're going to go straight on into the round. We're going to hope we can get something done with the Rolling Thunder. But V1, in that very early pre-show, I was talking about how defensive side, their opening gambits are really potent. And we saw it there with the fight over towards Arcade. In winning that completely changed the plan. It was Boostio dying there, lurk down. They were lacking information. Had to just take the gamble on this play. And it did not work out whatsoever. Good work specifically to Celsius in getting that one done. But now with the tactical timeout upon them, they didn't really use any ults in that previous round, so they'll still have those available. Maybe, just maybe, they can think of a plan. That loss bonus is maxed on out, so they can probably scrape together some kind of buy to see what that decision comes down to.
It's tough for Boostio. Hasn't been given the same opportunities that he had on the defensive side of things. He's still fragging, though, and he's still trying to open things up. That Headhunter has been an incredible tool for the player. One pip away from the Tour de Force. So still scary to get that in hand. And with that timeout, it does look like they're going to buy up what they can, but they still want to save for next for the most part. And Yeah, they didn't use those ults. So you get a couple of pips towards Giacomo, you get Boostio, that tour de force. And that could turn things around. Boombot early, though, from Zelsis to try and reveal positions here. And, I mean, a deep sky smoke. Hey, man, this is not going to be free if you want to push this way.
So a lot of people lied to us and said the Spectre was nerfed. It got nerfed. This gun is still ridiculous. You can get, or excuse me, the Stinger instead. You can get so much done with the Stinger. Like, it is a run and gun, good for one weapon. And when you combine that with quite a few ults, create some chaos, maybe Boostio pull some rotations, this round is not out of the picture. V1, though, they have some resources available to help in way of a retake. They can concede some space to these lesser weapons, use Xander's Orbital Strike to delay, and Effie's, if he gets a kill or two here, maybe recovers an Ult Orb, that Rolling Thunder could come online as well.
And I really appreciate, right, the obvious play is to grab an orb for Boostio just to get his ult online. In version 1, they're okay to give that up. They understand that having that tour de force on the attacking side could be difficult. And, well, the lesser buys, we'll see what they can get done here. Combat's going to try and push him on through, but it's just quick speed for now. Giacomo takes a bit of damage, and everybody from version 1 forced to back away. They can see the site, but they've got the ult.
They saved that Rolling Thunder. Are they going to push deep off that? Util goes in for V1, but EG, what's the reply? They need to get proactive here with the lesser guns.
The plant, it still hasn't gone down. It's been delayed so long. Now the spike has fallen in the Stinger, although usually good for one, not at the long ranges like that. It's all about the RNG at that point in the time. The clock, it's just ticking too far down this round. It goes just as you would expect. Another Prime Gaming flawless for version 1 as they knot us up at 9.
Oof, that is a really tough one to be losing. I mean, sure was the eco coming on it. You have to temper your expectations, but they get absolutely nothing done. They take their tack. They spend their time. Think about the play. Think about maybe trying to get something done, but it doesn't happen. They will have the rifles now. They still have those ults aforementioned, so I'm hoping to see something, but right now EG has just been looking limp. I mean, version 1 is in complete control of this game. The forward aggression is great. The patience in towards the late round on the retakes is just as good. It was everything we were seeing on Bind with the patience on the utility usage and the potency in towards the retakes. All of it isn't working well, and now I get the answer to my question. Wardell the one to pick up that operator?
And I'm pretty sure dueling tour de forces as well here in this round. So both Penny and Boostio trying to show their presence. Flash out, but Reformed get blinded by it. Oh, as they go to clear, Reformed's able to pick up one, but a 1-for-1 trade. 4v4. And the A site, it's been given up. EG seem to have known this. Paint Shell's out and over the top. So much information actually given on over to Reformed in just that one kill. And now this time they should be awarded that plant. Effie does still have the Rolling Thunder, though. The Aftershock is actually all they'll need to force him off the plant. Nobody really in position to take just yet, but the Rolling Thunder comes on through, and now they're looking to get aggressive. Delayed once more. The Orbital Strike. Oh my goodness, I mean, just so much delay. 45 seconds, the clock continues to tick, and that spike yet to be planted. There we finally get it, but the last one standing is the man with the op. And he's got too many angles to worry about here. Not gonna find anything on the first. Out towards main. The tour de force to Boostio. The wall goes up at his back. Wardell in a really tough spot. Now needs to clear underneath sight. And, well, on the cross, Boostio holding it true. And Evil Genius is back to their winning ways.
They are finally around to break this streak of momentum, but they had to use so much to accomplish that. Rolling Thunder, Orbital Strike, Boostio with the tour de force. They put their all in towards that round. But they really needed to, because version 1 was doing the same. They constantly had this control towards the north side of the map, but look at the mini-map in this replay here. There was still a trademark. They knew that V1 was still locked in towards Dish. They couldn't extend deeper. So off of that, EG realized that Dish was the position they needed to contain, and they used their utility really well to do so. A little piece as well was once that Rolling Thunder came through, it was immediately countered with an Aftershock, so it couldn't be followed up. That's great work from EG. That's what we were hoping to see from them. Now the question is, can they continue to find that success? Because 3 ults for 1 round, that's not consistency.
No, that is not. And the ult that you do have available for you, it's just that resurrection, so it'll get that player back on the map, but it's not quite going to have that same oomph that you would get from the Tour de Force, the Rolling Thunder, the Orbital Strike, whatever it may be. Giacomo, though, close to that showstopper. We'll see how much investment they'll put into that. Boostio creeps up here. Rendezvous going down. He's got the up. He's in such a tough spot, and the Sky Smoke's just going to be used to make sure that nobody can peek this angle from tree.
should be aware of the position, but now EG, they're fighting really fast here, trying to take from the north side of the map. They have Arcade. Can they get the site?
And very quick through the smokes. They'll go as Boostio picks up the first, but Xander and FB's holding it down all by themselves here. Finally, the rotations come through, and hey, Penny, welcome on in. Closes out the round. We're knotted up once more.
The trademark down below Nest was really big there because it delayed it. It meant that they didn't actually fight for Nest space. Instead, they call the audible, fight instead towards front site. But then that's shut down. The player from main and Boostio didn't get quite as much value as you would have hoped, only picking up 1 kill before instantly being traded. Wardell even, towards the back one, he realized what was going on. He used his wall to boost over the smokes and find a new angle, find a new opportunity. That was the opportunity for EG to keep things going. Try and continue pushing towards that match point, but V1 immediately on the reply, and their money is still great. Their alt economy, it is still solid. They're still in control of this game.
Another op investment here for Boostio, and it's just so scary the way that he kind of has to tailor his play when he's got that op in hand versus when he's able to use a rifle to try and help his team. Sky smokes down once more, fast onto the site though, but stunned up. Giacomo gets nothing, the rest of the squad. But Xander, the Brimstones, they go back and forth as FB's tries his best to hang on, but Apoth has had enough. He'll even the odds with 3 kills of his own. Boostio to get the spike planted at 46 HP. The operator's still in hand, and he's not ready for the angle. Or is he over the smoke? The shoulder spotted Wardell. A huge kill to cut it down to a 2v1. Now Apoth needs to try and do it all by his lonesome. Spots out Celsius. Ooh, able to get the dink, able to get the frag. It's 4 kills. He needs the ace, but he's got 1 HP. The resurrection to get Effie's back online, and too much is showing. Wardell only needs the classic. And it was scrappy. It was close. It was back and forth, but it's version 1 to claim a lead.
Was it back and forth, or was it just Apoth versus the world? 4 kills picked up. Scaling into the site was solid. They managed to get the trades on through. But Wardell, again, managed to be the man to change the tides. Boosts himself up on over. Takes down Boostio with no trade. Earns himself the resurrection. And off of that, they managed to close the round on out. Good attempt from Apoth, but not enough now. Take a look at this money. It is crippled. Version 1 is on the precipice of series point here.
EG concede in this one here. Giacomo aggressive though with the stinger. Unfortunately, nothing to be had directly in the face. And with this lesser bias, can take a lot to get through that wall. And Giacomo comes back to try and trade that kill into Wardell. He gets nothing. The op up close and personal. It's turned shotgun and it takes down Calm.
Spike down. The util combos even after Shock claims 1. Grenade 2, zoning them back on in. Reform is trapped. He should be a dead man walking. Wardell just jumping forward, and Zels is following up. Boostio, he was never a part of this play. Long forgotten on the far side of the map, but does he even have time? Does he even have a chance to get back into this? He's just a headhunter. Feels impossible. The rope is being held. He goes across. He's a dead man, and it seems at this point he realizes it. Just shaking his mouse, trying to hear what he can. This round is over. Version 1. Out to grab series point from an Evil Geniuses squad that had pulled so much in towards their favor. 9-3 at the half, and only a single round won since then. That tactical timeout already used. They're going to have to use everything if they want to still come back into this.
30 seconds left.
I love this. Not only just to not give anything over in way of guns, economy, although it's good for version 1. They understand that Boostio really kind of needs to die. He doesn't want to save here. It puts him in an awkward spot, but he's also very close to that tour de force. So an extra couple of kills. Yeah, he's got to go down here on the ropes, and Wardell gonna knock him off. It's the third Prime Gaming flawless for version 1. It's map and series point here on Fracture. And sure, they've got some things to work through, especially on the attacking side, but once they move over to that defense, I mean, it's all shored up, and it's been all version 1.
Wardell getting that work done off the start. The utility combos to contain, and the rest was just the inevitable. Now the buy does come back on in. EG have Rolling Thunder. They have that orbital strike too. They have the utility to just go for an execute here. Breach is actually alone over towards the south side of the map. Everyone else fighting towards bridge. Looks like they do want to take this one towards A. The ult can come out from one direction, and now it will go. That was just a clear towards main. This is actually kind of a fake, trying to zone them back on the site, but it doesn't matter. Penny still gets one, still gets away, and hey, look, a rifle. He bought that early. It was waiting for him in the back lines. 5v4 in this retake. If Wardell finds his kill, it could be big, but he doesn't. And the resurrection, EG back with a man advantage, but out comes the orbital strike from Xander to deny.
It's just so good. Ults aplenty on both sides. One of them going to be popped here in way of Showstopper. Only going to find some damage, though, as Apoth sneaks away, and Calm buys all the space here. Rolling Thunder on the opposite side. Calm will eventually go down, but Reformed is on the angle, and he wins it all for 3 kills on it. The backstab is perfect, and EG are back.
They're alive. They keep things going. Every ultimate invested from practically both sides here. And they keep it afloat. EG. It looked like the end of them now. That orbital strike to deny the resurrection that came on through from Reformed. They were pushing on through. However, that Showstopper not connecting. A player getting away, tucking deeper back outside of main. And Wardell dying on his flank. They keep it going, but still, job not done. It is not over. One more round required for EG. Push us to OT.
You want to play? Let's play.
Tour de force on, tour de force off as Boostio gets taken down. Apoth stunned up Wardell once more. He's going to get it dancing around. Goes Giacomo, and he's up close. He might do it again. The classic, no, the shorty. And Giacomo goes huge. Overtime. Still a possibility here for Evil Geniuses. They only have 2 more to worry about as the Sky Smokes allow for safe passage. Onto the A site with a plant. It's a Showstopper available, but low HP on the Raze. The ult's online. It's 48 health. Giacomo needs to be perfect with it.
Showstopper pop. This is just trying to zone. They're trying to push version 1 away, and they've done it. Time is being bought here.
Rocket gone. Penny now slowly creeping up. Direct contact underneath the site as the cross is being held. To play for contact here. Penny to find the first. Giacomo 4 kills on the round. Wants some more. Won't get it. It's Xander. It's the IGLs to try and hang on here. Overtime still on the line, and Calm will do it. They push us to OT.
EG again. They are proving how close they can slice it here. The lead was fully for them. They let it slip away. Version 1 played a near perfect defensive side. But in the final hour, EG, they come back into things here. I mean, what a performance from Jaw. The kill onto Wardell with the shorty. This guy has proven ridiculous. Look at that movement. This man is playing a different game. How does he get that done? I'm not even sure how. He's not playing Valorant. It is absurd, the impact he's found. And thankfully in the 1v1 for Evil Geniuses, Calm managed to clutch it on out. But now, overtime again. We're back to it. And Boostio, he was considering that operator. Looks like he will elect into the rifle instead. Where does V1 want to play this?
He didn't buy.
What? He didn't? He fumbled the bag, man. Where? There's no gun? No way. That is the worst possible case scenario for EG.
That is, yeah, a huge blunder. Going from a glass cannon operator to absolutely nothing but the headhunter and full shields. We'll see if version 1 can capitalize. Xander, good for the first kill as he pushes out through sand. And with this version 1, they're not just sticking to their aggressive ways. They look to back away, reassess, and play the 1-player lead.
Oh boy. What a disaster. Jaw's body, maybe a gun is recoverable now, but oh no. Version 1 now. Step away here. They're looking to just take this one in towards the A site. Breach has been revealed, utility has already been used, and now the reply, a stun up towards heaven. That wall broken, the boost, and now that breach actually still alive on the site. Calm can get this done.
A beautiful flasher. I think it got just about everybody inside main in the incendiary. That's going to buy some extra time with 30 seconds. Version 1, they don't have a whole lot of options, and well, Zelsis, he doesn't have a whole lot of health. He's got to back away as the wall slowly chipped away at Boostio, the weaponless chamber, and now the B side is open for business, and with 20 seconds, it's plenty to get the spike that way.
They're just sprinting this one. It is a foot race. Apoth might be here in time. He might be able to contest on this angle. Can Apoth get it done? He's in towards the site. He is ready to fight. Close in this position. Flash blinds him. Now the spike's on the floor. Xander to trade. The time is 9. It's a 2 versus 1. Reformed to keep Evil Geniuses in this round.
And he just can't. Orbital strike spooks him, forces him forward, and he falls. A very tall ask there in the 1v2 at the end of the round for Reformed, and it slips away. Now version 1, this is where they want to be. Defense, 1 round the lead in overtime.
Poor Boostio. It's unfortunate. I don't think having a gun would have changed things with that flank, but still, you hate to see it. V1 though, they played a good round. Good setup. Punish the flanker. Realize the opportunity that is open for them and take advantage of it. Now their defensive side. This is where they were so incredibly strong. An indomitable luck. Only 2 rounds really. A third at the very last second for EG to even push us here to OT. They'll have to do it again. They're headed towards A main though early on. This is where they found success towards the latter part of regulation.
EG with the book, or page out of the V1 book. All 5 together here. Util queued up. Sky smokes down. Door open. The paint shells. It's going to force it back. No, Giacomo wants to go forward, but it's right on into the aftershock. And Zelsis there to catch the interception. It's perfect. And Sands, you just can't take it from version 1. We saw it earlier. We get to see it again. Now Calm and Boostio have to fight their way out, and they've done so thus far. But Calm is low, and Boostio needs to live up to his first half performance. Spike in hand. Fault line out. And they haven't yet committed the plant.
Are they doubling back here? They want to kill before they commit to this plant. They want to punish before they go for it, and they found it. Boostio for 1. He needs more. He needs this duel, and Boostio's done it. Xander now alone. 1 versus 2, but he's found the wallbang onto Boostio. Now Calm solo on HP. We've seen this before. A rerun, a repeat. IGL versus IGL, and Xander has the sky smokes. Calm though wrapping around. Xander should realize this.
He hears him. He hears him running through. He can get the spike halfway. He's low HP, and Xander will do it. He rights his wrongs in the last round of regulation, and version 1 have done it. The Red Bull clutch to find themselves in the semifinals.
Oh, version 1. I mean, this team is looking absolutely lovely. The executes on their attacking side, well, maybe they stumbled a little bit on Fracture. Their defense was absolutely ironclad. EG, again, another incredibly close game where they push version 1 to the limit, but just, again, cannot get it done in the end. Really unfortunate for EG. They played a very impressive series of Valorant, especially considering the caliber of opposition and considering what this team was looking like last stage. I mean, Evil Geniuses in my eyes are looking better than ever.
Yeah, that I think right there at the end, Evil Geniuses look like a different beast. This roster, it's new, and it's already looking this good. They do not look like the Evil Geniuses of old. They look like a team that, if and when they do qualify for the main stage coming up here, nobody's going to be shocked this time around. They're going to understand that they have shored up all the mistakes that were made previously, and they just look like diabolical. They look diabolical.
Yeah, they absolutely do. Let's try and bring Jackie back on in to the conversation to chat things through here after this game. I mean, it was really impressive to be able to see what went down there. For the side of version 1, especially, Jackie, I mean, 2 games now where they're able to come back. We can't hear you, I don't think, Jackie.
Yeah,
might just be on our
Discord
side.
Discord and not in. Chat will fill us in.
I was muted.
Oh,
there we go. Sorry about that. Okay, well, all I was doing was just talking about how epic that series was.
Yeah.
It was absolutely insane. At the half, it seemed clear that EG had it. I mean, we were all talking during half, and we were like, what is going on here? We have to talk about V1's mental fortitude. I mean, it just shocked me again that they were able to battle back there, Tanner.
Yeah, Mimi kind of said it, right? Mimi, basically, the Prophet saw what was going to happen. Version 1, they're going to grab that pistol. They're going to grab the anti-eco. Now we're looking at 9-5, and things aren't looking as grim. And all of the mental fortitude that version 1 had was taken away as we get into overtime and Boostio. Now, as Mimi pointed out, maybe having a rifle, that flank doesn't matter, but I can only imagine the mental boom that he's feeling as an individual when he's going into the first round of overtime without a weapon.
That's so, it's so unfortunate to see those little errors in the moments that matter. I think version 1, though, they proved through in the experience. You're the players on Evil Geniuses. Some of them have really been in this position before. Some of them have been around for a bit, but in these pressured situations, I think it kept on slipping away from them. If we take a look back at those Prime Gaming post-match highlights, I mean, for the first half, it was completely Boostio in the performance he managed to put on up, but once the side switched, it was a completely different story. And even looking back earlier, in towards Binds, this was just like the kind of that Effie's show. Like, sure, Jaw was having a great performance, but Effie's was setting his team up for success in such a good way. That continued with the breach. He was enabling folks like Penny. The coordination that we know that we love from version 1 very much was still here.
And we are looking at our Prime Gaming post-match highlights right now. Both of you were obviously singing V1's praises, but also EG. I mean, I don't think we were expecting such a great performance out of them. I mean, those were very close maps.
Yeah, so, I mean, you're seeing it here in the highlights. On Bind alone, both maps go into overtime. We're 2 rounds separated. We get as close as you can get. And then you start to pick it apart and you say, well, what is it? Well, how about 3 or 4 rounds where Penny wins rounds that he should not be winning, whether it be a 4K for his team or somehow staying alive in the 1v1 and winning it out over both Calm and Apoth. That right there is what really separated this series between these two teams. I think that just speaks so much better to a little more comfortability with the roster and Evil Geniuses. Obviously, version 1 going through their roster change and still trying to get comfortable with Wardale filling in. But, man, these two teams, it's so different. You could take a look back at the first stage, and this would be such a different matchup with version 1 moving through in a breeze. Now, it's still a 2-0, but just not the same.
Yeah, man. I think that for version 1, one of the big things was how, let's be honest, how incredibly rough their first half was here on Fracture. They were really struggling to get much done on the attacking side. You of course have to give credit to EG, but this is also an issue that has plagued them before on this map, in that sometimes they're kind of neglecting control on the extremities a little bit. They've shown issues with this. They've shown weaknesses, but that's not what's important to me. That happens, especially when you're putting a new player on in. I think it's tougher to integrate a player onto your attacking sided plays than on your defensive sided plays. So even though they maybe struggled with that a little bit, I think just having that fortitude, like you were saying, Jackie, to pull back, to ignore everything that happened in towards that first half, recover and win things out, even though we went to another overtime.
Tanner, I think that, we were saying that version 1 is trying to make a name for themselves. I mean, it seems like they're definitely on the path to do that now.
Yeah, coming into this series, it's version 1's game to lose or series to lose, right? If version 1 loses this one, everybody's starting to lose faith in, the run that they had previously. Hey, the fans, sometimes, they could be a little lopsided. They could be a little wishy-washy, and we could forget about that. We could forget about all of the successes and how dominant they looked because of what the playoffs looked like. And then coming into stage 2, if they picked up right where they left off, it'd be absolutely terrible for the organization. So much pressure. You could see the pressure being on, but as you guys are saying, man, the mental fortitude just to be able to really lock it in, sit everybody down, talk through the rounds, figure out how you can shore up these mistakes that you're making, what wasn't working and what will work, and get it done in overtime fashion.
There's a player I want to shout out, and that's Zelsis specifically. In towards stage 1, he was playing a ton of the KO. When we were deep in towards the KO meta, I think he was one of the innovators of that. We saw some folks being the more aggressive. He was very much the supportive KO, taking a bit of a kind of back seat, enabling his teammates more to succeed. But that has very much changed in towards this new stage and in towards this slightly changed roster. He's playing a ton of the Rays. They've put an emphasis on the agent and the stats, the impact that he put up on both these maps, both in the utility combinations with the breach in way of Effie's, but also in way of his individual performance was really great. I'm excited to see Zelsis continue to prove himself to be a player that can change worlds. He was a Killjoy main, then he was a KO main, now he's a Raze main, and he's doing just as well.
Well, maybe talking about Effie's, he is ready for his Verizon post-match interview, so let's get right to it. I'll check with the analyst desk in a little bit, but Effie's, congratulations! How does this victory feel? I mean, one step closer to qualifying, so that must feel pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, it feels great, honestly. It was a very hard-fought battle. It was just like 2 OT games, like it's always going to be hard. But yeah, we're feeling good. We're just not overthinking it and just looking for energy next.
Yeah, I mean, the analysts and myself were constantly talking about your team's mental strength. I mean, how did you guys stay resilient? How did you stay composed? I mean, there was so much back and forth tit for tat.
I mean, we've been a team for a long time. We've been through so much, like through even as like roster issues, stand-ins, like a bunch of tournaments. Nothing ever goes our way, so we're at a point where we don't even look at the score anymore. We're just playing every round. So yeah, we're a team that's like extremely hard to get. Like we don't get down too much. We're just playing basically. So yeah, we don't. Being down does not affect us very much.
Well, I believe that a lot of eyes were probably on Wardell. I wanted to ask you, what did you think about his performance and how is he gelling with the team?
I mean, he's doing a very great job. He's giving us a lot of entries. I mean, when he came in, like obviously there's gonna be like some role issues because like WP is more of a lurker and like Wardell does not really lurk, so we had to like adjust a little bit, and like I think we are doing what was best in the sense that we're like kind of forcing him to play a little bit more like we want him to play and not just like letting him do his thing, which I mean he's been great at that. Like he's just very experienced, like he has great comms, and he's just fitting in the role very well. He's just being a role player right now more than like a superstar.
Well, it did seem like the synergy was there today. Looking back at that series, is there anything that you think that you all want to improve on? Anything that stuck out to you that you were like, we need to focus on this moving forward?
I mean, our synergy is just gonna get better, and like with each match, I mean, this match in particular, like not really anything. I mean, we're just not in sync because we lack practice on some maps, but it's gonna get better as we progress into the tournament. Hopefully, this is gonna be our last game. But yeah, I mean, it's just like the little things, really. Like just better timing on our utility, and that's it. The rest is fine, really.
Well, obviously the goal is to qualify, but is there anything else that you're really looking forward to as you progress through NA VCT Stage 2 Open Qualifiers?
Nah, I'm honestly, it's all about qualifying. I want to qualify after this game. I want to beat Energy, and I just want to get this over with so we can move on and like practice with our actual start, because we couldn't practice with our starting five, you know, so it's kind of annoying. So I'm just looking for this qualifier to be over and like being qualified, just being able to practice and get back on the grind, really.
Just ready for it to be over and get back to the grind. Well, Effies, thank you so much for a fantastic interview. And again, congratulations on your victory. But everyone watching at home, do not go anywhere. We have a ton more action ahead. So I'm going to bring back in my analysts. And again, so much more to be had. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Verizon is going ultra with 5G ultra wideband in many more cities, so you can do more. Mindy, with up to 10 times faster speeds, she can download a movie in minutes or a song in seconds.
Yep.
Okay, now let's work off-site. Public Wi-Fi? No thanks. 5G ultra wideband is faster and safer, and so powerful that it's not just for phones. Hello 5G home and business internet. It's time to go ultra with Verizon, America's most reliable 5G network, so you can do more.
Stop it, I hit him with moves. If you go against my game, the only option is to lose. I would never ever lie, man. Swear to God, it's the truth. Pull up on you like a driveway, let it fly from the roof. Really having it my way. This ain't really nothing new. One of a kind, they didn't make two. I got it all, they don't have a clue. Ballin', ballin', yeah, I'm ballin'. It's nothing, nothing. I do it often. I walk it like I talk it. Better guard me.
I am a lion, pressure replying, better with time, yeah. All into my DNA, how did the kind, how do you guard them? 52 in the garden, I got at least 3 rings, they calling me King James. I am a leader, up as a beater. I see the shot clock, blocking my shot now. You know the game on, you know it's game time. Yeah, ballin'. Yeah, I'm ballin', it's nothing, nothing. I do it often, I walk it like I talk it. Better guard me, ballin', ballin'. Yeah, I'm
Knock, knock, it's the Reaper. Soul snatching at my leisure. Non-proper, my feet up. About to pop off and then re-up. Alpha wolf, so I moonwalk. Spaced out on a moon rock. Rude boy with the rude talk. You can move on if my mood off. Crude, lawless, and too raw. Too hot to get booed off. Booed up with your new nut. So you old news and she new, bruh. I live to have killing sprees. Body count is infinity. Haters fading out fiscally. Cause my company creates misery. Prep for battle. If you mess with I, then I'ma have to poke your other eye out. Blind with fury made the horror film me 7 billion individuals blind now. Fire in me never die now. You could die down and get lined out. With the squad we don't hide out. Wanna try out, you can find out. I'm like Freddy, I'm feeling like Eddie, I'm making them all so delirious. Delivering steady, I'm willing and ready, I'm not taking none of you serious. Make it rain as kingish. Loose lips sink kingships. Flow me that Freddy, I'm feeling like Eddie, I'm making them all so delirious. Lord have mercy, I don't though. They go high and I go low. I get high and fry bozos. Ain't no one like I, so I ride so low. Good God, I killed the big bad wolf. They talk the ish, I flip that bull. Want a problem like 6 like you'll get a lyrical assault by the click clack bull. Laugh in the face of destruction. Trapped in a state of dysfunction. Fashion be late to the function. Party don't stop till they can't get the bustin'. Slide through, then I swerve. Cold steel in my nerves. A1 in my bloodstream. Well done when I serve. Drop all of your cheat codes. God mode with my game trick. No L's in my vocab. Boss talk is my language. Speak up and get boxed out. We want respect, not clout. Drop bombs and then ball out with no fallout. Now I'm talking about killing like Freddy, I'm feeling like Eddie, I'm making them all so delirious. Delivering steady, I'm willing and ready, I'm not taking none of you serious. Make it rain as kingish. Loose lips sink kingships. Flow me that Freddy, I'm feeling like Eddie, I'm making them all so delirious. I'm killing like Freddy, I'm feeling like Eddie, I'm making them all so delirious. Delivering steady, I'm willing and ready, I'm not taking none of you serious. Make it rain as kingish. Loose lips sink kingships. Flow me that Freddy, I'm feeling like Eddie, I'm making them all so delirious.
Yeah, you know I'm a beast. You know I'm a beast. Welcome to the feast. My whole team off the leash. We don't know defeat. Everybody eat. Ay, you know I'm a beast. You know I'm a beast. Welcome to the feast. My whole team off the leash. We don't know defeat. Everybody eat. Ay, you know I'm a beast.
Can I run up the score? Run up the board, breaking them all. Ay, ay. Walking the door, you know what happened? We step on the floor. Ay, ay. Coming from on, you don't want problems, you already know it. Ay, ay. Come on, to it, you already know I'm finna go do it. Ay, yeah, I'm locked in, and I feel like Mach 10. Ay, walking to a room, chest up with my chin. Ay, already finished for this joint, even begin. Ay, when is what I am, I cannot ever pretend. Ay, yeah, never pretend. Ay, back in the lab again. Ay, you when I touching the friends. Ay, you when I touching the kin. Ay, putting the points on the board, I'm killing the boys, you know what it is. Ay, switching the moves, no number 2, I came in the win. Said I'm tapped in with the action, if they got the master on the master, I can never move passive. I'm active, I can make them go close on this cast. But wanna know who running it, just ask us. On the track, I'm gunning it, I'm blasting this, that gas, like diesel, shack and dog.
You know I'm a beast. You know I'm a beast. Welcome to the feast. My whole team off the leash. We don't know defeat. Everybody eat. Ay, you know I'm a beast. You know I'm a beast. Welcome to the feast. My whole team off the leash. We don't know defeat. Everybody eat. Ay, you know I'm a beast.
Hold up. Pay attention, this is beast mode. Got an edge on the game like a cheat code. Had to tighten up my focus like a peephole. I want the rings and the chains like I'm Depot. Picked up, walking, check my status. We established when it's show. Time to squat, making plays. Ooh, it's magic like some. We want the smoke. Y'all ain't really about that action. We got perfect off the practice. They ain't working, so they lack it. I've been hungry all my life. I ain't passing up a plate. I can't quit until I win. I ain't having no debates. This is sacrifice and heart. That's exactly what it takes. So I'm going full throttle at me, back up out my way. Yeah, I promise you, you cannot stop me. Now when the whole team got me, I know they sound cocky, but watch me. I'ma show you what hard work got me. Parameters. You not dealing with amateurs. You and your team cannot handle us. This excellence. Rich, stand it up, cause you know
I'm a beast. You know I'm a beast. Welcome to the feast. My whole team off the leash. We don't know defeat. Everybody eat, ayy. You know I'm a beast. You know I'm a beast. Welcome to the feast, mo team.
Welcome back to the NA VCT Stage 2 Open Qualifiers, and now we are moving into the upper semifinals A match, V1 versus NRG. And this is wild. Mimi and Tanner, someone is qualifying from this series. Mimi, ooh, I see the woohoo fingers. Yeah, but very exciting, right?
Yeah, it's an exciting one indeed. I mean, version 1, we just got to take a look at them. They're implementing Wardell due to some unfortunate circumstances. We heard from FaZe, not a lot of time to practice coming into this one, but still, they show some cool things. They show their endurance in being able to come back in 2 maps, take the win, continue their life in the upper bracket. And, I mean, on the other side, NRG is like a whole new team, some massive roster changes for them.
Yeah, and Chamber. Oh, I mean Tanner.
Nice.
Get it? Oh, come on. I thought that was funny. But no, Tanner, we're definitely excited about this matchup. Anything that, looking back, that you're just like, wow, that would really impress me?
On the
Okay, then never mind. You don't have to answer it.
Yeah, sorry. I'm caught up on the Chamber thing, and that was a really good joke. I feel bad for not giving you as much.
No, you're good. You're just going to come out in full cosplay later, right?
Yeah, I got you guys.
We
One
won't do that
piece
to
of
you.
Chamber-like clothing goes on every segment. Next time he's going to come back in and just pull out a tour de force on the broadcast.
I'm here for it. Okay, but really quickly for everyone watching at home, obviously we're going to dive into this series a little bit more. You are currently watching on VALORANT, and we are streaming version 1 versus NRG, but we have a lot of other great matches, and they are streaming on Nerd Street A, B, C, and D. So if you want to check those out, that is an option as well. But okay, let's focus in, let's dial in. And Mimi, you were talking about version 1's endurance. I mean, I was certainly impressed with their mental game. We were just talking to FaZe, and he said that they have strong chemistry. They're feeling confident. They got to bring that into this next series, though. They got to refocus.
Yeah, they really do. I think for version 1, their strong suits stay in their coordination and their executes, right? The usage of utility for this team is really unparalleled. Like we said, really a meta definer in stage 1 in patch 4.07. Now they're looking to do the same here, moving on into what will soon be a new patch and what has been adaptations within the same patch, implementing the Raze now into their comps instead of the KO, starting to pull more and more Breach, pulling that agent out on almost every single map. This team has the ideas, but obviously that lack of practice, that lack of time, and also coming from an incredibly tight series to just have to go straight play another BO3, it is a big test for this team.
A big test, and it was cool to hear from FaZe himself about how Wardell kind of slots into this team and just get that affirmation as to what to expect from Wardell, right? You can't expect the world. This version 1 team isn't the old TSM that is going to find ways to make sure that he is always getting value. He's not that lurker style sentinel, so what they're doing is they're just rolling with the punches.
And obviously, you both don't have clones, so you don't know what just went down versus Knights and NRG. But to give you a breakdown, NRG won 13-11 on the first map, and then the second one, they won 13-2. So, I mean, they definitely have momentum behind them, Mimi. They're probably feeling pretty good.
Yeah, they have to be feeling good indeed. I think that for NRG, what's most interesting here is the change-ups that we're seeing in the composition. Ethan, obviously, with the new 100 Thieves changes coming through, no longer a part of this roster. Now he switches on over, plays with this new NRG squad, sticking to that core in Som, EU, Tex, and Hazed. I believe Hazed still slotting into that IGL role. So Ethan, I would imagine, being able to switch off that role in the latter stages of that 100 Thieves lineup. He had to be calling for the team, a role that, well, he did it in previous titles that he played. It was never really his main thing in VALORANT. So now maybe that pressure lifted off of him. He gets to play into the initiator role, play the Sky, play the KO, the agents that he really likes. And we know how strong he can be as an individual. The biggest question is, again, a team that probably hasn't had the most amount of time to practice and prep coming into this qualifier. What do they have ready for us?
Yeah, and although Ethan has been playing out of his mind, like he never skipped a beat, it's not always about the kill. So just like Mimi is saying, right? You still need more time on the server. You still got to keep getting it going as a whole. I do want to touch on that IGL point for just a second, right? Ethan, very experienced coming from over other titles, getting a lot of experience playing with some big brains over at 100 Thieves. Now just moving that around, and with that experience, he's absorbed it all. He can come over to this, and maybe he can take a load off of Hazed plate as well in the mid round here, or kind of just give some shouts to help this squad have more ideas. Yeah.
There was an era where it wasn't him calling initially. I think it was, I forget who was calling. My brain gets flipped on up. But there was a point where he was just helping in the mid-round, and that's where he's experienced. So we don't really know the inner workings yet of this team, which also is an advantage for them over V1.
All right, well, Mimi and Tanner, we are ready to move into the map selection process. We're going to bring that information up on your screen here in just a little bit. All right. Tanner, what are you thinking?
Oh, we go back. You know what? I don't think that this is bad, right? Banaway split, Banaway bind for version 1. Ascent and Breeze taken off the board. I think Breeze is... I feel kind of in a map that NRG has had some successes on, but they want to get rid of it, and they want to go right to Fracture. Now, I don't know. I would imagine their series ended a little quicker than ours did. 2-0 fashion, and the second game was pretty fast. So they probably got a general idea or a peek at how version 1 are playing this Fracture. So to take the fight to them right here, I think this is version 1 looked a little wobbly, right? A toddler kind of just trying to slowly learn how to walk, and then here comes the bully and NRG just to knock him over.
Sure, I think that... Yeah, Fracture's a really interesting one, and it is to be noted that NRG is actually the team electing to go. In their new form as a team, they've played this twice, they've won both times, and the most interesting matchup in that was that most recently they were playing Neon on this map, which I think is a really good implementation. A lot of teams, you can think of OpTic playing at Masters, have started playing more and more of that Neon, but we don't see her all the time on Fracture. Crew used to run this, but not a lot of other teams have brought it into the mix. I think when you combine that with your Breach, your Brimstone, and also them still running the KO, you get a lot added on in, which really excites me. It's going to be kind of a stylistic clash, but also two teams that love going fast, love their executes. I think Fracture is really going to let us in on the rest of the series. This will be the most contested round and could really swing either way.
Okay, well, we cannot wait to get this series underway. The upper semifinals A match, V1 versus NRG. We will begin very shortly, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Dip it high, dip it low. I'ma stay fly, but they already know, huh? You know how it go. Who run the game? We run the game. Y'all men don't even know, huh? Put your game face on, keep it tight, girls. You know how it go. Who run the game? We run the game. Y'all men don't even know. It's your turn, it's my turn. Ladies stand up. It's your turn, it's my turn. Put your hands up. It's your turn, it's my turn. Ladies stand up. Now clap your hands. Now clap your hands. Yeah. You can't stop me. My time is now. You can't stop me 'cause I'm running this, running this. My time is now. You can't stop me 'cause I'm running this, running this, running this. You can't stop me. You can't stop me. No, you can't stop me. You can't stop me. No, you can't stop me. You can't stop me. Who run the game? We run the game. It's your turn. It's my turn. Ladies stand up. It's your turn. It's my turn. Put your hands up. It's your turn. It's my turn. Ladies stand up. Now clap your hands. Clap it. Now clap your hands. Flying high in the sky. I'ma ride till I die. Ride till I die. Stop and stay. Up here. Stop and stay. Up.
Welcome back, everyone. We will get to our upper semifinals A match in a hot second. But first, we have to do a little bit more discussion. And Tanner, man, so we were talking about these two teams just coming off of series. I'm a little bit worried about version 1. I'm going to be honest, because I'm sure they have a giant adrenaline rush right now and they're feeling very exhausted. And then we were talking about NRG and they just squashed the other team 13-2. So I don't know. What are you thinking?
Yeah, it's both sides of the coin, almost completely, where it's very grueling, very difficult. Version 1 just barely managed to kind of scrape by, or kind of Lightning McQueen their way across the finish line, tongue out photo finish. And for the other side, NRG, they're just hanging out, right? They got to take a little bit of break, maybe put some food in their stomachs, kind of reset, refresh. And I think most importantly, watch a little bit of that map 2 that has now become map 1 against that opponent of version 1.
Yeah, I think that I'm going to have to disagree with you a little bit. I think that for version 1, when you're coming off hot from a game, you're coming straight off of Fracture. It's one of the maps that you're most familiar with, a map that you're very comfortable with, that I think the implementation of Wardell was looking good on the stage. You come back from that crazy comeback. Now your opponent picks into this, so you get to pick your side. I don't remember, but I'm pretty sure they start on the defense, where they were looking far stronger. If they get things rolling here on Fracture, which is kind of the even ground, both these teams very competent at it, very good at it. We then get on over to Icebox, which is a map that V1 feels incredibly comfortable. I think a map that Wardell will be able to easily slide on in and feel at home. I think if V1 keep that momentum, keep the heat they showed us in the end of their first series, this could very easily be a 2-0 their direction.
Okay, and Tanner, we have to talk about the pressure that these teams are feeling right now. If you win, you qualify. If you don't, you drop to the lower bracket. So, I mean, they are certainly feeling nerves a little bit, I'm sure.
Yeah, so I think the pressure at this point, being in the semifinals alone, or the upper semifinals, the pressure might be relieved just a little bit, because you get your shot here and you're like, oh, darn, didn't work for us. Well, guess what? You just jump right on into things in that elimination bracket on the bottom side. So you just get quickly another chance and some more time to kind of study up, do your research, and kind of fix the things that weren't working for you. Especially when on the top side, you're expected to be playing teams of a lot higher of a caliber. Now, I know that VALORANT is kind of that rock, paper, scissors, and anybody can really beat anybody on any given day. So it's not a guarantee that just because you came from the winner's bracket, you're going to get a shoe-in win down in the elimination bracket. But I think the pressure, at least from quarterfinals to this, it's lessened just a bit.
The upper bracket is a battle of endurance. Once you're down in the lower bracket, it feels a battle of preparation more so, because you get an extra day. When you're coming in towards this upper bracket, you win your quarter, you come in towards the semi or the qualification match that we're in now, and you're straight through. You don't have time to watch your opponent's spot. You only have the prep work that you did far ahead of time, expecting, predicting who might win that matchup, who you're going to be ready to play. It is more difficult, but it's difficult in a different way. So I think it kind of depends on how much prep did these teams do far ahead of time to be ready for this one, and how good is their endurance, especially considering the roster changes.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to see how it plays out, and we are ready to move into our agent select. So, Tanner, what do you think we're going to see here?
Yeah, I mean, we mentioned, or Mimi mentioned, I should say, the Neon. That's a pick that we are kind of taking a peek at. We know what version 1 should be running. We just got to see it. They do it proficiently, and I think they've got all the right players on all the right roles. On the opposite side, you have that same exact thing where Tex is now on chamber duty with Ethan on the squad. Hazed, rocking the Daddy Brimstone, and EU, I think highly regarded as one of the best Sovas in North America, looks just as good on the breach. This is very scary, and I like this look with the Neon because Evil Geniuses were a bit more measured in their approach to the game. Neon throws that all out the window.
Yeah, it really does. The pace will most definitely be the friend of NRG, as to it was for version 1. What I'm looking towards here most is the clash in kind of that fifth agent being picked on in. It's kind of that flex spot. Some teams pick that second initiator, some teams electing instead towards the Sage. That's what they've decided. That's what they think play best towards Wardell. But I think in just kind of pound for pound, I like this NRG composition more. I think you can still get a ton of value out of the KO. This map is very close quarters. The knife is great to have that added piece of information. I'd also expect Sam and EU to constantly be working together, being a duo, probably fighting for the north side of the map quite a bit once they're on that defensive side, and on the attack, pushing forward for early information, using that Neon utility and that Neon speed to be able to get on out. Whereas Wardell will have to be a little bit slower, a little bit more down tempo. When you're playing that Sage, you can't take quite the same risks, especially considering you don't have that second initiator to support. So there's kind of pros and cons to both, but Ethan is definitely the guy I'm looking towards. How much value can he get with those pop flashes, and how is he placing those knives? Because V1 is a team that loves their utility, love those early executes. One KO knife, that's all shut down.
Mimi Stop saying what I want to say right there at the end. I thought I had a good point. You brought up the knife, though, and what I'm going to do to not necessarily counter that point, but to caveat, you also have that null command. So once you get that little bit of information on version 1, you can assume that there's going to be multiple members behind it, and if they've got the util at the ready, you know what's about to happen. So Ethan, like you said, can hit that 0 point, can hit that null command, and just completely shut it down. And then I think maybe a bit more so here in this game. We got it a little bit at the end, but I think the clock is going to be a big factor.
Well, we know our maps. We know our agents for this map. So let's talk about predictions. Mimi, who are you leaning towards? I know some analysts don't like predictions, but if you had to pick one.
Okay, I'm here for predictions. 2-0 version 1.
Okay, so locking it in.
Yeah. I think that if they keep the pace going here on map number 1, map number 2 really favors them. Go ahead, Tanner.
I think the opposite. I think 2-1 NRG. I think Ethan is a huge step up. I think it's very easy to... I don't want to say a huge step up, but he has been playing out of his mind. He's a great addition to the team. It's like Android had that just let go conversation with Ethan. He goes Super Saiyan and goes crazy, right? That's exactly what he's done. And this NRG squad, I mean, it feels like just yesterday that they were the best team in North America without actually being the best team in North America, right? The matches that they were having with the top teams all the way throughout the group stages, I mean, they're completely robbed on paper. And I think we get to see, the bar was here and they're just going to smash past it.
Okay, well, who's going to be right? Mimi or Tanner? We shall see. Take it away.
I'm adding a caveat now. Now that Jackie's gone, I can say whatever I want. And I think that if this map number 1 does swing the way of NRG, that 2-1 is very favorable. Fracture a ground where both these teams are very comfortable, but only one can make their way in towards the main event, at least through the upper bracket. That is version 1 NRG. Both representatives in towards stage 1 will brawl their way for a second opportunity.
Yeah, and back in stage 1, NRG had to do it through the lower bracket, so they'll probably be looking to tidy things up and get it done here in the upper brackets. We jump on in. As we noted, version 1 electing to rock the defensive side to get us started. In these pistol rounds, this is really going to set the precedent. Get to fall asleep in NRG while they had that time off, and his version 1 is still trudging along. Oh, and it is quick. A main control. Som will take it, and this is it's the exact opposite of what we saw again from that Evil Genius's attack. They would slowly take this. They would allow Boostio to slowly creep on up. NRG, they're not having any of that. They're just taking it.
Yeah, that they are. My biggest question going into this map was, how do we implement the Neon? Because obviously, we were cast the other game, didn't get a chance to watch NRG beat the Knights with this setup. So, excited to see what they can do with it. Som bought some rotations, 4 strong towards A. That's what V1 is working with. If this execute does end towards the B site, there'll likely just be a retake. But what are the intentions here? NRG's actually doubling back, looking to claim that spike. They could be walking into the stack here if they're not careful.
And a reminder that this is pre-patch Neon. So that fast lane, although not available here in this round, it's not very safe to push on through and try to contest. And, well, speaking of contention, this is... it's difficult to get through. On the pistol round, the wall gets so much, and, well, there's only 35 seconds. They have to cut through it.
They really do, and Zels is holding just on the other side. He still has a nade. That could be big to delay.
30 seconds left.
Oh, Boombot it eventually gets the value, goes through the broken wall. NRG looking to hit this A site. They've been stalled out for just a second. Trying to take some long-range battles. Here come the paint shells just on the opposite side. The grenade call is there, and the bodies are starting to drop. Tex only finds one before being traded, and NRG, they're completely out of time. They were so fast at the start of the round. They slow it down, and they just get squashed.
They were hoping that they could pull a heavier rotation towards that A site, maybe hit it earlier towards B, try and punish in that regard. But all they did was pull the rotation towards A, and there was no chance to really punish it. 4 strong. V1 had the read. They stuck to it. They held down that fort. And while that KO knife was good, the Boombot going out just before, that's the first bit of delay. Sage Orb also went down before that KO knife came on out. So by the time that Sage Slow Orb faded, well, Raze had utility again. That effect kind of wore on off, so the nade was available, continued to zone off of that. NRG was walking into a meat grinder.
And it's fast again. The weaponry, exactly the same as we saw from NRG in the last version 1. Sitting a little prettier in that regard. The spray down Zelsus wanted to, he eventually gets to FaZe takes one away, and EU actually going to take down the Classic King with the Classic himself, but another near flawless just around the corner. Dex can only hope to get a bit of damage, and that's all he will get. A couple of body shots finds Zelsis, but the Rays working towards that showstopper with 3 kills on the round.
So a 2-0 start for version 1. Anti-Eco goes as we'd expect. Now our first real look at what NRG wants to do in these rifle rounds. I'm expecting that Neon, in way of some, to kind of continue with what we saw in towards these first two. Fighting early for that space, trying to break timings. One of the best thing Neon does with her swiftness is getting past breach stuns. And version 1, a lot of their plays are set up off that breach stun. So you'll see them when they fight for the north side of the map, or when they fight for a main. It's a stun, then a follow-up. If you play that Neon right, if you play your cards correctly, you can get past that utility. You can find big impact, and having that KO as well to slow any util that would get version 1 out of that situation. It's a good comp. Let's see what they can do with it. It will be a contact play over towards B, just looking to claim this space, but no commitment just yet, as Ethan will be stunned on up and forced to concede A main.
They chip it away at the wall, so you see a little bit of pressure still held out towards main.
Here.
No quick follow-up. Inza look to rotate, and the rotations have been bought. In this site, it's split here for NRG. 2 on one side, 2 on the other, and slowly Ethan going to be bringing up
not the Bucky man.
The rear. Oh, not the Bucky, Penny.
Not the man.
I mean, these close angles, we saw version 1. As soon as they hear anything, they have no fear. They will run and gun. They will swing with the Spectres, with the Bucky. We'll see if anybody opts into taking the ropes. Impact's down. Wall goes up. The site to be taken, and the Spectre gets absolutely nothing. Xander immediately taken down. The site just about free. The Bucky's still here, but instead of the Bucky, it's the Headhunter, and it's Blue in the kill feed. Version 1 doing their darndest to battle back, and well, at the end of the day, find ourselves a 1v2. Penny's position noted earlier. Spike plant going down, narrowly finding that kill to cut it down to a 1v1, but instead, in the buy round, NRG are on the board.
Still, that was a very scary round, losing out on 3 players. Version 1 pushing it so incredibly close, and the biggest part of that was maintaining control over towards Arcade. You had a player locking down towards Heaven, so being able to push in from the spawn side, pinch on towards that site. NRG could have been in trouble, however, Tex manages to bail them out. Finding a pretty solid performance in that round. FaZe, now with the orbital strike available, I wonder if they're going to try and make a play off that. You see a stronger presence over towards the north side of the map. All 5 players, in fact, leaning early over towards Dish. When you pair this orbital strike with hits towards A, you can get a lot of value, but V1, they've pushed in towards main. If they hold space towards main, that basically nullifies the effect that this hit on site could have and makes that retake all the more doable.
Four players strong here on drop. Good paint shells to force him back. Gets a bit of chip damage onto Hayes, but not the end of the world. But how much has this stalled this push? Because the rotations again, they're here. Version 1, they're not afraid to jump on over. It's the full buy round for both sides. And FB's collapse. 2 make it, 3 make it, 4. It's FB's round to shut down NRG as Wardell closes it out, and it's a Prime Gaming flawless.
Oh my god, version 1 again, this utility stall. NRG have this idea built up in their head. We execute. Orbital strike, it's what I was talking about in the pre-round, but V1 holds space. A nade to delay, an aftershock to delay, and the second the hit comes, FaZe has his stun. His breach utility usage is practically unparalleled in NA. I can think of maybe like Data being up there with him, but I mean, the impact he finds is ridiculous. 3-1 now, NRG back to the eco.
Back to the eco. We've seen damage dealt with guns like this, but we've seen even more with this specific weapon on this specific map. And in the hands of Wardell, no stranger to finding multi-kills. Nice flash, stuns are there, and the relay bolts, but Zelsis trying to bail his team out. Unfortunately, couldn't save FB. Oh my goodness, Zelsis just doesn't care. That's 3 ults we've seen in the last 2 series from Zelsis, where it's an eco round, it's 1 person alive, it doesn't matter. He understands that he's going to keep fragging and keep getting those ults online, so just send it when you have it.
Yeah, send it when you have it. Version 1 does a good job of staggering out their ultimates, right? Now they have Rolling Thunder available. Probably a more impactful ult than that rocket can be. So in keeping this round nice and clean, they keep their economy in a good order. I imagine we see an operator for Wardell, and there it is. Investment comes on through into that up. He'll position himself over towards the B ramp, see if he can get a peek off early. As Wardell often does, I'd expect him to contact up B if he doesn't see anything. That could be a big source of information, but NRG, they're showing the same kind of setup they did in the pistol. Fast neon control for A main, then relenting off of it. The goal of this setup isn't to fast hit the A side. It's just to get this space, and now they push even deeper. Really cool pop flash lineup to claim Sands.
Version 1 likes to fight for this here. The flash on the opposite end. Some aggressive posture, flash again. Tags up the teammates just a bit, but they're able to trade 1 for 1. And NRG forced to back away through main, they'll go. The spike is on the opposite side of the map, and the rotations from version 1, they're gonna have to be through the middle here. We'll see if they get there in time. The spike sure taking its time. Hayes queuing up the sky smokes. FaZe has the ult.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Rolling Thunder is available for this one. They're comfortable to concede this space. Even better, if Wardell can get a shot, get away on this opener, that's all they're looking for. Zelsis, he gets the job done. Now they'll probably look to relent, hold back. The suppression ensures it. No, they want to keep fighting. Wardell holding the angle, legs, Ethan. Rolling Thunder now comes through, stuns up. So many on this site, but FaZe still gets it done. Hayes now left alone, and his Molly has found a kill. The name trying to hound him down, but Zelsis is alone. Zelsis is low, but, I mean, it doesn't even matter. Penny there. Saves his teammate, keeps everyone up and alive. Version 1, 5-1.
Penny bails Zelsis out, but again, the damage done. Immediately finding Tex on the opposite side of the map. It opens this can of worms on this B site, and the scramble starts. Now everybody else coming from the opposite side. And just as we see Wardell slotting into this Sentinel role and playing it a lot different than what we've seen previous, we get that same thing from Tex, right? Tex is not really, I think historically, hasn't necessarily been the lurker guy. And now he's seeming to try and fill that role, but I think there's still some time to grow in that for him as a whole. He's yet to find some value here, although this is my first look at it directly. We'll see if that continues to, or how that storyline kind of plays on out, because, sure. I mean, it's almost a direct comparison to the way that Wardell is going to be playing that chamber as well.
8-1. That's the way that Zelsis has decided to get this map going. Not bad. Not too shabby whatsoever. Helping out in the assist department too. Well, his fragging has been great. The thing I want to put emphasis on is his utility usage. That seems to be the starring point for all these players. FaZe and Zelsis especially. Well, they can frag, and they're doing it here. It's the utility usage. It's the delay. It's been like 3 straight rounds where you've seen a nade comboed with a stun, comboed with a flash, comboed with that aftershock to just shut down NRG. NRG, they have good ideas of what they're going to do. I think the pre-round calling has been very competent out of the team. However, the shutdown by V1, their utility usage impeccable in this one. But now, a duel towards the north side of the map. Good stun to start things off, but Wardell gets that wall down and will buy a little bit of time, buy an opportunity for him to post with that operator.
I'm out of here.
This is really interesting, right? They put so much into just grabbing that space over towards Arcade and then completely concede. We've seen this quite a few times from NRG thus far this game, where they'll use that neon, claim early space, and then fall back, just try and hold on. I feel like they're trying to bait out a reclear from V1, because we have seen them rotate rather quickly to contend. That's what happened in that round over towards Sands that did come down to an incredibly close 1 versus 2. But V1's not really overreacting. They keep 3 towards B. They're comfortable conceding that A site because they still have that Rolling Thunder for FaZe. Xander as well, with his ult online. V1's not really going to move here. So NRG, they use a ton of time. Don't get much done. Now with the pop flash through, looks like they do want to commit to B, but no one peeks off it. They just try and get Wardell off the line, spot out that op, pause yet again.
30 seconds left.
Hit queued up, though. Fast lane out. That should allow for passage, but they don't go. They're stalled for just a moment longer, and they're running out of moments. 20 seconds left on the clock, and the angle's being held.
They use the null command here. That's my big question, because there's ults that can win this round straight up for V1. Rolling Thunder available. That'll get Hayes off of the plant, but Tex still forward, gets something done. Plant is now on the floor. This round is over. Look at the time. 4 seconds left. There's nothing we can do. Penny shuts on down. NRG spends so much time. and they get really nothing done for it. They wait, they're patient, they're hoping that V1 will pull off, will rotate away, but they stayed there. They stayed stagnant with the Rolling Thunder, and they win the round by pressing X and left click.
And the no command was used. Just late.
Just too late.
That is heartbreaking. Now, in this round, or that round previous, what I was taking a look at is how long it took Hex to set up the trademarks. This time, he's putting them out right away, but there was so much time that the top side of that map, if anybody was in tow as they were rotating back over towards Arcade from version 1, I mean, that would have gone sour almost immediately, but this time he's all set up.
Tour de Force pop. This is a double op round for version 1, so they're fine to play a little bit more passive. Just have these ops forward for an early shot or early information. We might have a duel late over towards Dish. If that lurk is committed, Wardell is holding it. That could be how things open up, but for now, stay stagnant. NRG again, playing this one slowly. They'll double back towards the B site, and they'll also double back towards another op. They're unaware of the position of neither of these weapons thus far.
Aftershock, look at the delay. It actually splits the team. Psalm, the only member on the B site right now, all the way up into heaven, takes care of the rendezvous, so no teleport available for pennies. Orbital strikes get traded out as well, trying to delay the plant, pushing forward, and still safe. No, not safe. Hayes goes down. The spike eventually planted. We go back and forth. Psalm.
Flank from the north side. Look at this. They walled off the trademark, and now Wardell has made it around. This could be a really big kill for him to pick up.
This is everything, though. Wall used just for that and out of audible range. Tex had no idea, but he picks up a kill just before he goes. And now Wardell's the last one standing. He had such a big brain play to get to this point. Unfortunately, he's got nobody beside him to try and make this work, but maybe he doesn't need it. One more just around the corner. Slow orb up towards towers. Shot still available. 3 inside the operator. The spike continues to tick. A resurrection is online as Sam going to creep on out, and the re-equip for the op is just too long. NRG find another.
But still, Wardell pushing that down to a 1v1 is ridiculous. NRG's economy has been on the line. Him finding that value is massive. Like, big brain, big aim. How often do you see a Sage putting down a wall to block off a trademark? It doesn't really ever happen, and they were completely caught off guard for NRG. Still, the play was too late. NRG managed to win that round on out. And in that round, well, Sam only got, like, I think 1 kill there. He got a lot of value because he was past the aftershock that was thrown down to delay that hit on towards site. He was buying time. He was creating space for his team. That's all you can ask of a Neon.
Yeah, breaking up those timings. This time not necessarily a breach stun, but the aftershock to claim that position in tower.
There.
Now inside the smoke we wait. It's that same look. 4 players together on one side. Tex all by his lonesome on the other. Nice flash. Gonna force Xander back for now. And once more the site's been taken. The relay bolts don't quite go too deep. The incendiary looks to keep him at bay for now. We'll be trading incendiaries back and forth. And Tex is ready for this. He scoops him up. He's lurking on the top side of the map. And he finally gets that value as Wardell atop his wall. Grab one back. The health. Look at the health bars. A few stray rounds and you have 2 more dead members on the side of NRG.
Knife pop there. Nothing found off of it. So still Tex just tucking in close. That KO. Alone on site. Feels like Sam might have to be the difference maker. Still healthy. In a good position to support here.
Look away from the flash. 2 players in the area. 5 HP Tex. Able to take down 1 of 2. Sam grabs up the next. And Ethan battles his way off the site. The health bars didn't matter. The curse, it doesn't come true. And NRG, they're starting to battle back.
If I'm V1 here, I'm taking a tactical timeout. That is 2 rounds too many. Lost to the same thing. Really quick hit over towards A, and there it is. I'm glad they take this pause nice and early. It is clear that this B site has been a massive issue, and they've tried a couple different things to reply. The faster flank on the north side for Wardell, posting an op over towards the B ramp. None of it has worked, and I think a lot of that comes down to the value Sam has had in creating space on this site. I think the answer either calls from doing something aggressive yourself or just fully committing in towards that retake. But you don't want to invest so many members there because NRG, as you see here, they're already plotting out on the map. They want to change things up. Maybe head instead over towards that A site. But the conditioning that NRG did early in this game was really good. They conditioned V1 to think this is going to be slow. These neon hits are going to be a fake, right? Because there was like 3 rounds in a row, where NRG was doing that early kind of Neon pulse, but then they were falling back off of it. They weren't committing off of it. Now in these most recent rounds, they flipped that script, and you saw that V1 again, they were slower to rotate. So a lot of the times they were conceding more space than they would have liked.
Hey, that's the worst feeling in the world, right? When you're 3, 4, 5 rounds too deep of, hey guys, we're over rotating. We need to stop doing this. So with that timeout, hopefully you can try and figure out what it is that NRG are actually looking to do with this Neon. The scary part, though, is, I mean, we're getting close to a lot of these ultimates where that Neon fake to take that space quick is eventually going to be a quick site hit, and we'll see if version 1 are ready for it. And it seems like they want to go fast here, right on into Sands, but again, you cannot fight here. Version 1 will win it every single time as the no command comes through. Sure, the abilities are cut off, but the kills, they continue to go back and forth.
This round could have been on text, but he dies, and now they have to be worried about this north side flank. This will completely divide the members of NRG. One still locked in towards the site, one in main, one over towards Dish. Ethan's duel here could completely change the outcome, or his non-committal to the duel. All of that is good. Now he'll realize with the resurrection on this north side, he'll have to stand and fight.
He's got a very, very tall task ahead of him. 3 players flashed out a second, maybe too late. No, Ethan good for 2 of 3. With one more just around the angle. Zelsis, you know he'll send it. Oh, the knife just misses and Ethan eventually falls, but they're trying to buy time. The incendiary was still in the back pocket and Hayes has done just enough to get him off the spike. For now, it's half HP on the 2 players there. The incendiary still on top of the spike and NRG still on top of the round.
And it's exactly what you were talking about, Tanner. Right? They've been conditioning that these Neon hits aren't always true. And initially they were doing it towards B. Now off the tag timeout, V1 send 3 towards B. They think the answer is a north side pinch, but hey, it's just an A main hit. And there was not sufficient players here to defend. Well, Penny started strong by getting that kill, managing to hold down here for Ethan. This round was nearly single-handedly him. He dies here without a kill, or with just 1 kill, and that timer's still ticking, then V1 have plentiful opportunities to fight back in, even with the time the incendiary bought. They could have won that. NRG have completely turned this one around. 3 rounds in a row now being able to pick on up, and version 1 onto a tough 5.
It's quick on the opposite side. 2 here for NRG. They go from halls out towards Dish. The A site completely conceded, but information garnered. At the very least, they know they're not on the bottom side of the map just yet. The trademark will catch the 3 of version 1 if they keep pushing forward. Oh, the hindsight. Oh, the hindsight that we have. That, you know, the site that you flexed towards for just a second. Well, it's open, and you're about to walk into the site that they've eco-stacked.
This round starts to get very weird. Smoke off on the south side of the map. That flank will be unknown, so full B main control to be expected here. NRG is taking a war on just one front, and I think the Neon's going to try and fake towards A, but no one should be biting on that. Now it's known that players are here. Now it's known that this flank can have value.
And they're going underneath the sewers. Zelsis will take down EU. Ethan quick on the trade. The odds even. 38 seconds. We'll say 35 seconds now on the clock. Teleport to get away, and with that, I think, okay, the A side's got to be open. These are usually the A players, and they're coming from sewers, which is a little awkward. So they take the site, push their way on, they'll get that spike planted. And what do they have to post up with? Oh, Sam on the cross. Taken down by Penny. Tex doesn't land the first shot. Taken here out towards the A site, and NRG, they're just falling apart. They plant for main. They want to play out that way. The Rolling Thunder used. If you got the ult, just send it. I don't see why not. It's a round win, a thrifty one at that for version 1.
4 players left alive in that too, Tanner. NRG, their plays have always been so reliant on just fighting for one side, staying together. Sometimes you see kind of that envoy sent in the breach and in the Neon together, but in this round, it was largely just a focus towards the north side of the map. The south was completely uncontested. V1 claims so much space, and then it's the discipline, right? They have opportunities to take a big team battle, but they don't create for it. They're fine to concede, to play the long con, wait for that utility to become a factor, and win things out in that retake.
7-5, still on the table for NRG. They've already done themselves 1 round better than Evil Geniuses could, as we jump on into a technical pause. Now, they were tossed around the spike diffuse there at the end. It's pretty clear who's closest to the ultimate. Do you think that that's something they do that to throw us off. Sometimes at the end of the round, so-and-so gets the kill, yada, yada, yada. It's pretty near flawless, and they'll toss the spike defuse on over towards Penny. Oh, wait, no. Effie's. Oh, wait, no. What, you think they're just messing with us?
And they're just taking a second, you know, have an extra moment to talk between yourselves. Figure out what ult you want to get closer to. Make their decision. They figure it on out. And now they have an opportunity for, set the 7-5, but I'm leaning more towards version 1. I think the look in that round was really good. And NRG is going to have to, even though this is a technical pause, so no coach, but the 5 players can most definitely talk amongst themselves right now. And I think that conversation has to center around just containment. V1 have shown now that they are a team that is very apt to get aggressive in this mid-round, to claim space. There's been like 3 times where either a smoke or a sage wall has been used to deny those chamber trips. You have to have a little bit more reliance. You have to have players there to actually check, make sure nothing is getting weird on your extremities, or they might just be punished, similar to what we saw in that round.
All right. Perfect timing to get back into things. Last round of the half. Light shields on a handful of members. Ethan opting into the Guardian Light shields. Get a bit more utility with it. So basically full util across the board. They got a couple of ults so close.
Do they get Ethan or Haze the ult? What are they putting the priority on? I imagine they get Ethan the ult, then use the execute with the null command, combine that with the rolling thunder, or they save them. They're saving all these ults for the post plant. They know they can get this site at very least, but now rolling thunder through, Penny still gets a frag. They want to fight for the spawn control, and it's excellent. What a change of pace for NRG, and what a success for them. EU as well. They now put down that orbital strike. Zelsis is trapped a world away. NRG, a new idea, a new outcome here. Quite possibly. Unless Celsius can fight back into this one. Crossfire established. Ethan on one line. He isolates it, but 2 more players ready on the swing. NRG, a 5th round, and a chance still to take this map as we head into our halftime break. NRG pushing version 1 to the limit as we end our half 7-5. The Neon comp closing things out with the big brain plays on the attacking side. Now though, NRG an attempt at the defense on their map pick of Fracture.
Yeah, and we got to take a look at what the Neon did on the attacking side, and it was a lot of kind of just looky here, noisemaker. It was the cowbell in the background, whatever it may be. You know, it's trying to get your pitcher off guard. What is Sam looking to do on defense here, right? I'm going to be so interested because it's not the same, I'm just going to run at you, unless they do have some set plays where EU can get that fault line down and then Sam can be right in the face. But at the start of things, it's tower control here for Sam. And it's all 5 stacked up. We know the death ball's coming, and it seems like NRG know the death ball's coming as well. 4 players here to receive.
Yeah, but that knife, that should delay. Do they even want to go through? It has to be dry now, but the nade, Celsius, the classic, insane in his hand. Still some up towards heaven, but spotted, and now Pinch. You can run, but you just can't hide from FaZe. A second for him as well. And now Tex is alone, a 1v4, spike to be planted. This is going to be tough.
Has a headhunter, has 5 shots, and only 4 heads to hunt. The classic in reserve, and the barrel spotted on 1. First kill there. Second one
that was lined up,
doesn't quite line up. And well, Penny takes him down. That Celsius and the paint shells and FaZe with the classic, they're menaces. They're disgusting. It doesn't make sense. I feel like Celsius is always getting a kill with those paint shells.
Yeah, I mean, credit to Tex in that second headshot was almost lined up. Pull the trigger a second earlier. That might be at least a better chance at the clutch. Still, version 1, that execute. I mean, think how much utility was thrown against them. I believe the relay bolt went on down, a smoke went on up, and they were all suppressed still. They just make the decision. We're sending it. We're running through the smoke. We're disrespecting it. And with the nade grabbing a kill, Celsius just right-clicking his way in too, it is tough to get that job done. Here's your answer to what the Neon can do on the defense. Get early ult orb control. Relay bolt can zone a lot, similarly to what that fault line can do. Follow it up, get an orb on through, but unfortunately, in exchange, lose the sight.
They have to give that one up and now work through barrier orb. You see Ethan going to work on it, trying to knife it down. It's all about damage, the name of the game. A shorty, a sheriff, a headhunter with 4 bullets is really all that energy you have coming into this round. Now, the util's okay. Unfortunately, nothing really given up. The long angle's being held by version 1. Nobody pushing too aggressive. Smokes come down, though. This might be the go button for 3 players at the very least to try and retake this site. 2, meanwhile, are still on the top side. Tex and EU, they got to get a move on. They're running out of time. Maybe containment now the name of the game. As now it's NRG, not to give up anything. On the ropes goes FaZe, gets weird for just a second. Tex finally able to answer. That's 2 of 4 used, though, in the paint shells. Try and allow for safe exits. Backstab, Penny there just in time to catch Tex to make sure that he goes down, and an ult orb will be assumed. And the spike will blow, EU will fall to it. And it's the pistol round, the anti-eco. It's version 1, so good at the start of these halves, but now NRG have guns.
That they do. And NRG, I didn't get to watch their game versus Knights, so I'm excited to see what they can do on this defensive side. You saw the Neon being used to grab an ult orb there. I think this agent can get a lot of value because you can combine it with EU. You can combine it with that fault line, but you can also just use the relay bolt. You can also combine it with Ethan on his flashes. There's a lot of potential for Som to find success here, and you see the setup. It's going to be over towards the B ramp, flash on in, relay bolt for Som, run on through. No kills, no one here, but that's good information.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Right, version 1. Storm onto that B site, all 5 there. This time, though, Som far off the site and ready to catch the members headed this way. 3 kills the way of the Neon. And he's not even showing us any crazy tech. He just pushed forward. Understood they're coming from the opposite side of the map, knows that nobody's going to be lurking, and punishes them for it. Now, FaZe, it's a frenzy. Man, I don't have much hope for you. If it was a classic, there's a world where FaZe wins this round.
Maybe he's going to get suppressed. Should be a dead man walking here. I've seen some crazy things with the frenzy, but this feels out of the realm of possibility. NRG did really well to realize what version 1 was doing, realize that it was going to be one of those hits where they can slide their way from one side of the map, and NRG, off that early play, controlled the other. 4K for Som as the Prime Gaming flawless is exactly what NRG needed.
Prime Gaming flawless realized there for NRG, and this right here, Som, again, just ready to receive. They get a little too aggressive. They try and take a little extra space. And the corners go unchecked. Just the anti-eco, though. So now full rifles in the side of version 1. But with that flawless, it just means upgrades across the board where you need them. And if not upgrades, you get to hang on to what you had. Buy up the util and go back to it. Oh, look how fast. They know that nobody's on the top side.
I mean, version 1 does this a lot, and we saw this get the better of them in towards that first game of Fracture we saw today. They'll oftentimes come from one side, and oftentimes that gets the better, but in this one, Tex was spotted out, he was red into, now smokes are up, and another player down. Ethan dies to Penny. This looked like everything was working out for NRG. They had all the information, they had all the map control. Everything was looking stellar, but then just the utility on these executes were great. Still, NRG alive in this one. Sam has found Penny.
1 kill return. Flash out. Sam gonna leap on through. It's Xander there to trade. As Elsis falls, Xander does it again. Xander just so crispy on the day. Sure, Wardell falls. The spike landed in a tough spot. Hayes gonna hop on. Aftershock through, and Hayes gets spotted as he swings around the box. Effie's waiting just a little too far back for Hayes to be ready on the angle. And that right there was an awkward kind of, hey, they're not here, they're coming to you. Yeah. And then Tex is like, who's you? You who? And then at that point, it's already too late to realize where they're headed.
That's a pretty tough round to lose. I felt like NRG did the right thing there. It was another good call from them, but Version 1's executes, man, they are a different beast. So NRG does have money, and they've earned some ults in towards this round. Sam is available if he wants to do something funky. Get a little fast, see if we can get done with that lightning, but this one, it just will be the rifle instead. Another fight towards the south side, outside of B ramp, but the duel instead starts for Tex, taking down Penny. Both him and Hayes looking to fall away.
I thought there's no way that kill just happened, but we were watching Hayes' point of view. Instead, it's Tex just popping everybody's. Great 2 for 1 on the round. Hayes still going wide on the shots, but he does good damage, but not enough damage. Eventually, Effie's gets picked up. Wardell low HP, but he survives. The Bulldog taking a bite, but look at Sam.
No way.
He flubs it. It's completely gone sideways. He's fumbled it, and Ethan not in a position to be able to peek from anywhere except for ropes because of the wall.
And they hear that door closing. Do they just look to double back, or do they suspect that he's moved deeper? I think they want to try and fight the enemy that they know, or at least they suspect someone on the other side. These doors he'll swing through, grabs one. Wardell needs to trade that, and he does now. He has the resurrection as well. Here comes Penny, back to life. Ethan is in a 1 versus 2.
And the 0 point, it was a second too late. Ethan understood that the resurrection was coming through. Well, it does find its way. Wardell finally going to be silenced, but now it's the resurrected Penny as the flash drive. Looks to blind up the chamber, who's now assumed position on the site. Fragments out, damage down. He's armorless. He's going to take the duel, and Ethan will manage the Red Bull clutch. He reels it back in for a round for NRG.
But it never should have had to come down to the clutch, man. Like, they had that round. Some had the flank. Some should have had the kill. But it slips away from him. It falls out still. Thankfully, they had a savior to hold on tight. Great attempt from Wardell, though. That clutch, nearly within the palm of his hand. Still, that is not a round that inspires confidence in NRG.
No, very sloppy. And with all of those kills happening, we've got all these ults that are about to happen, right? Tour de force, active for Penny. He's going to creep forward with this, try and be tip of the spear for the squad. And Dubai, and Xander sitting on a Bulldog. It's not great for version 1, and unfortunately the angles, they don't get much better with the sky smokes.
No. Version 1 now. Rolling Thunder, they're just looking to hit this one quickly. Nest control, though, that's my biggest question in this one. Can they dissuade the 2 players from NRG that are tucked in?
And where does the showstopper go? It goes the wrong way. Zelsa is able to 180, finds the kill. He is eventually going to be traded. But still, the players inside tower, they've gone unchecked. The spike is here on the site. It's getting planted, and it's Effie's. Now to try and fight his way off of it. He was the catalyst to get on the site. And well, Sam will help him off the site as Xander meets the same fate. And Penny, oh no, it's just a classic for Penny. As he's suppressed for another 5 seconds. The spike being diffused in the round to NRG.
All right, well,
he's
the
gotta
previous
die.
one kind of removed my inspiration in them. I'm back. I'm inspired, man. I'm feeling it. Like, NRG, that was actually a really good look from them in that round. Realizing the threat of the Rolling Thunder and realizing that their success lay in just holding on towards that space in the nest. They do exactly that. Keep 2 players up top. Sam goes big to pinch back in towards the site once the smokes had cleared over towards the spawn. And they win things on out, even locking Penny out of the round with an ult command. This KO finding more and more value as the game goes on now. Version 1 will just be down on towards this eco. However, we've seen them do some crazy things. You have to be careful of these sheriffs.
And that you do. They're trying to get that Rolling Thunder back online. We know a huge tool to catalyst V1.
He has 2800. He's full saving in this round. I think he might want to try and get an operator on the attacking side.
Well, he looked pretty darn good in the retakes with the op, which is basically attacking for defenders. Gonna make sure this space isn't gained too easily through the fast lane. Xander will go, and he's going to be answered by Ethan with the pistols. Here we go. This is where it starts to get spooky. The confidence, it's starting to flood in for version 1, but it slips away as EU steals away the kill from Zelsis. The right click on the classic. It's just too good, but the spike is planted. A Rolling Thunder invested. FaZe picks one up almost immediately. What more can he get with Wardell? A rifle in hand. It's now all up to Penny. And unfortunately, he's not enough. What a round from version 1. But it's NRG to put the point in the win column.
So many opportunities there for V1 to close that one out. They had 2 players holding the angle somehow. NRG wins both those fights. Keeps it going. I mean, V1, I feel like, played that round better in most ways here. They execute on through. They punish Sam in close, but then EU gets this kill. The Rolling Thunder is earned, and that completely flips things 180. FaZe keeping everything afloat. Penny, another attempt at it, but again, not working out still. Gotta breathe for a second. We gotta calm down because that was just the eco, and it got damn close for version 1. Now we get a look at them with the guns. Wardell won't actually invest into the... I stand corrected. He does buy the op. Where do they want to place that?
Oof, Penny has to get out of dodge quickly. NRG want to garner this space here in A main. Still sending the shots out. I ain't gonna go back to it. This is risky business, and the attack looking two-pronged. But if I know anything from version 1, this tells me that this is not the final play, right? This is not the final destination. They would like to be able to link up. I think a lot is riding on what Wardell can do here.
Yeah, they're trying to get an opportunity for the sniper to find value. Rolling Thunder on in. Can Wardell get a peek, or can Sam hold the line? That's a more important question, because for now, he's anchoring well, even doubling back towards the top of the site. FaZe, though, clearing space elsewhere. Now Sam is alone, but he's still doing well for himself. Stun up. Sam here gets 2. Now it's just FaZe. 1 versus 2. But he has the play. He can wrap here all the way towards B. Is he aware of the possibility of the dish flank?
Who better? Who better than FaZe in a situation like this? He's got the space. Look at Ethan. He's working all the way around. They're okay to maybe take the 1v1s, but at the very least, try and get these sound cues to call a teammate back over. But instead, FaZe is just so damn good. He knows what's happening here. He's sitting in Cerebro. He can read the play. Now he's got himself a free plant.
And look at the utility as well. He has a flash. He has that fault line as well. 7 bullets to work with. And Tex coming in the same direction as his fallen teammate. FaZe have the angle here. Spots out his opponent. Now he can just duck, dive for cover. Wait, the time is in his favor.
If Tex has to make the play, FaZe has heaps to stall. As Tex wraps all the way around, is he expecting the close angle? They just escape each other once more. Now Tex going aggressive. FaZe's ready for it, but he's not quick enough on the trigger. And Tex has done it again. Version 1, they push us to the brink, but NRG just keep finding ways to win these rounds.
10th round there for NRG. What a savior Tex has been. Keeps his team alive. V1, I think they still have their pause available in the second half. This would probably be a great time to use it. Things have really started to slip away from them. This round looks so good from the onset, but again, it is Sam with these standout individual moments. A 3K for him in that round, and he's unfortunately not able to close things out. There's the timeout.
You are... I don't think you've ever been wrong about a timeout ever.
I just like timeouts, man. Every time a team doesn't use one, I don't know. An angel gets their wings every time a team doesn't use one. That makes it sound too positive. I don't know. Moving on. V1, a lot to talk about in this one. They've been struggling. 4 rounds in a row. Now lost. NRG seem to have all the answers here, but this round could be pivotal. I think with that loss bonus, V1 might have enough to buy some ults around the corner. There's definitely a chance that they win this they can still keep this going in their favor. Swing that momentum back towards version 1.
Yeah, the ult economy has been... I mean, it feels like we've always had ults online. We're a few rounds ago where FaZe is, you know, 1 pip into his ult and they're giving the orb over. Fast forward to the next round or so, and here comes the Rolling Thunder for version 1. So they know what they want to do. They've got a plan for it. Unfortunately, they're just a few steps out of reach here in this round. A lot's going to be on a Xander. A lot going to be on a thrifty victory. They really have to whip it on here in this round or else they're going to lose the lead. And with that, momentum just continues to bolster for NRG.
I think the bigger point, rather than winning this round for V1, is dealing damage, getting close to these ults. If they can earn FaZe his Rolling Thunder into the next round, if they have Xander's ult as well, there's a very good chance that they can just keep this going, even after a loss. What? Tex fat fingers his jump button, dies for it. Now it gets really weird. Som's flashed up. He's made a play through the smoke. And both FaZe and Pennies, they find kills. It's a 2 versus 2. This never should have been close. And now FaZe off that plant will have the Rolling Thunder. Oh, this could all go wrong for NRG.
I don't know how they keep doing it. FaZe continues to get this ult online, but this is where they've struggled to hang on. Penny with 76 health. FaZe with just a bit less as the sky smokes come down. Flash finds nothing. Are they ready for the angle here? Gonna be quick on the swing is Hazed, and he is ready for it. Penny falls. Now the Rolling Thunder just to try and buy some time and maybe get something for himself. He's now got a Phantom. And he can look to take the fight. The flashes are there. They're stunned up. They're absolutely debilitated here. And this is the fault line goes through, just going wide as Hazed needs to try and get it done. He's running out of time. He hops onto the spike for a second. It's the Red Bull clutch. Finally, FaZe gets it done.
And I mean, think FaZe could have gotten that a round ago now. Same situation, but a different outcome. Comes out on top. The post plant in favor of FaZe. The individual performance for this guy this map has been absurd. A Breach player dropping 22 already. NRG, that was their round to take. It was just stingers. It was pistols coming into this round. And they lose out on it. I mean, if you're on NRG, that is the round that hurts you. I think you might even honestly just pause off that. Just slow things down, take a moment. They go straight back in towards it. Tax another opportunity. With that operator. He has the right angle. Can he find the shot here?
He does. He's immediately traded back, though. So a 1-for-1. Chambers getting on the board. Hayes the next to fall. But EU goes unchecked. He drops behind, and we continue the back and forth. Now the remainder of NRG, they're just behind him. Orbital strike right at his feet from Xander. Nerves of steel with 59 health. He can feel the heat from the Hammer of Dawn. But now can he feel the heat of the push? Oh, here comes the tour de force. 0 point, gonna make quick work of it, and they're just too fast. Psalm on the swing. They'll tie us up once more, and we keep going back and forth here on Fracture.
NRG. Man, version 1 had full idea of how that play was gonna go, but a really, really clutch knife comes on out. That tour de force is shut on down. He's forced to pick the weapon back on up in way of the Vandal, and time is just not quite there. Double swing goes astray. Even for version 1, this round started really well for them. Able to trade out that offer immediately, but it was EU taking this aggressive play, taking this risk, and getting things done. NRG now will take that tack.
And I think that right there is... This is a breather more than anything. Well, let's slow down. Let's get these nerves back behind us. How many times, I feel like even just throughout the weekend, have we seen players in situations to line up multiple kills and they go wide? Fortunately, that doesn't happen for EU, but we saw it in rounds previous. Psalm missing out on some moments. So now we're tied up, 11-all. We breathe for just a second, and we hope for NRG that FaZe is not close to that Rolling Thunder, because that guy seems to always have it online, and that's been the win condition.
I don't think he should, because he used it in that clutch and just died since then. I don't think he should be close enough to be able to pull that on through, but the ult economy for version 1, the way they balance it has been really good. It feels like either FaZe or Xander always has one online, but in this one, they do not. Zelsa's Wardell both close to theirs respectively, and V1, they're taking the risk. They're forcing into this round. This round is practically the game. The winner here pushes the opponent's economy into a terrible position and cements themselves at map point. Psalm with an operator. You don't often see the Neon picking up that gun, but he's making an attempt at it.
Listen, I'm not saying that this is the play. There are 4 orbs on the map. Neffy's, well, okay. He gets one. He gets one, just not the way they had hoped. EU also in a net an orb with NRG, and this is the null command. This is going to slow things down. The halt button has been hit for version 1. Just out of range, though. The resurrection, it's awarded. And you're going to be back online. Like you said, the buy, it's not great. A Vandal, 3 Bulldog, Celsius. Close to the showstopper. That could be the tool they need.
If they get site control, it's going to be really difficult for NRG to retake 2 operators. 1 Tour de Force. Those 2 samples very tough to fight the space back on in. Showstopper, wall comes on up. He's waiting for the satchel, but Sam doesn't find the shot. It has to be the retake now.
Sam forced to back away. He's going to go back to it. He gets given a little bit, but he doesn't take the shot. Paint shells. Make sure he doesn't get too friendly here on the angle. Wardell going to get that plant down. The overdrive, too, coming on through from long range. He's trying to get something done. He knew that he had to push forward. And Tex, it doesn't matter. Tex is just doing it all. He's got the tour de force. He almost had the ace. He's low HP. The round to NRG. I was so focused on how Sam was about to work the map. And Tex just steals the round away.
I mean, Tex with that tour de force, his positioning was so excellent to isolate so many duels. You were distracted, but so too was version 1. They hear that Neon pop the ult. They hear that Neon running on in. It's a big red herring. You turn and look. You say, hey, there's a fantastic weapon here. There's someone we need to counter on out here. But in the end, it was that tour de force instead. Tex, excellent on these shots. And now V1 in trouble. Look at that buy. Their ult economy not there whatsoever. FaZe is 3 off of his. He's the closest on the team. It'll take a miracle for V1 to stay alive in this map.
We've seen miracles. A lot of the times, especially in that last series for version 1, it was Penny at the helm of said miracle. This map seems to be Zelsus's for the most part, with FaZe right up there with him. Speaking of breach players, it's EU on the opposite side. Rolling Thunder queued up, but nothing to be had just yet.
We'll go towards B again. NRG setup is a little heavier towards A. They want to, if any information is gleamed, pinch their way in towards the lobby. Rolling Thunder, the Neon would follow that up, but that setup won't be tested. Instead, V1's destination is B, and this will likely just be the retake for NRG. Ethan, though, that's a big kill to find through the smoke. Wardell's trying to make a play. Wardell is in close here. He takes down Ethan. Does he greed for more? Not yet. FaZe, now the orbital strike to work with, and that could take down Penny. Penny stuck, but gets away. TP's back, and where did FaZe come from? He just found a massive double, cutting this to a 3 versus 2. NRG, a retake at disadvantage.
And through the box, FaZe will stop the plant. 35 seconds. They've got to cross. And it's a dangerous one. At that, as FaZe hops on the spike for just a second. He's going to have his ult if he gets the plant off, and he will be awarded. But both players here, there goes the Rolling Thunder. Tex not affected. He's just on the outside as FaZe is being run down. He uses the combat stim for some extra fire speed, extra movement, and it's all he needed as Tex will close us out, and NRG have done it. They battle back on Fracture, and they steal the map away from version 1.
What a game there from NRG. It was close as could be throughout the entire map, but at the last moment, NRG rally. Sam in particular having an insane performance on that defensive side, and the weakness again showing for version 1 on these attacks. We saw some good moments from them, but when it came down to the wire, in a few of those pivotal rounds, NRG some big plays kept them on top, and they take the map. I was thinking this could have been a 2-0 for version 1, but this is the map they needed to swing this series now into an incredibly doable position for NRG.
Yeah, incredibly doable. And going into the next one, although version 1 maybe feeling a bit more comfortable on the icebox or feeling, you know, that's where they want to be because they picked it, you have to think how much momentum here, again, after watching version 1, be able to claw their way back in, to battle back against Evil Geniuses in the last series. For NRG, you have to assume that that is always a possibility on this map. But then we get down to the last couple of rounds and they completely squander that thought.
I mean, Fracture incredibly close, but it swings the way of NRG. Icebox map number 2 queued up on the other side of this break.
Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Press play.
Things. Oh no!
This is so sad.
Oh my goodness. Okay, can y'all hear me? Okay, sorry about that. So I was all excited. I was saying that y'all cast basically just nail biters and barn burners. You don't do stompings apparently, and Energy takes it. They just stole it from V1, Tanner. You predicted it, so your prediction looking pretty good right now.
Yeah, and you know, I don't like predictions I'm always wrong in my predictions. So I try to avoid them the best I can, but I think just kind of historically, Energy looking good on this map, having a really recent look at what version 1 was bringing to the table, and that was just enough, right? Catching the defensive side of things for version 1 at the end of their first series, and then jumping right on into it, 7-5, that's all they needed.
Yeah, it really was all they needed to get done in this one. I think that for V1 here, they had some great moments, but again, this attacking side has proved incredibly troublesome on this map for this team. I mean, credit to NRG, they had a really strong defense there. The way that they were fighting for map control with Stom on that Neon was really, really good, but V1 took so long to find a reply for that. Well, there was a few great rounds here. There was some awesome things that they pulled off on this attacking side. It was just NRG showing a lot of that consistency, especially in these tight retakes.
Yeah, and you know, Tanner, we were talking about version 1's mental game all for the last series. I mean, NRG was like, okay, you're gonna bring that? Well, we can match your energy, apparently.
Yeah, well, and you know, I think I credit a lot, just in interviews with FaZe alone, who's kind of at the helm for this NRG squad. He is always so cool, calm, collected. Now, I know that we hear that a lot, but he's also kind of like this distinguished kind of father-esque figure, and I think that helps kind of, you know, rally bring the children back in and say, hey guys, we got this. Don't worry, I'm proud of you. I love you. Now let's win the game.
Yeah, maybe some new things being heard there, but yeah, NRG obviously deserving of that praise because they looked pretty solid throughout this map. I think the one thing that is so heartbreaking for V1 and for FaZe in particular, he had 2 opportunities, a 1v2 clutch over towards this B site. This was the first one. He doesn't quite pull it off. Really close to being able to win that one on through. He wins that clutch. They win the game. It's the opposite. It's really unfortunate. Those little things, you can point to so many rounds that just went one way or another that really make a 13-11 loss like this heartbreaking. But both these teams played a really great game of Fracture. And I think particularly for the side of NRG, the way they warmed up into the combination of the Neon and the KO was my favorite part. The implementation of this Neon, I already talked about how good it has been, but the KO as well to shut down these executes. V1 is a very execute-heavy team. Their breach utility is one of the biggest parts of what makes them good and what makes them strong on this map. And oftentimes, that util was shut down for a good 7 seconds because of that knife from Ethan.
Yeah, and to go back to that point of how Effie's, being the hero and how close, again, the games that we just had right now in the previous series, it was those heroics that put version 1 over the edge against Evil Geniuses. Now that we get deeper into the tournament, right, the qualification match right here, the competition gets harder. Now we're seeing a team that's not as easily going to give up those rounds. They're going to make you work for it, and unfortunately just didn't work enough times for V1.
Yeah, we were just looking at the statistics a short time ago, and actually both of you were talking about Tex. He had a pretty standout performance there, definitely having an impact, Mimi.
Yeah, I mean, Tex was looking good. The chamber roll for him was really efficient. I can think of only like 2 rounds where I saw like problems with it. His lurks on towards their attacking side, I think, provided a lot of value. Well, the conditioning was great, and a lot of that was reliant on their Neon and Initiator combinations where they were kind of fighting for that space and falling back, pulling these fakes, rotating V1. Having a really strong chamber player to lock down those extremities, deny flanks, something that V1 will do quite often, was good. He's fitting into this role swimmingly.
Okay, and let's talk about map 2 a little bit more. Mimi was like, ugh, Icebox. Can get a little bit predictable at times. I totally understand that. But what are we thinking here? Version 1's pick, Tanner.
I think that they're comfortable here, but I also think that they felt comfortable on Fracture, and this is a map that NRG has historically been pretty good on as well, and although the changes have come through and things look a little different, I just think, I know I said 2-1, but I think NRG are just going to be riding that high of that, very, very strong defense, refusing to give anything up to V1.
I'm not a big fan of the box, but version 1, they like it. They like this map. They'll play it pretty consistently. I think that it's going to be one of those maps that, with slotting a new player in, they're going to be fine. It's kind of a 1-for-1 switch with Wardell. They play that Chamber, Sage, Jet composition, so he'll be fine fitting in towards this roster. Also, their history on it is good. In the last challengers, beating OpTic, who are now our world champions, 13-5, really putting them down on this map. The way they play the operators here is fantastic, but on the other side, for NRG, it's a new team. They've changed up a lot. We've already seen them modifying their comps, and we're yet to see with this new roster them slot on into Icebox. So I don't really know what to expect with the Asian picks, which makes it kind of even more interesting. Was that just back in Challengers 1, one of the last maps we saw from NRG was them playing version 1 here on Icebox. It was a 13-11 victory for V1. The question is, what has changed for NRG? There's a very good chance they could take this.
Oh, and we are actually ready to move into our agent select process. I just heard that come down, so let's get that information on your screen. Tanner, what do you think we're going to see here?
Yeah, my big question is, well, I mean, I guess maybe it just kind of laid out here for us. Is this a map where Wardell gets to play that chamber? Or do they find a way for him to get on that stage? And with Zelsis actually locking that one in, this gets very scary because Penny is obviously insane on the Jet. That's, I think, even the confidence that Penny has in himself to say, I am one of, if not the best Jet in the world. And he continues to prove it time after time. And now it's less of an investment to the team for an operator to Wardell.
Yeah, Som's playing Omen? This is a really interesting switch up here. Som so often is playing that primary duelist. Occasionally we've seen him flex onto the Sage. I think this is the first time I've ever seen him switch on over to that role. I think in his history he's maybe played it once or twice, but this is definitely a strange change to say the least. Som, though, a competent player. It gives room for someone like Tex to step up and basically be that primary duelist, because this is a duelistless comp for the side of NRG. I'm a fan of it. This is going to be some exciting stuff out of them.
Exciting stuff indeed, and we are ready for map 2, so Mimi and Tanner, take it away.
Thanks so much, Jackie. I've been waiting for a duelistless comp on this map. I think this map plays into it really well. I think the way you're playing the executes on this one, it lends yourself to be able to play without that jet, and with the chamber still there. This is exciting. There is a very real possibility where NRG could be taking this 2-0, where they could be making that return towards the main event. Version 1, you wouldn't have expected them to have to fight through the lower bracket, but now they're on the precipice of it.
Yep, a possibility lingering. The cloud of the lower bracket is there for version 1 overhead, and what a statement this would be for NRG. We jump on into the pistol here. It's NRG mounting their defense first. Early Viper Wall out towards the B site, and the only player directly here is Tex to receive this. He's got that rendezvous set up to safety and a deep trademark to actually get that info if they are committing towards the site.
So around here out of V1 off the start, mid control for NRG is being set up. Som will stay here to ensure no one gets sneaky in this area. And spotting out Xander, he will look to concede. There was a trademark there the whole time, so they're perfectly fine to relent on this space. Now, it's a hit over towards B. Tex has to get away, and that he will.
Yeah, and that gets scary for a second. The jet dashing on in, and Tex just outside of range from the rendezvous. He is able to get away safely, though. The wall made quick work of one piece already taken down. Make it 2, so it's not the safest, but a trademark on the opposite side gives info on anybody aggressive here from the defense. Wardell, first contact here. Seen that Omen come on through. It's a dark cover to block off Yellow. Shrouded step as well going up on top, but he falls right on into the smoke, and Xander's here. He's got the ghost, and he's got the kills. The reload's perfect. He wants some more, and he will get it. Xander almost single-handedly taking the round here for the squad as Wardell to pick up a couple more pieces, and Penny sweeps them under the rug. It's version 1 for the pistol.
What a clean pistol to run there for version 1. Early presence in towards mid, trying to feel out if NRG would throw them anything aggressive, and then V1 just make that full pivot, work their way, quick hit over towards B. It's simple stuff, really, but in the retake, they stayed proactive, and individually, Xander had a wild moment in the amount of value he found from this position. The reveal, the last bullet even, to find the headshot on towards Tex. That's what you love to see. Xander is known to be one of those IGLs that can frag, and he does it again.
And we didn't get to see Som's point of view there. I'm wondering if he was just put in a bad spot by going up on top on the yellow box and had to drop off, or if he didn't mean to do that, because he definitely wasn't ready to take a fight on the inside of that smoke. He's ready to fight on the outside of this one. Unfortunately, Xander just a bit more ready as Tex able to bag 1, drops the spike onto the ground, but I think that's really all she wrote here for the squad. It's a classic of Ethan. Rings true for 1. It's Wardell, 3 on the round. And that is a scary player on a scary agent to give over free ult orbs, man. 2 away from the tour de force now.
2 away. Good weapon to get online early with that ultimate ability. Version 1 will just be looking to play the bonus in this one, hoping to get some damage on in, maybe get that spike planted on through. NRG, though, our first real look at them with the rifles. My question is, who's kind of filling into that aggressive role? We've seen in both these starting rounds, Som kind of making plays forward on that Omen, almost playing similar to how he did when he's normally on those duelists. Will that continue? Is he going to be slower? What does the playstyle look like? Because it is very much a paradigm shift for this guy, and, well, in this round, looks like aggression could be that answer. Up on this high off angle above, this is really tough to clear out, and Penny just unprepared. Som will stick around for a moment and get on away.
Are they worried about somebody up through mid? You saw Tex looking that way. Som now to hold that position. Tex still up towards the yellow box. Celsius. We had the barrier orb in hand. Xander, though, has been so good. First couple of rounds here for version 1, and he doesn't let up just yet. Wardell through the toxic screen will take down Som. And that's going to allow for the plant. Meanwhile, the flank slowly but surely, Ethan will try and link up with the squad. The trademark to reveal him out towards mid in the Viper's pit. I said Wardell was close to the ult, but Xander even closer, and it gets so difficult to work through this. You push on through, you're getting decayed, the Spectres do it all.
Yeah, but look what Ethan has. 2 flashes, his knife still available, information, and blinds up. Let's see what he can get done with it as EU already working around yellow.
Do the ult. Wardell goes down, the rifles starting to do their jobs, but again, the time, it's ticking down. Somebody's got to hop onto that spike, and it seems to be Ethan to do it. Nobody really there to fight for it. Eventually, he goes down to the snake bites, and well, Hazed meets the same fate. He didn't have enough health as the DK came up, and well, FaZe, he only had 15, but it was enough for the third for V1.
V1, 3-0 now. Winning out on that bonus round, getting that Viper's Pit online very early. It was such a good start, though, from NRG. You get that off angle from Sam teleporting up top, getting so much done. For that opening pick, nothing to trade it on. Out and then a second as well from the player back yellow, but V1, get that sight, get that spike on down, and it's, no matter your weaponry, incredibly difficult to retake in towards the Viper's Pit.
Yeah, that's tough, Hayes. Just a moment too early. As that decay is coming up, you can usually tank the snake bite. But he only had 1 health, so pretty squishy. Tank it that. Oh, Ethan goes right through the wall, right past the drone, but right into the bullets of Wardell. So he meets a quick fate. He's scrap metal now here in this round, which is to be expected. Good damage in way of the utility. Not going to delay the plant just yet, but does chip away. Going to force that healing orb, and Sheriff of Sam going to find one. So FaZe falls. Weapon just out of reach, though. So damage, the name of the game. Containment, the name of the game. Sheriff's Marshall, a headhunter. They've got, well, they're well equipped, I will say. They're proving it here as the headhunter and the Sheriff to start to get things done. Unfortunately, the rifles prove to be just a bit too much, and Zelsis underneath heaven spots the legs and takes down the last remaining. But here we go, round 5. This has to be it for NRG, or we're going right back into that loop of buy, save, buy, save.
Yeah, this really feels like do or die on this defensive side. A composition like this, duelistless, you're probably going to struggle a little bit on towards the attack. Obviously, we don't see many teams running a comp like this, so they might usurp expectations still. As many rounds as you can get on the defense as possible. That's the goal. Tex, sort of force to work with, even better than an operator to hold
you want
within
to play?
his hands.
Let's
and
play.
Is always in the right spot. Back yellow, he will hold, but on the other side, Wardell, the Dota Force of his own.
Oh, and who gives what first? Saw mention around. Wardell gives a leg. And Tex will put a hole in his body. Wardell falls, Tour de Force down. Now going back towards it. Drone should get the chamber, but are they going to be expecting Psalm here? Resurrection comes through. Kill going to be rebagged as Tex will TP away. You falls on the cross through the slow orb. Penny tries to go, but Tom is there. The paranoia, it goes wide, but it doesn't matter. 2 kills for the Omen. And finally, NRG are showing signs of life as Zelsis on the raise. Looked pretty damn good here on the stage in the 1v4. It's difficult, and well, now it's impossible. Psalm, 3 kills on the round. The bait and switch for NRG as they bag their first.
Yeah, V1 don't really give themselves too many options. They're committed so deep in towards that they think maybe popping down that resurrection can buy a peek. And well, the peak came, but there was no punish to come on through, so quite a bit committed out of version 1 for nothing out of that round. Operator will come out now, so another attempt at this attacking-sided rifle for Wardell. I'd love to see maybe a little bit more of an emphasis on mid-control. You saw early in towards this one, there was a lurker playing in that space. It was Xander, but he got shut down. That lurk was completely alone. It was denied. Maybe a little more emphasis on that space would be good. V1, though. Slow down. Take this default. And will be dissuaded early from their space over towards A. Xander is again reestablishing himself on this space towards mid, trying to see if someone will get aggressive. This should be the double bounce lineup to get rid of that trademark. Does it connect? Nope. Goes a little too short. That's the power of running Chamber versus Killjoy on this map. You can really place that piece of utility anywhere, and it's tough to have the right Sova lineup for it. It could be a bit of a faux pas to not hear that call out and not get rid of one, but regardless, no one's going to try and lurk off of that. So Dart is V1. Oh, gets suppressed. I think 4 players revealed by that one knife.
Well, they still want to do it. Wall goes out, wall in response, and, well, another wall, that one being the barrier orb. Gonna be made quick work of, though, in the snake bites. Looking to delay. FaZe seems to have found a bit of respite to try and get that spike planted, but the shots in the fragment will stall for just a bit longer. And now the null command. This cuts off all the abilities. It's all about the fighting now as Xander gives himself up inside kitchen. EU eventually falls, and FaZe there to be traded out. It's back and forth, but Tech some way, somehow able to get it done with the headhunter still as Wardell. Op in hand. Plays defense as that spike ticks down, and he's going to have to take the fight once more with Tex. Just waiting on the outside. 0 points. Cut off the abilities once more. Sprayed out onto the spike, but instead, Zelsis gets nothing. And look at this. Ethan's behind the wall. They got to go so wide to try and stop the defuse, and they're completely unknowing.
Oh, version 1, they had the setup. They had everything working in towards their favor, but holding the nerve. NRG stick on towards that defuse. And they get the job done. 2 rounds in a row now. Picked on up. V1 gonna have to start to search for answers. Wardell, with his attacking-sided operator, was finding big impact. This chamber, clearly the role where he feels comfortable. Solid performances on the first 2 maps, but he's going to most certainly stand out here on Iceboxes. V1 do. Let's send their way over towards A. Early on, it will just be Ethan to hold, but with the push coming through from mid, this could either be commitment to a flank or just fast rotations over to A for NRG.
Tex solo dolo hanging out on that B site. A-okay to anchor. This time he doesn't have a trademark or himself in front, but all other bases, they're covered for now. And a very late Viper's Pit to try and stop this play out towards the A side. Hunter's Fury from FB's unfortunately not going to find too much, so version 1 still struggling to find an opening here as the smokes continue to come through, and the Viper utility proves to be just a bit too much. They got to go the other way.
And look at Tex. He's been posted here. An off angle, just past yellow. Get one with the operator, teleport away, help his team to hold the site. Getting a shot here could be so big. The dart will not reveal him in time. Wardell peeks in. Wardell goes down.
Just a moment too early on the peak is Wardell, and that's another operator down. Last time it was tour de force, this time op to op. And Tex out on top, TPs to safety. It's still nothing committed, but with 30 seconds, you have to assume that it's coming here. The wall goes up once more, and Toxic screen. Spike get to be planted finally. Will come on down. Hunter's Fury gonna go wide. Thinking that he hopped off the plant. Now understands that he just chose to plant elsewhere. Zelsis survives. He's low HP. Gonna be forced to use that healing orb on himself. Out towards mid. Meanwhile, Penny trying to stop the play, trying to stop the lurk, but he gets taken down. Zelsis, is he going to be noted in this position? His rifle may be showing just on the opposite side. Now he's pinged out. He hasn't fallen just yet. He picks up his first, and NRG, they're so quick. They're so good. And Xander, the first 2, maybe the first 3 rounds, he could have done it. But as we get deeper into the game, NRG have him red, have him dead, and pick up a 3rd.
Yeah, NRG continuing to redeem themselves in this one. 3 rounds picked on up for the defensive side. You'd expect a comp like this to really struggle in these retake situations, but thus far they've been looking incredibly solid at it. Ethan, 6 assists, and the most of those are just coming from the flashes, from the knife to reveal, to push on in for these retakes. When you have EO's utility as well, well, sure, you don't have a real duelist, but you have Sam who's willing to charge on in with the Omen. You have Tex as well, who's finding these early shots with the op. Everything's working well for him. Now V1, back down to the save. They have invested a hero rifle in towards Zelsis. You were talking about this guy. He was so good the first 2 maps of this series. Now on the stage, we'll have to see what he can get done.
He doesn't quite have that same utility in way of fragging power. Well, Xander, speaking of red and dead, it happens again out towards mid. He gets nothing there. Zelsis the next to fall, and 2 sheriffs and 5 shots in the headhunter is what V1 are working with. Well, tie game just around, a tie game maybe. Prime Gaming Flawless just around the corner. Get that economy bumping for NRG. Penny's got himself a rifle. Nobody can give him a fight just yet. Forced to use that tailwind to sneak away, and eventually he will go down. Only 1 remains. That's FB's. Man, FB's has done some crazy things, but feels outside the realm of possibilities. 12 HP to spike at his feet. EU will take him down, and there it is, the Prime Gaming Flawless for NRG.
Tactical timeout time, version 1. I think this is a moment where they slow things on down. try and change the pace back on up. Hoping for something new from them, and there's the timeout to come on through version 1. What's the change? Wardell has put such a heavy investment in towards this attack-sided operator. And while he's found a couple big rounds in the last 4, they've been good to shut him down.
Look at you. Look at you just drinking it in. You know, if I had $1 for every time that you were right about these timeouts, I think I'd have $5 or $6 today.
That's quite a few dollars.
That's quite a few dollars. Man, it's unparalleled as we take a peek back to Prime Gaming Flawless. This one not too incredibly impressive. I think ultimately unscathed for the most part, so obviously not having to reinvest, but not needing to buy armor feels good as well. I think that is the case here for this squad. And once we come out of this timeout, we'll be able to take a peek at, you know, where the ultimates are at. I know a few of them were used. EU's just using his. Ethan's ult has been a large tool. And what I love to see here is Ethan is actually a mathematician. 2 + 5 = 7. That's why his scoreline is the way that it is.
Quick math.
Quick math.
You know, gotta add it on up. Find your new destination. I don't know math. That's definitely a math word. Close enough in that one.
Geometry.
But,
yeah. Algorithm.
You're right. Smart in that regard. As operator is out for Tech's new angle. It's the elbow of the Sova, but doesn't take the shot. Doesn't quite have enough to fight on off. Still, he'll post on this line. Saw him another off angle. He can even paranoia to support his teammate in Tech's. Version 1, they are walking into a trap here.
Yeah, I mean, the support's already been huge. Sam was there to take down the dart. Tex never gets revealed. He can teleport out after taking this shot. It's all about how much they give him. Poison Cloud. It actually stops, but he goes back to it and gets it. Tex is a criminal. He's robbing version 1. Fortunately, they get something back, so Karma starts to go well. Penny now back on the table means version 1 a player ahead. But what a rough start.
With the criminal still at large, Tex is still posted on this line. The utility has yet to clear him. Dash across. Wait, patient in this one, but now he'll have to fall on away. Viper's Pit up again for Xander. We talked about how good NRG have been on the retakes, but facing a Viper's Pit and an disadvantage, this one will be even tougher.
They've yet to plant. I think that is just inside the pit. The wall goes up. The fragment won't deny, but it will split the team for now. And like you said, NRG, they got to work through this one. The op's still on the outside. Tech's far away. It's all about the openings that his teammates can get for him as they look to push on forward, and he is holding the angle. Cloud burst out. Ethan aggressive up towards yellow. Flash on the opposite side. Both flashed up, but a teleport to get away. Penny can't do the same. And NRG, here they come full force on the retake as Hazed and Tex in tandem. Gonna pick it up, and Wardell has the angle. Unchecked around the box. He sprays down 3. Tex is here to battle back. Unfortunately, it's not enough. FaZe's playing the long con out towards B long. Version 1 finally back in the win column.
Glad they are. Viper's Pit now 2 for 2 with success in these rounds. The amount of assists Xander has been able to find through popping up these pits, providing support for his teammates has been good. This is where a composition like this struggles. You don't have a jet to get up and above. You don't have quite as much potential for just those fiery retakes. NRG still, it was a valiant attempt. If it wasn't for Wardell with this massive individual performance fighting forward, we could have seen a very different story. And I like that Wardell is the one to kind of put the onus on himself. Protect the president, keep Xander alive. He is the man who is valuable in that one. Wardell realized that and took advantage. Still, guns are up for both sides. Still, Hex in some way has an operator. It's a tour de force, but just as effective in his hands. FaZe again will try for the shock. I think it's the same lineup. I don't think that'll hit. No.
Unfortunate. I feel like that information is there, right? The round that we saw that last, Xander walked up and still had to shoot the trademark. So you have to assume that they know that that shock dart, unfortunately, isn't getting a whole lot. In this early space, it's been taken by NRG. We've seen version 1 fight back for it. This time, Ethan's still there. And if it was a Vandal, it'd be a dead Zelsis.
In this world, Zelsis alive and well. What can they do to deny this one? Still utility 4, but Penny just dashing on in. V1 have the space. The paranoia connects, and well, Sam, he swung too far. He's dead. is still alive in the back lines, but not for long. Just 1 for 1 in that trade. We even out in a pretty tough spot if Tex just shoots. If Tex just shoots, it would have been a freebie. Excuse me, actually. The wall in his face, unaware. That's position. Tex now is the only man left alive. Suspicious that someone could be in close, but back behind the box at off angle now. FaZe is spotted on out, but a flank is coming through. He needs to get this kill now. He needs to get this kill quickly, and with the flank arriving and Zelsis on the other side of the wall, it's just too much to ask.
You saw the pressure crushing the chamber there in that round. Tex quick to try and help his team out, push out towards that A side, find a kill with the tour de force, and unfortunately it just wasn't too much. Now that tour de force, that's, you know, the Kroger brand. Although it's better, it's, you know, less expensive and stuff like that. Now he's got the real stuff. Now he's got the Gucci operator. Now he's out here on that name brand stuff as NRG grabbed their timeout. Man, Tex, I have a feeling we're about to stare down the barrel of stack A, all 4. Let Tex hold it down, solo dolo. That seems to be working.
Yeah, I mean, Tex has been the consistent part of this setup for NRG. I'll have to see what they do decide on at the end of this tack. I, again, wouldn't hate to see a little bit more aggression, but this comp doesn't lend itself. It's a far cry from the Neon plus Breach that we saw in the previous map. Yeah. Now it's like, okay, you're taking a risk with any push. You have no one besides Tex with a get-out-of-jail-free card, and he's pretty much locked in B-site jail. He has to be there, has to hold things on down, especially when that op is in his hands. Well, we've seen a few rounds where he's pivoted on over. That's clearly where he can get the most value. At like a core level, I like this composition. I just don't know if NRG is the team for it. Like, this team for me has always been kind of hyper-aggressive, centered around Som and what he does. He's the one to play the weird duelist, to pull up the Yoru, pull out the Neon, try something new. This is new, but let's see how much they can get done with it. Penny dashing in towards mid-EU. Doesn't show face just yet.
Snakebite out and over the top to try and deter a push up towards Tube. Luckily for version 1, nobody's headed that way just yet. Tex, though, aggressive on the angle, up on pipes. As the operator, we'll see if anybody can clear him out. Ethan now just getting on top of 410, so should be able to watch it back from Belt. And Wardell does it again. Just gives up a little too much of shoulders. All Tex needs to make sure this team will be at a player advantage. The drone taken down. Tex revealed to be backing away. And Ethan, I think he was the one to shoot the drone, but they haven't cleared a back sight just yet. A tough spot. That wall goes up. Good damage onto EU. He just wanted to get onto the site, but version 1 weren't happy about it. Now the recon bolt sent out, and it just falls short. Tex immediately traded, so the chambers are down as FaZe tries to battle their way back onto the A side. They haven't conceded it just yet. Effies and pennies will fall. Ethan maybe wants some more. No, it's Som instead. Look at reposition. Goes up top of screens. And Zelsis, again, a 1v4. A tough spot to be in as FaZe goes atop the ropes. NRG, they battle back. They get it shored up. They lock down the A site. And they push us within 1 round here in the last round of the half.
Close it could be now. NRG have definitely turned around, at least in way of that A defense in the round previous. Tex starting things strong. Every round that he manages to have that operator in hands, it feels that an opening pick will swing his direction. Something V1 have really struggled to counter against. Wardell, well, he's been quick. He's been good on kind of these opening engagements. That's definitely getting the better of that one. Interesting to note that this has been an incredibly slow start for Penny. If he comes online, V1's already looking good. You get Penny back to its full form, this team looks scarier than ever. Viper's Pit will be popped. I don't think there's anyone really close enough to defend this site. NRG will likely just have to concede, try and keep that pit up to make themselves a nuisance.
Yeah, I mean, the best part about the pit, too, is if anybody wants to stay inside, they're down to 1 HP, so you can wait or watch some of these angles as players look to cross back over. Hazed fishing on the inside, not going to get too much. Now everybody on the outside means no decay to be had. How can they defend the plant? Well, that's a pretty good start. Tex taken down. Wardell finally getting the better half of that trade. Ethan, as the wall goes down, gets some kill on Xander. He doesn't spot the player up top in time as Wardell will finally get some value out of it. But it's a back and forth. The pit no longer stands, and Wardell has to be the hero once more. A 3K here in this round. It'll take 4, and he will get it. It's 7-5 at the half once more for version 1 as we jump into our halftime break.
Switching sides.
A new look composition for NRG, but a slightly worse half out of them. Now, how does the no duelist setup fare on the attacking side?
Yeah, that's the big question. You're talking about it during the break, and although Psalm had a decent defense, you lose a lot when you're not playing that aggro duelist on the attacking side who can just look to get in. If you're trying to Shrouded Step as your jet dash, pseudo jet dash, you're just dead, man. You're just dead. So all eyes, I think, on Psalm here as he takes a back seat from the duelist.
Wait, what just happened? Was that a Molly combination? Oh, they were within the orb. They were trying to creep through the orb, and Evie's just shock darts through and hits 2. That's massive. I don't know if he heard a footstep or if it was just a read, but finding that much value with the shock dart is so good, and now it's just a firing squad version 1. What a pistol.
My jaw dropped to the
Was
floor.
there a snake bite? What? I need a replay of that. Was there a snake bite, or was it just that they were in the orb and decayed on down, so the shock deals that much damage?
They are unmatched in the pistol rounds.
Yeah. Is that a pistol round or a shock dart round?
Yeah, seriously. Oh my! And
That's
I mean, what can you even do?
Flabbergasted, man.
Yeah, NRG. It was over right as it began. They don't have a whole lot now. It's just a sheriff from Psalm here in this. Recon Bolt out and over the top, and okay, the Headhunter. Good for the first, but low HP on Tex means this Spectre still scary. But the classics on the day, the classics have been insane, and with the slow orb out towards mid, a 3v3. A weapon retrieves just yet. You can reveal himself. He's only on the classic, but he has a couple of shock darts. We'll see if this is an EU shock dart round.
Really heavy setup in towards the mid here, but look at where Psalm has found himself. He's lurked really deep in towards his A site and is now going to push in towards defender side. It's one Penny, not looking. Psalm eventually finds the shot. He needs to live though. He needs to stay alive in this position, teleport away. He sneaks out of it. A smooth criminal in this one now. The defense is split. V1, a single player over towards main, a single player over towards A. Where does Wardell go? Wardell could change this round. If he finds the right timing on the flank, tries to shut down on Ethan, that could be big. I think it's awkward. He's pushing forward, going through the spawn side. Now that he hears the plant, he will double back though. Trademark ensures he still has this space to work back into.
Zelsis has a rifle. So he's sitting pretty. A couple of body shots will be just enough, but still a disadvantage for version 1 as they look to retake the site. The spike planted just below the bridge. 0 point available to garner information, but 1 of 2 at the very least heard. 2 of 2 spotted though. Ethan, a huge position to be had. Zelsis gonna find the first here in the retake. Now the odds are even as the shock darts go out. EU just looking to play shock darts, looking to be the lineup. It's Wardell to go aggressive, and they're running out of time. Wardell just has to stick it. Can EU hold it?
There's no time.
Yes, he can. He found the kill, and Zelsis headed for the hills, but he dies to the spike. It's the Red Bull clutch and NRG. They just find a way.
What is this? What is this half, man? A shock dart pistol round win, and now we come into this round, and NRG pulls off a complete thrifty kill with the head under trades on through, classics galore, and then V1 is so fractured. They try and group up in the end, but it was just too little, too late. The timing on that jump down, EU had a millisecond to get that kill, and he pulls it off. A dink with the classic, and a round 1, version 1. Their economy's crippled now.
Something tells me, though, that maybe they got something cooked up here on the defense. No, unfortunately, I don't think that this is the round, because in this anti-eco for NRG, it's quite a bit bolstered. It's rifles across the board, full armor across the board. Again, they didn't bring anything but 1 sheriff into that thrifty round that they just picked up. Now Tex to go aggressive. That's the weapon that gets it started, though. The headhunter on the opposite side, a sheriff gonna chip away. Zelsis is finally taken down. Wardell still stands, so he's still a problem, but the team once more has fallen down around him. The bodies drop out towards mid. Both players revealed to NRG. They're able to plant for free. Shock dart not gonna come through from FaZe to try and deny there. Recon bolt just came back up, and Wardell's now got himself a rifle.
Why is this round as close as it is? Version 1. They are pushing NRG to the limit here. Still 2 shocks, recon available. Ethan should have his knife available soon. That damage is massive. Sam, though, with a flank. Should lock this one on down. If he's alone, he's good in the clutch, but this should be too far. This should be too much. Ethan is full HP, but he's pinched. 1 on each side. The one-way now pop. If he goes for the defuse, his toes will show, and Ethan spots him on out, takes it down. But another shaky round.
Yeah, what does that do to the economy here? Okay, it's still all right. In victory for NRG, they're still able to buy up. That was pistols basically across the board. I think a sheriff for Zelsis and a headhunter, obviously, for Wardell. But they made it hurt, and at the very least, it slowed down the income for NRG. Only a few members still sitting pretty, that being Sam and EU, to be able to buy into the next round. Meanwhile, now we get Wardell on the defensive side with the operator. This right here, he was so good on the attack. Now it's really his time to shine.
Ooh, that was set up just to try and deny someone getting the orb, but the molly goes a little too deep, so the shock dart combo maybe doesn't quite work out, as Wardell was already past it. So, all good in this one is NRG will have to find a way to get this opper. Wardell suppressed. Does he stay on this line? The Psycho. The man doesn't leave. He sticks around here as a drone coming. Surely this is the call to retreat, and his hand has been forced.
Unfortunately for Wardell, no follow-up, right? EU not having the Hunter's Fury. Try and find the kill there. Well, he makes it away safely. He doesn't get quite what he was looking for. With the operator pushed out aggressively. We go drone for drone. FB's also reveals some positioning out towards mid. But it's only Hayes spotted. How much are they putting into that Viper being spotted out towards mid? And the recon bolt gets absolutely nothing.
But in a way, that's information, too. It also might be misinformation, because someone has made it past that smoke, trying to weasel their way up in towards Lurkin Kitchen. And with the null command pop, is the chamber close enough to have the trip disabled? That's my biggest question. Because if the chamber comes within range, that trademark goes down, there could be a big flank here.
It's happening right about now, and that does, just a moment too late. Hazed, not quick enough on the push through, but he's inside Kitchen. He's got this position assumed, and everybody, or at least somebody, Gonna have to look this way out towards mid as Tex. He takes the duel with Xander. Zelsis is on the spike. Somebody's got to answer to this one. Version 1 just take the fight right onto him. There's finally EU getting aggressive to stop the defuse as Ethan gonna hop into the kill feed as well. FB's battles it back and we're even once more. The op shots, they just aren't landing as Ethan sneaks away. The clock is ticking. FB's has got to hold it here and Hayes was shortly behind. 3K for Ethan. A huge round for NRG to battle back because version 1 were pedal to the metal.
And I mean, that started really poorly for NRG. Their flanker getting caught off guard, the suppression fading off a little bit too early, and then off of that, there was also kind of that player who was caught out towards mid, losing the duel with Xander. Doesn't matter though, NRG still out on top. In another close round, V1, that will call for the tactical pause, 3 rounds lost in a row. It's a good call. But if they lose this round, the momentum starts to get incredibly worrying. It's already very much built up for NRG.
Oh, man, it opened up so good. EU the hero running through that poison cloud to stop the defuse because that was just being stuck by Zelsis. Then he gets some more. I think it was Xander atop the tube that EU also got the kill on. And this was version 1's round. They just unfortunately couldn't hang on.
What's the money looking like for V1? That's my biggest question. They had invested in towards the previous, so probably a little worse for wear, but Wardell should be getting closer towards that tour de force, and indeed it is online for him, so at least that weapon to work with. Penny, a little too far off the Bladestorm to try and get it in towards this round. They'll have to see what they can do. These lesser weapons, but the stack is right. 4 players over towards A. That's where NRG is leaning early on.
Yeah, if you're version 1, this is right where you want to be. Again, they go for that same combo. Make sure that nobody gets that orb for free. Nobody punished just yet, though, in the tour de force. It's on this side. Ooh, the owl drone doesn't quite spot it. Somebody's got to try and shoot it. And I don't think Wardell was spotted here. Sure, the Marshall is. The dash to safety. Som might be the first up. No, instead it's Ethan to fall. Wardell teleports away. And Som just pushes forward. He leaps atop 410. The wall goes up and Som goes down. Wardell, this is a very scary man. But he only has 1 shot left. What can he get with it? The damage has already been done. But everybody's here from version 1.
Utility as well. Zelsis a new wall on up. Another player spotted. Wardell, he just hits every damn shot. A 3rd kill for him in this round. Only 1 bullet in that headhunter to work with. And a 2 versus 5 for NRJ. At this point, they don't really have an alternate option. You can try and back out towards this B site. Sure, it's open. Sure, you have your trademarks, but the information is lacking. There's only 30 seconds left.
And they're hoping that the cut noise here is going to be enough to buy the rotation, but a drop down from Belt surely heard. Op tossed out. Tex wants to have a rifle in hand in the 2v4, and with 20 seconds on the clock, they gotta pull the trigger. They gotta move, and they have to move fast. Xander, trusty Sheriff Wardell, got himself an upgrade to the Vandal. It's a thrifty victory for version 1 and a much-needed round.
And look what that does to the money of NRG. It is in a terrible position here. They probably have to eco this round. Hope they can pull something off, maybe with the ultimates, but talk of ults. Wardell with that tour de force, 3 kills picked on up. He recovers the Vandal and closes the round. NRG, from the very onset, they had the idea, hey, we're just going to hit towards A here, keep it clean, keep it simple on our anti-eco round, and they walk directly into Wardell and into a stack of 3 other players on V1. Well read.
You want to play? Let's play.
By version 1 now. NRG will have to look for other options. It's the Sheriffs for the majority of this team, but tour de force still online, so Wardell can do with it. We'll get a glance now at Tex.
And good resistance on both sides. Out towards A, you've got that Viper's Pit. Zelsis push aggressive to get that wall down. Here out towards B long. It doesn't allow for safe passage for basically anybody. Like you noted, a save round for NRG, but we have seen some crazy things on the day. If they can't win the round, they can probably find ways, at the very least, make it hurt. Tour de force. First to contact out towards mid. Hazed. Not going to capitalize. Penny will take him down. And Zelsis is just on the other side. Just on the outside. Poison Cloud goes up. It seems to push the team back for now. The decay onto Ethan doesn't feel great so he'll walk away from it. Tex now looking to reassess the situation, and he's taken down Penny. Another huge kill. Wardell from downtown with the operator. The flash just a second too early, or a second too late, some might say, and it's a Prime Gaming flawless for version 1.10.
This momentum has shifted back. NRG now could be in a bit of trouble here. Prime Gaming flawless there. Close things on out. Penny, great job just standing away, limiting the options. NRG has been well read. I mean, in both these rounds, this one and the previous in that anti-eco that they failed to succeed at, they kind of just got stagnant. An initial idea, they stick to it, they get shut on down. It doesn't matter as much on this eco, but I'd love to see a little bit more fluidity, a little bit more play in towards mid. We saw that early, a few of these rounds where they find the lurk, they find the space, and that does seem to be their answer. Smoke on up. Where's this teleport going? Where's the backside of G? This is an interesting hit because Sam commits to it.
And it is quick, a lot committed. They're running up and through the dark cover. Hayes goes fishing, one of the largest catches, but Penny gets one right back. The pit completely denied as Elsis creeps up. He's got the backstab onto one Ethan. Good for the trade as Tex righting his wrongs from the round previous, but Penny just picking up right where he left off, continues to frag forward. And in the 2v2, Wardell still hanging on to the operator. Blades available for the Jet. The Hunter, Shuri, though, will do one better. Looked into delay. Now Wardell has to go aggressive. Basically point blank, and he won't land the shot. It goes wide. Ethan, the largest role to help his team get on the site, and he frags everybody out to do it.
What a cool preset play out of them. The Omen TP's in towards that safe corner. There's a dart to support, so someone know if anyone is in close to him. Then you have support coming in from mid, someone holding late, kind of with that extremity control off the chamber trips. It all works nearly perfectly. Well, it did kind of come down to the brawl. A couple members of V1 making that a close round. It wasn't enough. Always a Hunter's Fury available to keep things safe. Still, V1, money in the back pocket, and still Wardell on this operator.
He will not be revealed, but he has no way out of this. He is out of range of the teleport. He just walks back in, sneaks away, drone taken down. So no harm, no foul. Early aggression, early space to be given up back towards NRG. And oh, they heard your cries. More mid play. The trademark should reveal.
Yeah, there was no shock dart to get rid of this one. Next will probably just look to break it back on away or just hold to see if he can get something done. He's aware of the possibility and will break that one. Does he commit to this play? Someone's going to be forced to go get rid of him. I think this might be intended to just try and pull a rotation. He'll just cause trouble, make a mess in towards mid, and off of that, NRG will try and execute towards A. The question is, can they do it quick enough? Because two players have been dispatched. The quick response force over towards the kitchen leaves now just one man, Zelsis, in the backline. And he's suppressed, no wall to defend in this one. He'll probably just have to concede, and the question is, will he even have the opportunity? Getting hounded down, a swing forward. Hayes takes care of him.
Yeah, that's a huge 0 point to not only stop the Sage from using the utility, but also understand it's only the Sage here. Let's go ahead, strengthen numbers, and overwhelm. And Xander meets that same fate. 5 still stand for NRG.
And there's a mid-lark here as well. In towards the late round, Tex is in a position to be an insurance policy.
Oof. Okay, that got weird for a second. Sam bailed out. EU, the headshot onto Penny. The op shot won't land. Instead, it's Wardell to take some damage as he looks to back away. This has to be a save for the op. But here comes that lurk out towards mid. Answers for that. It's 4,700 credits down. More to follow as FaZe falls. And we continue our back and forth. Mimi, 2 rounds has been basically the most, outside of pistols and anti-ecos, that separate these two teams. Both of them chomping at the bit. But again, NRG already 1 map ahead. They're so close to closing out this series and qualifying.
Version 1 as well. I mean, losing those 2 players in the end, it is a big harm to their economy. They're going to be able to still invest here, but their money is on the edge. They lose out on this round. They'd probably have to be pushed down towards a save. Could be match point here. Could be series point here, but the play out towards mid. Penny, this is a classic, and it still works on out. The edge of the wall, the updraft over, and Penny is successful.
And I love that Wardell, the op, hasn't been hit in the last couple of rounds. They put it in the hands of Penny, and he's able to find a bit of extra value out of it.
Look at this reaction, right? They immediately head back towards A. No one was here. The whole emphasis for V1 was making that play happen. Wardell, though, could change that. He's tucked in down below in a power position. They're moving back. NRG establishing this post plan. It'll come to the retake.
EU for a long time was in spawn. Ethan needs to be careful with his pathing as he was revealed by the Owl drone. And he gonna drop on the inside. Tex tried to sneak away, but FaZe gets the better of him, and Ethan gets caught with the util out once more. Saw him now trying to hold the line for just a moment, but he only gets one. The diffuse is there. It's EU out towards mid. He's trying to hang on. It's a shock dart next up. It's the high-low to try and deny, but it's Wardell to get the diffuse. 4 kills for EU, but it means nothing.
I didn't even realize Wardell was holding on towards that one. He just was on the little lip outside the line of sight. That plant, it's great if you're holding from main, but if you're lurking in through mid, there's one angle that you just cannot contend with. A great attempt. Again, not enough. Pause coming through here. NRG, the ones to use it. That was their round. That was their chance to cripple the economy. Pull their way back into this game, but not quite enough.
One enemy remaining.
It's heartbreaking to watch this one back for EU.
I feel like
Always
he thought
kind
he won the round at first, right? Like,
yeah.
that, like, I thought he won the round at first. That is so painful.
And he was supposed to be that linchpin. Unfortunately, the rest of the operation fell apart too quickly for him to get back or get in position and close that out. But with that, we've seen what NRG like to do with that Hunter's Fury online, and he's now 4 pips closer, if not having that one here. And we talked a little bit about Wardell. What a performance he's having now that he's back on the chamber, feeling comfortable and slotting in well. Try and push version 1 across the finish line here in map number 2. We've got buys across the board. I think the most important tool to look at, though, is we've got that tour de force online for Wardell.
It is a big tool indeed. Penny with the Blade Storm too, but it's another one of these plays out towards mid. Pop flash up, Psalm takes the high ground, and they're just going to look to push on through. Still, there's a player in close. Zelsis could make a change, so too could Xander, but Tex takes him down.
Man, Xander has just been... Again, it's basically the same players dying the same way. Unfortunately, this time for version 1, they don't have Penny out towards B-Long to wrap back around the top of the site and trade some kills back instead. He's got the blades in hand inside the kitchen. He's gonna look to slice him up here, but Hayes is just too quick on the flick. NRG, they call their timeout. And now they creep towards a Prime Gaming flawless round to tie us up once more as Sam plays inside the dark cover. Tour de force. All that Wardell really has to work with here. And it will subside going into the next round, so no reason not to full send on this one. Meanwhile, Zelsis, he's got to hang on to that rifle.
Yeah, he's recovering that rifle, and Wardell will now just look to save, but Tom realizes the economic implications of this round, but dies in the end. NRG's money is brittle as well, so they can't really commit too much more towards this hunt. Weapons at least saved for V1. This round now, the most pivotal. 11-11. The winner here claims match point. And the money again for both these teams in a rough spot. V1, though, definitely worse for wear. They lose out here. I'm not sure what they'll be able to pull together in towards the last round of regulation. Or possibly the last round of the series. Even a Spectre out for FaZe in this one. I'm wondering if they want to try something different, try something aggressive. They have that ult available for FaZe, but it looks like they're holding true to form for the moment. Maybe walk up for Wardell over towards A. Besides that, holding their ground.
0 point, doesn't quite get taken down. It finds the suppression onto Xander, who's forced to back away out towards Snowman. He'll go. No Viper util for another few moments. Should be just about online, and there it is. Hunter Shuri now trying to delay. Zelsis falls early here in the site hit.
Heartbreaking loss early. Zelsis down means so much of that space over towards B lost. And Texas yet to be spotted over the mid. If he can find Wardell here, that is an absolutely massive kill. Now someone has to reply. Someone has to come back and try and kill Tex, but he has already made it out. Getting away with the crime. Plants down. V1. Okay, here's the question. There's a world where they just save this one because their money going into the last round is going to be so tough, but it looks like they're going to make a go of it. Already 3 players ready for this retake.
Yeah, I think save would be the right call. They're going to have absolutely nothing to work with. The ults have already been used.
There it is.
The Bulldog and a couple of rifles, and yeah, they are headed for the hills. Now, on the inverse, only Sam is really worse for wear here when it comes to credits. NRG not quick enough to read that they're looking to save and they're headed for the hills, but I don't think there's any reason not to go on the hunt.
No. Spike's still yet to explode, so time to do so, but V1, with the numbers still up, looks like they'll tuck themselves far enough away that these weapons won't be claimed. Series point secured for NRG. I didn't expect this. I mean, you even said that we probably have to take a third map. V1 historically have been so good on Icebox, but this new NRG team, some roster changes, a new man into the mix. Seems like Ethan might have just been the secret recipe. 1 round away now from the main event.
And Ethan was quiet on the defending side, couldn't really find his place. Now that he's on the attack, we see flashes over the 0 points to open up sites for the squads. Obviously, your initiator is going to do a bit better initiating while you're attacking sites, but has really come online, started to wake up. Now ults aplenty on the side of NRG. Hunter Fury still good. From the Shadows Youth, Sam trying to garner some information. And a lot of people noted at this A site, and Wardell falls nice and early. Tex just guessing for it.
And there's another mid lurk here. We've seen this so many times from NRG, and it has been so punishing versus V1. NRG hit the pause. They try and see if someone is going to push, someone's going to test Haze. And it looks like there is a player coming back on in. V1 is getting shaky. They're very much lacking in information here, but the trademark towards Kitchen, the trademark towards B means for now they can hold the space.
Nothing triggered just yet. I know that they're still here. The Paranoia semi confirms that, and well, there's 2 revealed. Wall goes down, so I'm trying to break it, and Tex, I mean, holding his ground deep, but here comes that flank. Xander was about to take a step out, but he looks away at the wrong time, and Hayes will finally capitalize. That is more than what you could have hoped for, and Hayes is doing it again. 3 kills coming on through, and FaZe needs to hang on, but he won't do it. It's a Prime Gaming flawless that sees NRG in the main event.
NRG, they reclaim their position, a new roster, a new change, and they find the upset 13-11 in back-to-back maps. Sure, it's a heartbreaker for version 1, but for NRG, this has got to feel amazing. An upper bracket qualification slot, and honestly, some really great ideas. They pull out a no duelist comp, they pull out creativity, they try something new, and it all just works wonders for them.
And I think the best part about the no duelist comp is you kind of got a glimpse of it there at the end. They creep up just as far as they can in way of space garnered on the attacking side, and it's all the util tossed out, flashes over the top, fragments, Paranoia. You don't need to dash in because the Paranoia from the dash is the Paranoia from the Omen. It looked so good. It looked way better than I was expecting because, again, I think Sam was that big question that we had. Huge firepower taken off the table. Not on the duelist, but boy, was I wrong.
Yeah, I mean, really impressive NRG. Lots to say about the game. So let's bring Jackie back on into the conversation. I mean, Jackie, what are you thinking? That game was absolutely ridiculous.
I enjoy working with y'all because it's just been a thrilling day. All this series.
This is so sad.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay, that kills me because we've had some absolutely thrilling series and I come in with all this enthusiasm and then it's like muted again. Oh my gosh. Anyway, yeah, I just have thoroughly enjoyed working with both of you because it just seems like it's always an incredibly wild roller coaster ride of a time. But yeah, I mean, I don't even know where to start right now. I do kind of want to pick Mimi's brains about the timeouts because there was like a few of them, and it just always seemed like they were at pivotal points, 4-4, 8-8. What was going through version 1's minds? I mean, they were definitely maybe feeling the nerves, struggling a little bit, panicking.
I don't think they were panicking, to be honest. I think that version
Really?
1 is a team that feels comfortable in these situations. This is a squad that has been in these spots before. They have struggled before. We saw it back in the playoffs, these close games. It is tough for them, but they still have that force. We've heard in interviews Xander talking about the influence that Imi, their coach, has in the team and how that kind of leadership structure works between the two of them. So it was clear that we did see great successes from V1 and adaptations off of those pauses. But overall, I think for NRG, they're the team that deserves all the credit here because They pulled out something new, something that V1 was not prepared for. NRG has played this map before. These teams have played very recently against each other, but even though only one player was switched on up, NRG looked like a team renewed. Completely new ideas in way of the compositions. They pull out the Neon, they pull out the new Duelist, they pull out these really creative ideas, and the implementation is stellar. It was clear that version 1 was struggling. It was clear that version 1 wasn't, sure, they're a team that's great to adapt, but this was completely like, this isn't what we were prepared for. We need to figure out something on the fly, and with some of those crazy close clutch rounds swinging either direction, I mean 13-11, 13-11, V1 they played a good game, but NRG maybe just looking a little more ready for it.
Yeah, and going back to that new addition being Ethan, right? We kind of talked about what he brings to the table as just a player and an individual alone. I love to see how easily he transitioned from flex-ish player, then on into IGL role where he's playing the Sova and then Chamber. Then he goes right back to that flex, and he's feeling good. He's looking good and looks so drilled. You can tell that this team put the time in because there was that or that set play out towards mid.
Yeah.
That time and time again, flash over the top. The lineups with the 0 point. Icebox is not a map where we see a lot of KO. We're starting to see it more, but for Ethan to be so proficient, it just, I mean, it speaks volumes to what he's bringing to this squad.
Well, let's roll the Prime Gaming post-match highlights quickly and dive deeper into this series. You know, they lost, but I think we need to talk about Wardell. He was the stand-in, but he was absolutely having a killer map. Unfortunately, Mimi just not enough, though.
Yeah, I mean, on Icebox, especially here in towards the second series, this is where Wardell was looking prime. Even in towards map number 1, the AWP, when he was picking it up, he was looking really, really strong. This is one of those incredibly close clutch attempts that Wardell almost pulled off. Another one of those rounds where it swings the other direction. 13-11, it could have been V1 taking that one on home. Well, obviously, I think this team would have felt more comfortable with Whippy still in the mix, considering the circumstances, considering that Wardell was just like last minute, sub him in, try someone new. He slotted into the role well. And at the beginning of the show, we were talking about that for this guy, this was a big test for him, proving that the issues with TSM weren't relying on him. And while they lost this series, I think we saw some really good things from Wardell. He's continuing to show that he's an incredibly competent, incredibly skilled player on the Chamber. His Sage showing up too was pretty good, be it the AWP and in some cases even be it the rifle for Wardell. He was getting things done. And obviously V1, they're still in the tournament. They're still a lower bracket run, so plenty of time for Wardell to continue to show us what he can do.
Yeah, and to that point for Wardell, we heard it in the interview where Effys was saying, hey, this guy, he's going from superstar to role player. He's just playing whatever we need, and he's still having superstar-esque performances, right? So just showing the fluidity, again, as an individual with just Wardell to Ethan, I think those two names kind of taking a look at, filling in very well. And you're a few rounds away. You're the heroics away from this game ending the other way. And for the first series for version 1, those heroics did go their way. Unfortunately, not the case against NRG.
Mimi, I have to talk to you about Psalm.
Yeah.
On Omen. Not a terrible showing from him, but you did feel like he could get more value on a different agent, right?
I was a doubter. We were talking at the halftime, and I was a doubter. I wasn't fully believing in towards this composition. I think it's a good idea, but I think I brought up on the cast that I didn't know if NRG was the team to implement this, but the showing in the second half, I was doubtful about their attacking side, and they showed us some really good moments. Some of those set plays that Tanner was talking about over towards mid was very reliant on bringing this Omen into the mix, and while it's not a normal role for Psalm, I think he showed up, and I think he did a very good job at playing it, and I love when we can see that from players that we kind of consider like, oh, this guy can only play Duelist. Show us something more, bring us something out, break down that kind of, I don't want to say stigma, because that's not necessarily the right word, but kind of that thought that when you're a Duelist player, you can only do your one thing. Psalm is going above and beyond in that regard, and I think his Omen looked great.
Tanner, what were your thoughts on that agent selection?
Yeah, I mean, it's different. And I think that is, coming into 2022, that's what everybody wanted to see, right? What are the rosters bringing in as the metas change and what's strong, what's not strong. And what made version 1 strong was that they were setting the meta. They were figuring out what works, especially for them, and they were just running away with it. So it's nice to see that NRG are putting their nose to that grindstone the same kind of way. They're figuring out what works for them. They're figuring out what they like to do. And that's going to be hard, right? Because there is always a world where Psalm can just flex back to a duelist. So you might be prepping for that Omen, and there's always an opportunity where the Jet might not do the same thing in way of smokes, but can get those same elevation changes, can toss out those cloud bursts. They're not going to last as long as the dark cover, but there's always that kind of that ace up their sleeve.
Well, Mimi and Tanner, I had so much fun working with both of you today, but I think it's goodbye for y'all until tomorrow, so I will see y'all then. But we are ready for our Verizon post-match interview, and I am speaking with FaZe. Congratulations! You've qualified! I mean, tell me the emotions that you're feeling. The smile speaks 1,000 words.
Yeah, I mean, I'm obviously very happy. I'm really happy with the team. We made a last-minute roster change, so we didn't get a ton of practice with this lineup in particular, but we made it work. Everyone played really well, and yeah, I'm just looking forward to the future.
Well, talking about making it work, I'm sure you heard the analyst desk. They were talking about some on Omen. I wanted to pick your brain about that. Can you talk about why that decision was made?
Sorry, I have someone in my ear. I can hear someone talking, so it's messing me up.
Oh no!
It's okay.
You're hearing voices? FaZe, I don't know what I should say to that.
It's the age. It's the age. It's getting to me. I apologize.
Is it?
No,
okay, okay.
Sam switching roles, you know, it's not just for Sam. I think it's everyone on the team. I think that's what's important in this game moving forward is you have to have players on team that are very flexible role-wise. They have to have a lot of agents in their pool. And I think, you know, as the game grows and progresses, I think having multiple comps per tournament is going to become the norm. So because teams can just study, if you play the same comp, they're going to study that comp. They're going to understand the executes and whatnot. So you're going to have multiple comps. And I think that's the direction. And if you're going to do multiple comps, people got to be able to play multiple roles.
Well, definitely keeping them on their toes there. Talk to me about this series a little bit more, though. I mean, those were two incredibly tight maps. How did y'all stay calm and collected? I mean, it was back and forth, tit for tat for sure.
Bold of you to assume we stayed calm and collected.
You know what? I said that to Mimi. I was like, I think that these teams were, you know, feeling it, the pressure for sure. So glad to hear that. Or maybe not glad to hear that. I mean, talk me through that.
No, we were for the most part pretty calm. Yeah, there were definitely some moments where we got hyped, maybe got a little overzealous, but I think that happens naturally in any competition. So nothing out of the ordinary. But yeah, I think we stayed pretty well composed and made a lot of good calls. Not just myself, my teammates made some really, really sick mid-round calls. I mean, it's going to look great on me. Everyone's going to think I did it, but it wasn't me. It was my teammates made some really amazing reads.
Well, now y'all get to relax a little bit. So looking back at the qualifier, what are the big takeaways? What do you want to improve upon?
I mean, just continuing to have more role diversity within the team, get more people comfortable and more agents. That way teams don't know what we're going to play when we, play against them and they study us. They could just study something that's completely incorrect. So I think that's the goal, definitely. We need to, like I said, we're still only 2 weeks of practice right now. So a lot of the stuff that we had prior with Android, love you, Brad, we weren't able to integrate everything. It wasn't a smooth transition because it wasn't role for role. So we had to create a lot of new stuff, and I had to learn a lot of new things. So yeah, I think we just need more time in the server to work on a bunch of the kinks. But despite all that, we still managed to not drop a map. So I'm very pleased.
Aw, yeah, it's a very impressive showing for sure. FaZe, thank you so much for that fantastic interview. Go enjoy your victory.
Thank you so much.
You're good now. Yeah, see you later, FaZe.
All right, take care.
Oh my gosh, I'm sure they are feeling absolutely relieved and excited, all these different emotions. It's been absolutely so much fun to watch, but all of you watching at home, don't go anywhere. We still have FaZe versus TSM next. We'll be right back.
Ballin', ballin', yeah, I'm ballin', it's nothing, nothing. I do it often, I walk it like I talk it. You better guard me, I'm ballin', ballin', yeah, I'm ballin', 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 yeah, I'm ballin', it's nothing. I do it often, I walk it like I talk it. You better guard me, I'm ballin', 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 straight out the womb. Natural, it's true. Really got something to prove. I am a beast, so I holler at the moon. Doing what I gotta do. They try to stop it, I hit them with moves. If you go against my game, the only option is to lose. I would never ever lie, man. Swear to God, that's the truth. Pull up on you like a driveway. Let it fly from the roof. Really having it my way. This ain't really nothing new. One of a kind, they didn't make two. I got it all, they know how to move. Ballin', ballin'.
I am a lion, pressure replying, better with time, yeah. Ballin' in my DNA, how did the kind, how do you guard them? 52 in the garden, I got at least 3 rings, they callin' me King James. I am a leader, a buzzer beater, I see the shot clock, blocking my shot now. You know the game on, you know it's game time, yeah. Ballin', ballin'.
Looks like we are going
Hello?
through some technical difficulties. We're trying to figure some things out. But hey, how you guys doing? My name is UpMine. Jackie's to my left for now.
Oh,
and see, we're not
no,
exactly used to
I
this. It's the new
definitely
3-box
cannot
setup, and we're
hear
back
you
at
all.
it. It's going to be our third game of the day. And yeah, let's get right into it.
I'm
FaZe versus
not sure what's
TSM.
happening.
Jackie, can she hear us? Can you guys hear Jackie? We don't know yet. Sully, how you doing, man?
Yeah, you know, this is a perfect return.
I literally cannot hear you at all. I'm not really sure what's going on.
A thing is happening, so we can just talk about the
Okay.
game and set. I mean, we were already going through some technical difficulties, so I mean, let's go through something that
I'm
doesn't
not
exactly have too many
sure.
difficulties.
I'm having no audio right now, so
TSM and FaZe. Let's talk about Sully.
Yeah, TSM versus FaZe. I think these are two teams of the
I
four
cannot.
in this portion of the bracket that we did not expect to see, right? You had Sentinels and you had LG being two of the teams that
we're gonna
were
go
in
to a
the
quick
previous
break
main event.
and try to sort this
Are we going to
out.
a quick break? I have no idea
Are we?
at this point.
Hey, if that's the issue.
Don't pause,
press play. Don't pause, press play.
Knock, knock, it's the Reaper. So snatching at my leisure. Non-proper, my feet up. About to pop off and then re-up. Alpha wolf, so I moonwalk. Spaced out on a moon rock. Rude boy with the rude talk. You can move on, it's my mood off. Crude, lawless, and too raw. Too hot to get booed off. Booed up with your nooner. So you old news and she new, bruh. I live to have killing sprees. Body count is infinity. Haters fading out fiscally. Cause my company creates misery. Prep for battle. If you mess with I, then I'ma have to poke your other eye out. Blind with fury made the horror film me 7 billion individuals blind now. Fire in me never die now. You could die down and get lined out. With the squad we don't hide out. Wanna try out, you can find out. Like Freddy, I'm feeling like Eddie, I'm making them all so delirious. Delivering steady, I'm willing and ready. I'm not taking none of you serious. Make it rain as kingish. Loose lips sink kingships. Flow me that Freddy, I'm feeling like Eddie, I'm making them all so delirious. Lord have mercy, I don't though. They go high and I go low. I get high and fry bozos. Ain't no one like I, so I ride so low. Good God, I killed the big bad wolf. They talk the ish, I flip that bull. Want a problem like 6 like you'll get a lyrical assault by the click clack boom. Laugh in the face of destruction. Trapped in a state of dysfunction. Fashionably late to the function. Party don't stop till AK gets a bustin'. Slide through, then I swerve. Cold steel in my nerves. A1 in my bloodstream. Well done when I serve. Drop all of your cheat codes. God mode with my game trick. No L's in my vocab. Boss talk is my language. Speak up and get boxed out. We want respect, not clout. Drop bombs and then ball out with no fallout. Now I'm talking about killing like Freddy, I'm feeling like Eddie, I'm making them all so delirious. Delivering steady, I'm willing and ready. I'm not taking none of you serious. Make it rain as kingish. Loose lips sink kingships. Flow me that Freddy, I'm feeling like Eddie, I'm making them all so delirious. I'm killing like Freddy, I'm feeling like Eddie, I'm making them all so delirious. Delivering steady, I'm willing and ready, I'm not taking none of you serious. Make it rain as kingish. Loose lips sink kingships. Flow me that Freddy, I'm feeling like Eddie, I'm making them all so delirious.
Yeah, you know I'm a beast. You know I'm a beast. Welcome to the feast. My whole team off the leash. We don't know defeat. Everybody eat. Hey, you know I'm a beast. You know I'm a beast. Welcome to the feast. My whole team off the leash. We don't know defeat. Everybody eat. Hey, you know I'm a beast.
Can I run up the score, run up the board, breaking them all? Ay, ay, walking the door, you know what happened? We step on the floor. Ay, ay, coming from on, you don't want problems, you already know it. Ay, ay, come on to it, you already know I'm finna go do it. Ay, yeah, I'm locked in, and I feel like Mark 10. Ay, walking to a room, chest up with my chin. Ay, already finished for this joint, even begin. Ay, win is what I am, I cannot ever pretend. Ay, yeah, never pretend. Ay, back in the lab again. Ay, you were not touching the friends. Ay, you were not touching the kin. Ay, putting the points on the board, I'm killing the boys, you know what it is. Ay, switching the moves, no number 2, I came in to win. Like I said, I'm tapped in with the action. If they got the master on a master, I can never move passive. I'm active, I can make them go ghost on this cast. But wanna know who running it, just ask us. On the track, I'm gunning it, I'm blasting this, that gas, and diesel, shack and dog.
You know I'm a beast. You know I'm a beast. Welcome to the feast. My whole team off the leash. We don't know defeat. Everybody eat. Hey, you know I'm a beast. You know I'm a beast. Welcome to the feast. My whole team off the leash. We don't know defeat. Everybody eat. Hey, you know I'm a beast.
Hold up. Pay attention, this is beast mode. Got an edge on the game like a cheat code. Had to tighten up my focus like a peephole. I want the rings and the chains like I'm Depot. Big dog walking, check my status. We established when it's show. Time to squat, making plays. Ooh, it's magic like some. We want the smoke. Y'all ain't really about that action. We got perfect off the practice. They ain't working, so they lack it. I've been hungry all my life. I ain't passing up a plate. I can't quit until I win. I ain't having no debates. This is sacrifice and heart. That's exactly what it takes.
Welcome back, everyone. It's Jackie Jing. And I don't even know what to say there.
We're good?
Sully, UpMind,
Yeah.
really excited to work with you all for the first time. That was absolutely wild. So, I mean, we can only go up from here, right?
No, you're not wrong. And I think our next game, of course, does also mean us going up, which means one of these two teams, they're going to be qualifying into kind of territory that they haven't been before, at least this year.
Yeah, okay. UpMind just wants to jump into it. I wanted to like say hi and like talk.
No time for that.
Say
anymore.
the
vibes are good. The vibes are good, though.
Work with like Sully and Gus, but you know what? Okay, everybody, here we go. Upper semifinals, B match. UpMind's already wants to jump right in there. So you know what, Sully? Tell me, what are your thoughts? You're excited about this series as well.
Yeah, I mean, I spoke about it before we jumped to a technical difficulty break. I mean, these are two teams that I feel like
technical difficulty, i.e., I don't know what the heck.
We don't know what happened,
my
but
audio, but yeah, sorry.
Anyways, like I was saying, when we look at the 4 teams that led us to this point in time, it was Sentinels, FaZe, TSM, and LG. And 2 of those teams were in the last main event, and one of them has been one of the best in North America for quite some time. And these 2 teams, this is the furthest they've been in almost over a year. FaZe Clan and TSM, it feels like it's been forever since we've seen them this deep in a bracket.
Yeah, and you know, both of these teams are coming off of some tight battles. You know, as we were saying during the break, FaZe just edged out Sentinels on the 3rd map, and I mean, that has to feel good, Gus.
Oh.
I mean, we're really impressed with them. That they've been doing quite well.
No, they are. I mean, TSM, again, we didn't expect much from them coming out of this tournament. If anything, we expected something deeper back over towards lowers, but they've gone against, again, everyone's expectations. And it's almost the same thing with FaZe. But with TSM, they've just shown that they might just be a little bit more coordinated than we thought. GMD has actually been doing a great job calling out a lot of one-off plays in that last game that we ended up seeing from TSM against LG that really ended up breaking the pace, breaking the momentum of their opponents. And I mean, if we get to see more of that today, I mean, TSM, they're really on a roll.
Yeah, I mean, for both of these sides, it's been 2 really major restructures, right? You bring in, for FaZe Clan, you brought in Dicey, which happened in the last challenges, but then you also bring in the 2 former Rise players, Poise and Superman, who haven't necessarily put up the best numbers. There's been a lot of role switches specifically for Poise, has been typically playing that Sentinel. Now he has to flex into an Omen, to an Initiator role, with the Sky, with the KO. So there's a lot of flux going on here for FaZe Clan, but then you look at TSM, who have brought in the Young Gun 7 alongside GMD, who has a plethora of experience. So you kind of have this rookie and this vet when it comes to the game of VALORANT. And let me tell you, both of them have looked insane. GMD closes out the last years with a 1v3 clutch, and 7 drops like a 60 bomb against LG. So it's looking good for both of these sides.
Yeah, and Sully, I know that we were chatting about Poach earlier, and you really feel like he's brought some exceptional structure to this team as well.
Yeah, I feel like one thing that FaZe Clan have always lacked, and it's been a reoccurring theme with every single iteration of their lineup with the revolving door of players, is they've never had a strong IGL. And Poach finally brings that, right? You've given structure to Baby Bay and Dicey, who are 2 phenomenal players and have an exceptional opping background. You have 2 players that can play Jet, that can play Raze, that can play Chamber, that can play anything that's needed, and they are a deadly duo. We talk about duos in North America. This is one to absolutely fear.
Well, we are getting rolling here, folks. So we're ready for the map selection process. And you know what, guys? I'll put you in the hot seat first. What are you thinking here?
Yeah, it doesn't look like there's too many surprises from the games that we've seen in the last few days. Ascent, Icebox, Haven, been a couple of hot spots for TSM and FaZe Clan. We've already seen a couple pretty damn good games from really both of these teams on all 3 of these maps. We've seen a lot of progress from TSM in terms of their decision making over on Haven, but we've also seen, specifically on Haven, some real deep hero plays. Dicey alongside Baby Bay have been absolutely killing it today, but in terms of the actual composition itself from the map picks, nothing too stellar, nothing too crazy. Again, these are 2 teams that are just recently restructuring.
Yeah, sorry, Jackie. I just wanted to say really quick that this is a map pool that has been played before between these 2 teams. In the night semifinals, they played 2 of these 3 maps, and both of them went TSM's way. So I feel like in recent time, it definitely leans towards TSM in terms of their recent matchups. But I mean, Bebe dropped a 30 bomb on Ascent, so who really knows?
Yeah. All right, well, we can dive deeper into TSM and FaZe in a little bit, but first we're gonna take a quick break. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. It is Jackie, Sully, and Gus, and we're very excited to get this upper semifinals match B rolling here. FaZe versus TSM, and we're keeping it fast, okay? Like UpMind off the top of the show, he's like, we're diving right in. So you know what? We're gonna dive right into the agent select, and you know what, Gus? I want to see what you're thinking. What compositions could be coming up?
Yeah, at least here on Ascent, we've already seen a couple of changes from FaZe Clan, actually some pretty drastic changes just in the last few weeks. I mean, they've actually kind of realized that on this map, you don't exactly need that full-time Sentinel all the way. They have actually released the KJ from this lineup, and they've actually integrated back Astra. I mean, Astra, we just haven't seen in a couple of months, purely because of some of the meta changes. But FaZe Clan, they trust in this pick.
Yeah, and one thing you have to recognize on FaZe Clan is with that Astra pick, and we talked about it. Baby dropped a casual 30 against Sentinels, one of the best in North America. No biggie at all. But you have to realize the agents that FaZe Clan are utilizing to set up both Baby and Dicey. You have two initiators that are perfect for getting Baby in those close situations. Keep in mind, we're in patch 4.07. We don't have the queue up dash for the Jet just yet. So Baby, he's been exploiting every aspect of that, and he's been looking to take every advantage he can get in these early fights.
Okay, so we are ready to get into this series, but really quickly, Gus and Sully, you told me this is like a big deal today, right? For both of you.
To an extent, we're back. We haven't been here since at least the regular season last season. So, hey, we're glad to be back. And we're glad to be heading into the game in just a little bit, Jackie.
Okay, well, you know what? I just wanted to congratulate y'all and happy to be working with you. And take it away. Let's dive into map 1.
Let's get into it. TSM versus FaZe. It's a battle of two behemoths from another time, but they've reconnected here in 2022, and they have a massive battle in front of them to decide the second qualifier already here for Stage 2 challengers. So let's get into it. Ascent, Sully, and we already see FaZe Clan splitting up the map.
Early on, I imagine we're going to see a lot of big engagements between these initiators, right? I mean, you've got Sky on one side, Breach on the other, and one thing that TSM struggled with against LG on Ascent was the nullification from the KO that LG brought, but there isn't that this time around, so you can get the full capabilities from these agents, at least for TSM, as early on, like you said, we've just split the map across, trying to get some pressure here towards the A side, looking for any aggression towards B. Pretty simple stuff here, as the dart does go out towards mid, so FaZe Clan filling out the entirety of this map, creating kind of slight openings that they can utilize to maneuver across. It looks like a lot of pressure. That's a big fault line.
That's huge. Dicey up against the corner. Sabrosa taking him down. You still had poised some trade potential back over in A main, but they certainly didn't clear it. And they might actually hear the Trailblazer back over in A main too.
Yeah, that does actually draw rotation over. GMD is going to kind of slightly lean through. He has a full kit of utility, 7. With the rendezvous towards spawn, he can instantly support Rossi on this side if it does come to it. But for now, FaZe Clan starting to regroup back up. No stars have been dropped just yet to signify the exec. Contact made, and that will force 7 out of position.
7 going in. Such a difficult scenario there. You could have had a big kill there from Baby Bay. Baby Bay slipping through that back line. 2 players incredibly lit in terms of Superman and Poach, but the frags still keep going down for Baby Bay. He's getting 2. Can he get a third just around the corner? No, poised with the crossfire and the chaos. Good for FaZe. Wow. As now there's only 1 remaining. Corey goes down to Baby Bay. Can he find a fourth? As Sabrosa with 15 HP, looking to just hit heads.
And this is what you want. You want this from Baby Bay. The structure that Poach has been able to bring. You can see how calm FaZe Clan are in that situation.
Oh,
Baby ending up finding the 4K, right? This is the guy that just dropped 30 against Sentinels on Ascent, and he does it again. A 4K just to open things up, and FaZe Clan off to a roaring start.
Not much you can really say there either for TSM. They had the right bodies back over in B. Maybe one little cheeky rotation early on in the round ended up pulling them away, but still, FaZe, they were actually struggling really hard to get onto that B site. TSM, and not much they can actually bounce back with. Pistols going into this round, but also 4 players pretty much stacked up on the B side of this round, of this map.
Let's look at early aggression again here towards the B side, and 7 almost instantly getting punished for it. FaZe will be keen to exploit this space. They're just going to leave poise here. Has a Trailblazer to take even more ground just to clear out this corner. I mean, it's Rossi around the corner with Shorty. So, they're going to try and mop things up. Baby will find another one. That Marshall, and yeah, clear up here towards the B side. You force now that Shorty up position. Just kind of making things a little bit easier for yourself. And Well, TSM, they're going to come back here with these 3 pistols. They're kind of split up here, so you don't imagine much will come to fruition as, again, just a shorty in the back right now from Rossi.
And he's all the way out in the open. Oh, okay. Vibes immaculate for Rossi. He actually gets, okay, he does get one out of that, but Corey, no way you could expect that. 2 kills coming back from him. Now all of a sudden it's even, but Dicey and Superman fight back into the middle of courtyard at the perfect time. So FaZe dodging a bit of a bullet there at the very end. It was actually like, what, a 5v3 going into that one? So those 3 big pistol kills actually affects the economy a bit.
Yeah, it is. It definitely weakens it a little bit. I think it does not going to hurt too much for Baby because he's already on to his ultimate. So really big pickings early on. And we'll see here in the replay how that engagement happens, right? As soon as Rossi fires off those 2 shorty shots, Corey kind of just springs out from market, immediately catching these 2 players in rotation. And yeah, the response from Poach isn't quick enough. One deadly thing about Corey, I mean, Baby 100% knows how deadly he can be, being ex-teammate, so that's going to be something to watch out for.
Some of the early goings here for FaZe includes a big old default here, but it's no actual real contact. They really want to scale up into cat here.
Yeah, the trademark is going to be big. You catch it off here with the nade, but he goes right in, Baby Bay. Just full sending it straight into Garden. Straight into Troom, apologies. And now he's going to get healed up. This is a perfect scenario because you've drawn all these rotations, and Dicey on the other side of the map has just caught another.
And he's just pulling yet another body back, but Rossi actually does get the kill back in B. Does delay him back over in A, but you do have 2 players at least ready for a bit of a cross-up. GMD does peek out over in A heaven. Doesn't find anyone just yet. The smoke should fade, and indeed it does. Corey waiting for at least a pixel to go through. Poach actually strikes back with a big kill onto GMD over in heaven, just making this retake for the defense just a bit harder.
Oh, Baby Bay with just a classic. No way he wins this against Corey. He's bought time, and that's really all they could ask for. This is 2 pistols that they're playing with. They didn't invest anything besides the 2 rifles, or apologies, the SMG and the Bulldog that they had saved from the last, and they can win this 2v3, and Corey's on low HP alongside Rossi.
Oh, incredibly low, and the Sheriff is going to help out. 1 or 2 bullets from the big gun. Ends up equating into big kill there for FaZe at the very end. Rossi has to run away. So FaZe, you said it, Sully, barely investing anything into this bonus round, and they end up coming out of it victors.
Yeah, there was absolutely no chance Rossi was going to go for that on 10 HP. Still a shock dart for Poach to play with, and we even saw him back up all the way in towards main. 0 chance that they were going to end up going for that kind of execution, and well, FaZe Clan win the bonus with just 3 pistols, and it all starts with this big initiation, right? We talked about it, the combination between these 2 initiators and setting Baby Bay up to take these fights. He wants to get in their face. He does exactly that here, opening up this round, taking that A site, and pulling rotations, allowing Dicey to catch another on B. This is the FaZe Clan that has now gotten so much more structure with Poach's addition.
Comes at such a pivotal time too. I mean, just look at the comp too for FaZe. You would be expecting someone like Poach to be playing more of a maybe more of a sentinel, just a bit more of a defensive agent. But again, they do depend on him for the Sova, and only the Sova really. Great placement for him on the lineup. TSM actually going into the round, they actually do try to fight out the one interaction back over in A main. That angle from Baby Bay, that was already cheeky to begin with.
Another Sheriff kill from Corey. He's 1 off, and now the showstopper moving into round number 4, so he should guaranteed get it. As Corey, he's approaching again once, maybe a little bit too much. They do trade it back 4-on-4, but this is one of the best guiding lights I've seen. Great guiding light from Poise. Gets stuck in the pot, but they do crouch out towards mid, forcing now 7 off for that angle. And it will be FaZe Clan who start to lean a little bit more now towards this A side, hoping to pull rotations down towards mid, but instead they do shift back last second. Superman has these 2 stars to set up for a B exec. Looks like that's where they want to go. Flash at the ready as well from Poise.
30 seconds left.
It's just this hero rifle or hero LMG here. Rossi use up a recon, could potentially get a kill or 2 off of this. The spray coming in does a lot of damage onto at least 1, but it's only the 1. So FaZe onto B clean. 3 players here for TSM again. Are still looking at pistols, so essentially the same effect as just a few rounds ago. Some economic damage.
Poach, careful and cautious of that lurk, even with the trademarks available. So FaZe will tack on their fourth, keeping hopefully these 4 players alive. GMD and 7, the 2 new additions, looking for any exit frags just to hurt FaZe Clan a little bit more in the economic department, but no one giving anything. As they start to exit the site, though, that's the real question. How many players walk away alive?
Right.
And Dicey has removed one of the big issues. A lovely flash as well to make this exit just a little bit easier. FaZe Clan are trying to walk away with no extra casualties, but they don't. I thought for sure GMD would have gotten something, but Poise quick to deny him on the peak. That's 4-0. FaZe Clan at a strong position now.
What are we going to see now from FaZe? We really haven't seen any set exits from this team, too, in TSM.
A really
Actually, this timeout coming a bit early, but again, still at a very pivotal point. They need to kind of recollect themselves.
Yeah, it feels like for now, TSM, this is a super early timeout call. I mean, these past couple rounds have been basically just ecos, and really the one round they had rifles came as a result of Baby Bay creating a very aggressive play. I think that's something that maybe TSM are considering to think about moving forward. And I mean, you get 7 online with the operator. I think that's when the issues really start to come through, especially on this defensive side. I mean, 7 has been prolific lately with the operator, so if you can get him on the op early, you could shut down a lot of FaZe Clan's positions.
Yeah, absolutely, but it was also earlier that we ended up seeing GMD. Like, again, I mentioned the one-off calls. I mean, this guy, there were some plays that kind of warranted buying a lottery ticket later today. That he ends up pushing like 3 on D down a completely empty gap, and he ends up getting a huge flank for his entire team. Again, just random things that we've seen so far from TSM today, so you can't exactly doubt them in just a one-off round like this. Again, the guns are out. FaZe still not exactly going for one uniform position, Sully.
Yeah, and look at this. 7 has picked up the operator. A peek here towards Cap, but it looks like a smoke will go up alongside a recon vault to try and force them off of this angle. And yeah, instantly, 7's not going to find any impact. This is what you want early on of your phases, to not allow 7 to get any space, but they do send an early showstopper down towards B-Link, and Corey so very nearly getting punished because of it by Superman.
Again, they could probably imply that 7 has that op, but again, it's just safe play here for FaZe. It's what we've seen already in a few rounds before.
I mean, that's full B main control now established there by FaZe Clan. But look at the deep space that Baby's been allowed to find. That's the trademark broken so early into this round. Still a minute left to play with, and TSM on pins and needles. I mean, a full reclear now of B main, a push up towards Cat. They have no idea where this hit is going to come from.
Jeez, and again, it was FaZe with full control of that B main, so there you go, over in B. Have to get that whole drone to kind of re-clear things, but in comes Baby Bay again! Baby Bay up to no good as always, as he's essentially cleared outside, but there's only one! And the 1 takes down 3, Sabrosa saving TSM here in the middle of sight, as now there's only 1. Baby Bay, he had a massive opportunity, he had 2 kills just a bit earlier, but he was completely denied. How can he dance here in the middle of sight? Spike is completely controlled by TSM over in Cats, but is still able to get 2. 7 over in Heaven can actually nail the shots. 1v2, it's possible.
He has a dash here as well. It's into the Odin. Oh my goodness, Baby Bay to try and find the 1v4. What a clutch that would have been. Nearly gets it at the end as well. I mean, it's such low HP for 7, but that's ridiculous. The fact that they're feeding into him with these 1v1s, you cannot give Baby that opportunity, especially the way that he's been playing today.
I mean, just unreal. I mean, just how that whole play even started. There goes
Look
Sabrosa.
at that. One by one, they swing into him.
It's just exactly, Sully. The 1v1s. Easy peasy stuff for Baby Babe. I mean, that's what he eats for breakfast, my boy. The Heaven guy can't even swing. The 2 players over in Cat peeking at different times. Big things here for FaZe, but 7 up to no good himself. Over in mid, but he actually ends up nailing a massive shot. But still, out goes the retake from Baby Bay over in mid.
Huge straight back here towards mid as well. They might even find another Corey. Instantly force off that angle. You can see such heavy presence from both of these sides towards mid. In the meantime, Rossi trying to take space towards B main. I mean, you have a constant pressure on every aspect of this map from FaZe Clan right now. And walking their way up catwalk. Now taking space in towards tree room, but it doesn't look like this is the commitment. Again, FaZe Clan have settled down. Poe just called this and said, no, we have this space. We know they're going to have to play in a 1-1 split. Let's try and figure out what the weaker side is. Where can we go? Or is there a chance that they're playing 50-50 on each site, or are they playing together? And haven't felt out too much. Now it looks like they're going to end here to be split, and it's the 3 HP Corey alone in the backside.
Oh, jeez. Can't exactly do much, so Corey, just best of luck with whatever you got. Baby Bay going into the middle of sight, ends up getting taken down by at least one headshot from Corey. Can he get a second? No, he cannot. That goes poised. Should be a 5-1 at this point, but Sabrosa is still thinking about it.
Yeah, it does feel like Sabrosa. I mean, at this point, if you die, you just get back on the same economic terms as your teammate. But if you save the rifle, you know, you get a hero rifle moving to the next. But
cover going out.
Almost max loss bonus. I think it will be max loss bonus because of the fact that the streak still continues from previous. But for now, FaZe Clan, a very strong 5-1 start. Again, this mid pressure, they understand that the goal is to shut down 7. If you can remove 7 from the field of play and really give him no impact, you're going to have an easier time making these exits work. You'll have the 4v5 in your advantage instead, and that's what happens here. They find that first pick, they trade it back towards the mid side, take that full mid control, and TSM's life just gets so much harder after that.
Yeah, 7's going to start to kind of contemplate where else on the map he can go. Kind of have a bit more impact. Will we see some early A main peaks? Will we just see a mid pick?
But the real question is if 7 changes his position, are FaZe just instantly going to respond by switching up right? Because if 7 were to leave mid, that just opens up so much more space for FaZe to make these splits happen. And that's the exact opposite of what you want to happen. That's why they're putting 7 in these opping positions towards mid, to try and cancel out that pressure. And where does he want to take it? He has a TP set up all the way towards rafters of A heaven, and yeah, he's gonna take it again towards mid. He's changing up his angle, but they know they need to win this fight.
Standing ahead.
7 alongside Corey back over in mid, but again,
and they've spotted him already.
Yeah, that Trailblazer.
Exactly he is.
We just haven't seen that Trailblazer at all.
He has to go all the way back, and now FaZe Clan have just taken, again, more space. They have mid control. Now they're going to take A main off of this pick. B main is theirs as well. This is a perfect situation for them to be in right now, and TSM on their toes. They're keeping them guessing here, FaZe.
One big kill, but again, Torta force out. 7 in the middle of this A site. What sort of damage can he do? Dancing around the Reignite box. Dancing around Dice. As Dicey potentially in his crosshairs in just a little bit. No other moves from FaZe are being made. Every single player coming out from A main. There's one other player here, but we're fully smoked off. 7 has to have all the impact here, but misses out in the shot, and he bails out. Rolling Thunder coming in at a perfect time from GMD. Will he be able to clear 2? Yes, he will. Huge just off of the SMG. How will the rest of TSM answer? Baby Bay has to hold it down. Reloading too, but no jump down from the pistoler. Corey. Rossi. Will he get good timing here on Dicey? Dicey looking away. Just 30 seconds left. Spike is still over and switch.
Door closed now. This opens up the avenue here for FaZe Clan. And Dicey again, the deadly duo that you just have to fear of Dicey and Baby Bay. And Rossi, no chance left in this clutch. No. That is so well played there from FaZe. Wow. The control that Baby Bay has and just the calmness he has playing under that heaven position, even with a Rolling Thunder in effect.
I mean, that Rolling Thunder had to come in at a perfect time, but again, the rest of FaZe just doing a good job mitigating that early pressure, getting as much control of that site as early as possible. You already had a bit of control back over towards heaven, but they had to back that out. Not much else you could say. Again, it was still pistols for TSM in that last round. We still get the rifles back in FaZe, a bit more B pressure.
But this is no op from 7. 3-man stack here towards mid as well. 7 is playing a very precarious position, but he does drop a very deep trademark, which actually has not been spotted. That trademark does not get spotted out, so TSM, this might be the first time where they actually have reliant mid control now. And he's stuck. Dicey has to fight.
Dicey! Yeah, needing to TP. Just a huge bail. Had 3 players there almost peeking on him.
Scout destroyed.
Instantly backing away off of that B pressure. Again, this is poised, just looking for control. I think his stats as an initiator don't really prove or show exactly what he's been able to do when he does get picked out, but that's 3 players. 4 now leaning towards this B side, and as they walk in towards A, what is the timing? Poach has the Hunter Series to play off of, and there is still a Cosmic Divide in effect here. Superman looks to get it down. That's going to block out any heaven pressure, and now that should be sight on lockdown. Nothing here that TSM can do.
A very lax hold here of A, but for good reason. They're looking for a big retake. Have everyone in full strength already over towards this A side. Will we actually get that exec just a bit early? No, they're still waiting for all this util to drop.
Yeah, Baby Bay tucks himself under heaven again in a very forward position as these players. The timing is everything.
Oh,
here,
no!
But Superman falls.
Out of nowhere, Seven just blank into that smoke's taking him down, but you have Baby Bay in the back line looking for two. Sabrosa playing a bit cheekily around Jenny, and it works out. Still 2 players remaining here for FaZe, and Dicey's holding it down! Double from Dicey! Poach helping out. Rossi now the last one remaining in a 1v2, but he has nowhere to go, has nothing to use, has no space. Rossi tries to bait a 1, but will not get anything. Huge hold from the last 2. Sully, FaZe is gonna 7-1 this with only 2 players remaining.
An absolute clinic here in this post split. I mean, there's one thing that FaZe have just so good on in every situation. It's these post plans. And then when we get to the defensive side, their retakes, the coordination, the coherency. Dicey and Baby Bay again coming up just so clutch. I mean, this post plan is played to perfection. First contact by Superman, and then the full reliance that Baby under heaven can make something happen, and he does. Gives Dicey and then Poach time to wrap all the way around towards Catwalk. It doesn't get better than this, let's be honest here.
No, it really doesn't, but TSM, again, had the right idea going into that retake. You can't really fault them for it, but yeah, again. FaZe, they've been absolutely on fire today, just in terms of their frags, and we see it again. Dicey striking down on 1. Will we see the other kill? On to 7-7. Does have a bit of space to work with. Baby Bay is getting pressured, and there's a massive rotation already.
They are grouped up here. I mean, they have, again, Poise's Seekers if he wants to use those. But it's quiet. They've cut noise almost entirely. They have at least GMD spotting from the rotation through mid. 7 with a big shot. He's going to try and close the distance with that Ares. It's a trademark on his way out. This is now 4 players of TSM now grouped up in the exec. Do FaZe want to cancel? It does feel like it. Instantly, Poach starts to back away. Pressure here applied to keep these players from rotating.
Again, they already have 1 on the other side of the map, so not all is lost. Be able to get that information relatively early, but hello, Sabrosa! He actually cuts it off at the perfect time, spotting out Superman. Superman at the same time! How does that fault line come in? It's so perfect! Everyone else from FaZe coming back over towards mid. Poach is already through. A side has already been taken, but TSM looking to actually collapse, and it works. Just about 20 seconds left. Spike doesn't go down! 7 from above! Takes down Poach. Dicey now the last one remaining in a 1v3, but he's done! 10 seconds left and he has to run.
Wow, GMD. That might have just been the hero play of this round. An eco round at that.
I mean, Sabrosa, dude. Holy.
The combination between the 2 of them. That fault line coming in all the way from Pizza, stunning straight into A main and giving Sabrosa the chance to win that fight. If that fault line is not there, if that's not charged up, if there's a single misplay from TSM and GMD's positioning, this round doesn't happen. And look at it, it's literally, it's on the edge. It is on the literal edge of the fault line.
Oh, I'm smiling like a little dummy over here, dude. Oh my word. If that happened to me, there's no way you come back from that. The smallest little fault line, you know it's on the very edge. Man, oh man. So there you go, TSM. A bit of a one-off, but very much well-deserved. Will we get a bit more action early on, though? TSM are looking a bit more aggressive back over in B main.
Yeah, 7 taking up this space. In the meantime, though, it is Baby Bay who has slid over in towards the A side. The one way, not finding that impact. The fault line will force him back. And yep, that's A main control taken. But Dicey again, good to find at least the 1. He's removed 7 from play again. That's the key factor in these rounds, is shutting down that operator. And they've done that early into this one. Still a minute 10 as FaZe Clan start to peel away from the A site into what looks like we're going to end here in a B split, unless these players can get decent ground up catwalk, but they have been denied very early on, which should push them back towards the mid, and there's no trademark online now.
Immediate retake coming in from Capicor. He's facing on a lot of pressure with the showstopper. Takes down Poise. An even bigger kill coming in from Rossi. This B site looks to be a bit more on lock. Bakora needs to dance a bit more. 2 more players back over in main, but he's done his job. Now 2 more players remaining here for FaZe, trying to make their way through. Smoke completely dry, and there is 0 way. Both players go down through the smoke, essentially. No, one did die outside of it, but due to a smoke, due to a pressure, due to a funnel, TSM up with 3rd.
A perfectly well-read round as well from TSM. The taking of A main control, putting pressure towards Catwalk, denying that space, and then kind of just feeding FaZe Clan into the death ball that was B. Right? Corey had that showstopper, pulls it on almost perfect timing as well. Catches the initiator, poised off guard, and that's 2 rounds in a row for TSM. If they can end this 7-5, they're in a pretty good standing moving into that second half. But FaZe Clan, they have to take the eco. We should be looking at a 4th now.
So Bros, I catch on a bit of a nasty surprise, Baby Bay here, but we've already heard a lot of noise back over in A main.
Oh my god!
The shot from Dicey connects, and A main is theirs.
Yeah, that's a fast pop as well. Baby Bay's gonna close the door. He's not gonna go through. They're just gonna play the 5-on-4 man advantage gain, and while it is with just pistols, Dicey's got the tour de force online. Baby Bay's got the knives, and Superman's got a rifle.
And he has full cat control too, but 7 strikes down on the tour de force. A massive kill to try to retake this. You still have the rifle as Superman to deal with, same with the knives. But every single player from TSM back over in heaven, not worrying about cat whatsoever. Baby Bay out in the open, 3 players trying to crossfire over in heaven.
Oh my,
Baby Bay in a point-click adventure game, playing 3, getting 3. And, well, he's playing with his food at this point because he's still chasing 7.
A 6th sense. A 6th sense coming out from... What is that flick onto the 3rd man?
He was just ready.
This dude is on something.
He's just aware.
Baby Bay, what is happening? FaZe Clan in an eco round. And a round that I predicted had to have been 4 for TSM. But one pop, Dicey finding a huge frag into the backside behind Dice in a literal pixel-perfect angle. It's a jump spot under heaven. And the timing from Dicey to get that shot. What is that? And then FaZe Clan... So quick to explode. Yeah, look at this. Like, what?
Oh, my word. Now, here comes Baby Bay, dude. Just watch this one again. Immediately back over towards Cat. Ready for that. As soon as the smoke dissipates, he already has the peek over. And still watching Heaven at the same time. So massive. In FaZe, I mean, it doesn't look like they're switching up their approach by any means.
Seven's going to try it again. Take that aggressive look over towards B main. And FaZe Clan... 4-man stack towards the safe side again. We see Poise playing that solo lurk towards B, putting pressure, looking for control. They have the trademark deep in towards B. Now with clearance of mid. So FaZe are just 1 man alone is putting all this pressure with a guiding light and a trailblazer, keeping TSM locked into the B side. They cannot overcommit to a rotate, and they are playing retake here. TSM are playing retake on this A site. They're playing from garden, from tree room, trying to catch these players as they walk on in. That fault line from G&D, it's good always to delay, but it's not good enough to put a stop to FaZe Clan's like exec.
Still waiting for the exec, but again, they're just a contingent here. GMD. And GMD trying to find something, but he's not going to be able to find anything. No kill, no rolling thunder, no nothing.
Yeah, they back up here. TSM do not want any business with this post plant just yet. Retake on here for the last round of the half, and all 5 players rotating in. You have fault line, flash, aftershock, recon. You have so much util here for TSM to try and make this work.
This one's tough. So Broza spots Dicey. Can he get a second shot in? But Dicey's already ready. Takes the opportunity to peek over in heaven and strikes down on Sabroza. We still have a 4-on-4 to deal with. Dicey repositioning, dancing around, taking down 7. Make it a 3rd for Dicey. Rossi and Corey now the last 2 remaining for TSM. Make it only Rossi now as he's still stuck over towards Cat. FaZe started this off in a 5v5 and only drop 1 in the process. FaZe looking pretty damn good going into the second. 9-3 as we'll see you guys after the break. Welcome back. TSM facing off against FaZe. That's a very familiar sight for those that still lived 2 years ago. But now that we've landed in 2022, well, TSM and FaZe, they seem to be going at quite a fast pace, at least for the FaZe side.
Yeah, FaZe definitely putting on a clinic. I mean, again, the deadly duo of Dicey and Baby Bay. This is a new duo in North America, and under the leadership of Poise, they looked unstoppable. How many triples on that op did Dicey find? Well, now they're on the defensive side, and that's where it's even more impactful is TSM, 5-man lean towards this A side is instantly FaZe kind of going to get full B main control and established mid off of this. They should know the A hit's coming.
Oh, Smoke actually to isolate Cat. They really, really want to take Cat.
That's a great shock dart as well. Now they're going to try and push on through. The split has slowed down. These players, they know timing isn't the best here. Baby Bay kind of stuck in the middle of sight, though.
No, Baby Bay's going to be able to strike. 3 players coming in from heaven at the same time to try to help out. Baby Bay still dancing, still getting a second. You still have 2 back over towards Jenny. And finally, out goes the rest of the crossfire. Rossi able to get 1 off of that, but Poach able to help out. Able to get 3, actually, by the very end of it with a very quick 2K. A 10th round already for FaZe.
Yeah, perfect read there from FaZe Clan. They see the smoke down towards mid. They know that they can't make that play up instantly. Poise getting full control alongside Dicey towards B main. That shock dart as well, super well timed from Poach, gives at least everyone there on FaZe Clan time to ready up, time to initiate those rotations. So it looked good from the get-go as TSM. That was a pistol run that had to have been won on this first map. Only silver lining really is that this is FaZe Clan's map pick, so TSM will hold on to these pistols. They're not going to force into this one. They didn't get the spike down, but they are going to try the 5-man rush over towards A.
Out of charges.
You did say the word rush, but we're not exactly seeing that. TSM wanted to go for orb real quick, and we're just seeing FaZe just kind of, again, mitigating, consolidating everything, just throwing out a couple shock darts, just watching over the angle, nothing too crazy.
Well, they've slowed down quite a bit here, TSM. I guess they just wanted that orb control. Now they shift back, but no one on FaZe is concerned. Baby Bay up close with the Marshall, guaranteed to find at least 1, always. TSM now sent towards the B site where they're going to have to meet up against 2 players, both Poise and Dicey, at least right off the bat. One that has been extremely deadly, and he's in the backside, has a TP out as well. So FaZe Clan content to give up the B site if it comes down to a retake.
And Dicey going to face on the pressure from the grenade, and that's it. That's it. Got 1, walked out. We take those.
Yeah, that's all he wanted there, and now you can play the retake. 5v3, you have the better guns. This right now is all about trying to minimize the damage that'll come through.
Baby Bay already had a bit of an interaction back, at least with 1 over towards mid, but it's only going to be Subroza now stuck in a 1v4, having to run away. So, okay, some extra cash, an extra old point just in terms of the plant down, so nothing too bad, but Subroza not actually going to find any exits. The economic damage, null, 11-3.
Nice and clean from FaZe Clan. Now TSM, they get the rifles back. This is no question. If you lose this round, you're out for map number 1. So TSM, a lot
100%.
riding, at least on this singular round. And man, how well have FaZe played in shutting down 7 and Corey? There has been little to no impact with that operator from 7, something that he played so well against LG. We have not seen it at all in this series, and even in a dominant win from LG on Ascent, 7 still posted 20 frags. He is currently sitting at half of that right now, and this is utter dominance for FaZe Clan. B main control established, mid push as well. This is looking so strong just to kick off the 3rd round here in half number 2.
Oh, you can already feel the pressure here. 7 has no clue. Dicey slowly inching up. Again, so many scary angles here for FaZe. They have no idea where these TSM players are. Is TSM just waiting for this rush? Is this a part of their plan? Dicey does get revealed, but he actually TPs away. He's going to leave Baby Bay alone.
It's a literal slow crunch here to be like, look how close Baby Bay is already.
Oh, he's hearing everything. He hears the rotation. Everyone's leaving from A. That's perfect.
2 players in already. It's both Poach and Poise. Quick to start the fight and quick to make their way over. That's the spike drop that he wanted a little bit more. Maybe too much from that engagement, but he's called 3 players.
3.
That's all you need.
3 players are here on B because of Baby Bay. So can we actually see the hold here from FaZe? Do at least have the rifles slowly inching their way out, not actually getting any big early kills, any big early 1v1s. Out goes finally Corey, takes down Dicey, make it a second. 7 trades back Poised. It was a dream for a quick second there. for the lesser artillery, but do have TSM settling down in a 3v1.
I think that just comes down to the gun diff right there, right? The Vandal opening there from Corey just to clean things up. Yeah, you've got 3 different players holding the same angle, but 3 players enter, so who's going to watch you? Coordination isn't there in FaZe Clan. We'll concede round number 4. Their bonus doesn't go the way they were hoping. Superman looking to do a little bit of extra damage. The trademark is the only thing stopping him here. So you're hoping TSM can get away almost scot-free, rifled down, available for Superman. But he's got a chance to absolutely feed, like absolutely feed here.
Superman gonna let 1 by. Doesn't actually know that there's gonna be 2 right by him, but yes, absolutely, he hears all of them.
Oh.
Yeah, chilling. Just gets 1. Look to affect the economy a bit more at TSM. But again, this is gonna be that majority rebuy, but no issues. 4th round finally back for TSM. They have to keep going though.
Yeah, it gets a little scary there. If Superman finds maybe 1 more, you're in a very dire position of your TSM because you're walking away now with only 2 rifles, hoping to maximize the 3 there, but very impressive start from FaZe Clan. This is the coordination that you're looking for, right? 1 player pushes deep in towards mid. You get a crunch going in towards the B side. You know where the hit's coming because of the base positioning. So FaZe Clan, if they can keep up this pressure, it should be a cakewalk to the finish line here for map number 1. As it looks like early peek in towards B main, poised, dropping that guiding light, getting a little bit of information, and that will force TSM to slow down for just a little bit.
Oh, Baby Bay going deep into A main, looking for Sabrosa, but he could get timing to your by GMD. Actually, GMD is setting up something pretty cheeky back over towards Cat too, so Baby Bay could have some pretty optimal timing here, but Sabrosa doing the same.
No way!
No way! Baby Bay actually nails the shot onto Sabrosa. Sabrosa missing out, but GMD, thankfully he was there. He does get the trade back.
Yeah, the fact that he even gets 1 there when he's not even looking at his positioning.
Not at all.
I think we saw it very last second, but his barrel pops up and Bebe quick to flick. So denied now on this A site. TSM forced to shift back towards mid and B for a B split. But 45 seconds left. Is this the read they want to go for? Both already, Dicey and Poise, arriving to the B site here. 3rd. Not too far off is Dicey in a very big off angle. Is full blinded. And forced to play backside now with Poised.
That flash is so good, but Poise pressured out. Almost out in the open, but he's not spotted. You still have the crossfire down from Dicey. Dicey!
Oh, wow.
Oh, no. That's prime position for Dicey, but Corey nails the shot onto him. Superman and Poach. Last 2 remaining. Gonna do some due diligence. Back over in B, made some shock darts through, but again, such a tough process to retake B. One of the toughest sites in VALORANT to try to retake. With only 2 and barely any utility, it's surely not going to happen. They're not even going to go for the exits. FaZe going back down to an 11-5.
Yeah, they're going to have to save here. Hold on to these 2 rifles. Dicey and Baby Bay. Not exactly sure how close their ultimates are, but you have to imagine Baby Bay is nearing it. With the frags and the deaths that he's been collecting, especially at round 1, leading now here, he's going to be very close to that ultimate. So I think this is a big call from FaZe and probably the right one. You'll have it, I think, guaranteed this, hopefully, the Blade Storm online. And if Dicey can get that Tour de Force online, you're looking pretty for this next round. So TSM, yes, they find 5. It's a big round for them to pick up economically. But FaZe, they still have something to say about it. Yeah, Bebe does have those knives online, and Dicey not even too far off of his Tour de Force, but does at least have the hand under to play with.
That's a good spot. That's not ready. Teleport's ready.
At least going into this round, yeah. Scrappy stuff for FaZe, but it's not exactly like they're going to let off that gas pedal. Again, we've seen so many rushes already from a whole bunch of different angles, but this one's going to be a bit more coordinated. 3 players back over in B, and Baby Bay just looking for a little patented double updraft.
Yeah, nearly catches Sibros as well, who instantly got off of the top tool shed.
Yeah, he was out of there.
Right, FaZe Clan have right off rip cleared out A main. TSM looking to see if Bebe wants to venture for. That would have been the old FaZe Clan. He would have 100% pushed that. But Dicey in a one-and-done spot gets 1. No trade yet, and Poach is here in the corner, and 7 might not expect it.
Not at all. Not at all. Again, a rifle around here for TSM and FaZe. Just one by one here, taking him down pretty damn easily. Baby Bay Just have the knives out, back over towards the mid side. Only spots one, but yeah, a bit more mature of a Baby Bay. He backs out immediately.
Yeah, doesn't even want to overcommit here. He still has his 2 cloud bursts, and yeah, falls
He's out of
away.
here.
So well played
is
here.
this
They
guy?
try and make the exec. TSM pushing forward now in towards Garden. They know they need to clear Baby Bay, and they do end up in the end. But it's not time for Superman in a position like this.
And the vent. So unfortunate. GMD. He's isolated now in a 1v4. There you go. There you go. We needed that huge hold there, or at least the delay there from Baby Bay. And the kills back on site. That's only part of the process. But a 12-5 now for FaZe. Just what they needed as they corral TSM back into A.
Dominant opening here from FaZe Clan here on map number 1. Their map pick. I mean, I talked about it. Ascent and Icebox, or apologies, Ascent and Haven have been the 2 maps that these 2 teams have clashed on before in the Knights semifinals. Just a month ago, or not even, maybe like 2 weeks ago. And this map went 13-6 in favor of TSM. A huge turnaround. And under Poach's leadership, with the addition of Superman and Poise, they are looking so strong here just to kick off this series. And it's been a while since we've seen TSM in a main event, and it looks like at the given rate, if Dicey and Baby Bay can keep the tempo that they have, they are sure to take that spot.
Yeah, I have to wait a bit more for that to happen. But again, FaZe, since the last time they faced TSM again, just a week ago, just a week or 2 ago, we ended up seeing FaZe again with a completely different comp, potentially with a completely different approach to this map. So again, a little bit more of a matured FaZe, just looking all right. Again, just from that first half, the fact that, again, not too many crazy aggressive plays, even though they allowed all of their players to just stay on defaults. I mean, this is just a new look.
Dicey with the tour de force. How powerful is his op going to be this time around? I mean, he found, what, like 3 3Ks in that first half on the attacking side of his center with the tour de force and op.
Yeah, he
now
did.
he's got it here on the defense, where it's a much more stable position, and FaZe Clan are expecting a hit towards the B side. 4 players grouped up. Now Jones going to force, at least for now, Dicey off that angle, but Poach with his Odin. Paper-thin walls on Ascent, and Baby Bay's going to put a shutdown to Corey. That even gets out, nearly gets out.
Nearly, but you have the LMG now, the machine gun in the back sight. But Dicey, actually, he peeks out way early trying to get a kill. Eventually into any random player, but he does get killed by 7. So Bros are waiting for a big pick, but it's actually Poise! What was that timing? What? Sabrosa not looking into the right spot. Poise finds a gap, and he finds 3. A 1v1.
Odin versus Phantom on the paper-thin site that is B. Rossi, he has recon. 10 seconds. Poach
2
has got
Sovas
Hour
on
Drone.
this site.
Double shocks. Recon should be coming up soon as well. He's baited at the time. Rossi's just trying to pull Poach into thinking he's run to the A site, and Poach is falling for it. Hook, line, and sinker.
Oh, Rossi playing Ring Around the Rosie, but he actually goes back and slaps down Poach to keep the game going.
Huge 1v1 for Rossi. The IGL of TSM, and in the VCT qualifiers, he's 2 for 8 in one-on-ones, and that is a massive one for him to pull up. Boosts his stat line to 3 for 9, and you don't expect him to win those 1v1s given that stat line, but he does there. Plays it perfectly. The mind games, calling Poach out of rotation. And what a round between these 2 teams. I mean, the brawl continues. TSM shut down after Baby's first kill, but they recover so well here. Poised with a huge triple. But, I mean, there's no position that Poach can help support him. None at all.
Now this FaZe, they leave Poach. They leave Poach completely alone with a with a shorty too. I mean, you look down the line, you have rifles all the way down the line for FaZe, except for the one person holding D. Very unfortunate there for Poach, but it is going to be a full strength retake.
Yeah, so Broza just clearing out the backside just in case. You've got 4 players pinching in here from FaZe, and all of the rifles as well. Boys, winning this gun duel is going to be a big one. Taking back control of B main, they can now make an effective pinch in towards the B site. Trailblazer to clear, but that's huge. That is so big from Sabrosa. Pulls and repositions a couple of these players from FaZe.
Just a little bit more time getting chunked off the clock, and now this front line becomes a bit of a war zone. Poise trying to make their way through, but everyone in TSM strikes down on their shots. Baby Bay now the only one remaining. Looking to make his way through, but again, time chunked off the clock at this point. Maybe just looking for exits. But again, we're so deep into the game. Exits don't matter. This round's just over.
We'll be able to save this rifle. The buy is still available here for FaZe Clan. But man, Sabrosa with a very big teleport. And it feels like, in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't seem like it does much. But you can see instantly the reposition as well from a couple of these FaZe Clan
players. It's a bit of
players,
panic, isn't
right?
it?
Expecting a commitment. Superman falls away, rotates back through spawn, and instantly Corey takes space up towards lane. The space that they didn't have originally is afforded to them because of the fact that Sabrosa took that TP. So FaZe Clan still have their buy available. Baby's dropped over a rifle, can pick up one of his own. But this is looking good for TSM. They're starting to build a little momentum. Corey's starting to come online. Same thing here with 7.
This one has to be a big one. 7 with the op-out with 4 or 5 players potentially in front of him. Already had to jump away, though. Excuse me, 7 was looking at least for the pick, but it was actually Dicey, excuse me. But Dicey still looking at least for a bit of cheekiness just around the corner. But again, that util potential from Poise right next to him could be huge.
And they're holding. TSM have decided to back up, cut noise, re-explore their options here towards mid. That's a big drone from Poach, but the timing is very early, and they can re-clear this so easily. They're going to take this space back here towards mid, leaving the B site completely open. Apologies, the B main area completely open, and they re-aggress here towards mid.
It is relatively easy for them to re-clear that B main area, though. It's not exactly an area of conflict for FaZe. There you go. Trailblazer. What we expect to at least re-clear, but you do get TSM at least hearing that Trailblazer. You want to retake B main a bit, but look at the reposition there from Dicey.
Yeah, Dicey's gone deep. He knows his team needs his positioning just to give confidence. But the fact is Corey's putting light pressure here towards A, which has been cut down. And well, Dicey instant TP's back. 30 seconds left. It's do or die here for TSM with these 2 players in the back line. No chance for a last second rotate.
Oh, and that Cosmic Divide is absolutely massive. They have to they just have to jump into the pits. Completely blind. Dicey gonna be able to get one though, but does get flashed. Still poised, has to hold on to that right side. Still 3 kills going down for FaZe. All of TSM corralled into B, and with a Prime Gaming flawless, we shut down map 1.
Yeah, a very, very clean first map coming out from FaZe Clan. An absolute clinic at that. I mean, let's be real, that defensive side, maybe not as clean as it could be, but that attacking side, the absolute perfection of this operator, right? That was the key thing here between Dicey and Baby Babe. It comes down to it, you gotta call these 2 players a deadly duel. The 2 MVPs of this first map. And to close it out, it's Dicey in lockdown for the Prime Gaming flawless in the backside of B.
Again, TSM, they were struggling a lot on that defensive side, so we couldn't exactly see, much of that even battle in that second half. But from what we did see from TSM from that attacking side, good, slow, methodical play. Not exactly too contingent on actually fighting back against FaZe and a lot of the early peaks that they actually went for. So again, some decent signs, but that's just map number 1 over with. That's FaZe going through. We're going to be going into map number 2 in just a little bit, but folks, we'll see y'all after the break.
Yeah, the bag and put a meal up. Yeah, they gas me, don't need to fill up. Yeah, my Uncle Rich's Uncle Phil was. Yeah, they hate to love me, yeah, that's real love. Yeah, with the Buffalo to get my bills up.
Okay, so I'm working with Mimi and Tanner, and all of the maps are extremely tight. Sully and Gus show up, and it was a stomping initially. I was like, okay. Obviously a little bit of a comeback there, but FaZe extremely dominant, Sully.
Yeah, there's really no question about the duo that is Dicey and Baby Bay, because, I mean, we were talking about it. That's all we were seeing, right? They both dropped a 20 bomb collectively, right? And you look at the stats, and you always got a question like, is this a Dicey and Baby Bay carry? No, it's just Dicey and Baby Bay being set up every single time for these multi-frags and finding so much impact. And on that attacking side, we said it, the win condition is for both these teams, their respective duels need to come online, and Seven and Corey were just shut down on the defensive half.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest, I felt like all I heard that series was Baby, and Dicey. But y'all sang their praises in the pre-show, and they absolutely delivered here, guys.
Yeah, they absolutely did. And again, it just has to come down to the fact that both Baby Bay and Dicey are at just really good peaks in terms of just their aim. Again, yes, they are getting set up at certain points, but again, we're just not seeing any sort of immaculate plays. Baby Bay, he does step up when he absolutely need it. Dicey, don't even get me started, especially on that defensive side with just the one kill and TP out. That's just a trademark for him, almost literally. Like, again, we're just going to keep seeing these two frag, but we might not be too contingent on it. If either one of those two gets shut down, it's just an open game.
I want to talk about TSM a little bit. They were struggling on defense. Sully, why do you think they weren't able to get their footing? What was going on there?
I feel it's as simple as the win condition was lost, right? I think FaZe Clan going into this understood that Seven has just been an absolute monster. He's been tearing it up lately as the youngster for TSM, right? Ever since he's joined, they've only ever lost 2 best of 3s with Seven in their lineup, and he dropped 60 against LG. He's dropping numbers that are unseen when it comes to the TSM lineup, and even when they're losing, he's still finding impact. But every single round, there was utility to force Seven off of these angles, right? We saw the Hour Drones, we saw the Guiding Lights, we saw the Trailblazers, all in a petition to shut down Seven and force him off of these angles. And then subsequently after, you had Dicey, you had Bebe looking to take the fight to him, and they did exactly that. How many rounds did we see where Seven, no impact in swordsman, shut down in the blink of an eye?
Okay, so FaZe definitely performing well. We have statistics up on the screen right now.
Yeah.
Baby Bay, I'm just like, I can't. I literally think we said his name 88 times, if not more than that, because he was just popping off. But I do want to pick your brain about the additions of Seven and GMD, Gus. They were quieter on this map. What do we need to see from TSM moving into map 2?
Yeah, again, it just has to be putting Seven in a bit of a better position off of that defensive side, because this isn't the first time that we've seen it. We've actually seen in their game against Luminosity, just on that defensive side, Seven just not able to get into right spots, or at least him being completely isolated. But that's the thing. If he's being isolated and he's being targeted the entire time in terms of utility, it's not exactly a bad idea. That leaves the other team completely open to some pretty easy retakes, and just some bit of work here needs to be done, at least for Dicey, for Seven in his back positions. But in terms of GMD, he's doing his job with the breach already. We already saw that insane play of him with Sabrosa with that fault line all the way back over in A main. So again, it does seem like the two players, they're trying here, but it just doesn't seem like they're in the right positions.
Okay, well, let's dive a little bit deeper into map 2, and that is going to be Icebox. That is TSM's map pick. And Sully, what are you thinking for map 2?
So obviously it's TSM's map pick, right? And everyone's looking back like, oh, it looks pretty good for TSM, right? They just beat LG 13-10.
Yep.
Let's give some context. An extremely weak attack side for LG is what gave TSM the leverage in that first half to push them across the line. So the question is this a strong map for TSM because they're just good at it? Or did it look strong against LG because LG have an exceptionally weaker attack side with no duelists and no flashes?
No, absolutely right. I mean, we ended up seeing LG with no flashes, no duelists, no way to actually get in on sites, and it was just a farm for this team on that defensive side. Again, I just want to see what actually happens when they're forced to actually act.
Yeah, and I'm definitely excited to see what TSM has up their sleeve, because it did seem like they were starting to have a little bit of a comeback. We were starting to see a momentum shift. Sully, would you agree with that?
Yeah, it does feel like that when 7 started to come online, right? It's like, okay, TSM are starting to find some fire, but I mean, you're already at that 12 score line. It's one mistake, and one mistake happened, and it closed it out there for FaZe. So if TSM can keep the ball rolling, hope it's a little bit more competitive here in map 2.
Gus, FaZe looked very good, though, without a doubt. So what does TSM need to do then?
I mean, again, it's a whole different map, and FaZe, or excuse me, TSM, it doesn't look like they're really used to this map into a full capacity, but neither is FaZe. At this point, TSM, it's just going to have to come down to experience, but also just a bit more meticulous play. Again, they just have no idea what to expect from that FaZe clan side on this map so far. So again, early on, TSM just has to get a good read on them.
Okay, well, Sully and Gus, we are ready to move into the agent selection process, and we're going to bring that information up on your screen. So, Sully, what compositions are you expecting here? What do you think we'll see?
I think for both sides, it's hopefully going to be the same because TSM just played this map. So if there are any changes, I would be astonished to see that. But this is a map that FaZe Clan haven't played in for about a week and a half, and they've had made some changes. That was the only time they played. Right, in the month before they played against Sonics, a composition that really is based around Baby and Dicey. So mirror compositions from both sides. GMD playing that Omen. 7, who found crazy impact against LG, dropped 30 kills against them with the tour to force to close that map out 13-10. But for both of these sides, it comes down to, again, Op v Op. We have a very big contrast between these two sides with Corey and 7, Baby Bait and Dicey. The two sets of duelists, the two sets of ops. Both teams have to have their duelists online to really pop off.
All right, final thoughts before we move into this, Gus.
I'm sorry, I literally had my thing up, but I'm sorry. Look, man, having big-haired headsets, it just doesn't work. I'm sorry.
I am not going to criticize anyone for having audio issues today, okay? So
totally right, my bad.
Off the hook for that one. Yeah, exactly. You know what? Let's just get into map 2. I'm going to let y'all take it away, okay?
Let's do it.
Go.
Oh, thank you, Jackie. Oh, getting back into it. FaZe Clan versus TSM. The first map going pretty well for the team that picked out the map. The second one, again, TSM looked pretty dang good on Icebox so far, but again, Sully, a lot of question marks.
Yeah, a lot of question marks, specifically for TSM. Again, I bring up the point. They had a good showing against LG when it came to this map of Icebox, but we have to question, is it because LG had a weak attacking side? Did TSM actually have a good Icebox? A lot of questions are going to be raised, and I think FaZe Clan are here to answer all of them. A strong start in map number 1. FaZe Clan, can they make this a 2-0? On the defensive side, there was a lot of mid-aggression here being shown. A crunch, and it's the right read as well.
Looks like it. At least TSM, they need a high pace to actually make their way through B. But if FaZe, again, they can time this out right over towards mid. TSM about to get pressured out, about to get sandwiched out. The Owl Drone going in. Does TSM run?
Yeah, instantly Dicey makes a TP. They're feeling out this B contact, but you still have 7 on a very big lurk with plenty of time for FaZe, or apologies, TSM, if they want to make this rotation. They can't easily, but everyone's here, and they are delaying. Snakebite out already from Superman, and that's buying time for these rotates.
Out of charges.
Oh, and they're out of here. TSM. They have an excuse to rotate, though. Look at all the way on the other site. 7. He's slowly starting to peak, but he hasn't actually made any sort of progress, Sully.
Yeah, and the fact is that even though they can make this safe rotation, there's no one to cut off this angle. Dicey's expecting that there's a lurk somewhere, so he's not playing fully engaged into the A site. They're just going to have to play the retake now, and both teams despairingly low on utility. Rossi really only has the shock dart. Poise does have the flash, but for both sides, util is lacking on both departments, so this is going to be an interesting retake. It kind of comes down to fully on the gunplay.
Real fast back. You finally get the first interaction here. Rossi spotting the 2 or 3 all the way back. Over in spawn, but he's not going to fight that at all. Dicey! The 1-2 tap takes down 2 with headshots. Unreal, but just around the corner. Poised. Thought it was a bit free to go through, but TSM actually has a lot of control back over towards the mid side of A. But again, Spike on the other side. Sabrosa still striking down. Baby Bay dropping in from above. Does Poach have time to defuse? He's just going in. Sabrosa, that molly is immaculate. No way Poach can do anything. Sabrosa saves the round.
They try and do a massive crunch, FaZe Clan, right? All that pressure from Baby Bay, the dash, the updraft, everything to get his way over towards screens to allow Poach to get on the defuse. But a huge, right? If Sabrosa's the one to go down, that round is lost, right? Poach can just sink that, but Sabrosa stays alive. Such a big circumstance for TSM in winning that round. But FaZe Clan, early showings and early promise, right? TSM are bailed out by a single play. So FaZe Clan putting on the heat early on in TSM. They do pick up the pistol and they will have the full buy back. They should be able to convert this with the 3 Bulldogs, and they're saving no credits for the next round.
No, not at all. TSM not relying on any upgrades, but those Bulldogs should be very, very formidable.
Yeah,
there you go.
Baby Bay red. Sabrosa just sits back and waits. They knew something aggressive was going to come out of FaZe Clan, and that's a first pick. They're still looking for anything towards A, but now FaZe spread apart. 4 versus 5. Dicey the only one with a real weapon, that being the Headhunter, and it'll be TSM to take their time. 1:10 to play with, and they are just, again, looking for anything from FaZe. They'll take anything they give.
Toxin screen down.
FaZe need to make some space. And Dicey is the one initiating that, at least going out over towards mid, clearing it out completely. But TSM, this is just well timed for their own take.
Well, it does go up. Smoking as well. Rossi's going to clear that with the Owl Drone just in case. Dicey, no matter what, is going to get spotted by the secondary trademark. And I think, unfortunately, with that trademark going off, it will spin a head back, even if it wasn't Dicey to trigger it.
That's what feels bad, because there goes at least the Bulldog on the front line. Whoa, 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 whoa. I was about to say Rossi. Essentially a free frag there, but you just cannot doubt Dicey today. So many great kills with a Headhunter.
Yeah, it gets a little scary here now. The Marshall peeking over towards Rafters and Dicey on their backside. That splits up the attention here from TSM. And yeah, it's getting a little scary, but Corey, big shot of that Marshall to slow things down.
And the crossfire good for GMD. And let's take down Superman. Quite tough for Poise to be able to do anything from this position. Never mind the low HP. It's just the classic. Dicey, you know he's there. You know he's at least back in this area, but okay, mind you, TSM invested so much money into this round. We were mentioning the fact that no costs were cut at the very beginning of this. So how is that rebuy?
Yeah, it looks like they're gonna have to invest big, right? Sabrosa's gone for the Phantom. He does have the Viper's Pit online, so I imagine that is partially the reason why he's gone for it, to play inside his own Viper's Pit. But FaZe Clan put on damage. This is no longer a bonus scenario here for TSM. It's GMD and 7 who will have the majority of their cash. Corey dropping over the Bulldog to GMD to pick up the Vandal. So again, no costs have been cut, like you said. FaZe Clan have a big opportunity to put TSM in a disparaging situation economically. And again, early aggression, space being taken up here towards B main.
That's massive, but they're still going to depend on a 2-man crossfire regardless.
He slips through. He's going to try and get something.
But he was trying some cheekiness. 7 doesn't get caught, but he actually does get owned by at least the Viper in the back of sight. But there you go. TSM already back over towards this B area. Dicey, you might have a bit of fun.
Yeah, Dicey has the TP out as well. No, I mean, the fact that they break that trademark towards A is going to give or force TSM to spin back the other way, but they haven't cleared it. They need a salad drone. Now he has got to make a getaway, and Dicey has Poise alongside the flash. The paranoia can be so great in this position. And with TSM starting to approach, he's going to have to bail it out here. He has to play alongside Dicey. This paranoia could be the round saver.
Oh, this is huge. Poised. Backs up. Do they know that Poise backed up? It doesn't matter. Does not matter. They're still watching for Dicey, and Corey's able to strike down on another one. GMD over in mid. Chopping down at FaZe. 3 players down. Even the Viper's Pit just for the guarantee, but Superman and Poach doesn't even look like they're going to want to get into this one. There you go, FaZe.
Perfect play from TSM. That lurk from GMD towards mid to catch any of those mid rotations. And FaZe Clan thought they were in a good spot with that deep control, but that hour drone is what gives them back the control there. TSM forcing Dicey out of position, take their time in the clear. They don't over-aggress. They don't overstep their boundaries, and Rossi is overstepping in towards mid. He wants to take as many guns away from FaZe Clan as they can. This puts TSM right from the disparaging economic situation they were in because of the fact they only walked away with 2 players in the bonus. This puts them back in good faith economically.
It's funny how they use that ultimate that round too. They're gonna have quite a bit of space here for Sabrosa to actually make that ultimate back. So just a quick little tidbit, because again, FaZe, they have to depend on pistols for just another round. It's just gonna be more ult points here for TSM, or cash here for TSM, as they so desperately need stability.
Yeah, they just edged their way into the site. Viper's fit to clear up this one right side, and man, this peak, Dicey, even if he was to get that frag onto 7, instantly, there's Corey in his face. A perfect execution and a great peek from TSM as they find themselves up 3-0. Dicey will be on to the ultimate, and TSM are, like we said, like Jackie mentioned, Corey and 7 starting to find momentum. They're rolling into the second map of Icebox in good looks.
Ooh, Corey!
There it
Dashing
is.
in, trying to strike down onto Poise, and it works. Superman from below goes down to Corey from above. Icy poach Baby Bay, slowly making their way back over towards B main, but TSM's approach so far has worked.
Yeah, and they hold fast, TSM. They're waiting for that Viper roll to come back online. That's why no one's peeking. And Suppose is just going to catch the lurk. If there was one, with the chamber being down, he's got to be cautious of it. Can play away from the main force of TSM as the Viper, and going to try and deny Baby Bay. A little bit cheeky, but it does work out.
And those are the type of plays you need, Baby Bay.
He's stuck.
Just the one and done, walk in, walk out, and there. Oh, he does stick it. Are they going to expect it, though? Or are they even going to be wary of it? You usually see pros in this situation just try to go for a fake.
He checks, Dicey looks.
But Dicey still looking, but nobody knows he's there. He's just going to be sneaking his way through the rest of FaZe on pins and needles. They have no clue if it's actually on the rotate back, on the flank back. But Corey still strikes down onto Dicey. Baby Bay thinks he has a chance, but GMD from behind does flash out Baby Bay. Sabrosa with a big opportunity. Molly just around the corner. Baby Bay still holding. 15 seconds left. Sova is coming up too. Will the timing be right for the plant? No, it will not. But Poach already deep into B main. Has a big option right in front of him with Sabrosa. GMD has slipped his way back into the front lines. 1v2 now. Do they know that GMD is here? Is he going to start it off with a knife? No, he just wants to walk up. Poach in the 1v1. Wins it out. Unreal there. FaZe had pretty much nothing to work with.
A huge thrifty round from FaZe Clan. I mean, that'll put them back in a very good position, right? Because TSM, they were starting to build up that economy, and when we get into the later parts of this half, that's what really matters. We saw it on a set where FaZe Clan had so much cash to play with that it didn't even matter if they lost rounds. Now TSM, everything that they built up from that last round, kind of falling away here. And in this round, I mean, huge from Baby to take that risky play and deny the spike play. That's where a Sage comes through, and that doesn't happen. But in this round, it gives them the opportunity. A window opens, and FaZe Clan blasts through it.
What now? FaZe. It's some tricky business, to say the least, to actually win out that last round. But TSM, not exactly switching things up. That is a bit big there from Corey. Trying to clear out that ramp position that Poach has actually been for actually quite a few rounds, but TSM still slow in A.
Yeah, 7 now picking up the operator. Same thing here with Baby Bay. Superman with this wall to deny Maze and elbow control, and wow, I mean, look at this Viper setup. It is so difficult to work him on the side, and yeah, you'll get the Viper, or apologies, the Hunter's 3 online, but there's no tags, no connects, no frags. You still have not cleared this side out, and Superman is what sits and waits.
Corey through the orb, about to go down. Poach goes down. Dicey still in heaven, could have been able to get a trade there, but again, TSM, not a single damn person in the back of that site, and 7's able to get another free one. 2 more players back up towards the mid side. 7 looking for another frag, but poised. Okay, does LA start things off right? Can we actually get the approach back into elbow? They need to clear out this Sova, but Sabrosa from above, pretty much guaranteeing the round. Poise needs to pull a madness.
1v3. I mean, at this point in time, literally at this point in time, there should be no opportunity. Yeah, time seems to have ticked too far, and Poise knows he's got to make the save. If he can grab the op, it would be really, really nice, but I don't think he's going to get that. And Corey's gone hunting. Corey wants it. He does get it in the end. Jumping across. That's 4-1. TSM instantly recovering from FaZe's shenanigans in the prior. And they will have the op to play with there for 7 once more. TSM sending FaZe Clan back to an eco round. Any success that FaZe or any progress that they had made has now been reset back to 0.
And that was just because they traded rounds. FaZe Clan, they win an eco to essentially get an eco. Now TSM don't exactly think they need to switch anything up whatsoever. FaZe, they're the ones that need to aggress at this point, Sully.
Wow, they try and instantly deny any play towards that ult orb. Yeah, you can see Shock Dart, Snake Bite just to prevent them from getting onto it. But Baby already had his online. They're trying to keep poach off because they know this is a deadly round, right?
Yeah,
if that Hunter's Fury comes online, they have the Viper's Pit to play with. You have to be scared if you're TSM in a round like this. Baby Bay. Bladestorm poking towards mid. Dicey poking down towards 2. A very risky updraft, but does get a little bit of information. TSM starting to lean now towards A. And a very well-timed smoke from Poised.
Very well done. It's just more denial of information. TSM. In another round where they sit on pins and needles. Zero info, zero space for themselves, but this Aldrone is going to help out. Baby Bay going around. Oh, could have gotten a massive lineup, but doesn't actually find anything. Poised around the corner, gets stricken down by 7. That should just be it. 3 players remaining, only one of them with a rifle.
We'll take the site here. Nice and clean here for TSM, but it's guaranteed. Viper's Pit and the Hunter's Fury moving into the next. The retake is still on. You've got nothing to lose here. You might as well go for it, so FaZe will see what they can get done. Maybe pull some rifles out of TSM's hands.
Corey wants to hold on to this Vandal, but he's still fighting. Oh, and he takes down 2. Easy peasy for Corey. Easy peasy stuff. The Blade's coming back potentially in just a round or 2, but the Prime Gaming flawless here in this round regardless.
Coming online finally, Corey. I mean, it was Baby Bay in that first map. Now Corey's finding his form. I mean, this is what you want. TSM, exactly what you need from them.
Yeah, man. I mean, for a while, it was Corey and Baby Bay, known as the 2 star fraggers for FaZe. I think the youngster Dicey he's trying. He's trying to take it away, but Corey on a different team looking pretty damn good.
Shock Dart looking to break that trademark over towards top 2, but it's actually in a different spot. A little bit deeper is where that trademark lies, so not going to be broken this time around as TSM attempting to be split. Dicey up top has got the rendezvous to get out, and they're looking for him. Where is Dicey? Dicey now being spotted. That's going to force him back towards Orange. These players are walking their way up tube now. This is looking good for TSM to make the B split happen, and where's the trademark? They don't know. They think it's broken.
Trademark just around the corner. Just couldn't find it off the angle. 7.
Oh, it's smoked off now.
Oh, he does get revealed by this. Will he just get wall banged here? Yes, he will.
Oh my gosh.
Paper thin walls over in tunnels.
They smoke off the trademark, and now Sabrosa has just slipped through the cracks. They have absolutely no idea.
Oh my god, what can he do from here? FaZe, completely unknown. He's gonna find the first, but only the first. Will he find the second? He does actually find Dicey, but doesn't actually get the kill. One man, at least in terms of an advantage here for FaZe, but GMD, that is a stellar angle. That is just only the first part of what they need. What? No way! No way! GMD comes out of kitchen. Dicey not ready for it. Baby Bay watches his entire team go down just through the feed. What a tragedy here for FaZe, but this was everything for TSM. Sully, this is what they were setting up for from the beginning of the round.
They waited. That's all they did. These players in B-Main waited. Sabrosa called he had to play. GMD said, I'll set you up for it. And they spring the trap. They smoke off that trademark that's deep in towards kitchen. No notifier that there's a player up there. And now you find Baby Bay in a 1v3, again trying to pull off a miraculous clutch. But time is ticking. Time is low. And so is his HP as he goes down 6-1. TSM. This is a dominant look like we saw on the first map of Ascent. But instead, It's for the boys of TSM. It's looking so good right now. They're shutting everything down on FaZe Clan's defense, picking them apart.
Yeah, and that's not exactly like, I don't know, the effect of what we would have seen from LG potentially with this exact same comp with the Jet. I mean, we're just not seeing that effect either. It is just good, smart, methodical play from TSM. I mean, in that round, it's pretty easy just to call out like, hey, they walked off kitchen. They had the right util to clear it out. But otherwise speaking, FaZe Clan, they've been forced to kind of go out of their way to get a couple of these kills onto TSM, and it leaves them a bit dry on util. Again, TSM just doing a good job in the early processions.
There was a big gap in that smoke, so no real aggression or no space will be taken up here by FaZe, or at least no pushes will be initiated that won't go unnoticed by GMD. So TSM, once more, expecting aggression from FaZe. Kind of the Zika rounds, they always expect something fishy, but nothing has come to them just yet. FaZe Clan are sitting back, waiting, trying to see if they can get a pick. They get deep enough in this position, right? Dicey, kind of what you want from FaZe Clan and Nico. You get into a position where you can get yourself a kill, but you don't present a kill to TSM.
Is the only thing Dicey can depend on. Depend on that aim, young lad. That one and done. Will he actually be able to find someone like Seven? Seven is the one inching up with that op. Do see some moves back over in B main, though. That's a huge owl drone. And the peek from Dicey, dude! The timing, Dicey decides to peek out just a bit further and ends up leaving TSM with a free frag. Only one person in the back of this A site, but only with a pistol.
Yeah, Alba Drone keeps those rotations coming over from the B site. GMD just clear the back. Again, another well-executed round for TSM working into that A site.
Oh,
lovely trade there. So throws up Corey, now pushing the back lines. They're shutting every aspect of FaZe Clan's defense. Yeah, it's just an eco, but this is just, it's clinical so far from TSM. The slow work in towards A. The clear of B main with that arrow drone from Rossi to keep rotations in lock from FaZe. And then just the slow walk up. Perfectly done. Now they're going to find 7-1. Back-to-back 7s-1s from both teams. As FaZe Clan will have the rifles moving forward now.
Oops.
FaZe going to go down to that. So there you go. TSM striking up the 7-1. So here we go, dude. Back onto the rifles. And just off of this round, you can already say that this game could slip out of FaZe's hands.
I mean, you still have the Viper's Pit for Superman and Poach. If you want to keep the grasp on this game, you need to use these ultimates at some point.
If they don't use it.
Right, Viper's Pit can be so big and taking either A or B, and Superman, who has been leading a lot more to the B side, you clog up all of B main. You want to lean it towards A, you take all of A main control. So I think this is the timeout that FaZe are trying to figure out how do we want to use these ultimates. We definitely need to find some ground back, because if you let this slip to a 10-2, a 9-3 scoreline, then it's almost irrecoverable if you don't win that pistol moving forward, and that's not the position they want to be in. They want an 8-4, they want a 7-5.
Again, it's going to come down to some factors that we've already seen in a couple rounds before. FaZe, some early utility over in A Heaven. Try to fight for potentially one or two of these orbs. All I know is that potentially TSM could be able to find one or two free frags early on from some aggressive FaZe players.
See who picks up the op here, yeah. Dicey, does he want the tour de force? Does Baby want the operator? And it will be Baby Bay who picks up the op this time around.
Oh.
TSM with 3 ultimates of their own. 4, I should include GMD's. But it's a Viper's Pit and a Hunter's here for both of these sides. I mean, both of them are gonna, more than likely going to be used. Either the Viper's Pit for one team or a combination of both.
Teleport's ready.
Are we actually going to get that war, though, early on? Sully, I was wrong. FaZe aren't actually going for these ult orbs. They are going to go for that early Viper's Pit. Out goes at least the coverage of sight, but they're still attacking this TP going out. TSM just surrounding the pit. Could it actually work out, though? There's only one person here for FaZe. These other 2 players are still in the outskirts, but for good reason. Hunter's Fury getting pulled out by Rossi, doing a good job escaping. You still have to deal with Superman. But here comes the Venn diagram. Double Viper's Pit in the middle of A site.
An absolute nightmare going down is Corey, leaping on top of the screens, and 7 alongside. It's a 3-man hold on the left side of sight, and it doesn't get better than that. You clog up the right side and you peek in towards the left. TSM whatever impact that was looking to be had by these ultimates from FaZe Clan has been shut down. And TSM, they latch on to an 8th, another clean round as they walk away with possibly 4 players as FaZe Clan. Dicey's already peeled away. Baby Bay and Dicey, the deadly duo, has got nothing to do.
Oh, my word. FaZe desperately needs these guns. Needs to run away now. Because, man, they don't have a whole lot else to work with, I'll be honest. Viper's Pit used up incredibly early. Poach, the Hunter's Fury to try to clear out everything. Neither one of the two getting any mileage.
They'll save on to at least this op and the Vandal, but I mean, Dicey can get onto the Tour de Force. You can drop a rifle over. I mean, max loss bonus here for FaZe Clan, so it's not a worry of economy. It's a worry of how long is this going to last. TSM looking so sharp on this attacking side, and yep, the buy isn't the issue. It's how do we put an end to this, because you can take an eco here. You can play off of the hero rifle of Dicey and Baby Bay, right? 2 powerful, potent players in your lineup. The deadly duo, as we mentioned. But there's not enough room to tango with TSM's deadly duo of Corey and Seven. As, again, starting to find that impact, starting to come online. FaZe Clan looking to put an end to it. The aggression hasn't panned out. And yep, instant denial here towards it. They're going to try and keep Poach or anyone off of their ultimate, and they do exactly that.
Baby Bay taking a quick snap. Otherwise, he's just having a good old grand time deep into A main as TSM not looking to touch that by any means. Not looking to touch anything. Look at B main too.
They are so content with sitting back. They understand that how FaZe play these ecos is they get aggressive, and they're looking for it. They want FaZe to walk into them. They start to slowly take space back. GMD
look
will
how many
spot out the trademark.
Look at how many open angles there are, Sully.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's a lot of opportunities here. Yep, they hear the smoke go down, and that's given Baby the knowledge that he could be there, but it's an up close. Is he gonna get to find this frag? Yes, he is.
Yes, he is. But again, Poach still down on site, still down low, but Baby Bay coming back quick. He was the one that heard things back over towards Kitchen. They're still very scared of that, but the A-take about to go down still. Baby Bay looking for a spot, but Poach, again, low on HP, and he's still able to make that Sheriff work. Where does TSM even go? They have no control.
He's
and Dicey, what is this position? Takes down the spike, now has full control with 20 seconds left. Baby Bay even strikes down with another kill. FaZe, in the rounds where it just doesn't seem like they're supposed to, well, they do it. They do actually make it work.
10 seconds left.
Corey's gonna try and pull this one back, though. He does have the spike on his back.
Wait,
and
wait,
he
wait,
might
no way.
just make
Wait,
the
no
sight.
way. Oh,
Does he
whoa.
get it? 4
How
seconds.
much?
We saw it on the clock. I think he might have it. He does have it. No.
Oh, what?
No,
Wait,
he doesn't.
what?
I thought for sure he had it.
Oh.
TSM conceding
Dang.
8-2. FaZe Clan. Whew. In an eco round like that, I mean, that's a round that, again, like you said, not expected to win, but Baby Bay catching GMD off guard. Dicey finding a big pick with that deep push in towards B main.
Yeah, did not want that to be a curse, dude. But, yeah, no, way too little time for that to happen. But now, here we go. FaZe, they are actually going to put that Viper up back over and B once again. But again, this is only the second round that they've done so. First round with an actual gun round that they've actually done it. So what's the approach? Is it going to be Superman with suppressive fire? It is. He could just keep providing with util. Oh, but there you go. The peaks come out from TSM, and they take down both already. Superman wasn't able to do anything. Sully, the aggressive upper, comes out to play again.
Yeah, that's the site taken up here now. They grab the spike back, and Baby Bay, nothing here to delay the spike. Baby Bay's the only one. Does he want to poke his head on? He might just go for it. Tries to catch one. Nearly does catch 7, but TSM taking their time. You have a work back all the way in towards A flank coming through as well, and they're already walking it back. They know the A side's clear. The Viper's orb ready to lock off any mid rotations. They won't be spotted. And Sabros has got all the space in the world here. No, he takes it down. He takes it down.
The toxins ran out. The toxins ran out. Oh, 50 seconds left, but the full strength we were just looking at here for TSM has been knocked down a bit, but Sabrosa,
they have to know.
Getting at least a bit of information, knows that Baby Bay is back over towards heaven, but control is here.
Surely you know that Sabrosa's got this position. And yeah, the flash comes in towards the left side.
Do they?
No one's peeking. No, Sabrosa, even though he does get face cleared, it still happens. He still gets the pick and he's alive.
A $400 piece of util, and no kill comes out of it. Baby Bay, oh, lands on in, and still able to get that first. 2 more to deal with. Owl Drone just around the corner. 7 going for a pot shot. Baby Bay still dancing in that back lane, but can't find an angle. Now both attackers all the way back towards their spawn. 7 looking for a couple of shots into the middle of that smoke. Diffuse is going in. Baby Bay 20 HP, and he goes down like a clay pigeon. And Poach needs to spray down 2 to do it, but he won't do it. 9 for TSM.
Yeah, Baby Bay doing everything he can there to try and delay, allow the spike defuse to come through, and now TSM have found on to 9. FaZe Clan, oh, what a rough round. I mean, Sabrosa, that orb going down, that felt like the pick that could have opened things up, but Sabrosa just staying alive here, right? His presence alone was enough, and man, this post plant comes down to the wire. Has to take himself off of the spike, and Poach ends up getting shut down by 7. So 9-2, FaZe Clan looking to try and find 3 here. It's going to be rough moving in if they can't get this third and they lose the pistol. I mean, that was a given no matter what.
And it's a bit of a rule of threes no matter what, because we did have 3 players all the way over on A for FaZe, looking to make a bit of a jump. It was just control for GMD. This is huge. They're just going to evade what happened in the last round, but it doesn't matter. What was that? Dicey taking down Corey with an insane shot midair. But what's the approach?
And now look at this. Sabrosa's broken the trademark in towards Kitchen, and that's pulled Poach back around.
They're still going.
Smoked out. Oh, the gap. The big gap from that poison orb is what presents them a free kill again. 3 versus 5. And FaZe Clan, at the near end of this first half, are coming together for something, for a third at the very least.
Oh, Baby Bay gets a 50-50. He takes down Rossi. TSM, they needed any sort of silver lining to get back into this round, but Baby Bay puts himself in a perfect position. Just get one and leave, and Dicey continuing his fragging streak just in this round alone. We're gonna see a third back here for FaZe, most likely. Sabrosa just stuck up in a corner, and he goes down. So there you go. FaZe, yes, they're able to land on their feet with a Prime Gaming flawless, but the rest of the half, Sully, it's been a bit rough. But FaZe, they go over to the attacking side. Let's see if they could switch up the tempo after the break. Welcome back. You're watching FaZe Clan versus Team Solo Mid. TSM on the other side of the server. Again, these two teams have have not had much of a chance to spotlight themselves throughout the last calendar year, but we find ourselves with these two teams with a big opportunity to qualify. But TSM, they're looking to push their way into a third.
Now, FaZe Clan down 9-3, have to make a huge comeback to try and keep this a clean 2-0. I mean, the question was, is TSM good on Icebox, or LG just having a poor day at the office? And it looks like they are doing exceptionally well. A quick split up towards mid, light tag on a Rossi, Corey taking a deep angle. It's a B split here, but it looks like they're going to play for this mid side. Paranoia does find so much impact, but it doesn't tag Boys, who can reign supreme up top.
Wait, but Boys is still alive, and Dicey gets 2 free frags.
Slipping into the back, a knife into their shoulder. And now it's starting to wiggle deep into them. TSM, 2 players left over. The shock dart doesn't land in Poise. Him staying up top, not allowing his players back towards Orange to fall. And now Rossi will try and set him into Sabrosa up. That's the first pick, but they fall back here. This is FaZe Clan playing a smart post plan.
So gotta wait for this approach again. And a lot of utility can be used, but a big orb here from Sabrosa. Just shut down an angle or two. Again, that wall up just making things so much more difficult. But out goes finally Sabrosa. Sabrosa just going for the defuse behind the orb. Not going to be able to do anything. Rossi already down to 5 HP. A flying Superman, as per usual. Getting up a big round for FaZe. They needed that one.
Yeah, no question about it. FaZe Clan absolutely had to win the pistol. We talked about it. If it's 8-4, 7-5, yeah, you can lose the pistol, make the recovery. But at 9-3, 10-2... it's almost irrecoverable. It feels like if you lose the pistol and then the second after, you have to win that second if you are in this 9-3 spot and you lose the pistol. But a big play from Dicey as FaZe can slip their way through mid. There's a big gap that Dicey's able to exploit, and he does it perfect there. No trademark to cover him out. And TSM, we'll see if they make that same mistake. They are on just pistols here, so we'll see what they can find from this one.
It is going to be a bit of a cheeky approach too, and they kind of know it now, because of that recon bolt getting shut down. So you could see now a bit of the caution from FaZe because of that. They're allowing TSM to just take full control here of A main. 7 in a prime position.
Yeah, they're going to re-clear now B main as Baby Bay has no real need to get aggressive there. No need to take that peek. He's going to leave Superman to kind of just watch it and feel it out by himself. Dicey in the back, lovely angle as well, just down towards bottom boiler. And now I think FaZe Clan are kind of feeling that, okay, they've taken a poke towards mid. They've poked a little bit towards A. And start to feel out B, and let's take the exec through, as right now TSM with 4 or 5 players leaning towards A. It's going to be a retake. Again, just pistols, so kamikaze your way into the site. See if you can maybe pull some rifles out of the hands of FaZe Clan, but this is a free site and a free spike plant now for a 5-on-5 retake.
Superman could have started things off right. Had an opportunity to kill a Corey. Back goes the dash again. TSM still at full strength. Still have no clue how they can actually approach this though. This Marshall should be able to have so much fun. One shot to the body should be able to do it for all of these players. They actually find a way through. Good job off that smoke. Just allow a bit of space for these players. Allow a bit of space for Baby Bay to move. Works out for another kill. 7 around the corner. The no scopes going in, not connecting. So 3 players remaining here for TSM. But again, okay, it actually works. Kills going in. 7 going off. Will it be another one? Poach around the corner in a prime position. But 7 just trying to run away with a classic, trying to find another kill. Rossi in. The spike is going to go down. Great lineup off of the snake bite. But FaZe do end up winning. But Sully, come on. Let's talk about that economic damage.
Let's talk about the cost that it came, right? FaZe Clan losing 4 players in the process. Yeah, they get the round win, but it's all down to Superman tossing a late snake by him and Poach playing the post plant with their utility. But, I mean, this is a round that should not have gone this way at all. Baby Bay doing what he does in these post plants. He's the one that should be getting aggressive, right? He's the one that should be taking the peaks. But 7 opens things up nicely. Poise tries to slip through, back over towards Snowman. But, man, FaZe Clan doesn't need to be that close, and now this is no longer a bonus.
Here.
No, not at all. FaZe, every single rifle here, it's gonna pay itself the price of gold. GMD does at least see that owl drone. The owl drone flashed out himself, but Corey in a massively pivotal spot that GMD was trying to bait away attention from. does end up getting shut down.
And you still have Superman lurk towards the A side, and with plenty of time left for FaZe Clan to make his rotation if they want, they can do that. Superman does make contact with 7, gets the better of 7, who leaves him at 18 HP. A nice Aljo. They're going to have to toss a smoke here to at least cover up the mid play. That does break the trademark, so maybe we'll have to stick around to see if anyone gets aggressive. And it's FaZe who've cut noise entirely to the B site. Superman should be looking to initiate a play here. Same thing with Bebe. Catch any rotates coming through. No trademark here. No trademark. Bebe can slip through.
No trademark, but it's still going to be Baby Bay. Again, I don't know how much of a red carpet this is because they do have a body there, but 7 all the way over on A. Forced to get into a battle, but in comes the real battle over in B. Baby Bay finally does pop out of kitchen, but GMD is over towards mid for the trade. But a 2v4 now. It's a tricky situation for FaZe, but can they work it? Poised looking for a 50-50, but GMD shuts him down through the smoke. Dicey, the young man, trying to go up in a 1v4, has 3 players in front of him, potentially decent angles, but the low HP Dicey, 7 is the first one to go. GMD, great round from the man, great positioning to try to retake that one, and indeed, he strikes down with 3 on the retake.
Yeah, FaZe Clan. Very slow approach into the B side. You can see TSM kind of understanding what was going on. GMD immediately pulls away from the site, holds back towards mid just in case the split comes through, because you had that pressure from Superman that kind of gave the inkling that, okay, FaZe Clan can back out at any time they want, but because 7 finds that pick, kind of slows things down for FaZe Clan, and, well, the adjustments from TSM in this mid round are almost perfect there, right? TSM finding themselves onto 10, and at least FaZe Clan in a very bad spot because they didn't have that bonus. Now they have to take the eco. Now this allows TSM to get onto 11.
And we've seen a couple of cheeky pistol rounds from FaZe before. So how safe is TSM actually going to play this one out? They have such a safe position. Back over in B with that one and done from GMD with the crossfire up from Corey.
Yeah, they
could
know
be deadly.
Well. TSM have a very good idea that this is going to be an A hit. The pressure there from Poised from GMD continually throwing that smoke in towards Garage, allowing Corey to fully focus on the long B main angle. Yeah, TSM, they know it's coming now with the trademark going off. The wall has gone up. The delays come through. This is rough here for FaZe Clan. The hero rifle from Baby Bay has to find something amazing.
Baby Bay going up. Okay, actually sliding into the back of sight. Will he? Drive through the smoke, strikes down onto Rossi. Sabrosa, same thing. Pretty much a one-way for the 2 to fight with. All of a sudden, FaZe with a man advantage, and it's all in the back of Baby Bay, but he's looking to extend it. You have Sabrosa still just showing the rifle, still with that one-way. Can Baby Bay actually get this kill?
Towards the box. Oh, Baby Bay with a big swing. It's still Poised, who has the other rifle, but Superman left in a 1v2. Spike, he thought they were going to stick it, but the orb goes up and Sabrosa spots him just as it comes through. That's 11 for TSM. A very close round, but FaZe Clan not able to get it through, and that's what matters most because TSM have got the funds to back them up moving along.
1 or 2 pieces of util that were different there, and it could have actually been FaZe's. That orb there from Sabrosa covering off this angle for so long.
Right. And Baby Bay, I mean, he comes up so big in that back line, but, I mean, the fact is Sabrosa just works it, takes that space back, and there's only so much one man can do there. And Baby Bay, yes, he's coming online in the second half. Same thing with Dicey, but it's a little bit late.
Now we got to go into this one. It does seem like FaZe are going for something a bit quicker back over in A, but the Viper's Pit should be able to shut that down.
Yeah, this is going to take up so much space, and even then, GMD is going to quickly break that recon bolt, so no advantage gained here. As FaZe Clan, if they want to re-clear this, you're going to have to use that drone, the flash, anything to take out that Viper's Pit. But Baby Bay has found really good space here towards Boiler.
Oh, great paranoia there onto the... What? Onto the Owl Drone, but GMD still gets pinged, and Baby Bay in mid. Ready for the frag, and he runs away. Disciplined as ever, but leaves a gap. Rossi does find one. Oh, but Sabrosa isn't actually able to find anyone on top of those ropes. Look at the gap that Sabrosa actually has, though. Still sitting in that back. Gonna be able to find one. Will he? Oh, he still edges it. No way. Superman just goes through and still runs into it. So Sully, a 2v2.
Flank coming in, they know it as well. The trademark's gone off. FaZe Clan to keep TSM off of 12, to keep the 2-0 alive, but 7 is creeping around the corner when 7's got the torrent of force. There's only one result, and it's one pick already. Poach, the IGL in the clutch. Recover gives him space, almost gives him the frag as well, but 7 from the top rope. Just to put it to bed, that's 12-5. TSM looking to force us to Haven as FaZe Clan with no response here on the attacking side.
Jeez, without that play from Baby Bay, you just don't get that chance there for FaZe in the middle of that site. They had the right bodies. They had the right utility. TSM proved it at the end with that retake. But man, FaZe, I mean, just in the round where they were setting up for A, they get shut down by that Viper's Pit. It just leaves everything a whole lot more of a mystery. But Sully, it's not like this next round is lost either. Look at FaZe's ultis.
Yeah, so many ultimates to play with. 5. How do they want to make it work? Dicey and Baby will be looking to use their ults to try and keep this round, keep this map 2 alive here, but this is the pressure that TSM have been putting. That smoke towards Garage, allowing them to focus. The double updraft doesn't find much. There's no trade back, and Rossi gets one as well. They're trying to take him out here, GMD, but he's evading every single shot.
Oh, so close on actually hitting on a Corey. Corey, the timing on the updraft works out perfectly against the Hunter's Fury, and now FaZe still stuck down to 4.
Yeah, Baby Bay running out of knives here as well. It's trying to take the space back. That's a big shot, though.
Is it actually more kills, though? You just have the Jet. You just have Corey winning up for the approach. But again, the crossfire could be big, but they have to clear out the recon bolt. Rossi. No, this is just an awkward position for Corey.
Yeah, Corey's kind of stuck. He's got no way to get out besides the Cloudfires, and they will creep up. They do nearly take down Superman, but Corey's still fighting. That's a big frag, and Rossi's taking down the Viper's Pit.
That is massive. FaZe, that was everything for them. The shock dart, the random shock dart in the middle ends up taking down the Viper, and now Dicey has to do everything. He already has 2. Can he get a couple more? Let's get a third, but just around the corner. The quick scope would have to do it, but FaZe, they go down here in map number 2. TSM push it to a 3rd.
Yeah, it wasn't meant to be, but here we go. FaZe Clan, no comeback even started. TSM, what a second map. Shutting it down, taking out Baby Bay and Dicey both. There was no impact to be found on a map like Icebox. Duelists aren't really going to make the difference, and we saw it here. TSM locking it down, Corey finding his form, and that momentum that came from that later half of that first map carried through and pushes us to a 3rd.
Again, we were mentioning the fact that we were just missing the effect of potentially a duelist or a flash against FaZe's composition when they last placed Icebox. But again, we're not going to see those duelists have that sort of effect really ever on a map like this. So again, it just had to come down to the strategical proceedings and stuff like that. And yeah, TSM, they were cheeky enough on that attacking side to really take away a lot of pivotal FaZe rounds that, again, leave us here with a 1-1 scoreline going into map number 3. Thus meaning we're going to wrap up Saturday here with yet another full best of 3. So folks, stay tuned as we'll be back to wrap this one up.
What you gonna do? Who you gonna be? What you came for? Are you gonna bleed? You know the game. You gonna take the pain. Make them say your name. Others have tried and they failed. When they got heat, they just bailed. Second place need not apply. Cause everybody knows, everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Rat-ta-ta-ta-ta, it's gonna be mess around, ain't got all day. Others have tried and they failed. When they got heat, they just bailed. Second place need not apply. Cause everybody knows, everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Who's the winner now? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner now? Who? Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner.
Okay, so just domination station with y'all. Like it can't be a nail biter. It's just crushing and squashing apparently. And Sully, this time TSM was doing it.
Yeah, it felt like this was TSM's map pick for a very good reason. Again, I was super skeptical when it came to this second map because, I mean, yeah, they beat LG, but it was 13-10. It was like 10-2 in the first half, and it was just a weak attacking side from LG that gave TSM the huge lead. But in this one, it was TSM all over, right? There was no weak aspect when it came to these execs. I think that's something that we didn't get to touch on and we didn't get to see in a set because of how duelist-based a set can be. On Icebox, you need good execs, and TSM had all of that and plenty more when it came to their attacking side.
Yeah, we talked during the half, and Icebox kind of kills FaZe's playstyle. Sent they were super aggressive, but you will get punished on Icebox if you play like that, Sully.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, when you want to try and do the things that Bebe does on Ascent here on Icebox, if you want to push down B main on the defensive side, you can only dash back in one direction, right? And even if you get that frag, you're more than likely going to be traded. If you want to get aggressive A, you can get traded for belt. So it's super hard, I feel like, for FaZe just in general to get aggressive from the get-go. And that's where TSM really shone. And especially when it came to Core, who was so good at punishing both Baby Bay and Dicey. They get into these little nooks and crannies, find both the star players, and shut them down like they did to 7 in that first map.
Yeah, I mean, Gus, we have to talk about Corey. He was definitely an impact player on this map.
Yeah, he was. And again, we just needed to have, of course, realistically, everyone actually try to step up. But Corey in a map where, again, we just don't want to see the effect from the Jet, the effect from the Duelist. We ended up seeing Corey just being put in the right position on that defensive side every single time to try to stop FaZe. Again, he was just being mobile. It's the same effect that we would see from agents like Chamber, from Jet. And we did see it from Dicey and Baby Bay. It's not like they had a bad game. You still had Dicey going 18 and 15. Same thing with Baby Bay going 17 and 15. But again, Corey was just right spot, right time, and this map was kind of still pretty good for the Duelists as we still had 2 of them in the top 3.
Yeah, I think, Sully, we were seeing such great play from Baby Bay and Dicey earlier. It did seem, though the numbers didn't really show it, but they were definitely affected.
Yeah, I feel like, I mean, the expectations were set so high on Ascent. It was like, oh, Bebe and Dicey, they're going to pop off here, but they didn't. And that's the bigger picture is if Dicey and Bebe aren't able to pop off, right? You look at Bind when they play against Sentinels, both players only dropping 11 kills. They got smashed on Bind. And now in Icebox, the same thing happens. If Bebe and Dicey can't pop off like they are used to doing, if one of them is having an off day, then you're going to have a little bit of an issue when it comes to FaZe on both the attacking and defending side. So going into Haven, again, you need them to have a good game. Otherwise, it feels like this is TSM moving forward into the main event.
Well, talking about map 3 Haven, what are we expecting here, Gus? What do you think we're going to see? I mean, I don't know with y'all. It's been like one team dominates with you two. So, I mean, how is it going to play out here?
No, we're hopefully not expecting that because we have seen Haven between these 2 teams before. Yeah. It was relatively close, but also, I mean, just Haven, period. We've seen the effect of the Duelists specifically on this map. So if you're looking for the highlight plays from your Baby Bays, from your Sevens, from your Diceys, this is going to be the map to do so because they've been killing it on this map the last few days.
Sully, also, these teams have to be feeling the pressure here. I mean, they want to qualify for the Challenger Stage 2 main event. What do you think is going through their mind right now going to this map 3?
I feel like for both of these teams, yeah, it's a lot of pressure. Like, okay, we've made some roster changes. We're up against a new roster just like ourselves. We need to try. This is our best chance to push through to the main event. We're not going to get an opportunity like this. But at the same time, it's like, I feel like the fans at home should also expect this is a developmental pyramid for these guys, right? Seven in GMD, 2 new additions to the roster, Superman and Poise, 2 new additions to the FaZe Clan roster. So a lot of expectations. They know that this is one of their best shots to make to the main event, but also they should be happy with where they are at right now, especially given the lifetime of their rosters.
Okay, guess who's winning? I'm going to make y'all give predictions. I know some analysts do not like giving predictions, but I don't know what to expect after seeing those first 2 maps. It's kind of been a strange series, to be honest.
Yeah, again, this is still very much 2 teams who just have a lot of potential with their rosters going forward, but at this exact point, I'm still taking FaZe for this one, I think. I think just because of the amount of players that are actually kind of just on fire at this point in comparison to TSM's, we might just see that effect. Again, maybe the strat book might just be a bit deeper for TSM. Maybe that might be the difference maker, but I'm still taking FaZe for this one.
Okay, well, I really put Gus in a tough spot there because I made him make a prediction without seeing what the agents were.
Yeah, right.
Sully, I know, right? I'm like, okay, well, we have our agent select up now. Sully, what are you anticipating here? What compositions?
I mean, for FaZe Clan, it should be more or less the same, right? The comp that they just beat Sentinels with, that's going to be the double initiator with obviously Sky, Sova, and then they slot in Superman on the Astra, which I think is a really peculiar option now, at least in the modern era of Valorant, but they've made it work so far, right? For TSM, though, you've got a very heavy flash util, right? GMD and Sabrosa, you need to see those flashes really come to life to set up players like Corey and Seven to take the initial duels, and especially on the attacking side, you gotta force Baby and Dicey off the angles. You cannot give them that space. You're gonna have to do that by setting Seven and Corey up with GMD's flashes to take over this part of the map.
I mean, we're just going to have to see Sabrosa and GMD just be that sort of support on actually the defensive side, because we just have to see Corey and Seven having those aggressive peaks potentially a bit early on. But that's what Seven was so good on this map for. He's an all-star in this map purely because he takes away so much util from the other side.
Okay, well, I'm going to let you all take it away for map 3 Haven. And as we transition, Sully, you got to talk about who you think's going to win.
I got TSM, man. I think they got the momentum. So let's head into it. Map number 3, FaZe Clan versus TSM. One team moves forward to the main event. The other has got a bit of a longer stay here in the Open Qualifier.
We haven't really seen both of these teams actually go through a very successful Open Qualifier stage either, Sully.
Yeah, it's been quite some time, I feel like, since TSM and FaZe have made this deep of a run. And like I was saying, this is their best chance. They understand. If they lose this, you got to play up against the top dogs, right? You've got the V1 down there. You've got Sentinels down there again. LG down there again. And
scary.
Who knows, right? In a close series between those 2 teams, respectively, TSM and FaZe, neither wants to have to dance that duel again.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. The biggest chance for these 2 underdogs to make their way into the main stage. Well, this is it. Map number 3, as we see TSM already starting to make their way up mid. FaZe have quite a few options to potentially try to retake this with a bit of utility, but Poach is going to leave it.
Oh, he spotted the TP. Poach sees the TP in action, and that's a free pick. He can deny as well the grab wheel, comboed with that trademark.
Welcome back,
FaZe
Astra.
Send them spilling back the other way.
Oh, the Astra doing big work. Again, you get the suck in the middle of there, and not only that, but the Nova Pulse coming out in the middle of the door. Dicey does have some time. Oh, Superman around the corner getting so much damage. It's just more for Dicey to clean up, but he can't hit a single shot. Baby Bay coming in, though, quickly to try to take down Corey, as it was an easy 2K for him. So much overwhelming pressure from FaZe as TSM tried to run for the hills.
A huge opening for FaZe Clan, right? That's the momentum ball that you want on your side. And they get it done, right? TSM not able to find the pistol round. That's where they've been struggling so far in this series. In FaZe Clan, they pick up the opening. They get the guns online. They're able to bring Baby closer and closer to that operator. The earlier you can get that out on a map like Haven, that is where it's valuable. On these long angles, and you've got 2 extremely capable operators, Dicey and Baby Bay, that's where you need them to come online.
Even though it's not going to be a long-range rifles over towards long, we are still seeing double control back over in that area. Not exactly pushing up either. TSM It's mostly chilling.
And it's FaZe Clan who have taken very deep A control. A little bit less info towards the C side, but it's Baby Bay in a good spot. Maybe he can get one and dash out again. The grab will land the trade run. This is, again, a really nice setup. We saw it in the pistol. We're going to see it here again as TSM try and make that approach. Garage has been cleared up. A little bit of a ding.
Ooh,
and maybe it goes down, but that shouldn't hurt too much. You still have util to delay.
Absolutely. Even though, of course, it is a bit tougher here on the A site for these two agents to have a bit of an effect. We're heading over towards C, which these two agents are tough.
Yeah, they're starting to lean back. I mean, Superman has that star in the middle of sight, but he does end up pulling it back, so that creates a gap. They're leaning away. They're playing the retake.
30 seconds
At this
left.
point, you maybe find a pick here with your better guns, which I think is going to be the opportunity. Smoke goes up, so they maintain back sight control. That's a big smoke.
Smart. Just real quick play, Sully. 1 kill back, immediately backing out. A huge smoke in the middle here, just relieving a lot of pressure from FaZe. In the back of this site, Superman does actually take on a bit of action with GMD. Wide swinging. Rossi in the middle of sight. He was already low, but he gets dinked down through the wall. 2 more players remaining. Sabrosa, 7. Long range with pistols, only one of them. Currently with a Sheriff. 7's Headhunter is gone. Sabrosa actually getting a big kill. If Poise goes down, this one could just be possible. The defuse still has to go in. Big kill from Poise, and Poise just runs through like an absolute madman. 2 rounds in now for FaZe, but it was starting to look a bit dicey, and their economy is at that low point.
Yeah, interesting decision from Sabrosa to smoke themselves off. I guess they were trying to take that really big gamble with the pings and the Sheriffs at long range, but doesn't work out regardless. Again, we see in full effect how big that smoke is, because you can no longer swing cleanly in the back sight, right? And FaZe Clan maintaining that control, wins them out that round, and it will be the buyback here for TSM. But every single bonus round, every single second round after the pistol, there's always some sort of damage done to FaZe Clan, and they suffer here again because of it. A much weaker bonus round as Baby forced to make the big investment onto the Vandal instead of saving for the op.
Again, tough to dicey. So far away from that tour de force, so you just gotta keep that in the back of your mind. Still have that early peek back over towards short, but this owl drone is huge. It's gonna catch at least 2 over towards this mid side. Did catch Corey. Did go down to the breach. So now FaZe, they have no excuse down to keep going forward. They just need to just keep their positions.
Yeah, it's nice and slow here for TSM, but they don't really have that much control. A main being a really big part of that lacking. And it is Dicey, who, with the Bulldog, fully scoped and ADS'd in, who will now be forced off of this angle. Yeah, he's going to have to back away. That does concede control, but FaZe Clan have decided to post Poach up. And nobody's going towards short, so they have this control, and Poach not privy to it. The flash goes out, doesn't get anything. They should understand where the hit is coming from, but for now, they will try and play this retake as Poach. All he has to do, or at least all he has to attempt to do, is now maintain this control here towards A short.
Again, they've completely abandoned short for good reason. Still waiting to see if anyone's around this corner. And oh, okay, Sabrosa actually sticks the landing. Does get the kill into Poach. So now TSM, bit of breathing room. There's smoke going into that back line. That's just gonna force FaZe to yet another awkward position just through a single smoke. But Baby Bay already fully swung out. Only 1 rifle here, 2 rifles here for FaZe. They could definitely work with this. But Corey holding it down in the middle of smoke. Huge there from Corey, and 7 even more so. The combo ends up leaving a Prime Gaming flawless for the round.
Yeah, nice and controlled from TSM again. This is the beauty of TSM's executions nowadays, is that it's always so controlled. The Prime Gaming flawless to follow after. I mean, this is a perfect way to set up your economy and a really well thought out post play. You get that deep smoke back in towards A main. You still have 2 players contesting close on that site. And this is the duo we were looking for. Both Corey and 7 starting to clash with Dicey and Baby Bay. The rifles are back out for FaZe Clan now. The full bonus, or apologies, the half bonus, not really helping them out here in terms of economically. A couple players on light shields, but a lot of pressure towards A main will give them so much space to work with. Again, Dicey pushes up deep.
Oh, this is the first time that they're actually pushing up, though. Dicey had a great position just in the last round over towards short, but that was just watching it.
Is
this
he in
time
range of his TP? He might just be on the edge of it.
Is he? Yeah, barely. Such a tough spot to be in, but he just wants to pick.
Oh no, doesn't even matter. It ends up going down to 7. That'll re-clear or give them the chance to re-clear now with the Owl drone. Deep Trailblazer.
Ooh.
That'll give a little bit of control back. FaZe Clan understand we've lost A main. We need to take some space back, and they have been given.
They're going up long, Sully.
Oh, this could be big. The space that they're going to gather here, but it doesn't matter because these rotations, you're only going to have this second player in Baby Bay.
It's just going to be longer.
Reinforcing the A site. Exactly. These 2 players, this rotation will take quite some time. And the trademark is going to catch off the flank no matter what.
All right, so this is not too bad of a situation for TSM, but once they see that trademark go off, they know that they have no other options, that all information is potentially taken by FaZe. So here we go. Corey bursting into the front of sight. Everyone else still spilling out from long, but Baby Bay still holds it down for 1. Still 1 around the corner, but Poise actually finds an angle. GMD with a flash through, but it's way too far away to hit Baby Bay. FaZe Clan hold it down to a T.
So well done. I mean, the smoke goes in towards sewers, protecting Poach from anyone coming around the site, and then it's down to individual duels. And Baby Bay, he is an expert in that area. Cleans it up nicely. Yep, there's that smoke. Poach holding on to that part of the map. Instantly, Baby Bay drops a smoke to the left side. That beautiful flash coming in as well to,
just
again,
more space for him to
help
work with.
Baby Bay out. It's so well played here. As rotations take a little bit of time, the delay is set up, the trap is set, and TSM walk right into it.
You want to play?
Again, I'm just loving the way that Baby Bay is playing. I mean, you just haven't seen this sort of play from him in so long. Welcome back, buddy. FaZe now. Finally, some ops here on the map for them to work with, and one of them already going against him.
Yeah, deep garage control from Corey. And then needs to win this fight. Does force, for now, Corey. And he does smoke himself off to allow that cross. They're getting a lot of information here, though, and deeper control allowed here by FaZe Clan towards A main. They are giving up the B site with only Baby Bay watching the angle and a little bit of util to delay, similar to the pistol round again. We'll see if it comes into effect. A very well-timed flash. So they understand this is kind of a heavy lean towards the mid side, but plenty of time for TSM to work back. And they're clearing both A lobby and C long. So FaZe Clan cannot make rotations. They have to stick to the sites they have right now.
Yeah, it's stellar. We saw this from them a couple of times in their own
Great
game.
flash.
They would almost
Oh,
exec
no.
on 3 different sites at once, but the flash goes a bit too far away. Poise is still bursting away, and Sabrosa had no chance. How does Superman actually get 2 there? It seemed like TSM had a gap, but they finally do end up finding Poise. Baby Bay in the back line could be able to shut this one down, should be able to guarantee it. There's about 15 seconds left. He actually goes down to 50 HP because of the shock dart, but there is no way that plant can go down. So much pressure from these FaZe Clan players. They're all around, and Rossi can't get the plant down. The round is over. Again, you did start to worry there for a second. FaZe did get a couple good kills, at least on the players trying to retake, but low HP. Low space. It's FaZe.
So ready. So ready there, Superman. Well played. Even if the flash does go deep, and I was expecting Sabrosa to find 1 because the gap and the timing is that you don't expect Sabrosa to be already up there. But Superman, after having cleared out garage, doesn't have to worry. Doesn't have to face check back in towards the actual edges garage. He can come here and instantly support his teammate, and he does a phenomenal job here, right? Supporting his teammate. They hold it down here, and that will be FaZe Clan forcing TSM onto a timeout. This is the defensive structure that was missing on Icebox. This map allows these aggressive plays where you can retake this space, and it just leans more heavily to the way that Baby Bay and Dicey maneuver around the map.
I mean, we see it with maps like Bind, where, again, it's just a bit more open space. It's map control that needs to be taken. And, well, on Haven, not so much. It's just a bit more of a gap for them to deal with, though. Again, some of the plays that we've ended up seeing in terms of control back over in A, it's been stellar, at least, in terms of keeping tempo for the round. But again, TSM, not much that we've seen so far in terms of actually early round takes. Haven't even tried them, Sully.
That'll work. Taking that back.
Blades out for Corey, so what does he want to do with this? It's no up yet for FaZe Clan. They're very confident in the rifles. Don't feel the need to pull it out. Dicey does have the Tour de Force, but does he want to use it? He does. He'll take an op angle towards C. Poise now onto Seekers. We've got almost 10 ultimates across the server.
Jeez.
We're looking at 7 right now. Superman 1 off to make it 8, but they're going to set up a really deep smoke to allow the cross, but they just want to check. They want to clear out this space and check if anyone's gone aggressive here from FaZe Clan, and nobody has. 7 will take back this space. The Trailblazer, though, checks it out. Doesn't catch him. 7. A little bit of a gap now, but I don't know if this is really going to matter in the grand scheme of things. No, that Trailblazer clearing out is going to pull rotations back.
Interesting. Okay. Okay, they are going to maintain that, so empty site.
Hunter's Fury available, though. Double shock as well for Poach, and the drone comes out late.
Yeah, it's not like they're lost in terms of retake.
No, not at all. I mean, you have, again, the Seekers to set yourself up to get that space.
He's trying to bait.
Yeah, try to bait. They're not fully sold, but Poach still with the ultimate. I mean, this should be an easy retake for FaZe, but all things considered with the ults they have.
Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Hunter's Fury coming out early. Will it take down the Sova? No, it won't. Poach surviving is going to leave this a bit better, though. But because of that, because of the Hunter's Fury, he has no time to pull one out himself. So here we go. TSM with actual map control, with actual space to work with. Out goes the Hunter's Fury, making the site a bit more chaotic. Baby Bay is able to get one. Same thing with Dicey. Can he get another one? No. The player over in short still holds it down. And Corey, a very pivotal position here with the knives. Be able to get anything. Again, FaZe taking their sweet time on actually making it out. They were waiting for the recon bolt to go in. Poach through the smoke. Corey around the corner. Corey actually finds the kill. GMD gets one too. Baby Bay now in a 1v1, but time ticking off the clock. Rossi right in front of him. Baby Bay has no clue, and it's done, isn't it? Rossi shuts it down, and TSM escape with a thrifty.
A huge round to win there for TSM. No business should they have had it in, right? And because of the fact you mentioned it, Rossi pulling out a ton of Fury, targeting onto Poach, he can't deny the spike plant. That was, I feel like, the contingency to not allow that spike plant to go down. You look back in this replay, everyone is dropping out of heaven, trying to work it in from there. You don't clear this corner, you give the opportunity. GMD down low with the Sheriff. It just gets so rough here. Gets so rough here for FaZe Clan. And, well, it ends up being a thrifty round win and a big one for TSM. You've reset FaZe Clan.
Wow, with one round.
Now, 7's got the operator. This is what you love to see. What impact can he find?
He had a tour de force earlier. Wasn't able to find too much. This time it's his own money on the line. Very risky, at least over in mid for Dicey, though. Corey. Did he spot potentially a pixel? Maybe he did, maybe he didn't, but still wanted to hard clear it. 2 players now over towards Garage, but Corey doing a great job of just holding on to space.
And Baby will take back the space here.
Oh, no way!
Oh my god. The timing, sees the one. Does he face check? Does he face check? Please clear it. No. Don't do it like this, Baby Bay. That's 2 for free.
God. No, that had to be it, isn't it? Baby Bay. Just a trademark play, waltzing his way up mid. But what's the answer? Corey and GMD. Both of frags in different places. Baby Bay still needing to run away, and it's still a 1v1 in the middle of C. Oh, Sully, Baby Bay's play might have given FaZe a bit too much confidence.
Yeah, maybe a little bit too zealous there to take those peaks. TSM will now recover the C side after picking those players off in Garage. They know they needed to collapse on that. One big play is all they needed in FaZe Clan. We're not able to capitalize. We go now 4-3 unless Poach can pull off something amazing. No armor, but he has almost a full kit of YouTube, but I don't know how valuable that's really going to be, especially with this angle. No chance, no opportunity. 4-3, TSM closing the gap now to just 1 round. That timeout really doing a lot for them.
Yeah, looks like it. TSM. Not the first time where they just had an early timeout. The last one didn't exactly change up their pace or really help them out, at least for the rest of this half. But just look at this here. You see all these players. You see how deep they are at this point. They could be able to go for some nasty peaks here, but it's only Baby Bay that's in an aggressive position. Everyone else from the defensive side, though, decides to help him out, decides to just finish the round right there and then. Just didn't work, Sully.
Hop out for Dicey now. This is where things can get scary. Superman's taking a very deep angle here as well towards C-Long. He's going to have at least poise trying to bait for him, but it's TSM who have looked to post themselves up mid. Again, another slow play. Has deep Owl drone to clear out A main. This should at least lead. Oh my gosh, no way he clears that. No shot he clears that.
And it still catches him. Okay, Superman still trying to make it out. No suppressive fire, but 7, he was the cheeky one actually peeking out of the smoke. Here comes a bit of action over towards C. The Rolling Thunder in should be able to help them out, but what is this around the corner? Superman did get found. Baby Bay just trying to retake here from Garage. Could be able to have the crossfire. Poise was in the back of sight the entire time, and Baby Bay continues to frag.
Gotta give props there for Superman for throwing up that smoke. It gives them this opportunity, the 3 versus 2. Spike can go down, but they take the TP. They instead book it to the A site. Sabrosa can get the spike down, can use the paranoia to keep them from rushing him. Has a smoke as well, has a teleport. Gets out.
TP out.
Oh, no!
What? They still went for that. They knew that the spike plant was in the back of sight. The shock dart still land in the front of sight. He goes down to 30. Now it's Rossi in a 1v3. And Dicey has started to heat up with the op. He has not let go of that gun for the last 3 rounds. And he continues his hot streak. FaZe finally back.
Landing right into the shock. That's such an unfortunate TP. You get a TP literally anywhere. But FaZe Clan, big hold there on the C site. Superman throwing up that Nebula at the very last second, and FaZe Clan are electing to call a timeout because they can feel the pressure that TSM are throwing onto them. I mean, this is not an easy game. Yes, they're in the lead, but that doesn't really matter when the game is getting this close. And yeah, see here the replay, that Nebula allowing Poise to play around that back site, and the fact is that TSM just were not confident that they could get the spike down safely with no back site control and only 2 players left. Why would you? No confidence in the fact that you're not going to get swung on from back site. FaZe Clan still the ones to call the timeout, to slow the tempo down, and to try and see if they can replicate the success that they just had in that last round.
Again, FaZe, just in the last 2 weeks, one of the only teams near the tier 1 level that has actually been competing in a couple side tournaments. I mean, the times that they actually played Haven, it's just been a tough time for them on that attacking side. I mean, if that just doesn't add more emphasis to these next couple of rounds, Sully, I don't know what does. I mean, FaZe, they're just not efficient. They ended up going 3-9 against Sonics, 4-8 against Sentinels just yesterday on that map. They were barely able to sneak it out 13 to 11 because of that. So again, FaZe need to just clean things up.
Deep play here from Dicey. Up in his hand, knows there's at least a handful of players. Spam finding a little bit of damage as these 2 players on the inside of a lobby. But you look up towards B. These players are starting to encroach on them. Dicey to find 1 big pick.
He still stays there.
Yeah, they might expect this second. They should surely now with GMD going huge on that first one. But the B site, carefully watched. And
spike down mid.
Nice clean mop up, leaving GMT alone on 5 HP. Let's see if he can maybe, if he's fortunate, pull something out of the hands of FaZe. Maybe the op if he's lucky, but on 5 HP and 4 players, it's certainly out of the question if he's going to win this round. Winnable. So winnable.
Winnable, for sure. 100%. 1000%. Oh, man. In this last round, by the way, we did see a bit of an example. What I was trying to hint to before this game, Dicey has been such a menace on this chamber, and it's been on this map specifically. He's just, I don't know, terrorizing the opponents in terms of just trying to flush out his positions. And I mean, we saw it. Just that 1 pick, he decided not to teleport. It's going to be small decisions like that that we're going to see for potentially the rest of the half. Dicey just needs to continue.
Up called out here for 7 as well to challenge Dicey's operator. On the attacking side, though, it feels like this is the one map where it feels like an op is not going to get the same amount of impact because there's so many advantages that lie with the defending side. You get such an easy peek into A and C. So C7 can convert because he hasn't had really many opportunities so far in this 3rd map.
Standing ahead.
As Dicey and Baby will work together.
Oh, that recon is huge.
And there it is. The op duel ready to happen between 7 and Dicey.
Is it going to happen?
No, he might not.
Yeah, 7 is just keeping a hold back over towards Long and has a TP out of here safe. It's still very tough situation here for these 2 players of FaZe. I'm sure they want to get overzealous and peek this just a bit more, but they have to hold on.
Yeah, no point, though. Right? You've got no idea what's holding on here. Oh, that's a really nice smoke, though. Actually allows Baby Bay to slip up and get aggressive. It was just a pullback. That's all they needed. The trademark won't find him out just yet. He can smoke, dash away. Dicey can watch the cross. No, he doesn't need to leave. They're just
he doesn't need to.
If
Dicey stays here,
mid, they know what's going on here, FaZe.
Right, if Dicey stays here, there's no way they expect Baby Bay or potentially vice versa. But Dicey's going to get the first contact no matter what. Baby Bay's just around the corner to try to take advantage of that. This setup is so spicy. Oh, but the first shot doesn't come out. And Baby Bay, here it comes. The farm works. The meat grinder over and long equates for 3. You still have Dicey with another opportunity at a shot. And shuts down 4 immediately. GMD now in a 1v4 looking to do almost the impossible.
Yeah, great fault line though. Does buy him a couple of extra seconds, but it's not really going to work. He wanted to get the spike down in that time, but it doesn't happen. Shock darts do a little bit of damage to him. Flash goes in. Oh, what a flash. But Superman, too many angles to look at, and Superman gets a lucky spray on through. FaZe Clan find on to 7, and TSM, man, no A control. They thought they had the play. They didn't expect Baby Bay there. And the bait from Dicey, the bait in the switch, literally, as he TPs on out, allows Baby Bay to get that feed.
Again, you could just see that coming from a mile away. Dicey just wanted to take away a bit of that attention. Of course, get 1 pick for his own good. But at least now, FaZe, what are they going to be able to do now without potentially the effect of those early frags? Again, I just worry about potentially the retake, Sully, because TSM, they have been pretty solid.
That's not ready.
Get out of my way.
Knives out here for Corey. Again takes it down towards mid. Oh, the smoke actually encaps.
Oh, what?
The guiding light, but the recon ball I think just dropped above the actual opening of A garden, so it does actually reveal a couple of players. Corey though has clipped his way up with all the pressure. Superman is caught lacking, and now TSM with this man advantage. Where do they want to take it?
I mean, that's such a shock to the system. FaZe have no clue what other positions are taken right now.
Oh, that guiding light going deep down towards A as well is going to give them a little bit more of an idea where it's coming. And Dicey and Baby, of course, again, these 2 players in the back.
Oh, great
Dicey,
jump.
What a peek.
Oh, amazing from Dicey. Knocks down 2 with 1 bullet. And Baby Bay is safe after 1. 2 more players remaining now for TSM. They are distraught. What do they even do after that?
You got to back away. You're going to try and make a Hail Mary play now to either the B or A site, but the Seekers come out. They know they need to break these. That's the first order of business, but even then, FaZe know. They see where the Seekers are going. They know exactly where they're headed.
They just might burst through the door. Maybe get this over with. Looks like they won't. Rossi. Alone with Spike. Nobody here.
Trademark.
To actually watch over B, but it's just going to be the trademark to detect them.
Oh,
Sabrosa. Great timing onto Baby Bay. But Rossi, he's up and at him. And maybe a little bit too deep. He ends up getting a bit of decent damage onto 2. That's just about it. FaZe capitalize on a couple of great gaps that TSM allowed.
Yeah, big shot from Dicey again. That deadly duo is coming back online. You predicted FaZe to win, and these were the 2 win conditions. Baby Bait and Dicey had to go big, and they do it there again. The dynamic duo, whichever site they want to play together, it's a site that's going to be on lockdown.
Seems like it.
Track them down.
I mean, what is even the situation now for TSM? You saw their economy already dwindling so low at the end of that round.
They're going to try and go big here with a Rolling Thunder. I mean, GMD just set up towards the A side, but FaZe have posted 3 here. They're going to try and battle back and prevent that from even being a case.
Oh, but Baby Bay. Oh, Baby Bay around the corner. Waited out for the owl drone.
That's
Poise. Oh, there you go. The trap of 3 in the middle of sight there. 3 players watching short, and it was Baby Bay to discombobulate.
So concerned with trying to punish Baby Bay that you let slip the one man that could punish you, and that was Poised. TSM now with just 3 players remaining. That Rolling Thunder was one of the big catalysts for this A site take, but it's been nullified. No chance to get it out now, and this is FaZe Clan stomping their way now to a 9th. The Cosmic Divide up at the perfect time, and Baby Bay just around the corner knows Corey will end up taking 1 down. There's some trades happening. There's some opportunities, but it's all closed. Door shut in their face, and FaZe Clan find a 9-3 scoreline. This first half was rough. In the second half, any better for TSM, as this is their best chance to make it to the main event. We'll have to see after the break.
FaZe and TSM. We've gone all the way to a third map of FaZe. They continue the trend so far in this series of it really being one-sided. 9-3 going into the second. My name is UpMind, joined here by Sully. Let's get into the second and last half.
I'll say it if you're not going to say it. A must-win pistol round for TSM.
Pivotal.
Absolutely critical. TSM, they know the stakes here. 7 has the shorty deep down towards short, and this is early control. FaZe kind of established everything here towards A, and this is, I felt like, something TSM were lacking on their attacking side that FaZe are immediately going to exploit.
FaZe are actually on out over towards that mid side, so
wow,
it just works. It just works. The Trailblazer going through. Yes, he will have the trademark, but definitely didn't expect that. The dash going through doesn't exactly work out for Baby Bay. Corey coming up through long, and the attackers are actually coming back towards him. He's still fighting.
Poise, that does lead them a little bit towards more the A side, but they still have plenty of time to back away. Seven's up close. He's got the shorty, and he's going to take it to their face. Poach. Now left to try and salvage this pistol round, but it is TSM all over this one. What a great read. I mean, they slow it down. I feel like if Sabrosa doesn't find that pick onto Baby working his way into B site, we have a spike plan. We have a full commitment, but the trademark slows him down, slows the entire play.
One piece
from FaZe Clan, and this has got to suck. This has got to suck, because you walk into it, 2 players, one's got a shorty. Poach, shoot the recon bolt.
Come on. Come on, Poach. You got this, buddy. Whole room of guys. 1 recon bolt. Gets all 3 of them. Oh, okay. Well, just a frenzy. Try in. Bit of a madman. But 7 still takes him down. 4th round back for TSM. And, yeah, Sully, you said it. Pivotal.
I think we're going to have to see TSM be a lot more aggressive, right? Because if FaZe Clan are going to take space like that every single round, TSM... you've got to be privy to it. You need to take that space back. I mean, you can leave the B site open. I feel like the B site really isn't your concern. It's this main point of control. A main has always been so pivotal for any team on Haven. We go back and look at it historically. We go back to Masters. You can see the emphasis on A main control. And that was something that TSM didn't have on their attacking side. So if they can recoup and bring it to their defensive side, which they're doing early on with the deep smoke, getting this control early, allowing GMD's usage and what we saw on Ascent with his breach across the map, if he can help and support his team, this is TSM that can kind of slowly build a comeback up.
Sabrosa to be able to get a couple. Corey around the corner. Only able to get 1, but the attackers could actually have a clean entry here into the C site. At least a spike down for a bit of extra cash.
Yeah, they're patient though, TSM. Even though FaZe Clan will get this spike down, TSM are not worried at all. The shock dart isn't the finishing blow, as he only had 1 up. The Poach trying to close the gap is going to get shut down, and Rossi just to find the follow-up. Nice, easy stuff here for TSM. I love the patience. Not willing to dive head first, even though they know the spike's going down. That's 9-5, and FaZe Clan, they get the spike down. A little bit extra cash, like you mentioned. That will be their full buy moving forward.
You're mentioning the effect of A main, and again, just the one thing that we didn't see from FaZe. Again, of course, it was control back in A main, just in a completely different means of sort. Again, it was a little bit more dry. Weren't actually fighting with smokes in top main. Don't really know if they're going to dedicate that much utility to it, but FaZe, they're definitely fighting way more for that area than TSM is.
And they're going to do it here again. I think FaZe are definitely looking to take this early. Fault line doesn't go through, but GMD has it poised, and he instantly falls back. Yep, fault line here at the ready. 3 players now in rotation as FaZe can take this space. TSM poke their heads out mid, don't see anything. So they are ready for it. 3 players here, full kit of util for GMD to support his team.
Yeah, GMD looking to fault.
Perfect.
Down long here, and it actually works. What? How does Baby Bay not actually get hit by that? He goes out of it free. 7 still gets the kill, though. This back psych hold could actually work. Corey, Rossi, both getting frags, but poised with a double. That does leave it 2v2. Corey, already around the corner. Will he take on the peek from Dicey? But the pre-fire actually works, and he just keeps going. TSM continuing their hot streak here in the second half.
Yeah, perfect hold. I mean, TSM understood where the play was coming. Poking your head out towards mid like that, signifying that this isn't a default. This is a full commitment. And FaZe Clan walking right into A. That 3rd player, GMD coming up big with that fault line, puts a delay, and you question, how does Corey or how does Baby avoid it? Doesn't really matter because he dashes in. It's a little bit adjacent or off center from where you send the fault line. So GMD does his job in delaying the rest of the main attacking force. That's FaZe Clan relegated now back to an eco round. And we'll try and see if they can make something happen. Dicey takes the TP across. He does get through. But FaZe Clan, yes, they have this space, but TSM have been so content at giving it to them. They're going to Alodrone, get the information, and have full confidence they can take the aggressive fight.
Seven, patient. Oh, there you go.
Can't go for it a third time there, Baby Bay. You're bound to get punished.
I have the spike.
Down goes Baby Bay. The rest of FaZe Clan now with one less layer of control back over towards A. They have to find something else.
Corey, long range of the Vandal. It's only going to end in one manner. It's Corey again.
Damn!
Just spins back around, jumps a Cloudburst and says, all right, hold the phone. Hold my Cloudburst and let me turn back and shoot you.
Dang, the snapback from Corey. Now Dicey and poised. What do they even do at that point? Man just got exposed.
Oh, I wonder if someone's here.
Enemy remaining.
Oh, there was someone there.
Crazy how that works. TSM finding their 7th, really packing on a punch to FaZe Clan now. And this defensive side is looking strong. They're doing exactly what FaZe did to them, taking space and, I mean, just winning out these engagements, winning out these duels in very effective manners. That Prime Gaming Floss is going to set them up now economically. And FaZe Clan, how do you try and punish? How do you turn this around? Because you've got to cut off the momentum here quickly for TSM.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. TSM, we just haven't seen this. An actual battle here for A main. It's going to be deep, deep util off this fault line. An immediate peek from Sabrosa. Sabrosa's just going in. Corey, he does leave a trademark, but the Hunter's Fury going in at the same time. It's a 3-man battle for A, essentially. And they win A main out. But here comes FaZe. They can easily redirect themselves. They have a couple of trademarks to deal with. And 7 with a big shot.
Yeah, that angle. It's going to slow them down as well now that they didn't break the trademark. 7 has to back away and concede this site. They have the retake ability, though. They have the paranoia in line. They still have a flash. Ooh. Oh, nearly gets taken down to 25. And Dicey's on this lurk. The smoke goes down, though, so we can't get anything from it. And now FaZe Clan can play the post plant. This is what they want. This is what they need. Dicey, as well, with a late lurk in the garage, could be very pivotal in this one.
Yeah, such a deep spike plant, though. But again, will that actually work? The person in garage can't actually pop out and watch that spike. Can't get an easy angle on it, and the defense is working. They take down Dicey. One more man in mid, and it doesn't matter. Superman goes down now. Poised and poached. They are caged up and long. Is it going to be around for TSM? Of course it is. 4v1 at the very end of things. 9-8. Welcome back, TSM.
Catching that garage play was probably the pivotal moment in this round.
Absolutely.
Because Dicey could have gone huge there on that lurk. Rossi just double checking, face checking that area of garage just in case. And then even going back for a second, he knew there could have been someone else and catches Superman. That was the play that could have won FaZe the round, but ultimately wins TSM the round. Now, 9-8, FaZe back to just pistols as TSM. 7's now going to be on the tour de force, and this is where the defense gets a little bit more hard to break through.
Oh. Yeah, Baby Bay. A position like this, I mean, you see this in really any other round potentially.
You see this. You see this. Corey's just gonna have a feeding ground again.
Yeah, no, you would like an op here, but it's actually Corey potentially just able to feed. But there you go. Like I said, Baby Bay, you see a situation like this, potentially you would see a bit of a rush. But Baby Bay actually goes out with the blades. Will he do it again? So Bro's on the back of sight. No! The right click barely misses, but GMD's just a beast. A 3K for him as they hold it down. It's what we expected against the pistols, but we did get a bit of a heart attack there with the knives.
You know, this is something that I feel like we've been missing in NA is the breach. The breach play on Haven especially, right? I think back to Korean Jet, right? The way that they set up their jets, and I mean, this is GMD playing it so pivotally well, right? I think a lot of people were wondering, how does GMD slot into this roster? Well, yeah, he's so good at flex. You have 2 flex players, Sabrosa and GMD, who can play a multitude of agents. And GMD on the breach, I mean, the support they can offer with this kit is perfect.
I mean, literally poised. He's been playing Sentinel for a very long time, and he's slotted into this team as a bit of an initiator too. But here comes Dicey over and long. Not actually able to strike down, but he is safe down to 10 HP. TSM, they had 4 players over towards that A area. They need to shift them back.
Yeah, they lose control. TSM actually have nothing here now. Over towards the B side, so that opens things up. They can play with the Hunter Sphere in the double shock lineup. Oh my goodness. Good thing you had players over towards C-Long, because now you can make that getaway, but 7 is still here. 7 is still watching and waiting. He's got support now as well from GMD, and of course he's good to find one.
He's good for 1, and he's probably good for more.
Oh, he's good for 2.
7 just around the corner on logs. Oh, man. Okay, he was able to get 2 out of this. Baby Bay still alive, and Dicey has a 6. Can he get another one? Rossi was in a prime position for that flick, but Dicey doesn't strike down, and now Baby Bay, 8 HP. The smoke in mid, and he is going to reveal him. They know that he's going through, and they were still waiting, by the way. They were like, we're going to watch that smoke for a few seconds, just in case Baby Bay pops out of it. But indeed, Baby Bay takes him time. Spike down on A.
This chance, though. If you want to try and win this round, you need to look for these duels. On 8 HP, his chances are so slim. The smoke as well for Sabrosa now charged up online. And this is almost impossible. Baby Bay left in the 1v3, 8 HP. This looks like 10 for TSM, but knowing Baby Bay, I can't write him out of it just yet, but still, it feels near impossible. They've already spammed and checked his location. Oh, he gets one.
Uh-oh.
Now the angle turns.
The wall bang? Oh no, he has a smoke to deal with. Oh, I was about to say, Baby Bay. Fully possible there purely because of that smoke. 0 trade potential against him. Baby Bay doesn't end up hitting, so there goes TSM. We started the half at a 9-3, and we find ourselves at a 9-10. FaZe Clan, it's a complete breakdown.
Up here for 7 again. I mean, this is, like you said, not just a breakdown of FaZe Clan, but a revitalization of TSM. Both defensive sides. I mean, both teams had very strong defensive compositions, and TSM
absolutely
are showing a lot more control in their defense currently than FaZe Clan. FaZe not yet to put up any rounds on this attacking side. And Corey, pushing deep, knows where the trademark is, gets pinged out, but now they know. TSM, or apologies, FaZe Clan have to respect that.
And not only that, but they actually dedicate a Trailblazer to actually clear it.
Let me tell you.
So in a round where they already don't have a lot to work with in terms of firepower, they already are losing out on util. Clearing out Garage with an Owl Drone. I mean, they barely have anything to work with, dude.
This guy, Baby Bay, was guaranteed to go down there, and they've taken back Garage. Everything here for TSM in terms of map control. And now TSM might start to feel that there's a switch going on again. That Garage control is going to be big. But I mean, TSM, you lose a player towards A, you're kind of going in naked into this B site. That is such a well-timed smoke. Flash here ready as well from both Sabros and Jim D. Yes, there's no trademark, but this shock dart, I mean, with the lesser armor as well, is going to be big. But he goes into the smoke, poised to try and cut off the angle.
That's very slick. FaZe now with site control. Do they take back site control? Yes, they do. So FaZe now, they're going to hold on to this spike until the very, very end. Here we go. TP into the middle of site. Dash in for Corey 2. 2 players playing over towards Link. And 7 strikes both of them down. Now Dicey with a Torrent of Force can do nothing but watch the rest of his team go down. FaZe, yes, they had pistols going into this round, but Sully, it seemed to be the most feasible win for them so far.
That's the pop-off play there. That's the pop-off play that TSM were looking for. So controlled, right? We talk about it again. I mean, TSM do not overextend. They wait. Yes, of course, Rossi ends up going down, but after that, they recover. They don't over-aggress. They wait. They chill. I mean, look at the streak of rounds that TSM were able to get in a row. They are looking so dominant here on their defensive side. And yeah, I mean, you could see the goal here from FaZe Clan was to take control of this A-Link and play the post plant from there. Play it from the back site, play it from the front site, play it from the right side as well. But TSM, a quick re-clear from 7 who comes in and strikes down on FaZe Clan. They are finding form in the form of their 2-star players, Corey and 7. That duo is popping off, and for FaZe Clan, it's only Baby Bay showing up right now.
Only Baby Bay for now. I was expecting a lot more impact potentially from Dicey on that defensive side, but again, 9-3 half. 9-3 defensive half from FaZe. And again, on a map like this, you're just not going to see the Tour de Force have that sort of effort.
No, and Dicey is just, I mean, his lurks are finding no impact. TSM are so wary of it already. You think back and when they get the spike down on either CRA, there's some kind of pressure towards B main that they know. They know as soon as some tick, right? There's a smoke down, there's a trademark calling out the positioning of Dicey. He's finding nothing on these lurks.
Tough situations all around for FaZe again. Just seems to be inefficiency.
Oh, what a shot.
Not able to get any frags, and there you go. Fox going in, forced to take up heals, but again, Op still in his hands. Just one bullet to actually go. Look how much pressure they're booting on. Double smokes coming out, one over towards mid, one over in short.
Yeah, Corey was just jiggle peeking over towards C long. Call out that B smoke. You still have pressure there from GMD, who's looking to maintain back site control. Corey's got exploring. This is a little bit dangerous.
Yep.
For the FaZe Clan side, at least, there's no worry here. You have a flash, you have a dash, and no, they actually
don't expect a
this
second.
fight.
There's no way. Corey needs this trade, but Poach is so wary. Did he maybe see Corey? I mean, the rest of FaZe, they maybe feel just a bit more confident actually going over towards A, but no. Corey he actually takes on an Aldron.
Yeah, it has to be an inference. I mean, there's no way you expect an Omen to push by themselves, so I think Poach just understanding what was going down there, understanding that there was a flash play set up, a trade set up there, a dash and a TP out. Knew there was going to be a second, but now FaZe Clan on the door of the A site, an empty site, but there's a rolling thunder, and that's what's going to allow them to retake.
Honestly taking on damage. There goes the shock dart in, but he actually forgot the bounce. He's not even going to go for the second one. Unfortunate. Could have been at least a bit of damage, but here comes the real piece de la resistance, GMD. The Frenchman, he does have the Rolling Thunder ready and raring to go, and indeed it comes out. The TP comes out at the exact same time, though. Not a lot of players were affected. Corey in the middle of sight, trying to make some chaos, but it just does not work. Beautiful. FaZe, a perfect job mitigating the retake there from TSM, leaves them with double digits and a Prime Gaming flawless.
They knew it was coming. They knew 100%. You can see how quick Dicey was to take the rendezvous, how quick Poise was to toss a flash out to slow down the play. And how quick Superman was to just sit under and just pop a smoke. Holding it down with his team there. Beautifully done there. Yeah, you can see it there again. Superman not phased at all whatsoever. And correction, there was no smoke, but I mean, you have support from the rest of your team. And TSM, that round was completely filled out by FaZe Clan. As now we get into this one, this is a big one. If they can win this round, FaZe Clan, they can pack on a punch. TSM with still money to play with. But they know they need to tie things up here. A loss here would almost end their run here in the upper bracket.
Again, just because the momentum is still in the hands of TSM, FaZe did their job on that defensive side. They got the 9 rounds. They gave themselves the cushion. Now they're using it. Finally, at this point, need a whole lot more work to actually clear some of these angles. They have not made any sort of progress in terms of map control.
4-player sack. This is insane. TSM have got all 4 players here. This is unheard of, I feel like, for the TSM side so far.
This is insane. This is insanity. Haven has 3 sites, Sully. 3 sites! And only one of them is taken up. Corey able to get one. Trailblazer still going on to him, and he's still trying to fight. 2 players back over towards short. They take it on. Unreal. 3v3. Now it's back to even. FaZe, they're still trying to take this site. Dicey does strike down onto one. Poach with a big crossfire. It leaves Corey in an awkward position all the way up in heaven.
Yeah, even with 4 players. Even with 4 players, it's not happening here. FaZe Clan, is this the do or die? TSM. Corey's pulled out the knives, but he doesn't know. He's got no idea, and they're both together. They're both together. Spots the one, misses the right click, and now he's got to go big, but it's not meant to be. FaZe Clan tie us up 11-11. Has their wish been granted? Because TSM, a 4-man stack, and they still get nothing.
That's all you got to say. 4-man stack of A.
And there's
3
the
sites. Only 1 site is taken. That was everything.
That was everything. A moment to breathe, I feel, for TSM, because look at this. How many rounds in a row is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 rounds in a row. and it just gets shut down by one play. They were red so easily on that Rolling Thunder, and then a 4-man play on that A site. This is, for now, TSM trying to reel this one back in.
Absolutely. So what is at least the adjustment now? Because the last few rounds, we have not seen that same fight from FaZe for that A main control. We were talking about it earlier. FaZe has been able to kind of take up that position relatively for free, but TSM, they tried a 2-man push long. That simply did not work. They had to change it up after that. 4-man stack after that. But that's just an example. TSM, they need a lot more work now to try to take some early map control, or at least try to get some cheekier, deeper angles. This is it, Sully. 11-11.
Guiding light to get this early info. This is the make or break round for at least TSM. If they lose this, they'll have no money moving forward. No ult available for GMD. No ult available for Corey or 7. One buy left in those 3 players' pockets as TSM have to concede, but it's Sabrosa who wanted to get aggressive. Damage done to Corey and FaZe back away. A heavy duel leaves both teams battered and bruised, as Util's been expended on both fronts for that A main fight, and neither team know they have the control. Neither team know that there's space.
Right. Sabrosa does recharge one of his smokes, so he expends one real quick over towards long. A bit more pressure, but FaZe, they're not going to feel any of that. They're not even in long.
No, TSM think they don't have the control, and that's why that smoke comes out. And ultimately, they did have the control, but this Aladron's going to reconfirm to FaZe Clan that this is an open area that they can take.
This is a lot of stuff here for FaZe Clan. How are they even going to take on a post plan after this?
They're still not really confirming that. They want to confirm that this isn't a hit, but that recon bolt gets nothing. And a recon bolt towards B is what's going to pull Rossi. He has no shocks as well to send to hold this site, but they know the fake. They see the smoke, though. This is perfect. TSM have drawn one player out for only a second. Sabrosa catching now at the last second as Corey tucked in the corner. A beautiful paranoia.
He's so low! Corey incredibly low, but with 6 HP! 6 HP, still able to get kills! A Dicey just around the corner, striking down onto Rossi. Corey's still waiting, but he has Sabrosa to help 3 players along for FaZe. 0 time whatsoever. Timeout here for FaZe. It is TSM's time. 12-11. One more round separating TSM and the main stage.
Here we go. TSM, they knew that was the round. Make or break. No credits left over. And it would have been such an awkward buy because only 3 players could buy. Only 3 of them could make a full purchase. The others had 100 credits. And TSM now trying to close out map 3 in what would be a heroic comeback from a 9-3 deficit. FaZe Clan have so much to work with. The buy was plentiful. And TSM, once again, establishing early A main control with FaZe Clan, what no business of it. They don't care about it anymore. They're going to instead work towards mid.
Guiding light. Not finding anything, even though do have quite the heavy setup for TSM back over in A.
Yeah, Rossi's looking to play with this Hunter's Fury. GMD's looking to use his util. Try and delay. Try and delay. That's a great smoke. Beautiful smoke, even had maybe taken the opening angle.
And an Aladron out mid, clearing out even more space. And this is what it was for. Hunter's Fury in, but it only finds 1 pick, not an actual kill.
And they're playing retake on the B site. GMD's in no position to send in an aftershock, but he does have the fault line to delay, and now he's starting to come through. They're starting to feel out the hit. Recon bolt clears out long. They should know or have an idea that this is going to be a B play.
Yeah, GMD has to be ready with potentially a fault line to try to slow this one down.
There it is.
FaZe, they've had so much control of B for so long. Only now are they using their smokes, but for good reason. They've scaled all the way up. Now they've got it.
Double shocks available. Still that aftershock, and still that fault line. Doesn't get the kill, doesn't get the spike denial, and now Dicey in a very, very precarious spot.
Oh, Superman needs to strike down on that shot. We don't usually see him on the arc, but he needs to keep going. Dicey! Dicey! Will really take FaZe Clan to the end. They need to finish it off. 3 players remaining. Still one in the front of sight. He's dancing. It's Superman distracting these last 2 players for TSM. They still have some work to do. 2 players in the bottom of mid after Superman goes down. Poach, Poise, holding it down. Corey from above, only able to get 1. Still a 1v1 for Sabrosa. He has to go for the defuse. He has to take it down to half. But we are going to overtime. FaZe. What on earth was that from Dicey?
Heroics at the end. We were calling him out. We said Dicey's not finding anything, no impact whatsoever. And he pulls out that 3 for 3. This man is a shooter. TSM. At the very end, at the very, very end, it's a heroic play. And now Dicey's online. Now Poise is online. Now Baby's online. 3 heavy hitters for FaZe Clan are feeling it at the very, very end. And this is what you want if you're a FaZe fan. TSM. Both teams know that this is their best chance, and TSM specifically.
What a story. These 2 teams, dude, almost the exact same trajectory. The top of North America at one point in the last year and a half. TSM, the last time they've even qualified through an open qualifier, I think it was all the way back in July.
Yeah, it's been a while since we've seen TSM in this deep of a run, and we need them. I mean, TSM and FaZe, this is everything. They know, again, I will reiterate, you do not want to make that lower bracket run. You understand Sentinels, V1, or
So
what waits.
dangerous.
Same thing with LG, so many monstrous teams. And you just want to get it over with here because you don't want to have to play the extra best of 3 tomorrow. You don't want to have to go through this all over again.
Again, it's just further emphasized that we've made it all the way to the end and a bit of a tech pause as we try to get back into the game. But, I mean, hey, if there's ever a time for a long pause, it's got to be at a time like this. Both teams needing a real breather. Dude, what a series. I mean, so far, we haven't really seen too much close action, but yeah, this second half definitely provided.
And the thing is, for at least FaZe and TSM both, is you need to calm your nerves here. And like you said, what a great time for a long pause because
Yeah.
FaZe Clan got to settle Dicey down. Got to settle him and Baby down because you know that they are the 2 key components
Absolutely.
to winning this out. Superman, I think his KD is kind of telling everyone he hasn't played good. But let's take a deeper dive into it and how well he's played with his util. The control that he's able to afford his team, the smoke setups that he's able to allow them, almost perfect for FaZe Clan. It's what gave them the last few rounds to push us to overtime. Keep in mind, this is a 9-3 scoreline in favor of FaZe Clan, brought 12-12 by TSM. And now the question is, who's got the extra push? Who's got the 1 mile left in them to get themselves over the line?
We are switching sides, by the way. FaZe going back to that defensive side. So we might see, again, maybe some notes taken from either side in terms of the early approach. Again, the early space that we saw from FaZe, so much on that attacking side. TSM, we didn't see much of that proactivity.
And I think the key here for FaZe Clan is you kind of have to be very proactive in taking the A main control because they've realized now the way TSM have like to play it, at least on their defensive side. And that's how FaZe should be playing it. And they are, right? Dicey is getting deep in towards A short, taking that teleport over, playing that deep angle in towards sewers. And it's worked out for FaZe Clan. Now, TSM, you've had 12 rounds to mull over how FaZe have played the defensive side. How are you going to counter it? Because it comes down to, I feel like, for both these teams, who wins their attacking overtime round, right? Both teams have had phenomenal defensive halves. It comes down to who can break through on the defensive side. And I feel, or attacking side, I feel like FaZe have the advantage by starting on the defense. They've got room to make mistakes when you switch sides. Yeah, you want to close it out in 2, but you go up 13-12, there's a lot less pressure when you're playing that offensive side, and I feel like it makes them play a little bit more calm. Whereas on TSM's side, you're on the defense down 13-12. You have to try and make some kind of play.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. And not only that, of course, FaZe, infinitely confident on that defensive side. They ended up winning 5 rounds in a row to actually close out their defensive side before. But we are back. Welcome back. Overtime here for FaZe Clan and Team Solomid. Did I wake you up? I'm sorry, but welcome on back in. It's intense because this is worth a spot here for the main stage here in North America. TSM, they're looking for a bit of a split approach back over towards A.
Early fault line and a nice deep recon bolt will give them a little bit of information. Alodrone's going to come out here as well. So Dicey, they're going to let him post up in this position. In the meantime, TSM have been keen to take space. A smoke setup, a TP in and a TP out for Sabrosa. But he sticks around. He plays up top, and oh my gosh, the recon bolt comes up huge for that ping.
Corey swooping in, and it's TSM dominating the site so far. There's still 3 more players to deal with, but with Spike down and B control actually being completely given up, it's going to be a weird time here for FaZe to try to retake this.
The switch, the TSM switch, they flicked it on already here. And FaZe Clan, Superman trying to approach. I mean, this is a 3v5. That's a lovely one-way. Makes their job easier. They can focus now on the right side.
Corey reacts immediately to that recon. The Owl Drone comes out, takes the player off. Oh my god, off the defuse. There goes Sabrosa, takes down Poach. And you still have 2 remaining Supermen going down through the smoke. Dicey, now the last one on 1v4. And it's an immediate snap right click from Corey. I need to see that from his angle. That was such a sick shot. TSM, they're the ones booting on the pressure to FaZe Clan. 13-12, once again, 1 round away from main stage.
1 to go for TSM, and this was what I was thinking. Whoever wins the attacking side is the one that's going to have the advantage, and TSM have taken it from them. FaZe Clan, that was your better side. Things have been shaken up. You had success at the tail end of your attack, and now can you replicate it? Another A hit. And there's no op. There's no op here for TSM. They're going full rifles.
Jeez, again. So much fight for that A main spot.
What signals are TSM giving to FaZe that FaZe can figure out that TSM don't have that A main control? Because they don't. The smoke now fades. They're going to take this re-clear, take their time to feel out this area of the map, and GMD out towards B. Still with that fault line, ready and raring to go towards the side. You can see he's even peering over towards it now. FaZe Clan are going back towards mid. They hope that Alodrone has drawn rotations, but GMD, this is the effectiveness of Breach, and I feel like it's on this B site.
Here we go, poised on the front side. Wooly face on GMD. GMD's just chilling. He's chilling that backside, but nobody from FaZe Clan is going to approach, at least so far. Baby Bay has no idea what to expect here, but with this abandonment, GMD doesn't even matter.
Double shocks to play for Poach. Garage control maintained though by Sabrosa.
Oh,
and
that's
Aftershock
huge.
nearly forcing Baby Bay out into the open.
Sabrosa trying to go through Superman. He was looking away at the perfectly incorrect time, essentially. 4v4. Boys still holding it down. 2 players trying to go for the defuse. The defuse is shut down. 1 man remaining. Rossi goes down, and FaZe are back.
We gotta go for a little bit more. FaZe Clan doing exactly what TSM did. Feel out the early A main pressure, and then hit the B site, catching FaZe Clan, or apologies, TSM off guard. GMD doesn't send in that aftershock, doesn't deny the spike plant. They thought that with that garage control, they could make the retake work, but it doesn't happen. FaZe playing the post plant to perfection, backing away, and playing the long angle. That's where the B site shines for the attacking side in that post plant scenario.
Here we go. We reset here. 2nd overtime. Guiding light going in. Baby Bay gets covered up by that smoke. Not actually able to capitalize off of that, but truly here for 7.
Trailblazer gets a deep check towards mid, but doesn't actually catch anyone. Corey is still laying around with GMD. Nice Alodrone though here from Poach to take a little bit of space back, but it's an area of mystery for both of these sides. FaZe, I think, have used the better half of their reconnaissance utility. You still have Rossi's Alodrone. You can get his recon back online, which it is now, and this is where the A hit comes. GMD to set them up alongside the paranoia from Sabrosa. And this is where it all falls down to. FaZe Clan need to put a stop to this. Baby Bay not checked. can hold this angle, can play the dash away, but he maintains short control. They're leaving the site in hopes that Baby Bay can maintain it. No, they come back to reinforce instead.
Oh, they are reinforcing. 3 players are going to be here to try to hold this down. They've completely abandoned short, sure, but TSM just leaves more work for them to do. Poach around the corner, takes down 2, and it's a perfect crossfire.
Absolutely perfect.
FaZe knocks down all 5 pins.
That's what you needed, the short control. And that's the beauty of short control, right? If you have defensive players there, as an attacking team approaching the site, you have to turn and face. You have to turn and face. And with everyone turning and facing against 2 players, out pops Poise. Out he comes to find the triple, to close out the round with his teammates. And like I said, with the triple online, Baby Bay, Poise, and Dicey shooters shoot, and they have shot so well in this overtime round. You see it here again. That short control is everything. You'll see everyone's head turn here.
Yeah. I mean, that's just it, right? You would think that TSM, TSM would have a bit more space to actually work with over in short. But, like, again, there was just no way that they actually expected the 2 players to actually come back towards site. I mean, they had the right util to isolate that side. But, again, such a good split there. And now we're going to see... and yet another switch and yet another timeout. A very, very pivotal timeout.
Yeah, this one's all about
FaZe.
how do we get success on this attacking side? What worked in that last one? What worked in the later parts of that
How can we do that more clean?
Exactly. How can we do it again is the real question. Because it was clean on the B side. You get the spike down. You play the post plant with the long angle. Can you do it here again, though, is the question.
Certainly there might be more contingencies for spots like that. But we are back. Timeout over. FaZe Clan. Already setting up some deep util. Going to be an early Nebula potentially back over in C.
Oh, deep smoke, though. Again, TSM will establish the early angle. This time is the change for 7. He's solo towards mid. But can be called in an instant to C, which might be needed here. The spike, 3 players leaning out over now, and a garage, a C split here. And GMD, I mean, this is a perfect angle for a breach fault line. This is what will delay them. But is he quick enough to spin back? Is 7 quick enough to support this garage hit?
Where's the rotation? The rotation has to come in quick. All 5 are here. And Dicey takes down GMD. Step 1 of the process is done. Can they get the spike down? Can Baby Bay continue to get frags? He definitely gets 1. TSM down to 3 men. The spike finally goes down. Everyone else backing out. Everyone from TSM at the back of site. Not a single man in garage. Superman being an absolute hero in the middle of site. 1 more player remaining. It's Sabrosa. FaZe, welcome back to the top flight of Valorant. They move on to the main stage.
It has been a minute since we've had a close series like that between FaZe Clan and TSM. And I'm talking the third map. We close out with a Prime Gaming flawless. I mean, FaZe Clan to close out the attacking side. The timeout to figure out what worked, and this is the switch up they wanted. Over and over, they hit the A site, then they hit the B site, then they come back towards C, and it worked out perfectly.
Okay, so I was picking on y'all and saying that you guys don't do nail biter series. I mean,
we do nail biter third maps.
Yeah, apparently, because that map 3 was just absolutely wild. So FaZe qualifies, that's how tired I am. I can't even talk, y'all. But yeah, they're qualifying for the main event, and man, they deserve it after playing like that, Sully. I mean, they worked their tails off on map 3.
I mean, let's be honest, it should not have gone that close from a 9-3 lead, but still, TSM, I feel like I think it props them as well because they put on quite a competitive series, but I feel like FaZe Clan, I mean, we called it. You wanted the duo to be online, and at the tail end, you got even the addition of Poise, and I feel like that's what really pushed them across the line there.
Yeah, and we're going to roll the Prime Gaming post-match highlights here in a short minute or so. And I really wanted to talk about basically when this map 3 hit 11-11, that's when I personally felt like it started to get really tense, Gus. What do you think was going through FaZe's mind? I mean, we got to talk about their mental game.
Yeah.
That was wild.
I mean, for sure. I mean, again, they took an entire mental reset, essentially. After going up 9-3, they had to go all the way back up from 10-9 down. And yeah, at that point, at around 11-11, at around that point, you really just needed to maintain the discipline that FaZe Clan was showing throughout the entire series. Again, it's very easy for for players like Baby Bay to try to make a hero play, but we just didn't see that. We saw everyone from FaZe just trying to stick to the game plan, and again, you would like to think that TSM was doing the same. They weren't making a lot of one-off mistakes by any means, but yeah, FaZe just seemed to be the ones that wanted to keep composure.
Yeah, and I feel like this is kind of the experience factor, right? You have a youngster like Seven on your lineup, and I mean, everyone on FaZe Clan has been through the ringer when it comes to this, right? We think about how long Dicey's been in the scene. He's been a competitive player since its inception and has been at the top level for quite some time. And like you said, the composure of FaZe Clan to not only, after losing a 9-3 lead, but to come back all the way in overtime to push us to overtime in the first place, that just shows resilience in this FaZe Clan roster, and I feel like that's what's been missing, but now it's finally here under the leadership of Poached.
You know, during one of the breaks, we were kind of teasing each other, and we said the formula for success with FaZe is kind of easy, right? Baby Bay and Dicey, they perform, they win, right, guys?
Yeah, a little bit. It did seem like it really throughout the entire series, and we didn't exactly expect that to be this situation, especially with Icebox, but again, just a grand tournament for both of those guys, for realistically everyone on this team, because again, we could talk about frags all day. That's the biggest stat on the board, but the amount of support that both of these teams had from their bottom fraggers was unreal. I mean, at the Astra that had 5 kills earlier, Superman, he still had 10 assists at the exact same time, and he was still being absolutely pivotal for those post plants. Again, it's about that time delay. It's about mitigating the pressure, and that's exactly what we saw the support players doing.
Yeah, I feel like that's someone like Superman is going to get overlooked and say the reason why FaZe Clan won was not because of Superman, but it was because of Superman, right? We talk about the initiators of Poach and what Poise can bring to the table as well. They are setting up these two players, but the only thing is that if you're so reliant, FaZe Clan, on those two key players, Baby Bay and Dicey, popping off, when you get to the tier 1 side of things where you're actually playing against Envy, or apologies, OpTic, my bad.
Yeah.
And Guard, that's where things are really going to be a struggle, because you can't rely on these guys. I mean, they drop 11 kills on Bind against Sentinels, they lose. They drop 17 kills only on Icebox, they lose. That's one thing that you have to be concerned about. We can sing the praises all day, but you also have to look at the possible threats to FaZe Clan's success.
And we have the stats up on your screen right now. I mean, Baby Bay with 28 kills, but Corey with 30.
Yeah.
I mean, TSM, they fought tooth and nail. Gus, how did that just slip out of their hands?
It's so tough to say, because again, TSM, they were playing the rounds out right, but again, in the moments where they needed to step up, where they needed a decent hold, at least to just get by an even post plan, like a 3v3 or a 4v3, it just didn't happen in those last few rounds. It was just easy takes from FaZe, and again, just no trades back, and again, TSM just lost out on a lot of momentum that way, but it's tough to even say. These guys took it all the way to the very end, a second overtime finish. I mean, there's a lot that TSM can look back on, but tomorrow they have a chance to kind of go at it again.
Yeah, and I feel like for TSM, it's a lot also of, again, we talk about the veteran experience. I think for a team like FaZe Clan, right, you saw the heroics that Dicey had to pull off just to send us all the way to OT, that huge 3K towards the tail end. And so, I mean, veterans make hero plays, and that is exactly what FaZe Clan have. They've got a 5-man roster of players that know what they're doing under now a structured setup from Poach. I mean, yes, they've already qualified, but now you've got time to double down on that setup and double down on, okay, let's not rely on the strategy of Dicey, go kill, and Baby Bay, you go kill on the other site. You need to work on something else that will set everyone up, because if you can get poised online, you're gonna stop every single team with that triple setup.
All right, well, Sully and Gus, thank you so much for your amazing analysis as always, but we are ready for our Verizon post-match interview, and we are talking to Baby Bay. I feel like we said your name hundreds of times. You just played absolutely out of your mind. So talk to me about how you're feeling. I mean, I'm sure you're overwhelmed with emotion. That was a real close one.
Oh man, I mean, it's been a minute. Let me say that first. It's been a minute since I felt like this. You know, like that was such an intense game. Like I usually don't get like nerves or anything, but like that was such an intense game. Like I was feeling the pressure for sure. And you know, like Corey's one of like my best friends, so you know, being able to play against him was awesome. That we were both doing good. But yeah, that was intense.
I can hear you all celebrating in the background. Talk to me about the mental game. I mean, I was telling the analyst earlier when it hit 11-11, I could feel the tension. So I can only imagine how y'all were feeling.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we were kind of down in the dumps after that icebox. We're a new team and all, and you know, we're still trying to figure it out. Like, we want to win every map, you know. So we were letting stuff snowball a little bit, but you know, we had our coaches and everybody, and like me, you know, just pick everybody up and be like, yo, like, just reset. You know, this is a new map. Let's go into it. And even in those intense moments when it's like 11-11, it's like, yo, you know, everybody just take a breath and let's do this and just listen to the calls. You know, that was the main thing. Like, just everybody just slow down everything and just chill and we'll win. We did it.
Yeah, you definitely dialed in, and you were undoubtedly an impact player. You had a stellar series entirely. Can you talk to me a little bit about your dynamic with Dicey, your chemistry?
I don't know what it is, man. We're like a 1-2 punch combo. Like, we were farming these tier 2 tournaments, the Mickey Mouse tournaments, as everybody calls them. And I think we just built something crazy where if like it wasn't him going off, it was me. But then like we figured out how we could both do it. But you know, we couldn't do it without the supporting members of our team and the IGLing that we have. You know, so you know that plays a huge factor. Like if we didn't have the support from these players that we have, you know, Superman, Poach, and Poised, like we wouldn't be able to kill all these people like that. Or maybe we could a little bit, but we wouldn't win. You know, so yeah.
All right, well, Baby Babe, thank you so much for the fantastic interview, and congratulations again. Go have some fun.
Let's go!
Sounds like your team already is.
We popping bottles tonight.
Oh my god, they are definitely excited. I can't imagine how they're feeling right now. Can you imagine the adrenaline rush, Sully? And relief. Adrenaline rush and relief.
Yeah, you know, coming from a former athlete and now recreational player, I can only imagine the rush to qualify for that main event. I feel like there's a huge wave of relief for these FaZe players, specifically that guy, Baby Bay. I mean, huge props to him.
All right, and we're ready for our AIM Lab flick of the day, and it is going to, any guesses? Gus, what do you think?
Just a couple good plays from Baby Bay here and there. I mean, that's about it, isn't it? But of course, there's got to be more. Let's see it.
I know. You know what? Actually, this one is from EU, from NRG.
Oh.
And this is nuts. Like, take a close look at your screen. Well, that would be our statistics. Here we are. Okay. So this is a 1v4. And
just watch him go off
alone. And then, yeah.
I think.
Who are you?
No one.
Who are you?
I feel like everyone forgot about EU, right? For so long, like he was this faceless entity on NRG, and then he did a face reveal, and then he just got 10 times better at the game. EU has always been a top Sova, and he showed it here today, I think, for sure.
I watched that and I had no words when I initially watched it. I just was like, did I just see that play out? Anyway, that was absolutely nuts. But fantastic show. So great working with y'all. I mean, we started off with some massive audio issues, and then we just ended it with an absolutely thrilling map 3. So I just want to say thank you to both of you. You were fantastic. And a big thank you to everyone behind the scenes. You all work so hard and you are amazing. And obviously, we got to say thanks to everybody watching at home. The Valorant community is just so special and wonderful. We appreciate you all so much. Okay, Gus, I knew. I was like, Gus, oh, come on. There. I was like, you've done that like
all three of us. There you go.
There we go. Sending you all so much love. And we do not have the schedule prepared yet. We're still organizing that. But don't worry, there's so much fun to be had tomorrow. So make sure you tune in at 1 p.m. tomorrow PT. But we'll see you later. I got to eat. I'm starved.